The directive was clear. Capture, don't kill. Jack understood the stakes. Rijk van Deldenissuming, that was his actual name, served as the sole connection between the shadowy Iron Syndicate and the anonymous mercenary unit they employed for their most brutal operations. That unit was the true objective. Locate Van Delben, and you find the killer. A straightforward plan, complicated by the fact that the man had been a ghost. Untraceable. Until now. Tonight's lead was their first, and likely last, opportunity to take him. The complication was Van Delden's own lethal reputation. A towering 6'6" Dutchman, he was a key enforcer for his organization, a combat specialist who had buried more adversaries than most people had hot dinners. Do not engage this guy solo under any circumstances, Clark had emphasized during the briefing. Confirm visual, call it in, and hold position. Understood? The entire campus team was deployed. John Clark, Ding Chavez, Dom Caruso, Adara Sherman, Midas, Jankowski, and Jack himself. They had fanned out across the sprawling 200-acre steel mill complex, forced to operate individually to cover the vast terrain. Where intelligence indicated Van Delden was on site but preparing to depart within the hour. If he slipped away tonight, he would vanish back into the shadows, and their chance to dismantle his network would be lost forever. Alive, not dead, was the operational priority, but Jack mused that staying breathing was a pretty solid personal goal for everyone involved as he navigated the gargantuan interior of the steel plant. The chill fog from the port outside seemed to halt at the threshold, replaced by an interior atmosphere thick with the scents of rust, ozone, and scorched coal. Jack Ryan, Jr., a broad-shouldered man with sharp blue eyes, moved with purpose through the darkness of the hangar-sized space. His stolen white hard hat, clipboard, and paper mask provided adequate camouflage. The actual steel workers were far too preoccupied with guiding multi-ton ladles of molten slag through the air above to pay him any mind. The heat was oppressive, an industrial forge that had him sweating beneath his clothes. The constant deafening symphony of hydraulic hammers, roaring engines, and shrieking metal was overwhelming. Thank goodness for the bone conduction comms. Without them, hearing his team's status reports would have been impossible. Approaching target in 30 seconds. Dom's hushed voice came over the channel, en route to the plant manager's office. Acknowledged, Clark responded. Jack took the yellow steel staircase 2 steps at a time, ascending toward the pulpit, the elevated, automated control room for the hot steel processes. Reaching the landing, he pressed his back against the corrugated wall and scanned his surroundings. The workers below remained focused on their tasks. From his position, a grated walkway ran along the windowless wall of the control room. At each end of this walkway, a catwalk extended north, running parallel to the tracks below, where massive ladles, each laden with nearly 200 tons of glowing steel, crept toward the vacuum degassers. In the center of the heavy metal door was a small face-sized observation window. "I am in position," Jack whispered. "Copy," Clark confirmed, just as another alarm blared through the cavernous space. Jack edged to the window and peered inside. 5 young technicians from South Korea were gathered by the massive windows that offered a sweeping view of the factory floor, their faces lit by monitor glow as they gestured animatedly at their screens. Jack's eyes swept the room and landed on Park, the senior Korean executive, who stood apart in a corner. He was a portly, silver-haired figure even under his hard hat, exactly matching the file photo. This was the CEO and primary shareholder of the steel company, a man currently entangled in a dangerous dispute with Japan's most formidable Yakuza organization, the Yamaguchi Gumi. Intelligence indicated Park was seeking a protective arrangement with the Dutchman tonight. Jack shifted to see who Park was engaged with, and there he stood. The Dutchman loomed over the smaller Korean, his severe, stony features intent on their conversation. Then abruptly, the Dutchman's attention flicked toward the window. His eyes met Jack. Damn. In an instant, the Glock 17 was in the giant's hand. Jack dove low as the muzzle flashed. The glass panel in the door exploded into fragments right where his head had been. "Target acquired," Jack snapped into his comms. pressing his body flat against the reinforced steel door. He felt the heavy impacts of more rounds hitting the metal, rhythmic and brutal like a battering ram. "Hold position," Clark's voice came through. "En route. 5 minutes, tops. Understood." Another volley slammed into the door near his ear. "Remember, we need him alive, Jack." Copy. A tremendous W.H. Van Delden threw his full weight against it. The steel buckled, cracking against Jack's skull and forcing him back a step, but he had braced well. The door gave only a sliver of an opening before Jack heaved it shut again with his shoulder. Above him the last remnants of the broken window tinkled down. He looked up to see the black slide of the Glock being shoved through the jagged opening, then angling downward, thick fingers wrapped around the grip. 3 deafening shots rang out, sparking off the grated floor near Jack's boots before he could move. Reacting on instinct, Jack lunged upward with his left hand, seizing the scorching hot slide and wrenching it skyward just as Van Delden squeezed the trigger again, sending the round into the overhead beams. The searing barrel burned Jack's palm, but his grip caused a malfunction. The slide jammed, preventing the spent casing from ejecting. Keeping his left hand locked on the Glock, Jack drew his own SIG P229 Legion compact with his right and drove its steel frame hard into the Dutchman's wrist. A nauseating crack echoed, and the massive hand released the pistol, jerking back through the broken glass. Jack kicked the discarded weapon over the railing. "Status," Clark demanded. "Do you still have visual?" "He's not getting far." Another crushing whamp hit the door before Jack could reset his stance. This time the steel door burst inward, hurling Jack backwards onto the grated platform. He brought his weapon up, aiming for the Dutchman's leg, but a colossal steel-toed boot lashed out, kicking the SIG from his grasp. The pistol sailed over the railing and clattered distantly on the concrete far below. Jack's hand erupted in agony, as if struck by a maul. That split second of pain was a luxury he couldn't afford. The same boot lifted and drove into his abdomen, blasting the air from his lungs. Gasping, Jack curled around the pain, only to see the boot rising a third time, now aimed at his head. He rolled desperately, the sole crashing against the steel grating beside his ear. He rolled again as another kick whistled past his skull. Van Delden surged forward for what he intended as a final, killing stomp to Jack's temple, but he never saw the 3-inch Kershaw blade until it was buried deep in his inner thigh. A raw scream tore from the Dutchman as he clutched the wound, stumbling past Jack before he could strike again. Limping heavily, he retreated westward along the walkway as Jack fought to get to his feet. "Jack, we're almost there." "Do not pursue," Clark commanded, his voice tight with urgency. Jack forced a few ragged breaths past the fire in his gut, the ache in his hand a dull throb. "Jack, do you copy?" The voice crackled in his ear. He looked up just as Van Delden vanished around a corner, moving north, away from the pulpit. "Copy," Jack grunted. Staying put was not an option. His orders were clear. Take him alive. But Jack was well aware of the brutal, messy distance between alive and unharmed, and he was more than ready to guide the big man across every painful inch of it. He took off, his boots pounding on the steel grating as he chased the wounded operator. Even injured, the man moved with a feral, desperate speed. Jack rounded the corner, the air thickening with a blistering heat. 10 feet below, a massive ledle crept along its track, filled with a seething, molten river of steel. The radiant warmth prickled his skin, a sensation like leaning over a roaring bonfire on a winter night. "Van Delden, stop!" Jack yelled, his voice straining against the groan of the ladle's motors overhead. The Dutchman hobbled farther down the walkway, one huge hand clamped over a bleeding thigh, his weight heavy on the railing. He finally halted as Jack closed the distance. "Turn around," Jack commanded, finally freeing his backup weapon, a compact SIG P365. The man's broad shoulders slowly pivoted. In the shadowy, industrial gloom, Van Delden's rugged face was illuminated by the hellish glow of the approaching steel. The intense heat seeped through Jack's trousers, making the backs of his legs itch. He leveled the pistol at the man's chest. The Dutchman offered a pained grin. Scared to shoot, little man? Not even a little, Jack replied. But I have my instructions. Such a tough guy, Van Delbin sneered, the smile vanishing as a fresh wave of pain contorted his features. His trouser leg was saturated with dark blood. He straightened to his full, imposing height, towering over Jack. His chest was barrow-wide, his arms like corded timber beneath his sleeves. Jack's fingers settled on the trigger. I won't kill you, but make a move and you'll be drinking your meals through a tube for the foreseeable future. The Dutchman's eyes swept over Jack, assessing, calculating. Clark, you copy? Loud and clear. You have visual on the target? Right on top of him. Get here now. Almost there. You solid? The air shuddered with the sound of the automated crane hauling the giant ladle directly beneath them. The white-hot glare of the steel flickered in Jack's peripheral vision. I'm solid, but our friend here is having a really bad day. Who sent you? Van Delbden demanded. Someone you don't know. What do you want from me? You're our connection to an organization we're looking into. Looking into how? Are you police? Not exactly. Do you have any idea who I work for? Your crew did work for the Iron Syndicate. The Syndicate is finished. I know. We're the ones who finished them. Your group is next on the list, and you're going to help us. A harsh laugh escaped Van Delbin. You truly understand nothing about us, do you? Maybe not, but I promise you, within the hour you'll be telling me everything. You find something amusing? Jack asked. Suddenly the big man looked confused. He drew back a fist and struck his own jaw. Once, twice, 3 times. Jack heard the sickening crunch of teeth even over the industrial din. What is wrong with you? Van Delden's eyes, wide with a frantic desperation, scanned the platform for a weapon, for an escape. His blood-slicked hands tightened on the steel railing. A cold realization hit Jack. This giant could use that railing for leverage to launch himself forward. Bad leg and all. One hit from those massive fists would end this. Jack took a cautious step back. Don't move. Van Delbden shifted an inch closer. Getting nervous, little man? Jack shook his head. No one's aiming a gun at my family jewels. For a fleeting second, a genuine, almost serene smile touched the Dutchman's lips. A brief break in the storm. Then it was gone. What are you willing to die for, little man? What kind of idiotic test in one explosive, vaulting motion, Van Delden hurled himself over the railing. Jack lunged forward, fingers grasping at empty air, but he was already too late. The Dutchman dropped feet first into the glowing ladle 10 feet below. His large body barely disturbed the searing surface, the white-hot metal swallowing his final choked shout. Jack remained at the railing, watching the bucket of molten steel creep steadily forward, as Clark, Don, and Adara rushed up behind him. "Where is Van Delden?" Clark demanded, leaning over the rail. "We needed him breathing." "I'm aware," Jack replied, sliding his pistol back into its holster. He had another idea. October 18 aboard the container ship John Day Star Second Officer Luis Loyola stood on the starboard bridge wing, drawing on a sweet menthol vape. He gazed at the blanket of stars glittering against the black velvet sky. A sailor's instinct drew his eye to a breaking wake far below likely, a dolphin's fin speeding toward the hull before vanishing into the dark water. Night feeding, he smiled. Incredible creatures, and always a sign of good fortune. The ship's bow pushed toward a waxing moon that blazed like a spotlight, painting the Pacific in silver all the way to the horizon. Here in the open South Pacific, no running lights of any other vessel were visible. His radar showed the nearest fishing boat was nearly 90 miles off. The solitude he wanted tonight was absolute, almost Martian. The Jade Star was making a steady 15 knots, a little over half its top speed, to conserve costly fuel. 102,000-ton vessel was driven by a 93,000-horsepower diesel engine, rumbling deep below decks, burning through 90 tons of fuel a day to turn its 30-foot, 6-bladed copper propeller. His eyes drifted over the deck, stacked with red, blue, and green shipping containers. In fact, The ship was fully loaded with 8,465 containers, carrying everything from South Korean industrial parts and appliances to car tires, medical equipment, and, oddly, 700 liters of human blood. It was also hauling 300 tons of ethylene and other flammable chemicals. Against regulations, storage rules were a joke, far too expensive relative to the chemicals' value. As the administrative officer, he was the one who'd be charged if they were caught. Not that it troubled him now. He was off duty, and he couldn't care less about the cargo. His only real worry was that his son's birthday had just passed, and as far as he knew, his bitch of an ex-wife hadn't even given the boy the drone he'd mailed last week. Loyola loved the sea, but he loved his 6-year-old boy more. It was the sea that wrecked his marriage, or so his wife claimed, using his absence to excuse every affair she had back in Lima. Damn her. He took another long pull from the vape, watching the breeze carry the vapor into the dark. If he didn't leave this life, he might lose his son completely. The pay hadn't risen in 3 years, promotion was a fantasy, and yet the non-union wages still beat anything a desk job in Peru could offer. At least this way he could salt money away for his boy's future, even if he missed watching him grow. A familiar gloom settled over him again, and he thought of the bottle of golden blue Korean whiskey waiting in his cabin. The drinking had been heavier on this voyage, a sign it was time to ease up. That last fitness report from the captain had flagged his alcohol use, but the man couldn't grasp the depth of his pain. Loyola drew in the sharp, salty air, pushing his troubles aside. For all the hardship of life at sea, nothing compared to standing on the bridge on a night like this. Had circled the globe more times than he could count, witnessing sights no ordinary person ever would. Not a bad run for a kid who once peddled cigarettes and lottery slips in the grimy slums of Lima. He took another slow, deliberate swallow. Maybe he would look for work at the port, to be closer to his son. He could teach the boy soccer, just as his own father had taught him, with his savings. Perhaps even a little house out in the countryside, where a deafening explosion erupted from deep within the ship, hurling Loyola across the deck. His head struck the steel bulkhead with a sickening crack. Dazed, he struggled to his knees as the vessel's spine shattered in a scream of tearing metal. He was flung against the bridge-wing railing, ribs snapping, but his fingers clawed and found a post, anchoring him against a fatal plunge into the dark water below. Klaxons and alarms shrieked into the chaos. Blood from his split scalp streamed into his eyes, blurring his vision. In horror he watched the bow and 600 feet of ship behind it shear away and vanish into the sea. The stern section where he clung lurched forward under remaining power and smashed into the upended hull ahead. Steel containers vomited from their holds, followed by the terrified cries of crewmen flung into the water. Secondary blasts ignited volatilism, eating the broken wreck in a fire that water could not quench. Within minutes, the entire ship and its cargo were gone, swallowed by the warm Pacific. There were no survivors. OCT Obojan 24, Beat Safana. Spain Jack leaned against the polished wood of the bar at Lavi, his preferred spot in Barcelona's Elborn district, deep in the old city known locally as the Trutat Vella. This was a place cherished by residents, which meant something in a city where Catalans took their food and drink seriously, often lingering over both until the early hours. He sipped his sweet red vermouth. His time in Spain had finally pushed the memory of Van Delden's suicide into the background. It had been a week since he'd last woken up sweating, reliving the Dutchman's gruesome end. Though numb to the horror now, Jack still pondered what kind of organization could command that brand of terrifying loyalty. Had enjoyed Madrid, but Barcelona had utterly enchanted him. He could imagine building a life here, recent tensions notwithstanding. Just before his arrival, spontaneous protests involving hundreds of thousands had paralyzed the city repeatedly, but things had grown quiet. Yet Jack felt a lingering charge in the air. While many demonstrators demanded Catalonian independence from Madrid, the rift ran deeper. The spark was Madrid's sentencing of pro-independence politicians to long prison terms, a move that felt to many like a ghost from Franco's fascist era reaching into the present. Spain was a democracy now, but the image of heavily armored police confronting unarmed Catalan civilians stirred old, painful memories. It was an emotional reaction, Jack mused. Not a rational one, but then, modern politics in the West seemed to run on little else these days. The protests changed no concrete reality. Madrid still held every card, because it held all the force. Barcelona hummed with a restless energy, a city simmering on the brink of something new, and Jack found himself drawn into its vibrant pulse. Standing well over 6 feet, with a build that commanded space, he was a noticeable figure amidst the lunchtime crowd, where the meal stretched leisurely into the mid-afternoons. The atmosphere in the tapas bar was electric, a cacophony of clinking glasses and animated conversations in a tapestry of tongues, with the distinctive cadence of Catalan rising above the rest. This unique language, a blend of linguistic influences, was a point of fierce local pride, a symbol of identity that had once been suppressed. Jack's own vocabulary didn't extend far beyond please and thank you, but using those words often earned him a warm, knowing nod. When words failed, he could always point to his favorite dishes on the menu's spicy potato bombas, or the simple perfect bread with tomato. This was his final day in Spain, and despite the convivial scene, he dined alone. The covert life he led wasn't conducive to putting down roots. Had noticed the attractive woman with sun-streaked hair at the far end of the bar when he arrived, and had caught her appraising look. She was unaccompanied, a Bluetooth device tucked in her ear as she sipped cava and nibbled on ham croquettes, her occasional glances in the mirror behind the bar not quite subtle. Even if there was a spark of mutual interest, his bag was already packed for the flight home tomorrow. He traveled light. With just a laptop and a worn leather satchel, he preferred the ritual of washing his few good clothes to the waste of constantly buying new ones. The only essential item to remember in the morning was his well-thumbed copy of Homage to Catalonia, the very book that had drawn him to this city. Had first read Orwell's account in university, and its concluding, foreshadowing passages had never left him. After his last mission in South Korea, when his boss, Gary Hendley, insisted he take some real time off, Jack decided to finally follow that literary thread to its source. He loved the vital, off-the-books work he did for the campus, the clandestine arm of Hendley Associates. Yet lately a stray thought from a past conversation with a former professor in London had begun to echo. A quiet, almost rebellious idea was forming about stepping away, perhaps to pursue a doctorate in history, just as his father had. This trip hadn't convinced him to Lev the work was too crucial and, frankly, too thrilling. But he had to admit, seeing Spain through the lens of a historian, rather than through night vision goggles while tracking targets, had captivated him in an entirely different way. Reading about Barcelona's storied past was one thing. Standing in a centuries-old chapel, knowing Crusader knights were buried in the crypt below, was a profound, tactile connection to history. With a contented sigh, he popped the last olive-oil fried padran pepper into his mouth, savoring the burst of salty flavor. He debated a second vermouth, but glanced at his watch instead. Time was moving, and he had a reserved entry slot at the Picasso Museum, just a short walk up the ancient winding lane of Carrera de Montcada. As he stood to leave, he caught the woman's eye one last time in the mirror. She offered a small, enigmatic smile before turning back to her conversation, a fleeting moment of what might have been, left behind in the bustling bar. Settling his bill was the final task before his flight home tomorrow. Jack signaled the server, who placed the check on the bar. He counted out the necessary cash, adding a generous tip. Noticing a few leftover euros in his wallet, he dropped them into the tray as well. He wouldn't need them back in Virginia, and the young woman serving tables was clearly working incredibly hard. Good luck to her. Farewell, Barcelona. As he finished the last sip of his drink, a familiar face caught his eye. A striking woman was weaving through the restaurant entrance, scanning the room. Renee Moore. It had to be. They'd shared several advanced finance classes at Georgetown, and, as often happens between two driven, attractive people, they'd fallen into a brief but intense romance. Renee was the most career-focused person he'd ever known, and that was saying something, coming from a family of highly accomplished women. Her sights were set squarely on conquering Wall Street. She had been perfectly kind yet brutally clear when she ended things. Marriage was not in her plans. Not ever. Jack hadn't seen her since graduation 7 years ago. Had sometimes wondered if she was the one who slipped away, possessing so many of the qualities he admired. But her ultimate priority was amassing a financial empire, a goal that never resonated with him. Jack believed in dedicating your life to something worth dying for, and a bank account didn't make the list. Had even considered reaching out a couple years back about a complex banking project in Costa Rica he was handling for Hendley Associates. Renee had a brilliant mind and an unmatched work ethic. She would have been perfect for the job. Part of him thought he could maybe show her that concepts like duty and honor held as much weight as making $1 billion before 30. But he never made the call. Most people's loyalties lie with their own ambition. That doesn't make them terrible, but his father had taught him that a life of service to others was the only one that mattered. And, as the saying goes, you can't serve two masters. Over the din of the crowd he called her name. She searched until her eyes landed on him. His height made him easy to spot. A bright, surprised smile flashed across her face, then shifted to confusion as she navigated toward him, squeezing her 5'6" frame into the space beside him at the bustling bar. She reached up and gave him a quick hug. "Renee, I can't believe it. What brings you to Barcelona? To this place?" Smile lines crinkled at the corners of his eyes. "For a second I thought it might be you, but the noise was overwhelming." He raised his voice. "Can I get you a drink? The tapas here are amazing." "No, thanks," she said, her gaze darting around the room. She occasionally rose on her toes, clearly looking for someone. "Can't find who you're looking for." She turned back, a little embarrassed. "Sorry, that's rude. How are you? You look great. You've put on some muscle since college." "Yeah, I make it to the gym now and then," Jack replied. She touched his face, a familiar gesture from years past. "The beard is new. I like it. Tell that to my mother," he joked. He wanted to say she looked incredible, even more so than he remembered. But he bit his tongue. That road led nowhere, and he wasn't trying to rekindle anything. He was just genuinely happy to see her. Even the young woman with the Bluetooth earpiece at the end of the bar seemed pleased by Renza's arrival, glancing between her glass of cava and more with curious interest. "So what are you doing these days?" Jack asked. "I'm a vice president with a tech startup in California called Crowdscrub," Renee answered, still scanning the room and checking the door. "Tech?" he said, surprised by the shift from finance. "I thought you'd be in finance," she said. "I am, just on the tech side. It's a fun tech company." "Sounds more exciting." "What about Wall Street?" "Been there, done that, got the boring tie." Jack's watch chimed softly. "Shoot, I'm on the clock." "Hot date?" "Just the museum. Timed ticket." He hesitated, a hopeful look crossing his face. "Any chance for a drink later? Or dinner?" She turned, her smile genuine. "Yeah, Jack, I'd like that." She fished in her bag, handing him a crisp business card. "Call me around 7. We'll figure out a spot." "Perfect." He scanned the details before tucking it away. "How long are you visiting?" "Flying out tomorrow." "A shame." Her smile dimmed. "I've missed you. This is a wild bit of luck, running into you here." Jack pushed aside the nagging voice in his head, the one from a stern Sunday school teacher long ago, insisting there was no such thing as luck. "Try the vermouth here. The tortilla is incredible. Honestly, everything is. I really do have to bolt. I'll call you." "You'd better." She hugged him again, her kiss landing on his stubbled cheek. "Goodbye. See you." Jack edged through the bustling crowd toward the exit. His gaze flickered back to Moore at the bar, still scanning the room, and the blonde with the earpiece, still watching. As he stepped through the doorway, a stocky man with longish hair and thick hipster tortoiseshell glasses jostled against him. "Sorry, man," the guy mumbled, brushing past. "No problem," Jack muttered, dismissing it. Emerging onto the narrow street, he checked his watch. His museum entry was in 5 minutes. Perfect timing. The window of a small jewelry shop across the way offered a quick reflection for a surveillance check. The only person who stood out in the glass was a man roughly his own build and age, with cropped blonde hair, a prominent, slightly bent nose, a strong jaw, and intense hazel eyes. He also wore a Bluetooth earpiece. It was a lot to process in a split second, but that was the kind of training John Clark, the campus's operations director, had drilled into him. The man seemed to catch Jack's reflection at the same moment. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second before the man turned casually and headed south. Probably just another tourist on a call, Jack figured, but his mind catalogued the man's confident, athletic stride as he rounded the corner onto Passeg del Born. Jack turned north toward the museum. He took 3 steps, then he was dead. Or so it felt. The blast from inside Lavi had only one path of escape out the front door, funneling into the tight stone canyon of the street in a devastating wall of force. Shop windows exploded for yards in both directions. The sound was a physical punch to his unprotected ear. The pressure hit him from behind like a freight train, hurling him forward, his head cracking against a wall, but somehow his legs kept him upright. Dazed, ears ringing, he stumbled back toward the source of the chaos. Broken forms littered the cobblestones ahead. He didn't stop for them. They were gone. The wrecked doorway was a grim mosaic of blood, and worse as he climbed through the debris into the restaurant. The ringing in his ears dulled the agonized cries of the few left moving. His basic emergency medical training, courtesy of Adara Sherman's no-nonsense instruction, surfaced, but without supplies. His options were heartbreakingly few. He moved past the wounded and the still, shoving aside overturned furniture, his eyes desperately searching. He found her. Moore lay crumpled, one arm bent at a sickening angle, her blouse torn away by the fury of the blast. Jack collapsed beside her, the shattered remnants of plates and glasses grinding under him. Her face was a swollen, bloody mask, with dark fluid seeping from her nose, mouth, and ears. When he pressed his fingers to her neck, he was convinced he would find no pulse. But then her bloodshot eyes snapped open. A surge of desperate relief nearly made him cry out. Her lips, cracked and swollen, began to move. "It's Jack, sweetheart. Just stay still. Help is coming." Her gaze was fading, but it held a frantic urgency. With the bloodied fingers of her one good hand, she clutched weakly at his sleeve. He bent down, his ear close to her mouth. He watched her eyes roll back, the whites flashing, but with a final shuddering gasp, she pushed out a single haunting word. "Samla. So pacific abunda the Rajan vis sovereign glazuovi captain." Nikolai Grinko read the communique a 3rd time and cursed under his breath. The order itself was simple deceptively so. The extremely low-frequency transmission from the ZEVS station near Murmansk was notoriously limited, a mere bell-ringer system designed to alert submerged boats without giving them away. The irony never escaped Grinko. To generate that faint 82 Hz signal, the transmitter consumed enough power for a small city, firing it through antennas stretching over 37 miles, all for a data rate slower than a telegraph from the last century. The payoff was the ability to punch a message through hundreds of feet of ocean or polar ice anywhere on the globe. The Glazov was currently holding steady at 450 feet below the Pacific surface, a depth chosen to vanish from any prying sonar. Their survival depended on staying hidden, and Ev was supposed to preserve that secrecy. Unless, of course, the bell-ringer was ordering him to surface and break cover for a detailed satellite update, which it was. Grinko swore again. "You're certain?" "No mistake, Captain. Grinko studied the information systems technician's face, finding only steady certainty. The man was reliable like the rest of the crew. He was just the messenger. Very well. Dismissed. Alone in his cabin, Grinko shook his head in disbelief. Why move now? The test of the new VI-111 Evolval 3 torpedo had been a flawless success, executed without a whisper of detection. His crew had worked miracles to slip into position unseen. The supercavitating weapon, driven by a rocket motor, had hit speeds near 300 miles per hour and struck a target over 12 miles away. Secrecy was its greatest shield. Revealing their position risked everything. For what? He ran a hand over his smooth jaw, a gesture of weary acceptance. Orders from Vladivostok were not suggestions. He reached for the phone, instructing his executive officer to plot a course for the new coordinates. His initial frustration began to harden into a cold resolve. He commanded one of Russia's most advanced submarines, armed with its most fearsome weapon. Perhaps headquarters was offering him another chance to prove a point to show the overconfident Americans that their era of uncontested naval supremacy was coming to a close. Barcelona, Spain, who was Samler? That name, her final breath, hung in the air with unbearable weight. Last words carried a gravity all their own, Jack thought as he tenderly closed Noura's lifeless eyes. The mystery now was his to solve. His fingers lingered just above her still lips, a final, silent farewell. The coppery scent of blood filled the air, his own head throbbing with a pressure that threatened to split his skull. Nearby a woman slumped against the bar, her soft whimpers in Spanish cutting through the haze. Her eyes were squeezed shut against the blood matting her hair and the agony of her mangled left hand. The wail of sirens grew closer, a promise of help racing through the Barcelona streets. Jack moved quickly, grabbing a clump of paper napkins from the floor and applying firm pressure to the wound on her head. Gently he guided her uninjured hand to take over. Suano, prisoner ak, he said the words, clumsy on his tongue. Press, just press hard. She seemed to understand, her good hand holding the makeshift bandage in place as Jack turned his attention to her other hand. A large wicked shard of glass was embedded in her palm. He worked it free with careful urgency. Fresh blood welled, but it was a steadier flow than from her scalp. Jack snatched more napkins from a fallen dispenser, packed them into her palm, and curled her fingers into a fist around them. Hold this tight, okay? Don't let go. As he turned to scan the ruined dining room for others who needed aid, his own clothes now freshly stained, his gaze fell on Moore's purse, lying abandoned a few steps away. A handful of brave locals had begun to filter into the wreckage, their faces pale with shock, but their hands ready to help. Outside, tires squealed as ambulances arrived, with the urgent shouts of Spanish EMTs and local police, their uniforms marked Gurdia Uban echoing through the shattered doorway. Jack reached for the purse. Its contents were spilled across the tile. His mind, though clouded by grief and the ringing in his ears, clung to one thought: Samler. Maybe her phone held a clue, a recent call, a stored contact. He was digging through the nearly empty bag when a shadow fell over him. A burly, bearded officer was yelling in rapid Catalan, his face a mask of fury, clearly seeing a looter profiting from tragedy. The cop's words were just noise to Jack, a meaningless barrage against the pounding in his head. But the accusation in his eyes was crystal clear. A hot, defiant anger surged through Jack's numbness. My friend is dead. I almost died. And now this guy thinks I'm stealing from her. He dropped the purse and squared his stance as the officer raised his baton, ready to meet the charge. Pa! The command, sharp and clear from a woman's voice, froze the big cop mid-swing. Both men turned. A woman around Jack's age stood there, dressed in jeans and a leather jacket, a badge in her hand. Her hair was practical, her build athletic, and Jack's aching eyes didn't miss the outline of a pistol under her coat. She snapped another order at the towering officer, who argued back, gesturing violently at Jack with his baton. She then fixed her gaze on Jack. He insists you were looting. Is that true?" "No," Jack said, his voice unsteady. He gestured toward Moore's body. "I was looking for my friend's phone." His words faded, his legs feeling insubstantial. To his own surprise, a hot pressure built behind his eyes, tears threatening to spill. The woman's stern expression softened, just a fraction. She took him firmly by the elbow. "Let's get you outside and looked at." Jack found himself sitting on the cold stone steps of the grand Gothic church, Santa Maria del Mar, just a short distance from the devastation. He faced a small, quiet plaza. A uniformed EMT shone a penlight into his eyes, while the woman with the badge watched closely. Above them, the relentless thwump-thwump-thwump of a police helicopter beat against the sky, a stark reminder that the normal world had been violently interrupted. A crowd of onlookers had been herded behind the yellow police tape and barricades that now ringed the plaza. A local television reporter was moving through the throng, microphone in hand, collecting breathless accounts from those insisting they had seen the whole thing. The open space served as a chaotic staging ground, cluttered with ambulances and police vehicles from multiple Agencias y Masas d'Escuadra, Guardia Civil, and Policia Nacional, their blue lights still strobing silently against the ancient buildings. The EMT gave Jack a final, skeptical look as he tucked his penlight away. "You're certain you have no headache?" "None. I'm perfectly fine," Jack lied. The man's eyes, framed by wrinkles of experience, held clear doubt. "Est segur? You are absolutely sure?" He scratched at his short graying beard. "Yes, really, thank you. It would be wise to visit a hospital. At a minimum, you should have X-rays taken. In good right here. You understand. The medical care would not cost you anything. It's not about money. I just don't want to go." Fine. Then you must see a physician when you return to the States, all right?" "I will. I promise." With a reluctant shrug in the direction of the woman standing nearby, the EMT grabbed his kit and hurried toward another victim. "I am Laia Brossa. I work for the Centro Nacional de Inteligencia, think of it. As your FBI and CIA combined into a single service, and you are?" Still seated on the stone steps, Jack offered his hand. She shook it firmly. "Jack Ryan? Mucho gusto." "Igualante," she replied. Brossa produced her smartphone. "Do you object if I record this? It is more efficient than writing everything down. Go ahead." "And you stated your friend Rene Moore was killed inside?" Jack looked down at the cobblestones and nodded. "Yes." She placed a brief, sympathetic hand on his shoulder. "You have my deepest condolences." He lifted his head. "Thank you, I appreciate that. She was also American?" "Yes. How did you manage to survive the explosion, Mr. Ryan?" "I was already outside. He just stepped out to walk to the Picasso Museum. If ID lingered for another half a minute, he'd be dead with the rest. The casual cruelty of his own luck left a bitter taste in his mouth. You were very fortunate. What brings you to Spain?" "With respect, I'm not sure why I'm being questioned like this. Because it is my duty to ask. Your duty is to find who murdered my friend and all those other people. We already know. A terrorist cell calling itself Brigandad Catalan claimed responsibility on the internet just minutes ago, while you were being examined." She said it with a flat, bureaucratic finality that felt utterly inadequate for the horror surrounding them. Jack recalled the news articles. From what I read, they've never acted like this before. It was all rhetoric, wasn't it? Brossa offered a weary shrug. "Doesn't every terrorist talk a great deal before they finally begin the killing? Talk is cheap until it isn't." "I suppose that's true." Jack's gaze drifted upward to the flags hanging from balconies around the square. Most displayed the familiar gold with 4 red stripesty official flag of Catalonia, but a handful featured the added blue triangle and white star of the separatist movement. In his few days in Barcelona, he'd scarcely seen the Spanish national flag, a stark contrast to Madrid. But this group, Brigada Catalan, their history is political agitation, not violence. At least that was my understanding, Jack said. Until today, Brossa finished, her own eyes tracking the flags. She muttered something sharp in Catalan under her breath before turning back to him. You are unusually well informed about Catalan politics for an American tourist. It is not common. A flash of irritation cut through his grief. We're not all oblivious, Jack said, immediately wishing he could take the words back. It wasn't a fair characterization. Most Americans weren't ignorant. They were just preoccupied with a vast, complicated country of their own. Not every American had the luxury of studying history and finance at a place like Georgetown. The stress was making him petty. I did not mean to give offense, Brossa said smoothly. No, the apology is mine. My manners are shot. Nearly being blown up puts you in a foul mood. For the record, the only reason I know anything about Brigada Catalan is because I skimmed an article about them in El Pa yesterday. The English translation. So maybe I'm just another clueless American after all. Somehow I don't think so. What brought you to Spain, then? Was Miss more the reason? A romantic connection? No, nothing like that. We were just old friends who hadn't crossed paths in years. Her walking into that restaurant was pure chance. My father always says there's no such thing as coincidence, Brossa remarked. Jack managed a faint smile despite the pounding in his head. Something amusing, Mr. Ryan? Not really. So why are you in Spain? The truth was, he was here to decompress after recent operations for the campus in Poland and Indonesia, and to shake off the ghosts of his friend Liliana's death and Van Delden's suicide. But Brossa didn't have the clearance for any of that. I studied some history in college, he offered instead. Read Orwell's Homage to Catalonia, you familiar with it? Of course. We never went too deep into the Spanish Civil War in my classes. I wanted to fill in the blanks by seeing the places for myself. Brossa studied him carefully, weighing whether he was being honest. And did you find what you were looking for, Mr. Ryan? I came to learn about the war, but ended up falling for Spain itself. It's an incredible country. Where have you visited so far? Last time I was here, I was tracking a pair of arms smugglers in Seville with the campus, Jack recalled privately. It's been a quick trip, unfortunately. Just Madrid, and now here. You'll have to come back and see the rest. Galicia, Andalusia, the Basque. Country Spain isn't just one nation, it's a collection of many. It's already on my list, trust me. So, Mr. Ryan, please, call me Jack. All right, Jack. Can you tell me what you remember right before the explosion? Any protesters outside? Anyone who seemed out of place? The restaurant was full for lunch. Everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves. I'd guess it was half locals, half tourists. I heard German, French, Norwegian, but mostly Catalan. You are very observant. Just a tourist with curious ears. Lavi is very popular. One of the best in the city. I eat there often myself. No shouts of Visca Catalunya before the blast. Anything that might point to a motive? No, nothing like that. People were just eating, drinking, having a good time when I stepped out. Then suddenly, well, you know what happened next. And your friend? What does she do? Why was she in Barcelona? She pronounced it with the soft C, the way an American would, not the Castilian lisp. Am not really sure. Business, probably. I got the sense she was there to meet someone. Jack reached into his shirt pocket and handed over Moore's business card. Who was she meeting? I don't know. Renee didn't either, Jack thought, remembering how she'd looked at him when they first locked eyes, like maybe she thought he was her contact, then realized he wasn't. That meant she didn't know what the person looked like, and it was probably a man. The last thing she said to me before she died was a name. Samla. Maybe that's who she was supposed to meet, or the man who killed her. First name? She didn't say. Brossa looked at the card. Crowdscope? What is that? A fintech startup from Silicon Valley. Fintech. Companies that use new technology in financed naughty analytics for attracting clients, automated investing, that sort of thing. Renee was a wizard with numbers. May I keep this? Of course. Do you have your passport with you? Yes. Jack retrieved it from a zippered pocket in his cargo pants where he kept it safe from the city's notorious pickpockets. Brosa examined it, flipping through the pages for stamps. She took a photo of the page with his details before handing it back. And you, Jack? What do you do? I'm in finance as well, but not the tech side. He took out his wallet, selected a business card, and passed it to her. I work as a financial analyst for Hendley Associates, based in Alexandria, Virginia. Must be fascinating work. Numbers always have a story to tell, if you know how to listen. It was a lesson Paul Brown had taught him long ago. Ross's phone buzzed. "Excuse me for a moment, Jack." She turned slightly, speaking in low tones. Jack watched her from the corner of his eye, noting the tension in her shoulders. She ended the call with a soft sigh. "Jack, I apologize, but I have to leave. Will you still be in Barcelona over the next few days? I have more questions, and you're one of the few people who saw what happened." Jack wasn't sure if he could extend his Airbnb stay, or if his boss Jerry would approve the extra time off. But going home now was unthinkable or not, until he knew who was responsible for Moore's death, and that they would face justice. Working with this CNI agent seemed the most direct path to both. "I'll stay, but I need something from you, if it's within my power. Look into a man named Samler for me." "I have a feeling that name is a key to all of this." Brosa studied him, her expression unreadable. Then for the first time a faint smile touched her lips. "I'll be in touch." The walk from the small square where he'd received first aid back to his Airbnb in the Barcelona district took about 20 minutes. This old neighborhood by the beach, once a working-class area, had been transformed in recent years. The restaurant explosion had the city on high alert. Police lights pulsed at every corner, and the steady thrum of helicopters circled protectively over the old city. Despite fears, no large independence rallies erupted. Perhaps the peaceful demonstrators feared more violence, or being blamed for it. Just a kilometer away, tourists strolled past restaurants and gelato shops along the Passage de Joan de Bourbe, seemingly oblivious to the earlier chaos. Though he'd tried to clean up at the church, a few sharp-eyed passers-by still noticed the stains on his clothes. His head throbbing, Jack slipped into a small convenience store for aspirin and water. He swallowed the pills dry, chasing them with a long drink as he turned into the alley leading home. Summoning his last energy, he climbed the 57 narrow winding marble steps to his third-floor apartment. Feeling utterly battered, he stripped and stepped into the shower, letting the steam and hot water soothe his aching muscles. His mind, however, wouldn't rest. Moore's face, the light leaving her eyes, it was such a senseless loss. A sharp, capable woman, simply in the wrong place at the wrong tragic moment. Dry him off, he puzzled over the contradictions in her life. Fintech aligned with her finance background, but a Silicon Valley startup. He clearly remembered her ambition to run, or even own, a prestigious Wall Street firm. Both her parents were corporate leaders who had steered her toward that world. She never seemed the entrepreneurial type, always favoring security over big risk. Had something in her career gone wrong, forcing a fresh start? And what would a tech executive from California be doing in Barcelona? Vacation was possible, but unlikely. She hadn't carried herself like a tourist. She was all business, clearly there to meet someone she'd never met before, which struck him as an odd way to operate. As his headache finally began to fade, thanks to the aspirin and the shower, Jack opened the fridge and pulled out a can of Mau Radler, a Spanish shandy he'd developed a taste for. He took a long sip, the cool citrus bite, a small comfort in the quiet room. He settled into the small dinette table that doubled as his makeshift office and powered up his laptop, its security encryption courtesy of Hendley Associates' IT director, Gavin Beery. The local time read 5 in the afternoon. His first move was to look up the contact details for the U.S. Consulate in Barcelona, intending to report Rene's death personally, assuming the Spanish authorities hadn't already. He was disappointed to find the Consulate had closed its doors to the public at 1 p.m. There was a 24-hour emergency line, but Jack preferred a face-to-face approach. He resolved to visit first thing tomorrow. Next, he searched for Moore's firm, CrowdJob, and pulled up its corporate website. It was exactly the kind of bland, buzzword-laden page he anticipated. Promises of optimizing capital investments via big data analytics, accompanied by generic stock photos and lifeless bullet points-all style. No substance. Under the Who We Are section, he found Moore listed as Vice President of Marketing, matching her business card. Her phone number and a company email were provided, but the information felt hollow, a common corporate facade these days. Seeing it was 11 a.m. back in Alexandria and noticing Gavin was online, Jack dialed his direct number. "Jack," Yvonne answered. "I was about to text you. I saw the news from Barcelona. Those photos looked brutal. Please tell me you were nowhere near that." "That's actually why I'm calling," Jack replied. "You all right?" "I'm fine, but a friend of mine was caught in it. She didn't make it." "Oh, man. I'm really sorry to hear that. I know you're busy, but I need a favor. Just say the word. I need you to do some digging on my friend. I'll send over her contact info and some links. I want to know more about the company she worked for, and more importantly, see if you can find any connection between her and a man named Samler, last name only, I'm afraid. Check phone records, open source intel, anything you can find on him and what his link to Renee might be." "What kind of link am I looking for?" "You think this Samler is involved in the bombing?" "Not sure," Jack admitted. "But his name was the last thing she said before she died, so he's significant. He might know something about what went down. Sounds like you had a close call yourself." "Not really," Jack lied, brushing off the memory of the blast's heat and debris. "I'd appreciate it if you could start on this soon. Consider it done. Things are dead quiet here. The whole team's still on vacation, even Jerry. I've got time to spare. Thanks, Gav. I owe you one. Quick question, did you notice any security cameras at the restaurant? What was the place called?" Jack mentally kicked himself for not thinking of it sooner. Maybe the explosion had jostled his senses more than he cared to admit. "It's called Lavi," he said, spelling it out. "And yeah, I saw 3 cameras. It would be huge if you could access that footage. Might tell us everything." "That won't be easy. Any chance you could hack into the restaurant's system and pull it?" "Not if their computer is now confetti. The footage is probably on digital cards, or old-school tape if the system's ancient. My guess is local police or the CNI Payne's intelligence service have already scooped up whatever survived. I doubt the local cops have it. The CNI agents who debriefed me are more likely. I'm seeing my contact again tomorrow. I'll see what I can find out on my end. I'll call if I find anything. Just be careful, okay?" "Always am," Jack said. He finished his Clara as he compiled an email for Gavin, attaching links to CrowdJober and every other detail he could recall, then hit send. Jack fired off another email to Jerry, letting him know he'd be staying in Spain a bit longer, but an automated reply popped up immediately, stating Jerry was out of the office for the next week. Jack took that as a green light to stick around to deal with any fallout later. Next he realized he needed to extend his rental. Packing up and moving sounded like a hassle he didn't need, so he sent a quick message through the Airbnb app. His host replied within minutes, delighted to have him for another week. Jack paid up front online, then remembered to put his return flight on hold. His thoughts drifted to his mother, a renowned eye surgeon with an uncanny sixth sense like most moms. She always seemed to know when he or his siblings were teetering on the edge of trouble. He sent her a text assuring her he was nowhere near the explosion she'd likely seen on the news, and that he'd be home soon. It was the sort of white lie that only worked over text. Face-to-face, she'd have seen right through him. Sometimes technology was a blessing. Feeling like he'd gotten ahead of his to-do list, he grabbed another beer from the fridge and settled back in front of his computer. He'd only skimmed the article about Brigada Catalan and its vague ties to recent events. With time to spare now, he decided to dig deeper. If Brigada Catalan was behind René's death, he was determined to help Brossa hunt them down. What the CNI agent didn't realize was that if official channels failed to deliver justice for René, Jack would find his own way to settle the score bullet by bullet, if it came to that. 2 hours later, Jack closed his laptop, his eyes stinging from the flood of information on Catalonian independence he'd just absorbed. Gavin still hadn't called back, and hunger was setting in, so he decided on a no-frills pizza spot around the corner for takeout. He grabbed his keys and headed out, his mind still churning over what he'd read. The Catalonian independence movement was far from unified, but the root of the current tension was clear. The 2017 independence referendum, which passed with over 90% support, despite efforts by Madrid to interfere. Madrid declared the vote illegal, jailed members of the Generalitat, the regional parliament, and watched as other pro-independence leaders, including the president, fled into exile. The European Union, preoccupied with Brexit and internal unrest like the French Yellow Vests and Itlali's Liga, backed Madrid's position. That dismissal only deepened Catalonian resentment. The EU constitution championed self-determination and voting rights, yet both seemed ignored by Madrid's crackdown and Brussels' silence. According to the reports Jack read, that climate of frustration gave rise to Brigada Catalan. Of course, this conflict didn't emerge from nowhere. Catalonia's distinct identity stretched back to Roman times and the Visigoth rulers that followed. It lost its autonomy in the early 1700s when King Philip V of the Bourbon dynasty absorbed it into the Spanish Empire. Brief hope flickered in the 1930s under the Spanish Republic with growing self-rule, but the Spanish Civil War crushed that dream. Catalonia had been a stronghold of resistance against Franco's takeover in 1939, and in retaliation, his regime spent decades suppressing Catalan language and culture. Walking to the pizzeria, Jack couldn't help but feel the weight of that history. It wasn't just politics. It was a raw living wound. Catalonia had long served as the industrial engine and wealthiest part of modern Spain, a fact that complicated its relationship with the central government. Madrid consistently drew a larger portion of tax revenue from the region, fueling long-standing local grievances. In the years following Franco's regime, Catalonia regained many of its rights, with Catalan becoming the primary language of instruction in schools. Yet for many Catalan nationalists, these concessions were insufficient. They continued to agitate for full independence and the establishment of a sovereign state. This mirrored earlier separatist movements in other regions, like the Basque Country, which had once escalated to a violent campaign before being quelled by Madrid. Spanish nationalist parties, prioritizing order and a unified state, viewed Catalan ambitions as a direct threat to the nation's integrity, fearing a domino effect of secessionist movements across Spain. This tension reflected a broader global struggle between centralized authority and regional self-determination. The advantages of integration, often championed by political elites and multinational corporations, frequently came at the expense of local identity and autonomy. Jack observed a cynical pattern underlying the debate. Politicians on all sides seemed adept at harnessing public passion to consolidate their own power. Catalan separatists often dismissed Madrid's offers of expanded autonomy, while Spanish nationalists deliberately amplified fears among their own base. This self-serving political theater, Jack mused, was hardly unique to Spain. Back in the United States, he'd seen plenty of so-called leaders who prioritized divisive identity politics over the common good, a frustrating game played with people's lives. In stark contrast, he considered his father a rare breed of genuinely reluctant public servant. Most people, Jack believed, simply desired a peaceful, prosperous life, a sentiment especially palpable in vibrant Barcelona, where daily life for residents and tourists was generally quite good. Out of this simmering discontent emerged the Brigada Catalan. Their rhetoric declared that if democratic processes were disregarded and the Catalan majority's will ignored, then violence presented the only viable alternative to Madrid's totalitarian Francoist rule. Their online manifestos expressed solidarity with historic independence struggles, like the American Revolution, but heavily borrowed the fiery sloganeering of Latin American revolutionary movements, a stylistic choice Jack attributed to the significant Latin American immigrant community living and working in Barcelona and beyond it process. Like the American Revolution, but heavily borrowed the fiery sloganeering of that. Jack stepped into the compact, immaculate kitchen Barcelona on Maquinista Street, falling in line behind a few locals. The air was rich with the scent of baking dough, melted cheese, and pungent olive. He felt a minor pang of guilt for opting for pizza, but the fact that it was owned and operated by local Catalans made it technically Spanish cuisine. And frankly, it was incredible. The narrow space left little room between the glass display case and the standing bar along the wall. Through another doorway a flour-dusted pizzaiolo worked in a kitchen scarcely larger than a closet, deftly sliding pies one by one into a single oven. Jack had visited once before, drawn by the fantastic food and the counter-server with her impressive sleeve tattoo and fluent English. He doubted the Brigada Catalan would target such a small, out-of-the-way spot. The real danger lay with René's killers, still at large in the city. He knew they would strike again, driven by their cause until Catalonia was free or they were dead. Jack was determined to ensure it was the latter. Chris and Kari Fast found their entire love story within the walls of Google's quantum computing labs in Mountain View. Their first encounter, their courtship, and their eventual deep connection all unfolded amidst the hum of servers and the glow of monitor. They chose to exchange vows directly beneath Stan, the famous Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton that stands as a landmark on the Googleplex grounds, their ceremony witnessed by loved ones and a whimsical flock of pink lawn flamingos. Now in their early 40s and without children, the couple took pride in their decision not to own a car. As senior research scientists, they could easily afford any high-end model, the exorbitant insurance, or even a personal chauffeur to navigate the notorious Bay Area traffic. Their choice was a deliberate statement, a way to minimize their carbon footprint and visibly champion the fight against climate change. For evenings out, like tonight's fundraising gala for a cherished no-kill animal sanctuary, they relied exclusively on rideshare services. The Uber app held a prime spot on both their iPhone home screens, a subtle inside joke, as only the newest Google hires believed Android phones were mandatory on campus. While they didn't own a luxury vehicle, they certainly appreciated traveling in one, which is why Uber Lux was their consistent selection. Tonight the extra room was particularly welcome, as they were accompanied by their two small dogs, a miniature Maltese called Cookie, and a Papillon named Louis, his name a quiet homage to the Dustin Hoffman character, and pronounced in the French style. The four of them waited on the broad leafy sidewalk outside their single-story mid-century home as a spacious Cadillac Escalade smoothly pulled to the curb. Carrie quickly verified the vehicle's details on her phone, matching the license plate and noting the driver's profile, a muscular, cheerful young man from Nigeria who stepped out to greet them. Satisfied, they all settled into the plush back seat, where they found chilled bottles of Fiji water and gourmet organic biscuits for the dogs. The atmosphere was one of happy anticipation, with wagging tails and shared smiles, as the large SUV departed. They had absolutely no inkling this would become the most pivotal night of their existence. OCT Obajor 25, 8 Oder Reed Danshon Misalitary Medical Zaintro, Roland, where do we find such individuals? President Ryan pondered, gazing down at the hospital bed of Lieutenant Corporal Brand Schaefer of the Marine Raider Regiment. Individuals. The young man looked like he should still be in high school. It was a perpetual source of awe for Ryan. The security of the nation invariably rested in the capable and invariably young hands of warriors like Schaefer. Either they were all getting younger, or he was undeniably getting older. "You really didn't have to come all this way, Mr. President," Schaefer said, his voice quiet. "The honor is entirely mine, son. What you did was extraordinary, Ryan replied, gesturing to the Navy Cross now fastened to the young Marine's hospital gown. "Your family will be officially notified today." Standing beside the President, Admiral Talbot, the Chief of Naval Operations, added a necessary caveat. "The citation, for security reasons, cannot detail the mission parameters, and there will be no press release, as the operation remains classified." "Understood, Admiral," Schaefer responded. Ryan leaned in slightly. "I need you to understand the profound gratitude of your country for what you endured." "Any of my teammates would have done the same for me, sir," Schaefer said simply. Ryan had studied the file. The Secretary of the Navy's citation praised conspicuous gallantry and unyielding courage against overwhelming hostile forces. The cost had been severe. The after-action report read with the intensity of a military thriller mission in Niger gone sideways. Ambushed by Boko Haram militants, alerted by a corrupt local official, Schaefer's team suffered casualties, 2 wounded and 1 fallen. With sheer determination, Schaefer had charged forward into a hail of gunfire, neutralizing a heavy machine gun nest and an RPG position before providing critical covering fire until extraction helicopters arrived. In Ryan's view, the young man had earned the nation's highest honor, though that decision was far above his own pay grade. Men like Schaefer, he had learned, didn't perform such acts for ribbons or recognition. They did it because it was the duty they had sworn to uphold, and they would see it through, regardless of the personal sacrifice. It was a quiet frustration for Ryan that so many commendations for bravery were now awarded in private ceremonies. True courage deserved public acknowledgment, not secrecy. Yet he understood the necessity. The world was filled with covert operations, some so sensitive that even members of oversight committees were occasionally unaware of their scope or frequency. This was the sobering toll of maintaining constant readiness. The adversaries they faced were relentless, only ceasing their threats when dedicated warriors like Schaefer stopped them for good. Ryan's deeper worry was the sheer number of threats emerging, seemingly outpacing the number of selfless individuals willing to confront them. Hoping to lighten the mood, Ryan shifted topics. "I heard you were quite the pitcher back in school. You keeping up with the Nationals this season?" A smile was just visible beneath Schaefer's bandages. "No, sir. I'm from Georgia. Braves fan through and through." He gestured with the bandaged stump of his right arm. "The docs say they're fitting me with one of those advanced prosthetic arms. Turns out I'm getting an upgrade. Once I'm out, I might try out for Atlanta. Imagine the fastball I could whip up with this new gear." The Braves would be getting a steal. "But between us, you're picking the wrong team," Ryan replied with a friendly nudge. Schaefer's grin widened, revealing a gap from missing teeth. "I'll have my people call your people. Is there anything more I can do for you?" Ryan asked. "You've done plenty, sir. I'll manage. With all the excellent medical staff here, I really can't complain." Ryan placed a hand on the young man's uninjured shoulder. "I've left a card by your bed with a direct line to my office. You use it, understand?" "Yes, sir." "I mean it," Ryan said, his voice dropping to a more earnest tone. The soldier gave a firm nod. "Thank you." Emotion tightened Ryan's throat. Fighting the sting in his eyes, he brought his hand up in a sharp formal salute, a gesture ingrained in him from his earliest days as a Marine officer. The Chief of Naval Operations beside him was momentarily surprised, as senior officials do not typically salute junior personnel, and Ryan was the commander-in-chief. But the Admiral quickly mirrored the gesture, understanding its profound respect. Schaefer, taken aback, managed a crisp return salute with his remaining hand. "I'll see you at a game someday, son," Ryan said with a wink before turning to leave. Walking with Admiral Talbot through the ward toward the elevators, trailed by 2 Secret Service agents, Ryan was pensive. Every deployment executed under his authority, whether he was briefed on the details or not, carried his personal responsibility for the outcome. He felt the weight of sending these courageous young men and women into perilous situations, knowing they accepted the risks, often before truly comprehending the potential price. His duty was to ensure that price was never paid lightly, and that if it was, as with Schaefer, the cause was unequivocally worthy. The longer he served, the more he believed it should be the older generation, those with lived experience, who faced the horrors of conflict. The young had their whole lives ahead of them. He didn't register the respectful looks from the nurses and doctors he passed. While visits here were not uncommon for him, his genuine, heartfelt concern for the wounded always resonated deeply with the staff, reinforcing their own commitment to healing. "Might I have a word in private, Mr. President?" the CNO asked as the elevator doors closed. "Certainly." Ryan glanced at the lead agent of his protective detail, Ruby Knox, herself a former Marine, signaling for a moment of confidentiality. "Let's head down to the basement." "Copy that." Knox relayed the updated itinerary to her team through her wristmic. She remembered Gary Montgomery, the head of the Presidential Protective Divisioner, the shift, telling her on her very first day with Sordisnan that adaptability was key. This president was less about rigid schedules and more about tackling issues as they arose, like this impromptu trip to Walter Reed. Normally, Gary would lead an off-site movement, but he was fly fishing with his daughter in Montana, so the responsibility was hers. She absolutely thrived on this. Knox entered the code on the security elevator panel, sending it straight down to the garage level without any stops. As the polished metal doors sealed shut, President Ryan turned to Admiral Talbot. "All right, John, what's going on?" "Our Maritime Domain Awareness team at the Office of Naval Intelligence forwarded a report to me this morning that requires your eyes," Talbot began. "Go ahead." To cut to the chase, the Royal Australian Navy got a report about a potential vessel loss in the South Pacific. The Jade Star, a commercial ship under a Panamanian flag, went down with its entire crew. The ship's AIS signal dropped out instantly, which is what triggered the alert. Talbot didn't need to explain to Ryan, a former CIA analyst and national security advisor, that international rules required any ship over 300 tons to transmit a Class A automatic identification signal. This system broadcast a wealth of self-reported detalication, speed, destination, and more via a network of satellites. "That's terrible," Ryan said. "Any idea on the cause? Did our overhead assets catch anything?" He was referring to the space-based infrared system, or SBIR. "Negative, sir." Talbot explained why SBRs hadn't picked up any signatures. Ryan understood the technical limitations, but it was frustrating news. That was a problem for another time. "Damn," Ryan muttered, running a hand through his hair as he processed the ramifications. "What's the working theory from your analysts? Right now, all we have is the debris field the Australians managed to collect, a handful of floating containers, and even fewer bodies. 3, precisely. How did they die? Drowning, blunt force trauma. 2 showed signs of burn. Could be from whatever sank the ship, or from an onboard fire and subsequent explosion. No witnesses at all. None. No survivors either." Talbot pressed on. "The cause is still a mystery. Ships do sink with some regularity. Statistically, about 100 vessels over 100 gross tons are lost annually, usually due to storms, accidents, or human mistakes. My people initially leaned toward one of those explanations. Then they kept looking. And what did they find? They've tallied 6 total ships lost in that region over the last 8 weeks, each averaging over 70,000 deadweight tons. That volume of tonnage disappearing isn't easily dismissed as coincidence. It's a significant concern." Ryan's expression darkened. It absolutely was. With nearly 60,000 merchant vessels, crewed by over 1 million sailors, moving 90% of the world's traded goods, a threat to shipping lanes was a direct threat to the global economy. Is there a discernible pattern to these incidents? So far it appears confined to the South Pacific and targets only commercial cargo carriers. 6 different national registries, all carrying different types of cargonothing overtly hazardous or environmentally risky, based on the manifests we've seen. I'll update you with finer details as soon as I have them." Ryan's gaze sharpened. "Why is this only reaching us now?" A soft chime sounded, and the elevator doors parted onto the basement garage. In the distance, the armored presidential limousine, codenamed Stagecoach, waited with its engine purring, flanked by 2 PPD agents who remained respectfully out of hearing range. The armored vehicle tipped the scales at almost 10 tons, its survival features including windows 5 inches thick, doors 8 inches deep with electrified handles, and an onboard blood supply matching Ryan's type. The owners of the Jade Star contacted the destination port to cancel its docking, the report continued. No reason was provided. The strange part is that call was placed after the explosion, though the port was unaware of that timing at the moment. Sounds like a cover-up. Exactly. One of our analysts grew curious. She started digging into other vessels whose automatic attestation signals had dropped off in recent weeks, only to have their port arrivals formally cancelled afterward. Cross-referencing the data revealed 5 other ships had vanished the same way. What did the other shipping companies say happened? That's where it gets odd. When we reached out, they refused to comment. A few even denied losing a ship at all. That makes no sense. Agreed, sir, it doesn't. What do you need from me? It turns out one of the missing ships was under lease to White Mountain Logistics and Security. That's Buck Logan's company. He's one of the good honest took over from his father a few years back. Ryan gave a short laugh. You ever meet the old man, Scooter Logan? Can't say I have, sir, but I've heard the legends. Believe every word. He was a 6'5", 240-pound lineman for the Texas Longhorns back in the leather helmet days. Later, he led a Marine infantry platoon in Korea. Came home and built a trucking empire from the ground up, which Buck expanded into a global operation. They don't make them like that anymore. So what's Buck's story? He hasn't been any more helpful than the other owners. In fact, he hasn't responded to our inquiries at all. Given his unique relationship with the administration, I was hoping you might reach out to him personally. If you're pulling me into this, you must believe Buck is hiding something. That's the working theory. More importantly, we need to understand why. And you think he'll tell me. From my perspective, sir, that's a safe bet. Logan had a major Republican fundraiser on the calendar next month in Houston, where his firm was headquartered. More critically, White Mountain was one of the nation's largest private defense contractors, providing nearly $1 billion in transportation and operational support to the Pentagon annually. In practical terms, Ryan signed his checks. But if Ryan called and Logan lied to him, it would create an impossible bind. Unless Buck had broken the law, he wasn't obligated to discuss anything, not even with the president. Yet why the silence? Buck would have to tell Ryan the truth if he wanted to keep those lucrative government contracts. There was no way federal funds would continue flowing to a known lie. But shutting down White Mountain's operations now would endanger countless service members, a consequence Ryan couldn't accept. I'll give him a call and see what I can learn, Ryan said, settling into the armored Cadillac. Thank you, sir, and also for what you did for Corporal Schaefer today. Compared to what that young man has given for this country, I haven't done a thing keep me updated. Absolutely, sir. Ryan had originally been booked for a lunch with the Secretary of Agriculture, but he'd cleared his schedule for Schaefer. He'd asked his Chief of Staff, Arnie Van Dam, to offer her his apologies and reschedule for the following day. He fished a protein bar from his briefcase. It would have to suffice for lunch. Where to, sir? The driver asked. Ryan opened one of the ever-present bottles of water in the console cuphold. He had just enough time for a quick session in the White House gym before his 3 o'clock with Senator Burns. Back to the barn, please. A pile of iron plates seemed to be summoning him. Right away, sir. The stagecoach emerged from the shadows into the muted light of a gray autumn morning. Ryan's heart was a tangle of pride and sorrow over Schaefer's choice. fully aware of the grueling physical and emotional battles the young man now faced. The coming months would involve a series of reconstructive facial surgeries and the meticulous fitting of a prosthetic limb, followed by an arduous stretch of physical therapy and retraining. Yet it was the explosive information the CNO had just delivered to the president that churned in his mind, a whirlwind of dire potential outcomes. Perhaps Buck Logan held the key. He retrieved his phone and dialed Betty Martin, his trusted secretary of many years, to arrange a call to the formidable Texan. Ban Sodana Spain London Zanrangol Jack showed up right as the doors opened at 9, a decision he immediately regretted. A line had already formed, comprised mostly of Spanish nationals, judging by the passports presented at security. The 3-story beige Mediterranean-style building resembled a wealthy producer's villa in Beverly Hills more than a government office. There was a strange comfort in standing on this tiny parcel of American soil, even if it was smaller than a standard supermarket parking lot. A sudden, sharp longing for home caught him off guard. In the lobby, Jack added his name and the nature of his visit to the list, to report the death of an American citizen. He was immediately ushered to the front of the queue. After presenting his passport to the courteous young Spanish clerk, he was given a visitor's badge and escorted to a second-floor waiting area. Shortly after, a middle-aged woman with brown hair, kind green eyes, and practical shoes approached. "Mr. Ryan, I'm Debbie Mitchell, the consular officer." Jack shook her hand. "A pleasure." She led him into her compact, orderly office and settled behind her computer. "Can I offer you coffee or water?" "No, thank you, I'm fine. I understand you're here with some unfortunate news." "Yes. A friend of mine, an American citizen, was killed in yesterday's bombing in the Elborn district. I saw the reports. I wasn't aware an American was involved. No names have been released." "Were you there at the time?" "I had just left the area. Thank goodness you're safe." "My sincere condolences." "Thank you." Mitchell turned to her keyboard. "Could you provide the name?" "Of course. Renée Michelle Moore, I believe." Mitchell entered the information. "You wouldn't happen to know her passport or social security number?" "Afraid not." Age, he wasn't certain. Around his own age. I'd estimate early 30s. Ethnicity, African American. Mitchell typed for a moment, then paused. She studied her screen, her expression shifting, before looking back at Jack with a strained smile. "Mr. Ryan, would you mind waiting here for just a minute?" "Not at all, if you'll excuse me." Mitchell stood and left the room with clear purpose. Jack let out a sigh. This was the moment he dreaded. He cherished his family name, but being the president's son came with certain burdens, including this kind of sudden, unwelcome scrutiny from official channels. His parents had done an exceptional job protecting his privacy in his youth, and both Federal teams and Hindley Associates performed minor miracles regularly, scrubbing references and photographs from databases and the web to sever his public link to his famous family. But sometimes a lone file, forgotten on some remote server, slipped through. With nearly 100 million images uploaded daily to social platforms alone, that stray digital record could be anything at all. A forgotten yearbook page he'd signed long ago, or a blurry cell phone picture snapped as he walked by. It wasn't the deliberate posts that unsettled people. It was the accidental debris, the scattered and seemingly meaningless fragments, that a determined investigator could piece together into something useful. Whatever the trigger had been, something on Mitchell's screen had sent her hurrying out to find the consul general or another senior officer. Shortly after, a man appeared at the door. "Mr. Ryan," Mitchell said, "this is Mr. Dick Dellinger. He'll be finishing up with you today. If you'll excuse me, it was a pleasure." "Likewise," Jack replied. His grasp of Spanish, however basic, was coming in handy. Dellinger appeared to be in his 40s. He stood a good 4 inches shorter than Jack, and was easily 40 pounds lighter. But the intense brown eyes behind the rimless glasses, and the corded muscle visible beneath his crisp shirt sleeve, suggested a man who was far from soft. He shook Jack's hand firmly before settling on the corner of Mitchell's desk, a move that gave him a slight height advantage over his larger, younger visitor. Mr. Ryan, I was very sorry to learn about your friend, Renee Moore. Can you tell me what happened? I was already seated when Renee entered the restaurant. We swapped business cards and made tentative plans to meet up later. I left, and not 30 seconds later, the bomb detonated. I ran back inside, but it was too late. She was gone. That's terrible. Do you have any idea who was responsible? A woman I spoke to last night mentioned that Brigada Catalan had taken credit for it. What woman was this? She was with the Spanish CNI. Dellinger's eyes sharpened behind his glasses. So you've already discussed Ms. Moore with Spanish authorities? I have. Is that a problem? Not a problem, no. I'm just surprised they haven't reached out to us as a courtesy, that's all. It's standard procedure. Did you speak with anyone else? About Renee? No, just her. She was on the scene almost immediately, along with a small army of cops from various units. Barcelona's a tight-knit place, especially in the old quarter. The police here are efficient. I'm not shocked they mobilized so quickly, given the current climate. I've been following the news about the protests and the independence push. A lot of American tourists have canceled their trips because of it. Dellinger noted, a faint, tight smile appearing on his clean-shaven face. I gather you weren't deterred. Not in the slightest. Did Ms. Moore mention why she was in Barcelona? Not specifically. I got the feeling she was at that restaurant to meet someone. For business? She didn't say you who she was meeting? Jack felt a familiar prickle of irritation at the base of his skull. At least the conversation hadn't veered toward his father. But why was he getting the 3rd degree? No, she didn't. He chose not to add that she hadn't known the identity of her contact either. Did she tell you what she did for a living? She said she worked for a fintech firm called CrowdDo, based in California. So she was here on business? Your guess is as good as mine. She didn't elaborate. And you're here on vacation, I assume. That's right. It's a part of the world I've always wanted to see. And what do you do, if you don't mind my asking? I was about to ask you the same thing, Mr. Dellinger. Fair point. And please, call me Dick. Dellinger slid into a chair opposite Jack. I'm with the Consulate's public diplomacy section. I handle student exchanges, university lectures, that sort of cultural outreach. Now Jack allowed himself a small knowing smile. So, field trips for teenagers, wine receptions for visiting professors, that kind of thing? More or less. It's not glamorous work, but it has its value. Or so I like to believe. The statement hung in the air, utterly transparent. They both knew it was nonsense. Your turn, Jack. I'm a financial analyst with Hendley Associates. We're based in Alexandria, Virginia. He retrieved a business card from his wallet and handed it over. Dellinger examined it briefly. So you were both in finance. It appears that way, yes. I first crossed paths with Renee during our time at Georgetown University. We shared a few business courses, and her skill with figures was truly impressive. We've actually known each other for a number of years now, though I hadn't run into her since we collected our diploma. Were the two of you particularly tight back in those college days? What's the real question here, Dick? Dellinger leaned back, resting his elbows on the chair and bringing his fingertips together just below his chin. The loss of an American life overseas is a matter of grave concern for us. My goal is simply to gather every possible detail to ensure the safety of all U.S. citizens living in or visiting Spain. Jack's phone buzzed in his pocket. Pardon me for a moment. He retrieved the device to see a message from Brasa. Can you be at my office by J? A glance at the time showed he could manage it if he left immediately. He typed a quick reply. Hije then now. Is there an issue? Dellinger inquired as Jack rose to his feet, effectively concluding their conversation. Nothing serious. I just have to dash. He extended his hand as Dellinger stood to shake it. The man's grip was firm, suggesting he was no stranger to handling himself. "Thank you for coming in with us, Mr. Ryan. I hope your time in Barcelona proceeds quietly from here. Don't hesitate to contact me if you require any assistance at all. I appreciate that." Jack turned to go. "Oh, just one final point, Jack. Which CNI contact did you say you met with?" A slight smile touched Jack's lips. "I didn't say. W.C." His secretary's voice came through the secure line. "Mr. President, Buck Logan is holding for you." "Thank you, Betty. I'll take it from here." "Of course, sir." The connection switched, leaving the soundproof interior of the armored limousine in perfect silence. "Buck, Jack Ryan here." "Mr. President, this is an honor." "How are things in your corner of the world?" "Sticky, with a forecast of political drizzle and another major storm brewing on the horizon." Logan chuckled. "Good Lord, I do not miss Washington. It's not always my preferred zip code either, but we go where we're needed, don't we?" "Yes, sir. On that note, what can I do for you?" "Listen, Buck. I've just finished a rather troubling briefing from Admiral Talbot. Talbot is a solid officer. You can rely on his assessment." "I do. But let's speak plainly. My understanding is his associates have had difficulty reaching you. They're eager for a conversation." A noticeable silence filled the line on the other end. Its meaning was unmistakable. "Is that so? Regarding what?" "I believe we're both aware of the topic, Buck." "I'm sorry, Mr. President, I'm not certain that I am. Admiral Talbot is under the impression you recently misplaced a vessel, or at least a ship contracted to carry your freight." Another pause. "I'm sorry, Mr. President, but that's the first I'm hearing of it." Ryan's brow furrowed. Why would Logan lie about something so consequential? Could Talbot be wrong? It seemed improbable. "You're absolutely sure, Buck? Trust me, if one of my shipments had gone sideways, I'd be hotter than a firecracker on the 4th of July. "Fascinating. Well, perhaps there was some miscommunication in Talbot's chain of command." "Apologies for the interruption, Buck. Never an interruption, Mr. President. By the way, I'm very much looking forward to that fundraiser at Andrews on the 11th, assuming your schedule still permits." Ryan had no recollection of any fundraiser on the 11th, especially not one at Joint Base Andrews. I'm sure it's in the book. I'll have Betty confirm the details later. "Thank you, Mr. President. Take care of yourself, Buck. You as well, sir." The call ended. Ryan quickly scanned the calendar on his phone. He was correct. There was no event at Andrews on the 11th. The deliberate fabrication could only mean one thing. Buck Logan was in serious trouble. Bonchazona, Spain. Jack hailed the taxi to the Guardia Civil Annex located just west of the Gothic Quarter, a short walk from the bustling Las Ramblas, a magnet for tourists and opportunists alike. En route, they passed a quaint cafe, its single steel security door rolled completely open to welcome the morning sun and customers. Every one of its handful of tables was full, patrons happily indulging in sweet fried churros dipped in rich hot chocolate. The cafe shared a wall with the very building that housed the police annex. Jack pulled up to the double-wide vehicle gate, presenting his passport to the guard before making his way to the second-floor offices CNI had subleased. They'd set up this temporary post when the city's unrest first boiled over. "Jack, thank you for coming," Brasa said, guiding him into her space. Her smile was polite but thin, her eyes shadowed with fatigue. A shoulder holster and pistol were draped over a coat rack behind her utilitarian steel desk. "Coffee?" She gestured toward an American-style machine, an odd sight in a Spanish office. "Absolutely." She filled a mug from a fresh pot on a stand nearby. The room was Spartan, like most government spaces he'd known, yet it held a certain faded grandeur within the renovated neoclassical building-high ceilings, bronze and glass light fixtures, heavy oak doors. Jack appreciated the gesture, but was eager to get started. His earlier run-in with Dellinger had already soured his day. If Dellinger was genuinely overseeing a student exchange, Jack would gladly consume his favorite college sweatshirt. The man was CIA, probably the station chief, given his bearing. Now his frustration was mounting. The investigation felt stalled, and every delay made it less likely they'd ever find the cowards responsible for Renee's death. Brasa took a slow sip from her cup. So, Jack, what does a financial analyst actually do? Nothing as thrilling as your line of work. It's a lot of reading corporate filings, earnings reports. Endless number crunching. Pretty dry, honestly. You must be quite skilled at it. I'm always learning. Your boss is a significant figure, yes? Jerry Hindley is a brilliant investor and a former U.S. senator. He's been an incredible mentor. Jerry's name opened doors more effectively than any premium credit card. Ah, that clarifies why I was instructed to offer you full cooperation, she said, a thread of resentment woven through her words. Let me guess. Jerry is friends with my superior, or more likely, my superior's superior. Jack hadn't needed to call in a favor. Jerry's established reputation did the work for him here in Spain. I was informed, Mr. Hindley and the director of my agency go back many years. I'm just here to help, Miss Brasa. However, I can assist with Renee's case. You understand I cannot disclose anything contrary to Spain's national interests. I wouldn't expect you to. Good. She retrieved a photograph from a folder and passed it to him. It was the blonde with the Bluetooth earpiece. Do you know this woman? Jack nodded. Yes, she was on the other side of the bar yesterday. Her name is Nolia Alessandri. She was a member of Brigada Catalan, or had been. She died in the explosion. This confirms who was behind the attack. A shame she's dead. She could have provided more intel. Odd that she was caught in the blast. New militant groups often have a clumsy, violent learning curve. Perhaps she triggered it accidentally. She was on a Bluetooth call the entire time. Maybe you can trace who she was talking to. No phone was found on her body. What about the earpiece? Bersa Glasta glanced at her phone screen. No Bluetooth device was logged either. I know what I saw. She was definitely talking to someone. Jack felt his jaw clench, a slow heat building behind his eyes. He was certain. Was she messing with him, or was this just Spanish bureaucratic incompetence, evidence lost in a chaotic system? Or had someone made it disappear? A real pity, Bressa said, offering a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Without that phone, we're left in the dark about who was on the other end, aren't we? Seems that way. Jack took another slow sip of coffee, his thoughts churning. An image flashed in his mind, the man with the crooked nose he'd seen on the street earlier, also talking on a Bluetooth headset. Probably just a coincidence. He lifted the photograph. Can I keep this copy? Naturally. I am cooperating with you, yes? Not exactly, Jack thought, but he slid the photo into his pocket. Appreciate it. He leaned forward slightly. Have you considered tracing her movements over the past few days? It could lead you to where she purchased the phone. From there, you might access her account and see who she was talking to. Trace her how? You must have access to the city's traffic camera network. In theory, yes. But first, I would need to persuade my superior that this phone ever existed. Then he would have to convince someone in the Barcelona traffic authority to release the footage. After that, we'd require a court order, since Ms. Alessandri hasn't been charged with a crime. That kind of surveillance is a serious privacy matter here. Jack drank more coffee, letting the bitter taste mask his irritation. How long would that whole process take? Brasa let out a short, humorless laugh. This is Spain, and worse, it's Barcelona. My department answers to the national government. We're already in a petty turf war with the local authorities. Imagine a federal agent from Washington, D.C., asking for a favor from a county sheriff in Alabama during the height of your Civil War. That's the vibe. An interesting analogy, Jack noted. So, never, is what you're saying. She shrugged, setting her cup down. Not never, but at least a week, more likely 2. You can't push it as an urgent matter. In my country, 2 weeks is considered urgent. Jack's gaze drifted upward to the ornate tin ceiling tiles, searching for a new angle. In 2 weeks, any trail would be stone cold. The only shot at catching whoever did this was to move. Fast yesterday would have been better. What about the security footage from inside the restaurant itself? Have you reviewed it? Brass's expression sharpened. How do you know about that footage? I have eyes. There were 3 cameras, one in each corner of the dining area ceiling. I wouldn't mind taking a look myself. Maybe I'll spot a familiar face. I didn't realize financial analysts were so observant. Don't blame me. My mother is an eye surgeon. A brief, unexpected memory surfaced, his mother meticulously explaining the anatomy of the retina over breakfast, a lecture he'd pretended to find boring. It made him smile inwardly now. Brassa offered a thin smile in return. Tell me about your family. He chose his words carefully, even though the question seemed casual, which he doubted it was. 1 older sister, a doctor like my mom. 2 younger siblings still in high school. They're all geniuses. I'm fairly certain I was adopted. A big family. And your father? Is he living? Jack mentally kicked himself. By omitting his dad, he'd only drawn more attention to the omission. A clumsy error. Yeah, he's around. He and my mom are still happily married. He was a history professor. Which explains your love for history, yes? Probably. Is he retired? No, he took a government job. He's a bit of a bureaucrat now. Jack shifted the focus. What about your family? I am an only child. My mother died in a car accident 10 years ago. Her eyes flicked almost imperceptibly toward the smartphone on her desk. A heavy silence hung for a moment. I'm sorry, Jack said quietly. I can't imagine getting a call like that. Her eyes studied his face, searching. You don't miss much, do you? I pay attention to people. Brassa's lips tightened slightly. She clearly didn't care for that response. She took a sip of her coffee. Yes, it was a terrible call. The worst. I was very close to her. But that's life, isn't it? We're born to die. The goal is to live well while we can. Don't you agree? I do, Jack said. And your father? He was a teacher, like your father. He taught English for 20 years. That explains your perfect English. Thank you, I try. He's still with you, I hope. Yes, thank God. He was a wonderful teacher and a great father. I've been very lucky. She spoke with genuine warmth, but something in her phrasing caught Jack's ear. If you don't mind my asking, he ventured, why do you keep referring to him in the past tense? Brassa's eyes clouded over, the earlier warmth vanishing. She swiveled in her seat, partially concealing her face as she brushed a finger beneath her eye. Jack studied his own hands, granting her a private moment. Drawing a steadying breath, she turned back, grabbing a napkin from the tray between them. My father taught English for 2 decades. It was actually his 3rd language, and before that he spent 10 years as a government translator. Then, about a year back, he just stopped speaking it entirely. I can't tell if he still understands and is pretending, though I doubt it. Once I had a colleague from work call him in English, claiming I'd been taken to the hospital and he needed to come immediately. A small test, you see. But my father just kept replying in Catalan, no parlo angles. He repeated it until my friend gave up, convinced. The neurologist says this can happen with his condition. Dementia. For a linguist, losing a language that way must be devastating. Brassa straightened her shoulders, visibly pulling herself together and dabbing at her nose. I don't believe it troubles him. He doesn't get agitated hearing English, and he never attempts to speak it. It's almost like he deliberately wiped that entire section of his mind. As a proud Catalan man, that language is his heart, his truest self. Maybe the English fading is just his brain chemistry shifting, or maybe his retreating into what's most comfortable. Probably a bit of both. Is his health declining further? She gave a slow nod, her gaze growing distant once more. Inside. And that's why every phone ring fills you with dread. It's a struggle to find daytime care while in at the office. Hez growing more obstinate. I live in fear that the next call will bring terrible news. No other family to help, and Aunt lives in Australia with her own family. She isn't willing to take him in. His brother passed away some years ago. That's a heavy burden. She offered a slight shrug, but shook her head. Loving him, caring for him, that isn't hard. It's just our reality now. But I have responsibilities. I am a daughter, and I am also a patriot. Two loyalties, you understand. Both carry equal weight. So you do see? She appeared genuinely taken aback. Jack did understand. He couldn't fathom being torn between duty to a parent and duty to country. He was fortunate his own path had never forced that choice. My dad always said loyalty shapes destiny. Who and what we love defines our lives. But as the saying goes, you can serve two masters. It was a thought that had occupied his mind lately. You can try, but I fear you can't serve either one well. A quiet settled between them. Jack was anxious to move forward, but she clearly needed the pause. When she finally collected herself, she stood and refreshed their coffee, a signal she was ready to resume. Is there anything else we should discuss, Jack? Jack offered his most disarming smile. Well, since you mention it, I was hoping you might let me take a look at the security footage. Brasseur let out a surprised laugh, nearly choking on her coffee. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Why not? Maybe I could spot something useful. You said yourself I'm observant. It's official police material. I can't share it. But I was there. I was almost killed. Don't I have a right to see it? My job is to find the bombers, not yours, unless you think you can do my job better than I can. Me? Absolutely not. I apologize if it came across that way. I only want to help in any way I can, especially to find who killed Renee. We already identified one, Alessandri. We will find the others, I promise you. He heard the firmness in her tone and decided to retreat, planning to circle back later. Rosa spoke first. Miss Moore was a lovely young woman, very, and even more brilliant. You knew her in university? Yes. We were friends. A woman that intelligent and striking. Were the two of you involved? He hadn't expected that question. We were. Close for a time. You still care for her. Is that the real reason you're so driven to find who did this? Yes. Is that a problem? All right, I can understand that. But you need to let me handle the investigation. Understood. On that note, did you uncover anything about this Samler person? Funny you should ask. Yes, I can tell you what we have. Brasa took out her phone, opened an email, and began to read. In the past 5 days, 3 individuals with that surname have been in Spain. First, an American woman named Martha Samler. She arrived in Madrid 2 days ago with a tour group and was in Toledo yesterday. She was never near the scene. Next, John Samler, a Canadian citizen, was in Barcelona yesterday morning. He is currently in Tunis. She glanced up from the screen. He is also 11 years old, traveling with his grandmother, Maria Busquets. And the third? All right, this one is interesting. Karl Samler, a German businessman from Düsseldorf. He was traveling in Spain, but we have no clear record of his itinerary. We cannot confirm if he was in Barcelona until we interview him. He has returned to Germany, and my office in Madrid is dispatching an agent to speak with him this afternoon. You'll let me know what you find. If it pertains to the case. Thank you. I'm curious, Jack. You mentioned you came to Spain to study the Civil War. What conclusions did you draw? Do you want the condensed lecture or the full seminar? Let's hear both. Jack settled back in his chair, folding his hands in a way that unconsciously mirrored his father, a man who had spent decades in university classrooms. The shortest possible summary? Most politicians are a profound disappointment. Brasseur let out another short laugh. Difficult to dispute. The slightly longer version brings to mind a line from Antony Beevor's history, The Battle for Spain. Yes, I know it. It was massively popular here. He wrote that the Spanish Civil War was unique because the losers essentially wrote its history, and he's correct. In the American imagination, we simplified it into a pure battle of good versus evil. The noble, freedom-loving Republicans waging a doomed fight against Franco's unstoppable fascist forces. A classic underdog story. If Americans know anything about that war, it's probably filtered through For Whom the Bell Tolls. Are you familiar? Hemingway. Sense dub without a doubt. I adore it. It is both wonderfully romantic and deeply tragic, which feels very Spanish. It was no accident they cast Gary Cooper in the film. He was the quintessential American cowboy, and the whole movie plays out like a Western. We Americans have a soft spot for the underdog. The Republicans are portrayed as the virtuous peasants, standing bravely with the international brigades for democracy. They're pitted against Franco's brutal war machine, propped up by Hitler's Condor Legion and Mussolini's blackshirts. Which was accurate. It was accurate, but it wasn't the complete picture. The Republicans fought the fascists, yes, but they were also busy tearing themselves apart. The Spanish Stalinists were particularly ruthless. Their primary goal was advancing Soviet interests, not Spain's, and they imprisoned and executed Spanish communists and anarchists who genuinely wanted a socialist revolution here. Atrocities were committed by both sides, though the scale was far greater on the fascist side. Agreed, but that's just the surface. It's the war's glaring contradictions that I find most revealing. What contradictions? Franco claimed to be fighting for Catholicism, yet his most effective troops were Riffian Muslim. He claimed to be a Spanish nationalist, yet his entire military campaign depended on German and Italian soldiers and weapons to succeed. Jack paused, the academic tone giving way to one of blunt sarcasm. Meanwhile, the Republican loyalists claimed to be the champions of freedom and democracy while they were murdering clergy, burning churches, and slaughtering their own political rival. It was a masterclass in hypocrisy all around, a bloody, chaotic mess where everyone's noble cause was conveniently lined with someone else's blood. Even worse, their entire supply chain was bankrolled by Stalin, arguably the most brutal dictator Europe has ever seen. You're surprisingly well informed about our past. It was a chaotic, painful era for Spain. In my family alone, some relatives fought for the Republic while others sided with Franco. I even had a grandfather who served with the Blue Division at Leningrad under Hitler. But he wasn't a Nazi or a fascist. He was just a desperate, hungry man with no other option. He'd always laugh about how the awful German rations still cost him a fortune. The Germans charged him for food? No, the Russians made him pay. He lost his left eye to shrapnel and 3 fingers on his right hand to the cold. She chuckled. Somehow that never stopped him from charming plenty of beautiful women. What strikes me is how much of what's happening in Barcelona today still ties back to that civil war. Brussa nodded. Absolutely. The push for independence mattered before the war and was never settled. Honestly, the conflict itself never truly ended. Did you know there are still 200,000 Spaniards in unmarked graves from that fighting? Can you believe something like that exists in modern Europe? Unfortunately, I can. Jack's thoughts wandered to the brutal civil wars in the Balkans, and every other massacre that has scarred the continent since the 30 Years' War. Europe's idea of civilization has been built on a butcher's block since before the word Europe was even coined. The reason Europeans have ruled the world for 5 centuries is their unique talent for systematic violence. You talk like a history professor. Probably just like your father. Jack sidestepped the remark. The Spanish Civil War shows me how history echoes. How so? When people stop trusting the courts, when politicians act like they're above the law, when the government only cares about the rich and ignores everyone else, and when a people's history, culture, and language are mocked and suppressed, that's the kindling for a civil war. You've just described what millions in Catalonia feel, Brussa said, finishing her coffee. And it's not just here. This is a global shift. I think it might reshape the world, and soon. For better or worse? That remains to be seen. Bross's phone buzzed with a voicemail. She listened, her expression clouding as a woman's frantic voice, just audible to Jack, played through the speaker. She deleted the message. Everything all right? I despise these things. She tossed the phone onto the table as if it were trash, then rubbed her temples, collecting herself. Maybe I should head out. Jack stood. Of course, thank you. Brossa rose as well. I'll call if I learn anything. When do you fly home? Not until I'm sure Renee gets the justice she deserves. Brossa reached for her shoulder holster and fastened it. She gave him a look of genuine sympathy. This is Spain, Jack. You could be here a very long time. Jack exited through the Guardia Civil's wide double gate and headed toward the small cafe next door. The place was still lively, but a college-aged guy sitting near the entrance caught his attention. Slacks, a shirt, and a tie didn't look like a tourist. Jack walked in, pulled an empty chair from a nearby table, and sat down beside him, making the kid jump. On the table sat a smeared demi-tasse cup and a plate scattered with churro crumbs. "What's your deal?" Jack asked. "Pardon, senor." Jack shook his head. He pointed at the young man's left hand. "Not many Spaniards are sporting Texas Aggie class rings," Jack observed. The young man instinctively glanced at his own hand, his eyes widening. "Wow, sharp eye. All right, let's have it. Who are you? Who sent you? And what's with the tail?" "Sam Davis," he replied. "I was in the Consulate break room when Mr. Dellinger pulled me aside and told me to keep tabs on you." "What's the reason?" "He just said to watch and report back." "And what did you report?" "That you went to the Guardia Civil headquarters, stayed maybe 20 minutes, and then left." Jack leaned in, his voice dropping. "Listen, Sam, don't take this the wrong way, but you're a terrible spy." "I'm not a spy," Davis insisted, a flush creeping up his neck. "I'm here on a semester internship with Agricultural Affairs. I'm an international business major. But when Mr. Dellinger gives an order, you follow it." "He's your supervisor?" "Not direct. He manages the student exchanges, but he's got a lot of pull around the consulate. He and the consul general are tight." Sam shrugged, looking genuinely out of his depth, like a kid who'd wandered into the wrong lecture hall. "Okay, here's the plan. Go back and tell Mr. Dellinger you followed me here and saw me leave." "Clear, Crystal." Jack stood and picked up the check for Davis's uneaten toast. "Next time, try the pancakes. And if I ever see you again—" "You won't," Davis said, rising quickly. "Good." Jack watched the kid retreat, his shoulders hunched. Davis was about the same age Jack had been when he first joined the campus. A faint, involuntary smile touched Jack's lips. Was I ever that painfully obvious? He reached for his wallet, found it empty, and sighed, putting the breakfast on his credit card instead. His mind was already shifting gears, deciding to head back to his apartment to start his own digging on the dead bomber, desperately hoping Nolia Alessandri was her real name as he waited for Gavin's call. So absorbed was he in plotting his next move that he failed to notice the man with the crooked nose shadowing him at a distance, expertly using a large group of Chinese tourists as cover. The rooftop terrace of Jack's apartment was his sanctuary. A gentle salt-tinged breeze drifted in from the sea, making the warm day pleasant. While the building housed several other units, a private stairwell granted Jack sole access to this space, which offered sweeping views of the Mediterranean to the south and the labyrinthine old city to the north. At night he could see the distant, glowing basilica perched on the mountain north of Barcelona. The terrace was furnished with a solid table and chairs under a sturdy aluminum frame, though the yawning fabric was long gone. It didn't matter. The spring sun was inviting, not the brutal hammer it became in summer, as every guidebook loved to warn. The name and face of the dead bomber had appeared in all the Spanish papers. With his limited Spanish, Jack could decipher that each article repeated the same sparse details, likely cribbed bred from an official police press release. Nolia Alessandri was 23. She had been a journalism student at the University of Vic, a small city near the Pyrenees where she was born, before leaving school 2 years prior. She had been a student activist involved with the independence movement, but never violent, and never arrested for anything criminal, her grieving mother had told reporters. What a waste, Jack thought. A life with potential, obliterated either by her own mistake or by someone else's hand. It was the possibility of that someone else that truly hooked him. Getting her cell phone data was the key, and Gavin was the man for that job. Time to make the call. He headed back down to the comparative security of his apartment. No sense risking some neighbor overhearing a conversation about bombings and jumping to all the wrong conclusions. Jack, this is spooky. I was literally about to dial you. You are not going to believe what I've uncovered. Gavin's voice crackled through the phone, pitched high with the excitement of a kid who'd just unlocked a legendary video game achievement. The portly, single man in his 50s, who to everyone's surprise was an avid Fortnite player, was also a world-class programmer, hacker, and researcher. He was the mastermind behind Hendley Associates' formidable IT division. "Go ahead, surprise me," he said. "All right, where to begin? Let's start with the good news. Your friend's company Crowdpoper? It's a CIA front, and Renee Moore was an operative." "You're certain?" "Hello, it's me talking." "Of course I'm certain." Jack was stunned. Moore had never hinted at any government ties. The single time he'd cautiously broached the subject, she'd laughed in disbelief. "Where's the profit in that, Jack?" she'd retorted. He found himself wondering what could have possibly shifted her perspective. Then again, Silicon Valley was a logical choice for an intelligence outpost. Giants like Google, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram had built the most vast and effective surveillance apparatus in human history, voluntarily fed by billions of users worldwide. Why build a competing system when you could simply embed yourself within the existing networks? Thanks to whistleblowers, the public was aware of early, cozy relationships between tech firms and the intelligence community. Companies like Google and Amazon held massive federal contracts. But a mix of public backlash, privacy scandals, and activist pressure had made overt cooperation a public relations nightmare. Corporate loyalty was to the shareholder, not the flag. It made perfect sense that the agency would seek a backdoor. Every foreign adversary was already using these platforms to manipulate public opinion. If Jack were running the show, he'd be pouring resources into Silicon Valley infiltration, too. What do you have on Renee? What was her role at Crowdzope or in Barcelona? That's the wild part, Jack. I can tap into databases I shouldn't even know exist. But whatever your friend was involved in, whatever Roundtable is running, it's locked down tighter than Fort Knox. I think their digital defenses have their own defenses. I nudged a peripheral server and tripped enough alarms to wake the dead. If I'm not careful, I'll be wearing an orange jumpsuit in a black site prison. So Renee wasn't just a federal employee, Jack realized. She was in the deep end, completely submerged. If Crowdpoper is that sensitive, and Renee was part of it, then whatever brought her to Barcelona must have been seriously radioactive. "Are we on the same page here?" Gavin asked. Jack heard the distinct rustle of a candy wrapper. Knickers, every time. Gavin took a loud bite and spoke through it. The official fuel of the professional gamer. "So I'm thinking the Barcelona bombing wasn't terrorism. Maybe Renee was the actual target. What's your take?" "It's a strong possibility. But, Jack, there's another angle to consider." "Which is?" "Maybe the target was you all along. Why would it be me?" "Why wouldn't it be?" "Let's review. You work for Jerry Hendley. You're also the son of the President of the United States, a fact we've buried, but not impossible to uncover. On top of that, you've personally put enough dangerous people out of business in the last few years to earn a spot on a small library of enemy lists. Remember Van Delvden, the whole Iron Syndicate mess?" Jack remembered all too well. The Iron Syndicate was a global criminal network with tendrils in security agencies worldwide. They had placed a very specific and very gruesome bounty on his head 2 years prior. Thanks to his time in Poland with Liliana, the Iron Syndicate was mostly broken up, its members either dead, imprisoned, or scattered. God rest your soul, Liliana. I get what you're saying, Gav, but he'd be shocked if I was the target here. I've been completely exposed this whole time in Spain. There were plenty of cleaner, quieter chances to take me out, if that was the goal. Sometimes a messy scene is the perfect cover, Gavin countered. That feels like a stretch. Just watching you back. And I'm grateful more than I can say. But honestly, Renee looks like the obvious mark. From what I can gather, Shed barely landed in Barcelona. Maybe you can dig up her flight details, where she came from, and when. That could point us toward her mission. You got it. Thanks. You mentioned finding other things besides Noor's CIA link. Oh, right. Almost slipped my mind. I was wondering about the security footage. Any progress with your CNI guy? I asked. No dice. Well, don't sweat it. I got into their server. You did what? How? Jack, really, you're doubting me now? Jack shouldn't have been shocked. Gavin was a force of nature with a keyboard. Even top-tier encryption rarely slowed him down. His usual method involved bypassing digital walls by targeting the predictable mistakes of the people behind them. Gavin had always admired the Israeli operatives who crippled the centrifuges at the Natanz nuclear site. The fleet just left a virus-laden flash drive on the ground, counting on some overly curious Iranian technician to plug it in. I never doubt you, Gavin. You just keep finding new ways to amaze me, all part of the service. Jack could practically hear the smug grin through the phone. So what did you pull from the cameras? I only grabbed about an hour's worth before their techs noticed I was poking around. You remember we've got that video analysis toolkit on the secure Hendley server. You can use it to review what I snatched. There's some facial recognition code in there that might help too. Gavin had developed a whole array of custom investigative programs that the campus team could access remotely for situations exactly like this. He was always eager to do the work himself, but there was often too much even for a wizard like him. He built the tools and trained everyone to use them. While nobody matched Gavin's skill on the deep technical end, for the tedious labor of sifting through hours of video or audio, it made sense to spread the load. Gavin, that's incredible. Perfect. Upload it as soon as you can and I'll start digging in. Gavin's voice was muffled by another bite of a Snickers. Already done. Okay. You're clearly running circles around me, obviously. Then let me toss you something unexpected. Sending you a file now. Jack texted over the photo of the Bluetooth blonde that Brasa had provided, along with links to the articles he'd found about her. He waited a moment for Gavin to scan it. Seems like you already ID'd her. What do you need from me? I spotted her at the restaurant right before the blast. She was on a phone of me money's on it being a burner. The CNI claims they don't have it. They could be lying. Possible. But for now, it'll take them at their word. Any way you can access the city's camera network and trace her movements. If she bought that phone herself, you might locate the store. That could lead us right to her. Yeah, that sounds like a good time. I've been wanting to test a new automated tracking script I wrote lets the machine handle all the boring legwork. Thanks, Gav. It'd be lost without you. No argument there. So you said there was some bad news. Oh, right. I almost forgot. I tracked down that Samler person you wanted me to investigate. I couldn't find anyone with a clear connection to Moore. My apologies. Don't worry about it. My contact in Spain didn't have any luck either. She did mention a German citizen with that name was in Spain recently, and she's trying to locate him. I saw that lead, too. I already looked into him. He's not our guy. Are you certain you heard the name correctly? Could it have been Samuels? Or perhaps Stotler? Something along those lines? The name was correct. Renee was very specific. No offense intended, but toward the end, she might have been confused or experiencing hypoxia. She could have uttered Samler without it meaning anything substantive. That's a fair point. Jack felt his optimism dim. Unless the Spanish team uncovers something solid on Samler, I'm afraid this lead is gone cold for now. Washington, D.C. Dia PLO medic. Richum, the Viachus, please send him in. Arnie Van Dam, the president's chief of staff, replaced the phone receiver and suppressed a tired sigh. His suit was wrinkled after a day that consistently started earlier than Ryan's, and Ryan was famously an early riser. "Can I offer you some coffee?" Ryan asked with a slight grin. "Or perhaps a nutritional drink?" Arnie cleaned a smudge from his rimless glasses with the end of his tie. "Did I ever mention my father worked the night shift at a steel mill to earn extra money for my college tuition, so I wouldn't have to keep late hours? You call this keeping hours?" Ryan gestured around the ornate Federal-style room. The two longtime friends sat in gold-soaked wingback chairs before a crackling fire, the famous Gilbert Stuart portrait of George Washington watching over the mantel. The panoramic wallpaper had been selected by Jacqueline Kennedy, and virtually every significant world leader of the past half-century had spent time in this space. Ryan wore jeans, Sperry deck shoes, and a navy sweatshirt, having come directly from the residence. He'd been in bed propped against pillows beside Kathy, and just starting a new book by Lieutenant Colonel Rip Rawlings, when Arnie called 40 minutes prior. The call itself wasn't a shock, but his concern grew when Arnie said Buck Logan was actually en route to the White House. Ryan had anticipated a phone conversation with the Texan, not a face-to-face meeting. "This must be seriously important," Arnie remarked. Ryan agreed. His morning call with Logan had been strange, to put it mildly. When Ryan questioned him about the reported sinking of a ship, Logan flatly denied it. According to Admiral Talbot, that was untrue. Then Logan deliberately brought up a fundraising event for Andrews that didn't exist, not quite a lie, but a verifiably false statement. It took Ryan only a moment to decipher Logan's coded message. "I just told you a blatant untruth about the fundraiser, so we both recognize I'm lying. Which confirms I also lied about the ship." That's how Ryan knew Logan was in serious difficulty. Given the urgency of this impending meeting, he assumed the trouble was significant. Ryan had briefed Arnie about Logan while still returning from Walter Reed. Arnie was almost always Jack's first call when a crisis erupted, because his chief of staff was the sharpest political mind he knew. Arnie had served 3 presidents in this role, including Ryan from the very start. The lines around Arnie's pale blue eyes were deeper now, and his bald head a bit more pale and flaky than when they'd first met. But Arnie's intellect hadn't diminished a bit. He might bear a passing resemblance to the beleaguered President Merkin Muffley from Dr. Strangelove, but on the political battlefield he was as formidable as General Chesty Puller, and Ryan couldn't ask for a better ally. It was Arnie's idea to meet here in the diplomatic reception room instead of the Oval Office. The meeting room was closer to the family quarters, sparing Jack a long walk at this late hour, and remained on the ground floor for Logan's ease of access. Arnie, as usual, had considered every detail. One of the double doors swung inward, and an electric wheelchair glided into the space. Jack and Arnie rose as Buck Logan maneuvered toward them. Ryan noted Logan's bodyguard, a mountain of a man in a custom suit, standing 6'5" at a post outside beside the Presidential Protective Division agents before the door shut once more. "Mr. President, I truly apologize for dragging you out like this," Logan said. Coming to a halt, he lifted his gray felt Stetson from his head. His sharp blue eyes stood out against his cropped silver hair. Though 5 years Ryan's junior, the deep creases in his weathered face made him appear older. "I had a feeling you'd read between the lines of what I was hinting at earlier, and am grateful you're willing to see me at such an unreasonable time." Ryan offered a smile. "Arnie usually turns in early, but we made it work." Ryan shook Logan's hand, feeling the Texan's formidable grip. The former Naval Academy tight end had once been nearly as large as his bodyguard during his football days. A devastating spinal injury from a late hit in his senior year against Notre Dame had confined him to a wheelchair for life, ending not only his college athletic career, but also his hope of pursuing military service like his father. Despite his still imposing physique, Buck Logan's real power lay in his brilliant mind. His father had established a successful regional trucking company after the Korean War, but it was Buck who expanded it into a worldwide logistics enterprise with land, sea, and air capabilities. Driven by that unmet desire to serve, Logan had also built an elite private military contracting firm. Combined, he had shaped White Mountain Logistics Security into one of the most substantial and dependable private contractors, working with the Department of Defense and other federal agencies. Yet for all his accomplishments in business and academic, Shesh graduated from the Naval Academy with a perfect GPA in civil engineering. Buck still felt he lived under the towering legacy of his celebrated father. Logan gave a nod toward Arnie. "My apologies to you as well, Mr. Van Dam. Just Arnie is fine. Can we offer you anything, coffee? Water?" Ryan asked. "No, sir. I've interrupted your evening enough. It'll be quick." Logan gestured toward the 2 vacant wingback chairs. "Please sit down. Don't stand on my account." Jack and Arnie settled into the chairs. "So, Buck, what brings you here tonight?" Ryan inquired. Logan straightened up in his motorized seat. "First, I need to clear the air. As you've probably guessed, I wasn't truthful with you this afternoon, Mr. President, and I regret that deeply. But the plain fact is, I didn't have much choice. I'm in a serious bind, and I believe my personal security has been breached. I didn't feel safe discussing this over an unsecured line. Fortunately, owning a fleet of private aircraft made an unscheduled trip up here possible, and I needed to speak with you face to face." "I understand, Buck. Let's hear it." "What's the situation?" "The short version is that one of my chartered vessels is Ship ID, leased, for a single transport run was sunk a week ago in the South Pacific." "Why not just tell us that from the start?" Arnie pressed. Logan reached behind his chair, retrieved a folder from a seat pocket, and handed Arnie several printed emails. "As you'll see there, that sinking was no accident. I received that warning 72 hours before it happened. The demand was to transfer $10 million in Bitcoin to a dark web address, or they would destroy one of my shipments. What troubles me is that they clearly knew it wasn't my ship, only my cargo was aboard." "Not many folks are privy to those details," Logan stated. "That's precisely why you suspect an insider, and why a phone call wasn't an option," Ryan concluded. Logan offered a tight smile. "That's why I'm your staunchest advocate down here in Texas, Mr. President. Sharp as a whip and direct as a sledgehammer." Arnie interjected. "Why not reach out when you first got the threat?" Logan let out a short, humorless laugh. "You serious? What was I supposed to do? Run to y'all because someone sent me a nasty gram?" It was vague, with no credibility. "What could you have done?" "Station Marines on every one of my ships scattered across the 7 seas. Provide a destroyer escort for my freighters. Please." For all I knew, it was some scam artist in a basement halfway around the world. He exhaled sharply, his face flushing. "Nobody strong-arms Buck Logan, and they sure as hell aren't shaking $10 million government dollars loose from my accounts with a damn email." Jack and Arnie exchanged a glance. Logan was unraveling before their eyes. Noticing their reaction, Logan collected himself. "My apologies, gentlemen. I'm a bit off my stride, as you can imagine. I lost $17 million in civilian cargo drill pipe, steel fittings, generators, private sector goods, mind you, and that's not counting the poor souls who went down with the ship." "You're insured, though," Arnie noted. "Turn the page," Logan instructed. "After the sinking, they contacted me again." The message was clear. No insurance claims, no authorities, or more ships go down. Given they knew my entire shipping schedule for the next month, every vessel by name, I was inclined to listen. Lose a few more ships and I'm finished. He leaned in, his tone shifting from frustrated to bitterly sarcastic. "It's a beautiful catch-22, real. If I eat the loss on the Jade Star, I'm millions in the hole. If I file the claim, my premiums explode and these pirates promise to sink another vessel. A second sinking means a second claim, which gets my policy cancelled. No insurance means no business. My dog isn't just in the fight. He's been thoroughly and permanently neutered. What's your next move? Ryan asked, hoping for the best. 3 days ago, another demand arrived. 20 million total 10 for the first letter, and a $10 million late fee for my initial disbelief. Did you pay? Arnie inquired. I paid the bastards. What choice did I have? Any further threats against your fleet? None. They called it a one-time transaction. Arnie pressed. And you trust that? Whoever they are, they're not stupid. I doubt I'm their first mark, and I won't be the last. It's smart business to steal apples from the orchard, but burning down the whole tree just leaves you with nothing. You're more right than you know, Buck. Your sinking wasn't isolated. There have been others, Ryan revealed. Logan's eyes narrowed. Who else? Major firms with significant assets, all operating in the Pacific Theater, just like you. And they've all stayed quiet? Completely. You've given us the most information so far, which, frankly, still isn't much, Ryan admitted, leaning forward. Any theory on who's behind this? Logan shifted in his seat, his earlier agitation replaced by a grim, focused intensity. I've turned it over every which way. A political faction? A religious group? Or just your garden variety, avaricious pirate? The motive is always money. The real question is what they plan to do with it. But motive isn't enough. You need capability, and that level of capability points to a professional, state-level navy. After nulling it over, I keep circling back to the Russians as the likely culprits here. Arnie raised an eyebrow. The Russians? That feels like a pretty big leap. Is it, though? I countered. We're talking about the remote South Pacific. Who else has that kind of global reach? North Korea's navy is mostly for coastal defense, and their deep water capabilities are outdated hand-me-downs from the Soviet era. China certainly has the ships, but their focus is tied up with Hong Kong and playing cat and mouse with us in the South China Sea. And I'm pretty sure we can rule out Somali pirates in flip-flops cruising around the Cook Islands. Logan leaned in, his expression intense. But the Russian Pacific Fleet is a different story. They've got at least 8 major surface combatants and over 18 submarines patrolling those waters honestly. Their sub-fleet might even outnumber ours in sheer volume. Ryan nodded slowly. I'll concede they have the capability, but what's their motive? That's the missing piece. That's the part I'm still wrestling with, Logan admitted. Maybe they've made a breakthrough in undersea warfare or their new hypersonic missiles and need a live-fire test zone. Have any Russian-flagged vessels been targeted? None, Ryan confirmed, a new thought dawning. No U.S. or Chinese ships either. Arnie cut in, tapping the extortion note on the table. You're overlooking the obvious, Buck. They asked for money. That's not standard military procedure. Are you serious? Logan's laugh was short and sharp. Russia is essentially a mafia state run by billionaires. They adore money, especially if it's dirty. What better cover for a weapons test than to stage it as a piracy ring and rake in a fortune on the side? Ryan and Arnie shared a glance. Maybe Logan's theory wasn't so far-fetched. You mentioned you suspect an insider leak, Arnie pressed. What's your move on that? Logan shifted uncomfortably in his chair, a futile attempt to find a better position. My most reliable security team is digging into it, trying to smoke out the traitor. No solid leads yet. Arnie held up the printed threat. Your tech people must have traced the email, followed the digital trail for the payment account. They tried immediately, Logan said, waving a hand dismissively. But you know how it is with encryption, VPNs, and firewalls. It's a digital ghost hunt. The trail went cold. And we all know Russian cyber ops are top tier. You've never struck me as a man who waits for others to solve his problems, Ryan observed. Logan's face tightened with a grimace. Trust me, I'm not. I'm taking the fight to them. My security team is on full alert. I'll find the people responsible, whatever it takes. and they will regret crossing me." He pointed a thick finger across the table. "You two have rules and red tape. I don't. If this truly is Russia, you're stepping into a dangerous game," Arnie warned. "Don't worry about me," Logan said, a cold confidence in his voice. "I've got a few options I'm not afraid to use." "We cannot condone any illegal actions," Arnie stated firmly. "No, we can't," Ryan agreed, standing to signal the meeting's end. "But if you uncover anything concrete, Buck, you make sure we're the first to know." Logan offered a sly smile and a wink. "You'll be informed, Mr. President." "Count on it." Phillips by Sea, the fishing vessel Don Pedro pushed through heaving swells, making a sluggish 5 knots beneath a brooding iron-gray sky. Torrential rain hammered the superstructure, and the wiper blades fought a losing battle against the salt spray smearing the bridge window. The captain and first officer stood their watch, trading jokes to pass the time. The storm was fierce, but, according to the radar, would blow itself out soon. On deck, the massive tuna nets were securely stowed, and the booms locked down. The crew waited out the weather below, some napping, others cleaning weapons or engaged in a quiet card game. Hatcher Guzum sat in his cramped cabin, oblivious to the violent pitching of the ship. His dark, focused eyes were fixed on the glow of a laptop screen. With his clean-shaven face, sharp features, and a prominent nose that widened at the bridge, his appearance reflected his mother's indigenous heritage. He was no sailor, but the rhythm of the storm-tossed sea didn't unsettle him. His mind was elsewhere, entirely consumed by the digital world before him. He towered over every other man in his village, his height and strength a clear inheritance from his father's Spanish and German bloodline. By 15, he was the strongest person anyone there had ever seen. His face was a landscape of deep pits and jagged scars, resembling the skin of a fruit left to spoil and then stomped on. That ruined face meant he paid a premium for the few prostitutes willing to look at him. The ones who refused learned the hard way that his vengeance was far more costly. The men who served under him, both on land and at sea, assumed the damage was from combat of point-blank shotgun or severe burns, which only bolstered his legend as a brutal and unstoppable fighter. The truth was far more mundane. A childhood illness had ravaged his skin. Staring at the laptop screen, wireless earbuds in place, Guzem focused on the image. It was the piercing blue eyes and the dark beard that held his gaze. "Who is this?" Guzem snapped. "He has the look of an operator. Our contact within the CNI identifies him as an American named John Patrick Ryan, Jr., replied the voice in his ear, the throaty vowels revealing a Russian accent. "He goes by Jack. Officially, he's an analyst for a private financial firm called Hindley Associates, run by a former U.S. Senator, Gerald Hindley. It seems Ryan knew more, which explains his curiosity about her death." Guzem studied Ryan's photo with a scowl. He'd only recently gotten second-hand news of Van Delden's death and the involvement of a man matching this description. The idea that this same Ryan could be in Spain after an incident in South Korea seemed a stretch, yet his instincts prickled with warning. The Russian on the line was Bykov, one of his most cunning operatives, a man with a particular gift for lethal explosives and remote detonation. With his deep-set eyes and a nose that had been broken more than once, Bykov was not one to panic. His decision to reach out directly about the situation in Barcelona was in itself a cause for concern. Ryan had visited the American Consulate, met twice with a CNI agent, and contacted more just before the explosion. "He's not affiliated with any agency? Not an operator?" Guzem's own English was flawless, nearly accent-free, a gift from a stern Baptist missionary who taught in a neighboring village during his youth. "We found nothing else on him in our system, and our database is quite comprehensive." It was comprehensive, Guzem silently agreed. "And enormously expensive. If this Ryan wasn't in it, the likely explanation was that his records had been deliberately erased, which made him significantly more dangerous." The deck of the boat lurched beneath him. That's everything you have. I have a residential address in Alexandria, Virginia. His driver's license lists him at 6'2" and 196 pounds. Judging by the photo, I'd say it's all lean muscle. His late friend Van Delben had been a physical powerhouse, unbeatable in a close fight, but Bykov's description suggested this Ryan was no lightweight either. Could a financial analyst really have taken out his second-in-command? The notion felt absurd. There is another detail. The CIA woman told Ryan the name Sumler before she died. What does Ryan know about it? Nothing, according to our CNI source. Moore just uttered the name with her final breath. Bykov gave a low chuckle. Last thought on her mind before she went lights out. This man doesn't add up, Guzum muttered, his mind racing through the inconsistencies. I took the liberty of looking into Hindley Associates myself, Bykov continued. They manage major international portfolios, primarily for corporations, occasionally for private clients. In my experience, financiers at that level go to great lengths to obscure their identities. They deal with shady characters constantly. The anonymity gives them a negotiating edge and a layer of protection. I've seen the pattern before. Guzum rubbed his smooth chin, the puzzle pieces refusing to fit. A sudden vivid memory flashed, not of battle or business, but of that missionary teacher's parlor, the smell of old books and lemon polish, a place of rigid order that now felt galaxies away from the chaotic, blood-soaked world he commanded. The irony of using her proper English to discuss murder was not lost on him. He pushed the thought aside. Keep digging. I want to know who this Ryan really is, not who his paperwork says he is. I'm not convinced. This Ryan character just happens to bump into a CIA operative he already knows, right when she's about to connect with our target. Then the very next day, he's at the U.S. Consulate chatting with the station chief, all while he's supposedly working with Spanish intelligence. You honestly believe he's just some money guy? If you think he's a problem, I can turn him into soup without much trouble. Guzum cracked a smile at Bykov's dark humor. Turning someone into borscht was the Russians' code for a particularly messy disposal method, one that left no trace behind. It was the kind of thing that made even seasoned operators pause. A part of him agreed with Bykov's assessment. The man was there on the scene, after all. But if Ryan truly was a financier connected to a powerful ex-senator, making him disappear could create more problems than it solved. It would be a classic unforced error, a term Guzum had come to love from his obsession with American baseball. Yet the Russian had a point. If Ryan was a genuine threat, he needed to be removed. The operation was at a critical stage. They couldn't let some outsider jam a wrench into the machinery. Whether Ryan was a banker or a spy was almost irrelevant. The real question was the risk he posed. More urgently, Guzum needed to know if this man was behind Van Delden's death. What's your play, Bykov? You're the one with eyes on him. When Ryan left the restaurant, our gazes locked for just a second. Maybe it was nothing. But he had the eyes of a hunter, and it put me on edge. Was he armed? Not that I could see, though I didn't get a long look. So what's your call? Take him out. Bykov was a professional, not one to jump at shadows. Like the others in Guzum's network, he had a formal military background before trading his skills on the private market. Guzum's own path had been different, forged in a much harder school. He'd been pushed out of the Guatemalan army, an institution he had joined as a desperate teenager to escape the hopeless poverty of the Highland farm. Initially dismissed as just another simple farmer's son, his raw talent for warfare became impossible to ignore from his first days in boot camp. He was a natural in the jungle, moving like a ghost with a machete that seemed a part of his own body. His real gift, however, was tactical cunning, a mind built for the chaos of small unit combat. But it was his sheer, terrifying capacity for brutality that truly set him apart, earning him a spot in the infamous KBL's Special Forces. He didn't just endure the unit's brutal initiation, he embraced it, raising and then killing the required puppy before skinning and eating it with a cold satisfaction that impressed his superior. He proved himself a relentless warrior in the government's brutal war, rising to become one of the Kabyles' most effective and loyal commanders, a man whose battlefield instincts were rivaled only by his fierce loyalty to his troops. This loyalty is what ultimately ended his official career. When his unit was sent to the Congo, they fought with their trademark ferocity, showing no distinction between enemy combatants and civilians. Facing international outcry, the government in Guatemala City ordered Guzan to sacrifice his men as scapegoats. He refused. For choosing his soldiers over his career, he was cast out of the army he had served so ruthlessly. It was that same fierce loyalty that convinced 24 of his top operatives to leave their previous posts and follow him into the private sector, even to a place as remote and unforgiving as the open ocean. That same bond kept over 70 other contractors, men like Bakov, firmly in his orbit today. Guzan exhaled slowly, considering his next move. His professional pride was built on a flawless record, missions accomplished, contracts fulfilled to the letter. It was a matter of personal honor. The job they were on now was, without question, the most complex and perilous of his entire career. It was also the single biggest payday he had ever seen. Another cornerstone of his reputation was his unwavering commitment to his team's safety, no matter the financial or personal cost. For Guzan, true success meant protecting both the objective and the people tasked with achieving it. When those two priorities clashed, his men usually came first. But this contract, this one was different. It demanded completion. Bakov, I need you to intensify surveillance on this Ryan character. Push it to the limit, but do not make contact. Report to me tomorrow. If the situation warrants it, we'll grab him, find out what he's really doing, and then you can have your fun. Understood. Perfectly. Guzan terminated the call. He enlarged the photo of Ryan on his screen, studying the youthful features. If Ryan was the reason Van Delden was dead, he would pay a severe and blasting price. Barcelona, Spain, Renee Moore had been murdered just the day before. Her killers could already be in another country. Every passing minute worked in their favor and against him. So Jack pushed forward, driven by the slim hope of securing justice for his friend. Rubbing his weary eyes, he stared at the silent CCTV footage Gavin had provided. Hours of review had yielded more frustration than answers, and the lack of audio was a significant handicap. A major part of the problem was that he didn't even know what he was supposed to be looking for. The official narrative from Brasa and the CNI was tidy and simple. A bomb detonated inside Lavi, and a known member of the radical group Brigada Catalan, Nolia Alexandrith, so-called Bluetooth Blonde, was present at the time. The digital evidence seemed to confirm it. The blast itself had destroyed the only functioning camera. Prior to the explosion, the blonde had been standing at the bar not far from where Jack himself had been. Thanks to its inflammatory online manifesto, Brigada Catalan's motives were no secret, and the group had claimed responsibility on social media almost immediately. Jack could sense from Brassa's attitude that she considered the case effectively closed. In a way, he understood. Law enforcement loved a neat resolution, and the simplest explanations were always the most appealing. Occam's razor in action. Yet his meticulous review of the files had unearthed nagging inconsistency. The Bluetooth Blonde had entered Lavi roughly 25 minutes before Jack arrived. The camera captured her coming through the front door and heading toward the back out of view. She reappeared at the bar about 8 minutes later, a plausible bathroom break. What caught Jack's eye was the small backpack she carried upon entry. He hadn't noticed it during the chaotic events of yesterday, and now he saw why. She emerged from the restroom, still wearing the pack, but placed it at her feet when she took her position at the bar. Jack zoomed in and replayed the grainy footage repeatedly. The poor image quality made it impossible to discern if the backpack's shape or size had changed between the bathroom and the bar. He made a mental note to ask Brosa if they had pinpointed the blast's epicenter. If the bomb originated in the rear of the restaurant, particularly the restroom, then Alessandri's guilt was far more likely. But something about the woman didn't fit the profile. She didn't strike Jack as a suicide bomber. Most individuals in that role exhibited visible signs of anxiety just before detonation, gripped by fear of discovery or their impending death. It was precisely why extremist organizations often exploited children or the vulnerable for such missions, with handlers remotely triggering the explosives. Alessandri's calm demeanor, captured in those final moments, suggested something else entirely. Alessandri moved through the restaurant with a calm assurance. Any trace of anxiety was completely masked by her poised demeanor. In her final moments, she wasn't chanting political mantras or acting in a suspicious manner. The more Jack considered it, the more convinced he became that her behavior ruled her out as the perpetrator. Her focus seemed entirely fixed on his departure, her Bluetooth earpiece a constant fixture as she quietly communicated with someone. She appeared to be narrating his exit. Why? What was the link between him walking out and the detonation? If she wasn't the one responsible, then who had placed the bomb? A few theories came to mind. The bomber could have been another patron inside Lavi. Since Brigada Catalan claimed the attack, it would logically be one of their operatives. Public reports suggested the group was fairly compact. Wouldn't members recognize each other? Probably, unless they operated in isolated units, but that felt like a stretch. If the bomber was present and known to Alexandri, she either missed seeing them or him, Jack mentally adjusted, or was unaware they were armed. Otherwise, some hint of tension or dread about the coming blast would have surfaced. Jack combed through the digital footage again, hunting for anyone who looked the part, but no one within the camera's view raised any flags. Frustrating. Even if the attacker wasn't inside, the device was, and it had to be triggered. How? A timer worked if the goal was simply to hit during the busy lunch rush for maximum impact. A remote detonator, however, pointed to a specific target. So the core question was this: was this a random act of terror or a calculated assassination? The latter seemed far less plausible. A quiet bullet in a shadowy alley is a much cleaner kill than a public spectacle in a packed dining room. The one solid fact Jack had was that his friend Renee, a CIA officer who had come to the restaurant to meet an unknown contact, was dead. She arrived, and minutes later the bomb went off. If she was the intended victim, the mission succeeded. But why would a small regional independence group like Brigada Catalan target her? The agency pursued global terrorist networks, not fledgling local movements with no violent record until this very event. It didn't make sense. If the CIA wasn't actively investigating them, what motive could they possibly have? That puzzle required more thought. Another nagging detail was the blast's timing. If Renee was the target, why not trigger it the second she walked in? Why the delay? Jack rewound the tape once more. Alexandri was definitely on a call, though her conversations were brief. She could have been discussing her mother's doctor's appointment, arguing with the cable company, or even finalizing a mundane business deal right there at the bar. But Jack's instinct screamed that she was talking to the person who pressed the button. He desperately needed to identify that voice on the other end. If only he could read lips, what an incredibly useful skill that would be. Of course, if she was speaking Catalan, it wouldn't help him anyway. He recalled Gavin mentioning a software called LipNet. Unlike human lip readers who process single words, this program analyzed a full sentence's worth of lip movements across time and space. Using a deep learning algorithm, it essentially taught itself the unique lep language of the speaker it observed. The grainy footage was useless, a frustrating dead end. The camera's fixed, overhead position from the back of the room failed to capture the crucial details of her mouth movements. Jack stifled a yawn, refusing to admit defeat. His own memory was far more reliable than the low-quality security tape. He recalled clearly how Alessandri had glanced at him several times in the bar's mirror. She had been interested, but in what way? His ego the previous night had jumped to a romantic conclusion, but now he wasn't so certain. He also remembered her eyes tracking Renee the moment she entered. Was it because Renee was strikingly attractive, or because she and Jack clearly knew each other? Perhaps Alessandri was noting that Renee was looking for someone, or maybe she even knew Renee was CIA. The exact reason was a mystery, but the important fact remained. Alessandri was monitoring Renee, likely for whoever was on the other end of her earpiece. Jack stood up abruptly, annoyed with himself. If Renee was the intended target, why not detonate the bomb right then? The answer hit him. Perhaps she wasn't the only target. Scrounging in his rental's kitchen, he found only instant coffee. He made a strong pot with bottled water, gulping it down to sharpen his focus before returning to his laptop. He replayed the video from Renee's entrance. Alessandri's reaction was unmistakable. Renee was definitely a target. So who was the other one? Watching again, he saw Alessandri's eyes follow him the entire time. A few steps after he exited, the explosion consumed the room. Was Gavin correct? Was he the secondary target? He played it once more. No question she watched Jack walk out the door, and moments later, the bomb ignited. This logic was infuriating. If both he and Renee were targets, why wait until he was leaving? Was Alessandri supposed to evacuate? Yet she never moved, not even as he departed. The truth was obvious. The woman with the earpiece had no idea the explosion was coming. He rewound to the seconds before the blast, freezing the frame on Renee talking to the bartender, ordering what would be her final drink. Enlarging the image, a fresh wave of grief threatened to overwhelm him. He pushed it down. This wasn't the time for sorrow. What was he overlooking? Alessandri watched him leave. Why? Was she waiting for him to go? That made no sense, unless the bombing had nothing to do with him. Then why watch? He ran the tape again, a tedious and monotonous process that no action movie ever accurately portrayed. He watched his own exit. She's watching him leave, and she's still staring at the doorway even after he's gone. He rewound. Yes, he leaves. Her gaze remains fixed on the door. To confirm he was truly away. A sudden, jarring realization struck him. That guy, the one who had bumped into him. Short, with tortoiseshell glasses and long hair. An American, or at least an English speaker. "Sorry, man," he'd said. Alessandri had been watching him. "Sorry, man." Jack began advancing the video frame by frame, his focus now entirely on Sorry Man. Sorry Man takes a few steps into the restaurant. Renee places her order at the bar. Alessandri speaks into her headset. The screen fills with fire and static. Jack pulled the clearest shot of Sorry Man's face he could manage and sent it up to the campus cloud. He fired up their facial recognition software from the same system. Gavin's program didn't just tap into the U.S. government's massive database of hundreds of millions of faces. It had quietly breached several foreign government systems as well, multiplying its reach exponentially. Consider China, which had logged every one of its billion-plus citizens, and likely every foreign visitor, tourist, executive, or student who had ever crossed its border, through official channels or not. Jack set the program running and leaned back. With the flat image he'd provided, the search could take hours. He mused that soon, with better cameras capturing true 3D and thermal data, plus analysis of a person's walk, skin texture, and even hair, this kind of identification would be everywhere and almost impossible to fool. A sharp alert from the monitor jerked him back to the IG on-air reality that had a way of being pretty disappointing. According to the supposedly flawless software, Sorry Man was a ghost. He didn't exist in any record they could access. Barcelona espionage Jack dismissed the alert, insisting, Sorry Man was a digital phantom. He could trust the software or his own eyes, which had definitely seen the man. Sorry Man was real. He just inhabited the same shadowy space Jack sometimes operated, in a person not meant to be found. That single fact made him a crucial piece of the puzzle, perhaps the central one. He was the gap that needed filling. A FaceTime window from Gavin bloomed on his screen. "Man, you look like you've been through a wood chipper." Jack managed a tired smile. "What, did they have a Fast Times at Ridgemont High Marathon at the cinema again?" "Even better Laserdisc night. It's timeless," Gavin replied. "So, what's the good word?" Gavin's grin was practically audible. "I located your suspect's cell phone store. Got the date and timestamp and everything." An encrypted file appeared on Jack's display. He opened it to a bird's-eye view of Alexandre entering an orange telecom shop on Ronde de Saint-Père, a pleasant street with trees just a short walk from the Urquiona subway station. "Hand it there. Any chance you can get a view of her inside, actually buying the thing?" "You're asking for miracles here, Jack. I'm good, but I'm not a magician," Gavin said, taking a long pull from a gigantic soda cup that looked like it could hydrate a small army. "Come on, you're underestimating yourself. I got lucky with that traffic camera footage. Speaking of, here's a follow-up." Another file popped up. The timestamp showed Alessandri leaving the store 13 minutes later, carrying a distinct orange shopping bag. A prepaid phone was the likely quick purchase. "Okay, that works for me." "Really great job." "All in a day's work." Gavin shrugged, the straw in his mouth making a hollow, rattling sound as he finished his drink. "What else you got? I've got some time to burn before my next online tournament." "Well, since you asked." Jack transferred the file on Sorry Man. Facial reclog came up empty on this guy. "You ran it properly?" "Twice. 0 hits." "Interesting. He looks like the kind of guy who'd argue about the rules of a board game nobody else wants to play." "He looks like a younger, less settled version of you, Gav," Jack thought, wisely keeping the observation to himself. "What's your take?" "My take is I've got about 2 hours before I log in for digital warfare. Let me poke around and see what shakes loose." "Thanks, man." "You sure you're keeping your head down over there, Jack?" "I don't mind digging, but you're off the books and on your own. I don't want you stumbling into something you can't back away from, especially with no support nearby." "Just following a hunch, that's all. The local authorities seem a bit overwhelmed, so I figured a little nudge in the right direction could help them wrap things up and get me home sooner." Gavin's face scrunched up. Jack couldn't tell if it was a frown of genuine worry, or just the final strenuous effort to suck the last drops of syrup from the bottom of his empty cup. "Keep your head on a swivel," Gavin had reminded him, just before signing off. "You too." Jack felt a surge of gratitude that Gavin was on his side. The thought of that brilliant middle-aged tech expert targeting him was unsettling. Losing him as an ally would be a far greater blow. He pictured Clark in his younger days, navigating the decaying cities of Eastern Europe behind the Iron Curtain, armed with nothing but loose change and a paper phone book, cell phones, no internet. How did that generation manage it? It seemed almost unbelievable. Jack's focus returned to the photo of Alexandre exiting the orange store. He had the location. A visit was tempting, but what would it accomplish? The clerk wouldn't hand over a customer's private details, especially if Jack suspected she'd used a fake name and identification. Breaking in after hours was pointless. The electronic records he needed, the serial numbers and codes tied to the phone, weren't kept on site. He couldn't just wait either. Brosseau was his only viable contact, and this information could be a powerful bargaining tool. He dialed her number, hoping for a late-night meeting, but got her voicemail. He left a message. "I know how to find the bomber. 20 Biavran Alpes, Giame." She leaned the motorcycle into a sharp right turn, the winding mountain road demanding her full attention. Her heart pounded, matching the intense, silent surge of the brushless electric motor between her legs. For her, this kind of speed was its own kind of ecstasy. Inside her helmet, the only sound was the roar of the cold night air. The carbon fiber Sorolla Manx 7, an extravagant gift from her father, moved with a ghostly quiet. It wasn't even in full production yet, this Belgian masterpiece that was her perfect escape from the confines of her Munich lab. At work, the project dictated her every move. Out here, she was in complete control. The bike was perfection, delivering instant, breathtaking acceleration like flipping a light switch. It could hit 100 kilometers per hour in 3 seconds. As engineering improved, that lag would vanish entirely, becoming as immediate as thought itself. She leaned left into the next curve, her leather-clad knees skimming close to the icy asphalt, the tires holding their grip. A laugh escaped her. Thank goodness the 2-lane road was deserted at this hour. Exiting the turn, she saw a long, straight stretch leading to the next bend under a canopy of stars. She twisted the throttle wide open. The bike lunged forward, the speedometer needle climbing. The software was supposed to cap the speed at 240 km, a limit designed for safety, but the machine was capable of far more. She was pushing 150 km now, which felt like enough. She needed to ease off and brake gently for the approaching curve. She relaxed her grip on the throttle. Instead of slowing, the bike violently surged, catapulting from 150 to a terrifying 270 kilometers in an instant. What was happening? The turn was suddenly upon her. The thrill shed felt a moment ago evaporated into pure cold dread. She slammed on the brakes. It was already too late. From a ridge away, a man watched the entire event through night vision binoculars from his BMW coupe. His signal transmission had been perfectly timed. He saw the rider and the machine separate, moments after becoming airborne, then lost sight of both as they vanished into the rocks 300 meters below. He was too far away to hear any scream. A genuine pity. October 26, 21 Weishenen. D.C. The White House President Ryan gathered a very small, carefully selected national security team for an emergency meeting in the Situation Room. The room held only a select few: Secretary of Defense Robert Burgess, Secretary of State Scott Adler, Director of National Intelligence Mary Pat Foley, Admiral John Talbot, and Chief of Staff Arnie Van Dam. They occupied the heavy leather chairs gathered near one end of the expansive mahogany table, with President Ryan at its head. Official mugs bearing the presidential seal sat before each person, steam curling from the hot coffee or tea inside. Ryan peered over a pair of reading glasses. "I appreciate you making time on short notice," he began, his tone measured. "I intend for this to be a concise discussion. Given the sensitive nature of the potential threat, we must keep the circle tight. You've all reviewed the notes from my call with Buck Logan. The stakes require no elaboration from me," Ryan continued. "As the old adage goes, he who controls the seas controls the world's destiny. While I am not yet ready to classify this as a direct threat to our homeland, I do view it as a profound challenge to our ability to safeguard maritime routes and, by extension, our economic interests across the globe." Secretary Burgess leaned forward, his expression grim. "If the Chinese or our Pacific allies aren't already tracking this situation, they will be shortly. Their eyes are on us, watching our response. If we falter, it will shake the confidence of our partners, and undoubtedly encourage greater boldness from the plunder." Secretary Adler nodded in agreement, adding, "Should this escalate, the ripple effects could trigger panic in international markets and threaten the stability of the entire global economy. Our task is straightforward, though far from simple," Ryan stated, folding his hands on the polished wood. "We must identify the responsible party, determine their methods, and formulate a plan to neutralize the threat." He then turned his attention to the uniformed officer at the table. "Admiral Talbot, the floor is yours." Talbot activated a small laser pointer. A wall monitor illuminated, displaying 4 digital renderings of satellites in fixed positions above the Earth. "Perhaps we should start with the how, which may eventually lead us to the who. First, let's review our available technical asset. What you see here are the 4 operational satellites of the space-based infrared system, or SBIRS, managed by Space Force. They form the core of our overhead persistent infrared early warning network. Think of SBIRS as an unwavering infrared gaze upon the Planeta Constant global surveillance. These platforms carry the most advanced heat detection sensors in our arsenal, engineered primarily to spot missile launches. He paused, letting the significance settle. It was SBIR's data that allowed us to conclusively identify the SA-11 missile, fired from Russian-supported separatist territory, which brought down Malaysia Airlines Flight 17. The system tracked the weapon's entire flight path, from ignition to the detonation that claimed 298 lives. "Remarkable capability," Arnie Van Dam murmured. "Indeed," Talbot affirmed, "and its utility extends beyond missile. SBIRS can register various thermal events, both man-made and natural things like large conventional explosions, volcanic activity, artillery barrages, and even mid-air collisions between aircraft." Was the system able to detect any explosive signatures connected to these ship sinkings? Arry asked pointedly. Talbot gave a slow, regretful shake of his head. "The 4 primary SBIRS satellites are in geostationary orbit." He circled one of the icons with his laser dot. "Regrettably, the satellite covering the Asia-Pacific sector experienced a critical failure 3 months ago. Its replacement is still undergoing final checks and isn't scheduled for deployment until the first quarter of next year." A dry, sardonic chuckle came from Mary Pat Foley. "So the all-seeing eye in the sky has developed a rather significant blind spot." "You could put it that way, Madam Director," Talbot conceded with a tight smile. "A persistent software anomaly. But to be perfectly candid, even a fully operational SBIRS might not have flagged these incidents. The system is tuned for high-energy thermal events, the intense burn of rocket fuel, for instance. The heat signature from an explosion capable of sinking a ship, especially if it occurs at or below the waterline, is a different profile altogether, and could easily be lost in the ocean's background clutter." Arnie's frown deepened, his frustration evident. "I'm having trouble with that. Are you telling me an explosion powerful enough to tear a vessel apart wouldn't generate a detectable heat spike?" "That's an excellent question, Mr. Van Dam. Allow me to clarify," Talbot replied, his demeanor shifting to one of patient instruction. "We are considering 2 distinct scenarios here. The first involves a conventional detonation, which would produce a brief, intense thermal bloom. The second, and perhaps more insidious possibility, is a non-explosive event, a method of sabotage that bypasses a traditional blast signature entirely. Without the Pacific satellite, our data is incomplete, but even with it, the evidence might be ambiguous." He clicked the presenter again, bringing up a schematic of a ship's hull. "Consider the physics of seawater and rapid structural failure. The heat dissipates with astonishing speed. We're looking for a needle in a haystack, and for a critical window of time, we've been missing one of our strongest magnets." Even if SBIRS had registered an explosion, the heat signature might not have matched a typical missile launch profile. In that case, the data would have been logged automatically without triggering an alert for human review. These infrared satellites are incredibly sensitive, detecting countless thermal events daily. It's impossible for analysts to manually review each one, which is why we rely on advanced computer systems and complex algorithms to filter and prioritize the data. Another possibility is the nature of the explosive device itself. An underwater detonation, like a mine, would produce a muted thermal signature similar to trying to light a flare at the bottom of a pool. Ryan rested his hands on the table, leaning forward. Had SBIRS been fully operational, it could have identified an anti-ship missile launch, which would have clarified a great deal for us. Talbot agreed. "Absolutely, sir. Launches from aircraft, land installations, surface vessels, or submarines would all be within its detection capabilities. A remarkably convenient bit of luck for whoever is responsible," Arnie remarked dryly. "Luck or meticulous planning," Ryan countered. "I haven't decided which yet." Foley redirected the conversation. Spivirus is just one component of MASIN. What have our broader measurement and signature intelligence assets revealed? MIS-SCIENT encompassed a global network of ground, sea, air, and space-based systems designed for real-time tactical and strategic intelligence collection. This suite deployed seismic, acoustic, thermal, and optical sensors, among others, to detect any kinetic event. Some systems monitored entire regions, while others focused on areas as small as a single city block. Most were oriented toward known threat zones. SMASane has shown us nothing definitive, ma'am. We've analyzed gamma radiation, X-rays, radio frequencies, infrared, sonar, and radar data across the entire electromagnetic spectrum. There is no indication of any combat aircraft or naval vessels near the sinkings. Any signs of a nuclear, chemical, or biological attack? Ryan pressed. None detected remotely. To get a conclusive answer, we would need to deploy physical assets to the sites, which are exceptionally isolated. Ryan shifted his focus to Admiral Talbot. You've outlined what we don't know. Let's pivot to the facts we do have. Of course, sir. Talbot activated his laser pointer, bringing a live digital map to a nearby screen. It depicted the Pacific Ocean, dotted with arrowhead icons representing real-time shipping traffic. A color-coded legend identified vessel types: green for cargo ships, pink for fishing boats, red for oil tankers. This is a live feed of vessels transmitting automatic identification system signals across the Pacific. Each ship's transceiver broadcasts data including its identity, speed, and position. The AIS network uses both terrestrial and satellite receivers, complementing traditional navigation tools like radar and GPS. What's the global scale of Audiobook? Ryan asked. Talbot zoomed the display out to show the entire world. Tens of thousands of colored arrowheads materialized across every ocean, clustering densely along coastlines. The North Atlantic and the Western Pacific were especially crowded. Roughly 100,000 vessels broadcast an AIS signal over the course of a year, though not all on at sea simultaneously. Arnie let out a low whistle. That's a hell of a lot of boats to monitor. Indeed it is, Talbot acknowledged. With another click, all the live icons vanished, leaving only 6 green cargo ship symbols, each marked with a stark red X. He pointed to them one by one. Here are the positions of the 6 vessels lost in this isolated stretch of the South Pacific. The zone covers roughly 1,000 square miles, situated some 3,000 miles directly south of San Diego and an equal distance west of Peru. Each ship flew a different flag of convenience. There were no witnesses, no survivors, and no clear method of destruction, though the damage in each case appears to have been absolute. Our assessment indicates every vessel was taken down by one devastating hit. Arnie raised a question. Don't large ships carry something like a flight recorder? They do, came the reply. Voyage data recorders. Some are built to detach and float, but most are permanently mounted. It's plausible someone boarded each ship and disabled or took the recorders. The other scenario is that a sudden, massive event sent the ship down too quickly for the VDR to transmit a distress call. Assuming we locate the wreckage, could Diverse retrieve the recorder? Talbot indicated the first site on the map. This one is in the shallowest spot, at just over 5,000 feet, almost a full mile down. He moved his pointer. The deepest is nearly 7,000 feet. Human divers aren't an option. Our only shot is to deploy a deep-sea submersible. A visual survey might be possible, provided it can maneuver through a likely maze of twisted steel, cables, shipping containers, and other debris. But if we do recover the VDRs, that should give us answers, right? Arnie pressed. Most of the data would just repeat the AIS tracking we already have, came the response. Some record audio and radio traffic, which could be valuable if the ship communicated with its attacker. Then again, a skilled intruder on board would know to wipe the data with something as simple as a magnet. Arnie let out a frustrated sigh. So, bottom line, Are you confident these 6 markers are probably where the ships went down? Assuming the ships weren't just boarded, their trackers switched off, and then sailed somewhere else entirely, then yes. Probable locations is a safe bet. Ryan took over. To sum up, we're fairly sure we know where these ships were sunk, but the how remains a mystery. John, give us your best guess on the weapon system. Maybe that points us toward who. You want my forced confession? A submarine makes the most sense. Why? Call it instinct. I know what boats are capable of, and this fits the pattern perfectly. Does the Navy's detection network indicate a sub? Ryan asked, referring to the integrated undersea surveillance system. The short answer is no. IUSS sensors weren't operating in that specific area at the time. Ryan leaned back in his chair with a knowing smirk. Naturally, another convenient coincidence, Arnie remarked. For what it's worth, we did intercept a Russian AFOV broadcast a few days back. They use it sparingly, so it gets our attention when they do. ELF? Arnie asked. Extremely low frequency. It's used to communicate with submerged submarines across global distances. I'm not directly linking it to this, but it's another check mark next to my gut feeling. The president mentioned Buck Logan suspects the Russians, Ryan noted. I'm not fully convinced, but if you're leaning toward a submarine, it's worth exploring. Let's start with why it might be them, Secretary of Defense Burgess added. They certainly have the technical capability, especially with submarines. They've just commissioned the K-329 Belgorod into their Pacific Fleet. Is it in the region? Foley inquired. No, Talbot answered, but it wouldn't need to be. The Belgorod, an Oscar-class submarine, holds the title of the world's longest, even surpassing the famed Red October of the Typhoon class. However, its purpose is not as a missile carrier. It's a specialized vessel, engineered to transport 2 deep-sea research submersibles and a complement of 6 Poseidon torpedoes. Poseidons? Adler inquired. Admiral Talbot explained they were nuclear-powered drone torpedoes with a projected range exceeding 6,000 miles and the ability to operate at depths nearing 10,000 feet. Russian intelligence asserts the Poseidon can achieve speeds of 100 knots, regardless of whether it's armed with a 100-megaton nuclear device or a conventional payload. Sounds like a doomsday weapon, Arnie remarked. That's precisely the impression they intend to give, Talbot replied. In practical terms, their actual speed and destructive power are likely less than the boasts. Yet their capacity to bypass our defensive systems makes them a serious threat. Do you consider the Poseidon the primary suspect? Foley asked. Unlikely, ma'am. It's too recent a development and too costly to expend on targeting commercial freighters. What other submarines are operating in that sector? Ryan pressed. The Glazov was commissioned 6 weeks ago and assigned to the Pacific Fleet. It's an enhanced Kilo-class diesel-electric boat, arguably the quietest vessel they've ever deployed, surpassing even their nuclear attack subs. How quiet are we talking? Foley wanted to know. Recall the Krasnodar incident a few years back, Talbot said. That was also an improved Kilo, and this new model is a significant step forward. Ryan shook his head, the memory a source of professional irritation. President Yermolov had publicly announced the Krasnodar's mission to launch Kiliber cruise missiles into Syria. NATO forces tracked the submarine, which obligingly stayed on the surface from its Baltic home port all the way into the Mediterranean. Then off the Libyan coast it vanished beneath the waves. It only reappeared on sensors after firing its missiles, later surfacing to sail to its new base in Crimea. NATO had nicknamed it the Black Hole for its ability to disappear. So where is the Glazov currently? Our tracking is incomplete, sir. NRO satellites monitored its departure from port 6 weeks ago, and surveillance was handed off to Japanese forces. They tasked the Toryu, one of their new lithium-ion AIP submarines among the most advanced globally, with shadowing it. But 3 days into the mission, the Glazov dove deep and broke contact. Its last confirmed heading was toward the general area of the sinkings, but its precise location is now unknown. Ryan gestured toward the map. Based on its operational profile and the locations of the attacked ships, you believe that Glazov is our most probable perpetrator. At this moment, it's our only viable candidate. The fact it's armed with KLM cruise missiles and high-speed Shekval torpedoes doesn't exactly align with a peaceful scientific survey. Secretary of Defense Burgess raised his hands in skepticism. Forgive me, but I'm not convinced. Are we seriously suggesting the Russian government has entered the piracy business? If by piracy you mean we're hunting for sailors with eye patches and wooden legs, then no, Ryan said, a hint of dry humor in his voice. But given Captain Logan's first-hand account, labeling these attacks as criminal piracy seems accurate. He looked around the table. However, if anyone here starts talking like a cartoon pirate, I'm calling off the catered lunch. A wave of relieved laughter briefly lightened the tense atmosphere. It still seems an uncharacteristic move for them, Secretary of State Adler observed. Could be a diversion, Arnie suggested. Maybe they want us focused on chasing phantom pirates instead of monitoring their submarine movements. Or perhaps it's on new systems, theirs or a probe of ours. It might even be a global feint, pulling our resources here while they act elsewhere. I believe the President hinted at the core motivation earlier, Secretary Burgess added. Our sustained economic sanctions have bitten deep. The loss of trade revenue is causing real pain. And desperate nations sometimes resort to desperate and, frankly, bizarre measures to generate capital or leverage. Ryan leaned forward, his expression sharp. Maybe they're trying to strangle our side of global trade. An eye for an eye. I have another angle, Ryan countered, gesturing toward Admiral Talbot. You mentioned the Krasnodar incident. We all thought Yermolov was just grandstanding to make NATO look foolish. But we eventually realized it was a staged performance, a sales pitch for those upgraded Kilo-class submarines to buyers like Egypt and India. Exactly, Talbot agreed. We slapped sanctions on them, and they turned around and sold their so-called black hole sub to any regional player with enough cash. It made our lives infinitely more difficult. Arnie's brow furrowed. So you think this Glazov submarine is running the same playbook? Sinking merchant ships as a demonstration? He let out a short, humorless laugh. It's a theory, but right now, it's a theory worth about the price of a terrible cup of coffee. And it leaves us with one massive, glaring problem. Which is, Arnie pressed. Ryan's voice dropped. How in God's name do you find a boat that's designed to be invisible? Lots keep circling the who Ryan redirected. Convince me it isn't the Russians. Arnie offered an alternative. What if a submarine isn't involved at all? An explosive device smuggled aboard that's classic terrorist methodology. Secretary of Defense Foamy shook his head. No group has claimed responsibility. These attacks are about money, huge sums of it. We've crippled their traditional funding pipeline. This could be their new revenue stream, Ernie insisted, his tone growing more animated. Foley remained skeptical. Terrorists are always a possibility, but it feels like a stretch for our usual roster of suspects. Even the Houthis are operating drones now, Arnie pointed out. Not in the South Pacific, Talbot countered flatly. Arnie shifted targets. The Chinese, then. They have deep water capability. Every one of their submarines is accounted for, Talbot stated. How can you be sure? Talbot offered a knowing smile and a wink. That's above your pay grade, Arnie. A ripple of subdued laughter traveled around the table. Annoyed, Arnie pressed on. The North Koreans, then. They're perpetually scheming, and their fleet has over 600 vessels, submarines included. True, Talbot conceded, but their surface fleet is largely coastal gunboats and patrol craft. They've maybe 70 operational diesel subs, some with deep water range, but most are aging Soviet or Chinese hand-me-down. I wouldn't trust one to navigate the Potomac on a calm day. Given their sheer audacity, I won't dismiss them outright, but they're not at the top of my list." Foley interjected. Could it be pirates? They've had a significant resurgence. Talbot used his laser pointer to highlight regions on the map: the coasts of Africa, the Gulf of Oman, the Strait of Malacca. Pirates are generally local actors. Their standard procedure is seizure and ransom, using small arms. The incidents in the South Pacific, with the total destruction of ships and crews, don't fit their profile. It'll rule them out. President Ryan looked around the room. So where does that leave us? The target selection is telling, Foley mused. Only cargo ships. The oil industry is a far richer target. I'm surprised we haven't seen a tanker hit. Some of those behemoths carry 500,000 tons of crude. According to the ransom demand Logan intercepted, these people want to avoid a media firestorm, Ryan said, resting his elbows on the table. Think about the Exxon Valdez. Now imagine the worldwide fury if a sunken tanker also wiped out an entire reef ecosystem. The pressure to hunt them down would be immediate and overwhelming. So it's strictly cargo vessels, Foley summarized. Which registries? The targets were registered in Panama, Liberia, the Marshall Islands, Cyprus, and Moldova, Talbot confirmed, the list hanging in the quiet room. The common thread was anonymity, a ghost fleet on paper, making the search for a physical ghost ship all the more daunting. Owners sidestep union pay scales and avoid Western labor and environmental rules altogether, the report noted. Not sailing under Chinese or Russian flags, the Secretary of Defense pressed. Not that we've identified, though many were hauling Chinese-made products. One ship, for instance, was loaded with antibiotics manufactured in China. Ryan's expression tightened. This topic was a personal sore spot, one he'd been hammering home to American drug companies for over a year. Nowadays, China produced close to 80% of the world's pharmaceuticals, prescription meds, antibiotics, over-the-counter remedies, and even the chemical building blocks for nearly everything else. There wasn't a single penicillin plant left operating in the United States. So why aren't Chinese or Russian vessels being targeted? Ryan pushed. Is it because our pirates don't want to tangle with an actual navy? Or does the fact that Russia and China have been left untouched actually point the finger back at them? Hold on, Ryan cut in, turning toward the Admiral. Didn't you mention the Glazov put to sea about 6 weeks back, and it's still out there? Correct, sir. Sirs, it's underwater endurance. Admiral Talbot called up the Glazov's file, flashing photos and specifications across a monitor. We estimate it can stay submerged for up to 2 weeks without surfacing, with a total patrol range of 45 days before requiring resupply and refueling. Ryan stood abruptly. He moved to the other screens, still displaying the locations of the sunken ships scattered across the South Pacific. All right, let's run with the ideast for argument's sake that the Glazov is our culprit. If it's operating in this region and nearing the end of that 45-day window, where on earth does it resupply out here in the middle of nowhere? There are no Russian naval bases anywhere nearby. Excellent question, Talbot replied, studying the map intently. There has to be a submarine tender operating in the area. Is there one? Ryan asked. Not that I'm aware of. Can you switch back to the live feed and zoom in right here? Ryan pointed to a remote stretch of the South Pacific. On it. Talbot pulled up all vessels broadcasting IIS signals. Ryan tapped one of the arrowhead markers. What's this? Talbot moved his cursor over the symbol. A text box popped up. That's the Penza, Russian flagged, registered, out of Vladivostok. The readout showed little else of Penza. Ion transmitted only what it chose to share. Give me just a second, Talbot said, grabbing his tablet and tapping through a database. With a swipe of his finger, he threw a still image of the Penza onto another wall monitor. It showed a rust-streaked cargo ship, painted in faded black and red, with a white multi-story bridge perched at the stern. The deck was fitted with 2 heavy-duty cranes. The Penza is a multi-purpose vessel. roughly 100 meters long, displacing nearly 11,000 tons. It carries both wet and dry cargo. You can see the two 25-ton derricks used for lifting. A broad grin spread across Talbot's face. "Well, Ilby, that's the tender." Ryan gave a firm nod. "And if that's the tender, then the Glazov is our boat. What are the odds of actually locating a black hole submarine like the Glazov?" Ryan asked the Admiral. "The Glazov is compact and built for stealth. We have better luck winning the lottery 7 days in a row than spotting her out there. But you know what they say. You can't win if you don't play." Ryan allowed a thin smile. "Then let's play. Where are the Theodore Roosevelt and Carrier Strike Group 9 right now?" "The Roosevelt Strike Group is positioned about 150 miles southwest of Hawaii." "That's Admiral Pike's command, correct?" "Yes, sir." "David's first rate." Talbot felt a flicker of prideth, though no real surpriseth. The commander-in-chief knew the names of his key field commander. "How long to get them into the target area?" "At 30 knots, ED estimate, 3 days." "Unless you see a reason not to, let's send them that way. Having 7,500 additional sets of eyes on the problem is a significant advantage, especially with the anti-submarine capabilities they'll contribute." "Understood, sir. Admiral Pike will be fully on board. He's still bitter about that French attack submarine sinking his Carrier Strike Group near Florida during war games back in 2015. The French even gloated about it online until we pressured them to take it down. He'd welcome a real chance to settle the score. If I may, I have another recommendation. Go ahead." Talbot pointed to a marker cruising the vast stretch between Chile and New Zealand. "That's the Luzon, one of our newest Ticonderoga-class cruisers. She's equipped for anti-submarine warfare and carries 2 She-Hawk helicopters. We could redirect her to begin the search almost right away. Make it happen." The president moved to his chair and rested his hands on the backrest. "I'd say we've made a solid start. Now we wait for the Luzon's report. I wish this was our only concern today, but we all have other duties. Let's adjourn for now. Thank you, everyone, for your insights." As the meeting broke up, Ryan's team filed out. Before the Secretary of State could leave, Ryan called out to him. "Scott, if you have a moment." "There is one more thought I'd like to share." "What do you need, Mr. President?" Secretary of State Adler asked. "Scott, I need you to arrange a meeting with that new Russian ambassador as soon as possible." "You mean Kristikov? The one whose credentials you haven't formally accepted yet?" "That's the one." Ryan sighed. Protocol had cleared the man. Kristiakov seemed no more troublesome than any other envoy in Yermolov's diplomatic circle. Still, Ryan wasn't thrilled about welcoming another of the Russian president's associates, even if he was a key diplomatic appointment. "If you don't mind my asking, why the sudden shift? And why now?" "I want him sitting right across from this desk so I can size him up. If the Russians are involved in whatever's happening in the South Pacific, he might have information. With a little luck, I can pry it loose. Hopefully not literally. I wouldn't rule it out." Yermolov had recently appointed the nephew of Gazneft's chairman Russia's largest oil and gas conglomerate to the Washington Post, a man with zero diplomatic background. Ryan was fine with that. He had no problem outmaneuvering a privileged Russian novice. My Russia desk analysts warn he might be more shrewd than he appeared. "He could be tougher to unsettle than you expect. A diplomatic title doesn't automatically make someone a diplomat." "Exactly. He isn't your typical envoy." "Then our conversation should be interesting. If a Russian submarine is behind this chaos, I plan to find out and persuade him to tell Yermolov to stand down. Honestly, Scott, I'm concerned about the broader implications here. Are you talking about the Snow Dragon drills scheduled for next week?" "Yes, and that's only one part of a much larger strategy. Snow Dragon was sent to be the largest ever joint naval exercise between China and Russia, taking place in the Bering Sea. It represented a disturbing pattern of cooperation between two governments increasingly at odds with American interests. Specifically, Snowdragon focused on advancing Sino-Russian ambitions to tap Arctic resources and control newly accessible Arctic shipping routes. In what Ryan privately called a shotgun wedding between rivals, Russia contributed its advanced technology and engineering for polar oil and gas extraction, while China provided the vast financial backing to fund those projects. This included a major Gazneft facility already producing over 16 million tons of liquefied natural gas from beneath the polar ice. Just 6 months earlier, the Chinese Politburo had published a white paper detailing plans for a polar Silk Road, extending its global Belt and Road Initiative into the Arctic. The Belt and Road Initiative represented China's ambitious vision for a unified economic corridor across Eurasia. This sprawling network of trade and infrastructure was more than just roads and ports. It was a strategic play that could one day bind the continent together politically and militarily. For the United States and other nations, that potential shift in global power posed a significant long-term challenge. Up in the Arctic, plans for a polar silk route promised to slash the shipping distance from Shanghai to Hamburg by over 3,000 miles, redrawing the map of global trade. Meanwhile, recent military maneuvers in the Bering Sea, unsettlingly close to Alaska, added a literal chill to the idea of a renewed great power rivalry. Get Christikov his documentation sorted, the directive came. Then we'll see what he's really capable of. I'll handle it immediately, sir. Any possibility I could observe? I've always been curious to see a clash of titans up close. This one I'll manage personally. It won't be long before we discover who possesses the sharper edge. Maranzaran, California. The ranch-style home was secluded, set well back from the quiet county road amid groves of pine and cypress. Several vehicles from the Marin County Sheriff's Office were parked haphazardly on the gravel drive and the overgrown lawn, including the coroner's van. Yellow tape reading Serif Salut au Notre was stretched across the sagging porch, sealing the entry. Sergeant Ralph Browning observed the crime scene investigators at work, their cameras flashing in the dim interior. The scene they documented was one of grotesque violation. Chris and Kari Fast were found nude and defiled, their bodies fastened to the wooden floorboards within sinister symbols drawn in blood. The air was thick with the smell of death and melted wax from 13 black candles that had pooled in dark rings around them. Already the evidence of decay was visible. Maggots writhed in the hollows of sightless eyes and gaping mouths. On the walls their 2 small dogs had been brutally affixed, and above them a bloody declaration proclaimed "Satin Rules." Browning stood beside the young deputy who had first responded to a neighbor's concerned call. In over 2 decades on the force, he'd witnessed gruesome accidents and violence, but nothing that churned his gut like this. "I thought this kind of thing only happened in horror films," the deputy muttered, his face pale. "You ever come across anything like it, Sarge?" 22 years in, and this is a first," Browning replied, his voice low. "Makes you want to find the nearest church and light a candle." "First thing you learn," Browning added grimly. "Evil doesn't need a script. It just shows up." He glanced at his watch. The FBI agent was due any minute. The Bureau had issued a bulletin on the 2 missing Google engineers after they didn't show for work, and Browning was the lead investigator. Once the victims were identified, he'd notified the San Francisco field office. The order was clear. Nothing was to be disturbed until federal agents arrived, citing national security. One of the techs mentioned the wife's rideshare app was compromised, the deputy said. A fake driver, a phantom car. That accurate? Appears so. There's a dark irony there, isn't there? A pair of tech wizards, undone by a hack. "I need some air," Browning said abruptly, the acrid stench triggering a rise of bile in his throat. He was getting too old for this. Sleep was hard enough to come by, as it was after today. He wondered if he'd ever find rest again. His ex-wife's words echoed in his mind. She'd told him he should have retired 2 years prior. As usual, she was right, he conceded, lighting a cigarette on the porch and fighting to push the images from his mind. Barcelona, Spain. Jack reached the consulate with 10 minutes to spare for his meeting with Dick Dellinger. A phone call was insufficient. He needed to be in the room to read the man's reactions firsthand. Digital messages could be dismissed or delayed. Jack was cornered, his investigation into both Samler and the sorry man having led to frustrating dead end. Now, finally seated across from Dellinger, he had the man's undivided attention, their gazes locked in a silent contest of wills. "What can I do for you today, Mr. Ryan?" "Yesterday, you mentioned I should reach out if I needed anything." "Absolutely. That's why I'm here and why I made sure my calendar was open to see you on such short notice." "I appreciate that." "You also stated you take the deaths of American citizens very seriously." "I do." "Then, if you don't mind me asking, what in the world is happening with the Spanish authorities? Why is there such a lack of urgency in this investigation?" "A lack of urgency. It's only been 2 days since Moore was killed, so if you'll excuse the language, you need to take a breath, son. This is Spain. They operate on their own clock here. Don't misunderstand me, they're thorough, but they do things at their own deliberate pace. If Renee were your friend, your sister, your wifey, would you still feel that way?" Jack was watching Dellinger closely, searching for any flicker of recognition. If Renee mattered to him, it would confirm his CIA ties. Dellinger didn't hesitate. He was smooth, too smooth. He didn't pause to consider the question, to picture Renee as someone close. That meant he was either lying through his teeth, or she already was important to him. Yes, I would still say the same. You're keeping something from me. Dellinger let out a sigh. Was he thinking it over, Jack wondered, or just preparing another line of polished excuses? "Listen, Jack, you're a sharp guy. You understand how things work. You've likely heard about the independence demonstrations happening, right?" "Yeah, of course." "Well, Spain's political climate is incredibly fragile right now, especially regarding the separatist movement. Ms. Moore's death landed right in the center of that controversy, so with the U.S. government have to proceed with extreme caution. Spain is a key NATO ally, and the alliance itself is under strain. We can't be perceived as pushing too aggressively in any direction. There's a broader strategic view to maintain here." Dellinger leaned forward on his desk, his tone shifting to something almost mocking. "But hey, trust me, Jack. The Spaniards are on it." "I'm monitoring everything closely. I've got contacts within the Spanish government. In fact, I have a source at the CNI, and I was planning to call him later today. If I learn anything I'm cleared to share, I'll call you immediately. Does that work for you?" "Sure, I appreciate it." "Good, Jack." Dellinger stood. Jack rose as well. They shook hands, but Dellinger held on with a firm, almost aggressive grip. There was a subtle threat behind the man's pleasant expression, cementing Jack's belief that Dellinger was old guard CIA. "I want you to know I'm just as dedicated to finding Ms. Moore's killers as you are, Jack, and I won't quit until we do. Do you believe me?" Jack tightened his own grip, letting the cold anger in his own heart show in his eyes. "I believe you, Dick. And I hope you believe me when I say I'm holding you personally responsible. So for both our sakes, light a fire under someone over there, will you?" "I'll do my best, Jack." "Trust me on this." Jack turned and left the office, heading for the stairwell. A piece of advice from his father given to him when he was just a boy surfaced in his memory. Never trust a man who tells you to trust him. Fuyaston Tongsas, the corporate headquarters for White Mountain Logistics Security, occupied the 23rd floor of a downtown skyscraper. Buck Logan had selected it partly for the rooftop helipad. He despised wasted time, and nothing consumed more hours than Houston's infamous traffic. Logan also operated a larger compound outside the city, complete with a private airstrip, weapons ranges, and even a hunting preserve. But over the years, he'd found it more effective to conduct business with Houston's power players in their natural environment amid the steel towers and steaming asphalt of the sprawling Texas city. Buck Logan gathered his inner circle in his private command center, a space that felt more like a museum of military history than a corporate boardroom. The massive conference table was crafted from salvaged oak decking of the Imperial German Navy's SM Eletzow, a battle cruiser sent to the bottom during the First World War. Around them the walls displayed an array of naval relics and mementos from Buck's own abbreviated time at the Naval Academy, a career cut short by a devastating injury on the football field. A dedicated section honored his father's Marine Corps service, featuring a striking colorized photograph of the old man in bloodied snow gear, a cigar clamped in his grinning mouth, his face darkened by stubble. He looked every bit the Hollywood war hero, which was fitting, as the picture was taken after a brutal 3-day fight against Chinese forces at the chosen Reservia battle that earned him a Navy Cross and a Purple Heart. Everyone in Buck's orbit knew he idolized his father, and that the most treasured item in his vast collection was his dad's worn ivory, gripped .45 automatic carried through that frozen hell. It was also an open secret that Buck, despite building a global empire far beyond anything his father could have imagined and conquering a profound physical disability, still felt he lived in the man's long shadow. The urgent meeting of his kitchen cabinet, the 5 leaders of White Mountain's key divisions, had been called in response to his discussion with the president. They sat around the historic table, Buck positioned at the head. His imposing upper body was so pronounced, a visitor might wonder if the floor beneath him had been raised. Each executive had a tablet before them. "We're in the Situation Room because we've got a situation, folks," Buck began, his voice gravelly. "We're not going to sit around waiting for the next disaster. But let's be clear, we're also not going to charge in and make a spectacular mess of things." He caught the eye of Duder Nunn, his IT chief. "Do I need to schedule a meeting with HR now, or after I send you a formal apology, D?" The retired Navy commander, well accustomed to salty language from years at sea, offered a patient smile. "Unnecessary, sir. But I wouldn't say no to finding a bottle of Bailey's on my desk by close of business." "Consider it done," Buck said with a grin. "Might even help you polish it off." He turned back to the group. "You've all seen the briefings. What you need to understand is that I gave the president my word. We're going to find a way to put a wrench in the gears of the bastards who hit us and who are now threatening the country." He looked at each face, seeing unanimous, grim nods. These were more than capable managers. They were patriots, all with military service except for Phil Worley, his government liaison. But Worley had put in his time at the CIA and later as a senior official in the office of the Director of National Intelligence. Buck had poached him with a salary offer so generous it was almost comical. "We aren't the government," Buck continued. "That means we don't have their budget or their manpower, but it also means we don't have their red tape. We will operate at the very edge of the law, maybe even step over that line when we have to identify this threat. Our mission is to defend our assets and our people, and we will take the fight to them." His gaze settled firmly on Worley. "We're handing everything we find straight to Ms. Foley, no matter the cost to us. Is that clear?" Worley gave a nod. "We'll find a way to share the intelligence without exposing our methods or sources. Protecting the company's reputation is critical, especially with her involved. Government contracts make up 3/4 of our revenue. Forget the contracts. There's a threat to our national interests on the open ocean. What serves America serves us. If we take a hit, we take a hit. Now to business." Buck focused on Joe Gannon, a retired rear admiral and former deputy commander of the Military Sealift Command. "Joe, I need a full inventory of every vessel we own and every one we charter going forward. Make absolutely certain they're not just equipped with standard voyage data recorders. I want topside VDRs mounted on floating buoys. If a ship goes down, those units stay afloat and broadcast a distress signal. We'll start the inventory immediately. I'll handle it myself. I also demand live video coverage on all my ships, forward, aft, a full 360-degree view, and I mean quality cameras, not the bargain bin jump. If anything or anyone comes within 1,000 yards of our boats, I want a crystal clear image. I want those feeds displayed right here." Logan gestured toward one of the massive 4K screens. "Up on the big monitor. What's our current fleet count? 37 owned and operated vessels. 22 of those are either in the Pacific or scheduled to enter within the next 2 days. None will come within 300 nautical miles of the previous sinking locations." Logan turned to his IT director. "D, can we broadcast those images globally around the clock? Set them up on that screen with a picture-in-picture display? I'd like to monitor everything in real time if we can. It's feasible. The real hurdle will be storing that volume of data, but that's a problem money can solve." Logan gave a dismissive wave. "Make it happen. We'll retain each ship's data for a week, then purge it. Actually, no made that a month's retention. If we have another incident, I want that video evidence ready to aid the investigation and help catch those responsible." Nunn typed notes into her tablet. "My team will lead the technical implementation and handle the procurement." She looked to Admiral Gannon. "We'll coordinate with your people on the installation schedule and logistics, if that works." Gannon nodded. "Agreed." Logan's expression darkened. "I don't want this dragging on for months or even weeks. I want it completed in 30 days, maximum. Sooner if possible. I don't care if you have to fly your tech crews to the middle of nowhere to get it. Don't make it happen fast." "Understood?" Both Nunn and Gannon nodded. Logan then fixed his intense stare on Kyle Whiter, a former Army major from the 75th Ranger Regiment who headed his security division. "Kyle, start planning how we get at least 3 of your top people on each of our ships, working in 8-hour shifts. We also need to discuss what proactive security measures you can implement." A sharp smile crossed Logan's face. "And to be perfectly clear, I'm not talking about paperwork. I mean kinetic solutions, anti-air, anti-sea, anti-pirate, anti-everything. If some goat-roping fool tries to get over, on, under, or near one of my boats, I want a 5.56 round through his skull or a Stinger missile crammed up his tailpipe. I have some concepts, Buck, but we're stretched thin right now. Our operations in Africa, screw the operations in Africa. Unless it endangers our personnel or anyone under our protection. I want you to pull every resource that isn't bolted down over there and redirect it to where it truly matters. Clear?" "Ah, sir." "Heard, understood, acknowledged." The emergency session stretched on for another hour, with Worley growing increasingly impressed by Logan's grasp of the situation and his relentless drive to get control of it. Logan was applying immense pressure, and Worley thought it would be a serious challenge for whoever was targeting his fleet to withstand the kind of effort Buck was mounting. He pictured a younger Buck Logan on the football field at the academy, a determined tight end fighting for every inch on a critical 4th-down play against a stacked defense. Worley had always respected Buck, which was a big reason he left his government post to join the organization alongside, of course, the very attractive compensation package. But today Buck was operating on another level entirely. Worley mused that the man would have made an exceptional admiral or a Marine Corps general. In this moment of intense pressure, he even carried a certain commanding, almost presidential, gravity. It was almost a shame, really. Had Buck pursued a military career, it could have been the ideal springboard for a run at the White House, following the path of so many commanders-in-chief before him. Worley recalled whispers among the veterans at White Mountain about old Scooter's grand political design for his son. What a waste of potential, cut down so early. How does a man even carry that weight? Worley pushed the thought aside. He needed to reach out to his former superior DNI Foley and brief her on the day's developments. He wouldn't bother informing Buck about the call. The man was sharp enough to assume it would happen. He'd simply let Foley know that Buck was fully committed to winning this conflict, whatever this conflict actually was. In Barcelona, gaining access to Ryan's apartment set Buck off back €100, but he considered it money well spent. the Guatemalan cleaner, who serviced several short-term rentals in the Barcelona district, had driven a harder bargain this time, doubling her fee from their previous arrangement. She did, however, offer a brief, energetic diversion in the very apartment she was cleaning when he arrived for the keys, which Bykov felt almost justified the price on its own. Since the funds came from Guzon's accounts and not his own, he viewed the entire transaction as a personal windfall. The building had a main entrance lock, and Ryan's third-floor unit featured a second, sturdier deadbolt. Bykov was capable of picking both, but with daylight streaming in and local police visibly tense over rumors of a massive afternoon Protestant expected crowd of over 300,000 was set to gather near the marina's luxury yacht's, discretion was wiser. Beyond the patrol cars, a small police outpost was just around the corner, a couple of official scooters parked outside. Slipping a white paper mask over his face and pulling down a black Nike cap, Bykov took the narrow, twisting marble staircase 2 steps at a time. In this working-class area, most residents should be at their jobs, but running into a tourist from another rental was a risk. An encounter would mean a messy complication, so the mask was a simple precaution. More critically, if Ryan was any sort of professional, he might have security cameras inside. Ryan discovering his identity would ruin everything. Standing in the cramped hallway beside a claustrophobically small elevator, Bykov got to work. The heavy lock clunked open with the large brass key, and he pushed inside with his latex-gloved hands. His eyes, trained for such details, swept the compact kitchen and living area of the 2-story unit for any discreet cameras, but found none. He checked his watch, his mind already moving to the next step. A sudden sharp noise from the street, a car backfiring, made him freeze for a second, a reminder of the volatile city outside his target's quiet door. His spotter confirmed Ryan was still at a restaurant in the Jewish quarter with the CNI agent. The call would come the moment Ryan left. Even by taxi, it would take him a good 20 minutes to return, closer to 30 if he walked. That was plenty of time. Setting his watch alarm for 20 minutes, he got to work. The kitchen counter was right by the door. Ryan kept a tidy spaciousness, washed and stacked neatly. A shame, really. Those would have been perfect for the fingerprints and DNA he needed, but nobody cleans every inch of a kitchen. The stainless steel faucet should still hold prints. He pulled a latent lift sheet from his coat, peeled the backing, and pressed it against the knobs. The decorative plastic was too textured. It came up blank. Crumpling the sheet into his back pocket, he tried a fresh one on the smooth spout. Only fragmented smudges appeared. Useless. He spotted a closed laptop on the small kitchen table. Unless Ryan was obsessive, the keyboard would be a gold mine. If Ryan was an operative, the laptop might be rigged to activate its camera when opened, fully a security feature that only worked on a total fool. Bykov was no fool. He lifted the lid just enough to reach the keys, keeping it in sleep mode. He didn't shift the laptop or anything else. Ryan might use an app like PhotoTrap to detect movement. Bykov used it himself when traveling. With care, he swabbed the keyboard with 3 separate swabs, sealing them in a plastic bag. Then he applied a lift sheet to the surface beside the touchpad. Peeling it back revealed several partial whorls, likely from the palms. He allowed himself a tight grin beneath the mask. 2 more sheets went across the bottom row of key space bar, Control, Command, and he pressed the lid down gently for contact. Lifting them away yielded more partials, even a few on the lid itself. Perfect. Upstairs, the bathroom offered more chances. He checked the flush handle, sink fixtures, and shower controls for prints, but DNA was the real prize now. Fighting his own disgust, he collected used tissues from the wastebasket, stray pubic hairs from the shower drain, and clippings from Ryan's electric razor, which also carried prints. Most agencies kept DNA files on persons of interest. Maybe Ryan's genetic material was already in some databases people could access. If not, they had backdoors into commercial ancestry sites. It still baffled him, people paying to hand their DNA over to strangers who often sold it to the highest bidder. Talk about a modern-day confession booth. Before leaving, he planted 2 voice-activated listening devices. tiny and nearly invisible. The job was done, with minutes to spare. Each device was no larger than a quarter, boasting a battery that lasted a full day. With his receiver he could listen in live or record everything he picked up. Odds were they'd turn up empty, forcing him to break back into the apartment to collect them. That just meant blowing another $100 of Guizen's cash and another half-hour of enjoyment with a woman from Guatemala's sacrifice he was more than willing to make. Right on schedule, the alarm on Bakov's watch chimed at the 20-minute mark. He gave the room one last sweep to ensure nothing was out of place, then checked the narrow hall through the door's peephole. Seeing it clear, he stepped out, tucking his gloves and mask into his pocket before hitting the sidewalk, just in case a patrol car rolled by. The street was empty. It had been a clean job, or so he believed. Jack and Brasa met at a cozy family-run spot on Carrer dels Banis Nus, a tight pedestrian lane in the old Jewish quarter. They took a table tucked in the far back corner, away from the other diners. Jack leaned against the rough stone wall, his eyes tracking the front entrance under the aged wooden beams of the low ceiling. This section was a cattle barn 3 centuries ago, Brasa mentioned, dipping a fried churro into her cup of thick hot chocolate. The restaurant itself only dates back about 140 years. Jack had the same order in front of him, another Spanish treat he'd grown fond of. The chocolate was dense, almost like a warm pudding, made with just water and no milk. It wasn't as sugary as the American version, and the churros were only lightly sprinkled with sugar, but it was satisfyingly sweet. He'd just finished a slice of Spanish tortilla, a simple yet delicious casserole of potato, egg, and onion cooked in olive oil, a staple here at any meal. "I'm going to need some serious miles when I get home after this trip," Jack said, popping the last bit of churro into his mouth. He'd already run along the beach in Barcelona that morning to work off the previous day's indulgence. His appetite had briefly vanished after jogging past the older, unabashed son, bathers at the southern end near the hotel, mostly older men, leathery and unbothered, some striking poses that were far too revealing. He'd been irritated with Brasa, too, for not returning his calls, but his annoyance faded when she phoned an hour ago and invited him to breakfast. "The message you left last night said you knew how to find the bomber," Brasa finally said, dabbing her mouth with a napkin. Jack was surprised. It had taken her this long to ask. Back in the States, an agent in her shoes would have led with that question, probably over coffee, not a full meal. Yet another reason Spain was winning him over. "Yeah, I think so. The key is the phone Alexandre was using, the one you claimed to see, or more precisely, the Bluetooth signal you noticed, the one we never found." Her tone had a definite edge. Was she doubting him? Or was it just the fatigue wearing her down? "I mean the phone that disappeared from the scene," Jack replied. "Who would take it? Maybe the person on the other end of the call slipped back in during the confusion and grabbed it. Or maybe someone from your own team," Jack almost added. Brasa gave a slight, thoughtful tilt of her head, a habit he found oddly charming. "Unlikely. But I can check with the officers to see if any suspicious or unfamiliar person entered Lavi that night." Jack slid her a torn sheet of notebook paper. "What's this?" "The address of the shop where Alexandre purchased her burner phone. And you know this?" How Brasa's eyes, framed by dark circles, narrowed sharply. Jack considered showing her the traffic camera footage Gavin had acquired, but that would open a whole can of worms, starting with the illegal hack into the city's network. Had figured the store address and the rough purchase timeline would be enough to grab her attention. Instead, it just seemed to make her angry. "My firm has access to certain specialized tools," Leia's expression hardened. "Cut the crap, Jack. We both know you're CIA or something like it. I'm not. Hand to heart, Hindley Associates handles major international clients. Sometimes those clients are targeted by criminals, and we step in to protect them. Other times we get suspicious about where all their money actually came from, and we need to protect ourselves. So yes, we've built a very capable security division. Think of it as an internal investigations unit." She crossed her arms, her skepticism plain. Pinpointing that exact phone store with a purchase time for Alessandri isn't something a regular company pulls off. I don't buy it. Why is that so hard to believe? Because you're still not being straight with me. What haven't I told you? Her face twisted into something between a scowl and a smirk. How should I know? They teach basic reasoning in American schools. The parochial schools I attended certainly did, Jack thought. I haven't lied to you. I believe that. But I didn't say you lied. I said you haven't told the whole truth. Isn't that the line from your courtroom dramas? The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You're circling something, just say it. She gave him a slow, appraising look. I work around special operations types constantly. You move like them. You carry yourself like them. Your eyes never stop, working checking the door, the windows, the room. You're an operator, Jack. Or a spy. Laya, I am telling you the complete truth when I say I do not work for the CIA or any government agency. I'm a private citizen. That's it? Jack locked eyes with her, pouring every ounce of manufactured earnestness he could muster. Technically, he wasn't lying daying on how you defined work for or government. The campus was a private entity. He wasn't on the federal payroll. The fact that their actions ultimately served national interests was in his mind a minor detail. Yet, despite his airtight internal justification, his performance wasn't landing. He leaned in, his tone shifting from defensive to almost playful. Okay, fine, I hit the gym. I do mixed martial arts for fun, so yeah, I can throw a punch. I took a civilian defense course because my job sends me into some sketchy neighborhoods. And sure, I'm a decent shot. I grew up around firearms. What can I say? I'm an American, he offered a grin, trying to sell the levity. It fell flat. I shoot at a range in Virginia. My grandfather was a detective in Baltimore, so guns are kind of a family tradition. But that's where the excitement ends. My actual job is painfully dull. I sift through financial disclosures all day looking for investments. I trade a few stocks. I'm just a guy who's furious that a good woman was murdered and nobody's answering for it. Reading people was a skill his father had encouraged, and John Clark had sharpened to a fine point. This work was more about psychology than hardware. He despised how naturally the lies came to him now, how easily he wore this other skin. He rationalized his deceptions as necessary tools to complete an operation, to rescue a friend, to shield someone innocent, or, as now, to hunt down René's murderers and see justice served. He never lied for personal gain. Falsehood was just another instrument in his kit. Yet with every untruth, something within him quietly withered, no matter how minor or noble the intention. That was the double-edged legacy of a Jesuit education. Bruss's stern expression eased, her shoulders relaxed. She let out a slow breath, almost smiling. I believe you, Jack. Thank you. So why do I feel like such a fraud? She looked back at the document. If you give me your word you've broken no laws, I might be able to use this to secure a warrant for the store's purchase records. That would identify the phone and account. Then let us pull the metadata, which would start you tracing who she was talking to, and where that person was. That's the bastard you're hunting. He hoped she didn't catch that he hadn't actually given his word. Brasa shook her head. She lifted a churro, gesturing with it. No, Jack. That's the bastard you're hunting, and you're using me to do it. She dipped the pastry in the thick chocolate before taking a loud, crisp bite. I'm only trying to help. So is my agency. We have considerable resources. Brasa chewed, her gaze locked on Jack's as if seeking an answer to an unspoken question. She seemed to find it. After swallowing, she reached into her bag and slid a photograph across the table. Jack picked it up, masking his shock behind a carefully neutral face. He couldn't let her know he'd seen this man before. It was a grainy image of the Sarimanzim tortoiseshell glasses, same shoulder-length hair, a cropped screen grab likely from the same camera footage Gavin had located. Who is this? Jack asked. Gavin hadn't identified him either, so at least he didn't have to lie about that. That's what we'd like to know. Any thoughts? Jack shook his head. None. You never saw him? I did. We passed each other as I was leaving. I think, he muttered, sorry, man. In English? Sounded American, or possibly Canadian. Brasa pushed her half-finished cup of chocolate aside and leaned back. That's more than we've managed to learn. What about his ID? Brasa sighed. I probably shouldn't tell you this, but then again, I was told to keep you updated as the investigation progressed, wasn't I? You sound annoyed by that? I have enough on my plate without babysitting a wealthy American finance type. In many things, but wealthy isn't one of them. I'm sorry I'm such an inconvenience. Truly, I get it. You've got a job to do, and in just another complication. But please believe me, I only want to help. Brasa bit her lip. He watched her guard drop as she tucked a curl behind her ear. I'm sorry, Jack. That was rude of me. There is a lot happening in my life outside this insane job. It's fine, I understand. Is there anything I can do to help? Apart from the case? That's kind, but no. She shook her head, suddenly self-conscious about her brief vulnerability. She straightened up, folding her hands on the table. So, regarding this man's identification, he had none. No wallet, no credit cards, no passport, no pocket litter, as you say, no cell phone, no fitness tracker, nothing. Absolutely nothing to tell us who he was. You must have taken his fingerprints. We did, and ran them through all our databases, including Interpol. No matches. If Hayes from the EU, he'd have a chipped passport and likely used facial recognition at the automated gates. Did you check there? We did. No luck. Airport cameras? Trains? Nothing. No wonder Gavin hadn't called yet. You must have some theories, Jack said. Could he be linked to the bombing? You believe he's part of Brigada Catalan? We have what we believe is a full roster of their members' names, addresses, photos. His face isn't among them, but intelligence suggests BC has rumored ties to Al-Qaeda, the Macedonian UK, and several other militant networks. Our working theory is he might be affiliated with one of those other groups. Numerous international agencies maintain extensive databases on AQ affiliates. Have you circulated his image? Yes, it's been distributed widely. No matches so far. But I've been considering another angle. Brasa leaned forward, lowering her voice. What if Brigada Catalan isn't responsible for this attack at all? Explain. You're familiar with the Civil War history, and you follow Spanish politics. There are pro-nationalist factions, remnants of the old Francoist sympathizers, who despise the very idea of Catalan independence. They would absolutely loathe a group like BC. And you think one of these groups could have framed BC for the bombing, even though BC publicly claimed responsibility? Anyone can post anything online these days. Jack held up the photo of the man they called Sorry Man. Can I hold on to this? Give it to your contact. Let me know what he uncovers. Brasa stood, signaling the meeting's end. Jack rose as well. And you'll update me using the burner? The corner of her mouth lifted in a faint, knowing smile. Of course. We're helping each other, aren't we? Brasa knocked on the open door of her supervisor, Gaspar P. He was 25 years her senior, a Madrid native whose slight conch was expertly concealed by a custom-tailored suit, a gift from his much younger wife. Despite his reputation as a charmer, he had always treated Brasa with a kind of paternal regard. Come in, Light. Close the door, please. He gestured for her to take the seat opposite his desk, a broad smile on his face. I have excellent news. P came around and perched on the edge of his desk as Brasa sat down. She managed a tired smile. What's the news, sir? He let his grin linger. The Guardia Civil has a solid lead on Brigada Catalan. They're convening a major strategy meeting tomorrow, and we know the exact location. Brasa felt a spark of excitement. That's tremendous. It gets better. The Guardia Civil will be leading the assault. But, sir, this is my investigation. I should be leading that raid. P waved a dismissive hand. No. Let the door kickers do their job. Brasa shot to her feet. That isn't fair. Laia, you understand how this works. He gestured at their temporary surroundings. We weren't assigned these offices in Barcelona by accident. We're here to partner with the Guardia Civil to help them manage this independence fervor. They supply the brawn. We supply the brains. It's a simple division of labor. Is this about protecting me? Not at all. You have the critical role. While they're breaking down doors, I need your steady hand overseeing the arrests and the forensic work. If we want to dismantle these separatists for good, we need airtight convictions, not casualties that turn them into martyrs. We cannot afford to lose a single case because evidence was mishandled. P's fatherly smile widened. You see the logic, don't you? Brasa's jaw tightened. Spain, for all its modern veneer, still wrestled with the ghosts of paternalism. True equality remained a battle fought in quiet moments, not just in Catalonia, but in offices like this one. Today, however, wasn't the day for that fight. Securing justice mattered more. Yes, sir. I understand Beer, the expert on these matters, Brasa replied, but I'll be ready regardless. P's face broke into a wide grin. Outstanding. He hurried back to his desk, tapping at his keyboard. I'm connecting you with Captain Esenzio, who leads the assault team. Give him a call, and he'll brief you on all the operational specifics. He looked up, his expression turning serious. And keep this completely quiet, understood? We can't have any leaks ruining our plans. Brasseau wasn't a fool. She knew Jack would be thrilled to hear this, but her allegiance was to her nation, not to insistent Americans, regardless of how earnest or good-looking they might be. He would simply have to be patient until the operation concluded. Absolutely, sir. My lips are sealed. She rose from her chair. Thank you for trusting me with this. I have every faith in you, Leia. We all do. One day you'll probably be the one sitting at this desk, maybe even leading the whole organization. But we build things step by step, right? Right. Step by step, she echoed, moving toward the door. And maybe I'll take a step toward knocking some sense into that thick head of yours, she mused privately. A faint smile touched her lips as she closed the door behind her. Now she needed to make some quick arrangements for her father's care while she was away on the mission. London, England, Mari Moon's eyes stung as she stepped through the loft's entrance, halted by an invisible barrier of pure foulness. The air was thick with the sickly sweet, unmistakable reek of decay, mixed with the acrid notes of stale urine and waste, the latter forming a congealed mess on the floor beneath the darkening feet. It froze her in place. The naked body dangled from a wooden ceiling beam in the spacious, open living area. The middle-aged man's face was a bloated, greenish hue, marbled with discoloration, his eyes and tongue grotesquely protruded by the internal gases of decomposition. The rest of the corpse shaded into deeper greens and brownish blacks further down, with blood settled darkest in the lower legs and feet. Moon began breathing in short, deliberate mouthfuls, bypassing her nose. She was an internal investigator, not a street cop, and definitely not a medical examiner. Agent Moon? A man inquired, approaching. His steely blue eyes held a trace of sympathy. He knew her only by the title and name she'd provided over the phone, both of which were fabrications. She noted his stylish Brioni jacket and Crockett Jones loafers, rather upscale for a London detective. His composed demeanor, along with the silver in his neatly kept hair and mustache, suggested a seasoned professional. She intended to use both his confidence and his experience. Yes, I'm looking for DCI May. That's me, he said, offering a polite smile. Travis May. A pleasure. They shook hands. He observed her pallor. My apologies for the rather pungent atmosphere. We appreciate your discretion and rapid response to the situation. When we discovered his GCHQ identification, I knew we had to reach out to your office immediately, he said, his eyes narrowing slightly. National security concerns and all that. You have no idea, Moon thought. Dr. Stanley Hopkins was a pivotal researcher within one of the world's most critical intelligence agencies, Britain's counterpart to the NSA. Can you give me a quick summary? DC. May turned toward the corpse, his well-groomed hands clasped behind his back. The neighbors across the hall reported a powerful odor to the building superintendent early this morning, initially thinking it was a plumbing issue. I'll require their names and contact details. Naturally. Please go on. As I was saying, they tracked the smell to this flat, opened the door, and... Well, you see the result. In your assessment, how long has Dr. Hopkins been deceased? Rigor mortis has passed. Based on the lividity and the advanced decomposition, we estimate roughly 4 days, possibly longer. Moon gave a slow nod, processing this. Hopkins had been unreported for 5 days. A sudden, sharp memory flashed out a brief, unexpected conversation she'd overheard Hopkins having in a Whitehall corridor just last week, his voice tight with a strain she hadn't understood at the time. It felt ominously connected now. 72 hours after he missed 2 crucial departmental meetings, the alarm was finally raised. The security of Britain's digital infrastructure had depended on him. Or it had. May went on, the body in the bedroom fits that same window. We'll have more concrete answers after the lab analysis. Another body? Who is it? Joseph Ogwe, a Ugandan national here without legal status. He was involved in a mail escort operation. 2 arrests in the past 3 years. The forensic investigator thinks it was a drug overdose. And we're supposed to believe these 2 deaths are connected? I've witnessed similar patterns. Dr. Hopkins was wearing a wedding ring. Something went badly wrong here with Mr. Oka. Hopkins panics, sees his entire life crumbling, the scandal, his wife, his children, and he's crushed by the thought of courtrooms, prison, disgrace. He wouldn't be the first to choose what seems like the simplest exit. Moon looked at the body. I wouldn't exactly call that simple. No, indeed. What about the laptop? He gestured toward the large, stern-faced officer standing watch over a small desk where Hopkins's laptop sat, untouched. Sergeant Levin has it. It hasn't left his sight since our conversation. Moon's gaze returned to the corpse. The steely determination in her expression softened briefly. She knew Stanley Hopkins, his delightful wife, Sally, and their 3 sweet young kids. She'd shared a meal with them just weeks ago for Sally's birthday. Stanley was a gifted mathematician working at the cutting edge of quantum cybersecurity. Sure, but he was also a genuinely committed family monorole you can't just perform. The idea of drugs, illicit sex, and suicide felt completely alien to his character. People can always surprise you, can't they? DC, May said, as if hearing her thoughts. A real tragedy. You were acquainted with him? Moon straightened, aware her composure had faltered. Who else in your team is aware of this situation? Myself, Sergeant Levin, 2 forensic techs, 2 uniformed officers. Why? Has any evidence or property been taken from this compartment yet? Not at this stage. My agency is assuming control due to national security concerns. Highest priority. DCI May's polite demeanor instantly turned rigid. This is our investigation, Ms. Moon. That's simply not feasible. Commissioner Grimes will confirm the transfer to you directly shortly. I need you to collect your personnel and leave the premises now. You and your team are to forget everything you've seen here. You will not discuss it with anyone, or record it in any report under legal penalty. There was no Stanley Hopkins. There was no Joseph Ogwe. There was no forensic material and no laptop. There was no crime and no suicide. Do you understand me? The muscle in May's jaw tightened. Completely good. One final point. Ma'am, I was never here. Bancha? Spain Jack hailed that ride-sharing apps weren't an option in the city. The driver was from Colombia and spoke no English, but it wasn't an issue. Jack showed him the address of his apartment on his phone and they set off. The driver was amiable, attempting conversation as they headed toward the old city. He slowed his Spanish enough for Jack to catch the gist. He was from Bogota, had lived in Spain for 7 years, and had a wife and 2 little girls at home. The Colombian muttered a curse as traffic ground to a standstill near the Pla de Catalunya. The reason wasn't difficult to spot. Another protest had swelled, one of many over the previous month, pulling in vast crowds from across the region. The sidewalks were packed, many people wearing the red and yellow striped flags of Catalan independence, with a white star draped over their shoulders like capes. Jack noted lots of young faces, but also parents with strollers or walking alongside their school-aged children. Mixed throughout were older citizens and middle-aged folks, some moving more slowly with canes and wearing hats adorned with patriotic symbols. The taxi sat motionless as the crowd around it swelled, a river of humanity flowing toward the historic square. Hand-held flags fluttered in the sea of people alongside banners championing liberty, free speech, and democracy. A rare anarchist symbol or hammer and sickle stood out, but the overwhelming mood was one of cheerful anticipation. People streamed past the cab on both sides, chatting and laughing, their energy more akin to fans heading to a Major League Baseball game than to a political rally. Jack sensed no anger, no chants, no signs of violence, just a palpable positive buzz. The driver glanced back, and Jack needed no translation. "Got it," he said. "Time to walk." He checked the meter, pulled out his wallet thankful he'd hit an ATM before meeting Brosa for breakfast, and paid the fare plus a generous tip. Tipping wasn't customary for cabs here, but Jack believed in showing respect for hard work. He eased the door open, careful not to hit anyone in the passing stream, leaned back in to thank the driver, and wished him Busude amigo. The man would be gridlocked for hours and would need all the luck he could get, merging with the tens of thousands heading for the Grand Plaza. Jack spotted the armored riot police and their vehicles stationed at one end. Had read reports of past protests that turned ugly because of agitators, but today felt different. Or so he wanted to believe. Then a cold thought sliced through his optimism. With these packed streets, crowded cafes, and apartment buildings, this was a perfect target for Brigada Catalan. An explosion itself was bad enough, but the resulting stampede of panicked thousands was the real nightmare. As much as he was fascinated. Never seen a mass democratic protest firsthand, his instinct for self-preservation kicked in. In situations like these, things had a habit of going sideways fast. The last thing he needed was to be mistaken for a troublemaker and get a face full of pepper spray from some jumpy cop just trying to survive his shift. Better to head back to his apartment. He checked his phone for the nearest metro entrance and tried to angle toward it, but it was like trying to swim against a tidal wave. The closer he got, the denser the crowd became, a solid wall of bodies unwilling to yield. He nearly sparked a confrontation with 2 guys who thought he was pushing through with bad intentions. The station was still 100 feet ahead, but its exit was disgorging people like a burst water main. Abandoning the metro, he aimed for the quieter side streets to walk it off. Had made it just 2 blocks when his phone buzzed. He tapped his AirPods. "Gav, how are you, buddy?" A massive, hippo-like yawn blasted through his earpiece. "Oh, man, sorry about that. Missed my net today." "Tell me about it," Jack said, weaving past a sidewalk vendor. "What's up?" "I think I found your guy, sorry, man. Name's Dylan Runtso. Dr. Dylan Runtso, actually. In quantum physics from Princeton. He was traveling under a forged passport, so it took a minute to pin him down. And like you figured, he's been wiped from the standard facial databases. Sorry for the delay. Are you kidding? Don't apologize. This is incredible news. Once more, I have to tip my hat to your brilliance. Hold off on the bowing just yet. Wait, that sounded wrong. What I'm trying to say is, that's about all I've got. The guy holds a special access program clearance, plus an SSBI, an NACI, and a stack of other certifications ID never even heard of before this morning. His required to notify the authorities about any trips outside the country, but from what I can see, the only foreign travel he ever reported was a quick hop to Toronto for some academic symposium. No mention of Spain. Not a peep. Nice touch with the Spanish, by the way. I couldn't resist. So what's he involved in that demands that kind of extreme secrecy? Your guess is as good as mine. He operated as a private consultant, and you know my opinion on that breed. Hired guns, if you ask me. Learn the ropes on the government's dime, then auction off your insider knowledge to the highest bidder. Sounds like he used to be on our rich uncle's payroll. Exactly. Before going solo, he was attached to a project called Raptra. What happened there? He walked away roughly a year back. The feds still have a loose tab on him, supposedly. Must be someone pretty important if he's still on their watch list. Any idea what Rapier entailed? No clue. I started poking around the edges and tripped every alarm in the system. If I hadn't bounced my signal through half a dozen virtual private networks, it would have been me getting a midnight knock from an NSAQ group, not some unlucky operators running a niche adult site out of Bucharest. I don't even want the details on that. Just tell me you have another angle to pursue. A project guarded this tightly is practically daring someone like me to take a look. It'll take some careful time if I want to stay off their radar. They don't exactly stock Slim Jim bacon jerky in the Federal Supermax, and you know him a sucker for those things. See what you can dig up on Raptoire, but don't stick your neck out. I wish I could say this was some grand matter of national security, but it'd be lying. I'm just trying to help a friend, and this Rapier thread is where it's leading. There is no reason for you to end up in hot water over it. Don't sweat it. I live for a good puzzle more than I dread a lonely cell. He'll circle back when I have something solid. Besides, if she was your friend, then she was mine too. I owe you one. Hey, on another note, Ame, we should make sure Runso's name and his passing reach somebody at the State Department. It's only right for his family. I was thinking the same thing. But he'll do it quietly. No return address. That way we avoid a whole interrogation neither of us wants to sit through. As usual, you're 2 steps ahead, Mr. Barry. That's what my mom always tells me. She sounds sharp. But a truly awful cook. Gavin ended the call, and Jack slipped his phone back into his pocket, the encouraging news lending a new spring to his step. After a meandering, lengthy stroll through the tight, cobbled lanes of the historic district, Jack finally arrived at his apartment building. He slid the skeleton key into the lock and shouldered the heavy wooden door open. Closing it behind him, his eyes performed a swift, practiced sweep of the room, checking for any trace of an intradera habit drilled into him by training. He'd maintained a vigilant watch all the way from Pla de Catalunya, and despite the bustling crowds, felt reasonably sure no one had tailed him. Everything appeared undisturbed as he tossed his keys onto the small kitchen table. He opened the refrigerator, pulled out a Clara, and cracked open the chilled can before settling at the table. He took a long, satisfying drink of the lemon shandy to quench his thirst from the walk, hoping it might also clear his head. Maybe Broussard had a point. What was he really accomplishing here? He did trust that she would throw every resource into cracking the case, and honestly, he had his own life to return to, not to mention his responsibilities back at the campus. He opened the laptop, waking the screen, and entered his security code to gain access. Out of sheer habit, he double-clicked a seemingly ordinary folder labeled Travel Tips, then navigated inside to a subloader called Vaccinations. Opening it launched a surveillance system connected to 4 tiny, motion-activated, wide-angle cameras he'd concealed throughout his apartment. Jack almost choked on his drink when he spotted the blinking green indicator in the menu bar. The system showed an intrusion just 35 minutes prior. A split screen displayed feeds from all 4 cameras, each with individual playback control. Triggering one automatically activated the others, all set to record for an hour before shutting down, unless manually restarted. He watched as his front door swung open and a man in a white paper mask and a black Nike cap stepped inside. One camera, hidden in a fern atop the kitchen cabinets, provided a downward view. Another was tucked between the living room couch cushions for an upward angle. There was something familiar about the intruders, billed a large, fit white guy who moved with the economical precision of a trained operative. But his face was mostly obscured. Jack waited, then froze the frame as the man turned slightly toward a camera. Zooming in, he noted short hair, with no strands visible under the cap, and blonde sideburns trimmed mid-ear. Plenty of people were blonde, but it was less common here in Barcelona. Jack zoomed closer on the eyes, just visible above the mask. Hazel, deep set in a square jaw. That combination was unusual. He struggled to recall anyone back home with eyes like that. The only recent memory was from the other night, a reflection in a window outside lobby. Those had been hazel, deep set in a similarly square face. Was this crooked nose? It had to be. The mask covered his nose and mouth, making absolute confirmation impossible, but the physique matched. This wasn't a friendly visit. Why steal intel when you could just ask? And why target his apartment unless connected to the bombing? That pointed to Brigada Catalana, or if Bras's theory held, another terrorist cell. What did they want from him? Only one way to find out. Jack let the footage play. It quickly became clear this was no social call. Within minutes, the man had meticulously collected enough genetic material and fingerprint traces to supply multiple crime labs. But all that biological data was only as useful as the database it was checked against specifically, whether it contained Jack's record. Given the extensive efforts to erase his identity from both public and private systems, Crooked Nose was likely to hit a dead end. Just as Jack found some comfort in that thought, the scene shifted jarringly. The intruder stopped gathering DNA and began planting discreet listening devices around the apartment. You have got to be kidding me. Listening devices and DNA collection? This guy was playing for keeps. Even basic wireless bugs were easy to find online, but these units were smaller, probably military grade. What was he hoping to overhear? Conversations with Brasa, most likely, or any slip about Jack's identity or affiliations. The DNA grab was a clever move. It suggested Brigada Catalana either had serious hacking capabilities, a mole inside a government agency, or a partnership with an organization that did. Then again, personal data was digital currency, especially for government personnel, and countless hackers mined for it daily. It was a bold, invasive play, one that made Jack's apartment feel less like a refuge and more like a staged intelligence trap. A significant number of hackers operated on behalf of foreign governments, such as the vast network of digital operatives within China's cyber espionage apparatus. This group was suspected of orchestrating a major breach, compromising over 22 million records from a U.S. government personnel database that included sensitive biometric data. In a separate, equally alarming incident, the private health information of more than 150 million American citizens had been siphoned off by other actors. This treasure trove of personal data was a goldmine for anyone seeking to expose individuals who wished to remain hidden. Individuals like Jack Ryan Jr. Criminal enterprises, from the Russian mafia to transnational syndicates, also craved such information. They used it to identify law enforcement and intelligence personnel across various jurisdictions, enabling them to evade, corrupt, or eliminate threats. Trading in these identities had become a lucrative global market. The modern reality was that maintaining a secret identity was an increasingly daunting task, a constant personal struggle for Jack. His operational effectiveness depended on his anonymity, a condition growing more fragile by the day. The digital traces left by everyone, even by those like Jack who meticulously avoided leaving them, were multiplying at a staggering rate. The situation had reached a new level of absurdity with the advent of genetic data. Beyond government DNA collection, private ancestry companies had seen their databases compromised, either through voluntary data sharing or sophisticated cyber attacks. As Gavin Beery had grimly noted in a recent briefing, it no longer mattered if Jack himself had never mailed in a saliva sample. If a cousin or an aunt had, their genetic links could potentially point back to him, or their careless social media posts could inadvertently shatter his cover. The sole silver lining was that these genetic databases were not impenetrable fortresses. Skilled operators could infiltrate them to erase, modify, or even fabricate genetic records to protect their assets. The digital battlefield had grown so intricate that Gavin had established a dedicated unit focused solely on crafting and safeguarding digital identities. While Jack's case received paramount attention, every member of the campus required these services. The team's work was a perpetual cycle, scrubbing away the new digital footprints that emerged almost daily, while simultaneously constructing elaborate and believable digital legends for future operations. As the final surveillance footage concluded on his screen, Jack felt his internal threat levels spike sharply. The Catalan Brigade, or whatever organization this pursuer represented, had developed a profound and disturbing fixation on him. The question was, why? Had Gavin's theory been correct all along? Was he, and not the embassy, the primary target of the bombing? Jack recalled reading about the B-117 Flying Fortress, the iconic American bomber of the Second World War. It was a marvel of engineering for its era, packed with complex systems for navigation, flight, and engine management. Early in its testing, a tragic crash was traced back to a startlingly simple error. The crew had neglected to disengage a basic lock on the flight controls. Some experts declared the aircraft too complicated for human pilots. Yet the test pilots who believed in the plane refused to give up. Their ingenious answer to this complexity was the now ubiquitous pre-flight checklist. This simple tool saved the B-17 program, contributing significantly to Allied victories. Ironically, a checklist had very likely just saved Jack's own life. The doctrine of checklists and rigid routines performing tasks with unwavering consistency was hammered into him during his foundational training at the campus by the legendary John Clark. Clark was no academic, but he possessed a sharp, tactical intellect and was widely read. During one memorable lecture on operational discipline, he had cited the ancient philosopher Aristotle. "We are what we repeatedly do." Excellence, Clark argued, was not a single act, but a habit, forged through relentless, meticulous practice. Excellence is not a single event, but a pattern built through daily practice. Clark didn't need ancient philosophy to understand that. His own survival in Vietnam and behind the Iron Curtain had proven how discipline and relentless habit could turn the tide against impossible odds. So when Jack stepped inside, his first move was to scan the room using his own hidden surveillance system. "Thanks for the lessons, Mr. C," he thought, mentally mapping each planted bug as he spotted them. Feigning exhaustion, Jack wandered to the kitchen sink, let the water run while he thought, and then moved into the front room. He switched on the television, flipped to an English movie channel, and cranked the volume. With that cover noise established, he retrieved his laptop from the kitchen table, settled on the couch, and sent a quiet message to Gavin. His security sweep showed no malware or hardware tampering on the computer, so it was safe to communicate. Gavin, as usual, was online even in the middle of a late-night Fortnite tournament, but his loyalty to Jack instantly overrode any game. Jack outlined the situation and pitched a plan to handle the intruder who planted the listening devices. Gavin liked the idea. It let him support a field operation without ever stepping into the field. Brilliant with code but painfully aware of his own limits, Gavin knew that lethal confrontations weren't his strength, and surviving them was even less so. Joining Jack in person during a fight would test both of those weaknesses, because when things turned hot, people didn't walk away. Jack headed upstairs to the bathroom, where one of the audiobooks was hidden behind the toilet. He relieved himself. This wasn't tradecraft. Just a genuine need after a few beers, then flushed and turned the shower on full blast. A small wall-mounted radio with speakers in the corners offered more sound cover. He tuned it to a loud Europop station before slipping quietly back downstairs. He placed the laptop on the floor under the kitchen table, right near another listening device, then exited the apartment with deliberate stealth. Speed and silence were critical now. His plan depended on both. He ascended the narrow staircase to his private rooftop terrace. The building was wedged between two others, one slightly taller, one shorter, with more structures of varying heights filling the rest of the block. Narrow streets bordered the east and west sides, his front door facing east. Jack kept away from the terrace walls, unsure where the hazelite intruder or any lookouts might be positioned. Earlier he'd managed to inspect one bug without setting it off. It wasn't a recorder, but a live transmitter meaning Crooked Nose or one of his crew was listening in real time, and given the device's limited range, that listener had to be close, within 100 meters at most. Staying low, Jack crept toward the east edge of the roof, which offered a glimpse of the Mediterranean just a few blocks away, the sea breeze carrying a hint of salt and distant possibility. Jack retrieved the compact Nikon monocular from his pocket, a standard piece of gear Clark mandated for all trips. The most probable spot for their unwanted listener was in one of the vehicles lining the streets below. Rising just enough to get a clear view, Jack aimed the device down the north side of the street, which terminated a block away. The tall buildings threw long shadows, eliminating window glare and offering a clean line of sight. He scanned carefully, but none of the cars in that direction held an occupant. The same was true for the east side. Moving in a low crouch across the terrace to the west side, he repeated the process. His sweep revealed a woman with a terrier and a man of South Asian descent taking out restaurant trash. Neither fit the profile of his target. Shifting the monocular south, Jack's focus sharpened. There, parked about 75 yards across the intersection in the lead position, was an Audi sedan. The driver wore a black Nike cap, his window down, elbow resting casually on the doorframe. An audio headset was perched on his ears. The man's face was angular with deep-set eyes, and most tellingly, his nose had a distinct crooked break. Crooked Nose. That's him. Jack needed confirmation. He inserted his AirPods and tapped his phone. Gavin. Him on the roof. You set? Ready. I've got just the thing. Do it. Jack kept the monocular trained on the man. A moment later, his ears were assaulted by a bizarre symphony of walrus bellows, seal screams, and guttural roars. It sounded like a herd of disgruntled, flatulent sea lions having a chaotic argument in a tin shed. The noise was absurdly perfect. Down in the Audi. Crooknose jerked his head, tapping his headset with a look of profound bewilderment. Confirmed. Gavin was flooding the planted bud with this insane audio from Jack's laptop. The sheer unexpected weirdness of it had broken the man's composure. Creative audio. Gov, Jack muttered. Might want to get those digestive sounds checked out. Though. Hilarious. Good work. I've got visual. Taking over since the Audi was positioned to watch the building's sole exit, Jack needed an alternate route to the street to avoid detection. Stowing his gear, he moved back to the west side of the terrace, scanning the adjoining rooftops for a path down. No fire escapes presented themselves, but an opportunity existed if he could reach it. The sturdy aluminum awning frame was anchored to his stairwell, and, fortuitously, also to the wall of the taller building to the south. He stepped from a wooden chair onto the outdoor table, then pulled himself up onto an awning strut bolted to the adjacent wall. From this perch, he could grasp the edge of the next rope. He hauled himself up and began traversing a series of rooftops due lower, one higher, his movements quiet and deliberate, until he reached a building under renovation. Crossing to the scaffolding on the west face opposite Crooked Nose's position, he climbed down carefully to the sidewalk. An elderly woman with grocery bags watched him emerge from the construction netting and offered a kind, slightly curious smile. Jack returned the smile, waiting until she turned the corner before he moved. He then broke into a swift, controlled run down the length of the street, careful to stay out of the sightline of the intersection. Jack waited for the rumble of a large delivery van to pass, using its bulk as a momentary screen from the man in the car, who was now fiddling with his headphones. Seizing the chance, Jack darted across the street and down the next block, circling around to approach from behind. He took 2 quick turns, keeping low behind a row of parked cars in case his target glanced in a mirror. Moving with deliberate care, he weaved between vehicles and ducked into doorways, balancing the need for stealth with the desire not to look suspicious to any watching neighbor. All the while his mind raced, piecing together a plan to grab this guy and force some answers about who he was and who had sent him. Positioned in a doorway 20 yards behind the man's car on the opposite side of the street, Jack spotted his opening. A green Mercedes tour van lumbered up the road, its right turn signal blinking. Perfect! Jack jogged alongside it, timing his move as the van slowed for the corner. The moment it swung right, Jack lunged for the open car window, throwing a hard punch aimed at the side of the man's close-cropped head. But the man was quicker than expected, ducking aside with an almost unnatural reflex. Jack's momentum carried him halfway through the window, and suddenly iron-hard hands clamped onto his arm like a vice, yanking him further into the car. Oh, great, just perfect. Jack's upper body was now wedged in the Audi, his right arm trapped. He had no leverage for a proper punch or elbow strike. His left arm was free, but his own position blocked it from doing any real damage. The only silver lining, and his brain registered it in a flash, was that the man's own attempts to land a clean punch were just as awkwardly hampered. Adrenaline sharpened Jack's senses, kicking years of close-quarters combat training into gear. He felt more than saw the man's grip loosen as a hand moved toward a holstered pistol. It gave Jack just enough space to drive his right elbow, the hardest bone in the badesquare, into the man's previously broken nose. A sickening crack echoed in the car, and blood sprayed onto Jack's sleeve. The man cried out, and Jack used the split-second advantage to grab the gun hand with his left. What followed was a frantic, clumsy struggle. 2 grown men trying to brawl inside a space no bigger than a phone booth. It would have been downright ridiculous if there wasn't a loaded gun inches from Jack's face. The man braced his powerful legs against the floorboard, using them for leverage to push away and create enough room to draw the weapon. As he pulled back, Jack's only move was to clutch the man's shirt and haul him closer. The man pushed back harder, inching toward the pistol. In desperation, Jack's right hand opened, fingers clawing at the man's face, aiming for the eyes. A panicked scream filled the car, and a surge of wild strength fueled a fist that slammed into Jack's temple. Jack answered with a couple of short, sharp jabs to the forehead. He didn't see the man's other hand punch the ignition, but he heard the engine roar to life. Jack twisted, trying to land a harder blow, but his large frame, hopelessly jammed in the small window, stole all the power from his punches. The engine roared as the driver threw the car into gear and stomped on the accelerator. The vehicle surged forward with a shriek of tortured rubber. A white-hot lance of agony tore through Jack's side as the momentum violently whipped his body. Summoning a final burst of adrenaline, he wrenched himself backward. The combination of his desperate pull and the car's accelerating path ripped him from the man's grasp. He hit the pavement hard, the impact knocking the wind from his lungs. Scrambling on hands and knees, he lunged for cover behind a parked sedan, bracing for gunfire. Instead, he heard only the fading squeal of tires and the acrid smell of scorched asphalt. He turned in time to see the Audi's taillights vanish around the distant corner. Pushing himself up, every muscle screamed in protest. It was another brutal lesson in the old saying, "Everyone has a plan until they're thrown from a moving vehicle." He trudged back to his apartment, updating Gavin via his AirPods that the encounter had gone sideways. Gavin offered sympathy and a firm suggestion to vacate the premises before the intruder returned with reinforcements. Jack agreed. As he swiftly gathered his belongings, Gavin secured him a suite at a high-end hotel in the Example district, the fashionable area north of the old city known for its designer boutiques and cocktail bars. Jack's first move was to collect the listening devices, crush them under his heel, and dump the fragments into the kitchen trash. He stuffed his travel gear into his leather satchel, secured his laptop in its case, and left a €100 note on the counter for the cleaning service. He then bolted out the door to a waiting cab Gavin had arranged. He'd later text the landlord a story about a family emergency back in the States. During the cab ride, Jack's mind raced, piecing together a new strategy, one he hoped could withstand a direct hit. The goal was simple: get a real name for Crooked Nose. Had seen the man's face clearly in the car, but the only photo he had was of a masked figure. Was it even usable? He uploaded the image and called Gavin. "Well, not to toot my own horn," Gavin began, "but this is kinda my thing." He launched into an explanation about facial recognition tech, referencing projects like Deepface and various federal databases, detailing how machine learning algorithms mapped key nodal points on a human face. Jack finally cut in. "Just give me the odds." "Right. Even with the mask covering his nose and mouth, we have enough data on the visible upper face eye socket depth, interocular distance, overall bone structure to generate a probable reconstruction. We're looking at about a 70% confidence rate. Here, kid. If this guy is in any system we can touch, we've got a solid shot. But it won't be instant." Shifting topics, Jack asked, "Any new leads on the Dylan Runtzer file?" "Raptra." "Still grinding on it," Gavin replied, the fatigue in his voice mirroring Jack's own frustrations. Meanwhile, on a hillside in the upscale Cerizant-Javasi neighborhood, Brossa relaxed on a patio chaise. The city below was washed in the gentle lavender light of dusk. Her father, Ernesto, was already asleep inside. The overnight caregiver shed hired by phone, a woman from Mexico, was due to arrive soon, allowing Brossa to depart for the following day's operation with peace of mind. A cool breeze carried the distant scent of jasmine from a neighboring garden, a fleeting moment of calm before the coming storm. She finished the last bite of her father's leftover tortilla and took a sip of her favorite Aspinall vermouth. Her gear was packed for the early flight north, and this was her last quiet moment to unwind. Her phone buzzed against the glass table. Seeing Jack's name, she sighed. Lately it felt like everyone, especially men, was making demands on her time. Jack was decent, but he was also incredibly pushy. If he truly was just a regular guy, and not some undercover agent, he was the most relentless tourist Shed ever encountered. Even if his drive came from wanting justice for his friend, it was an annoyance she didn't need right now. Shed talk to him tomorrow or the day after, once the raid was over and she had good news. The ringing stopped as she poured another glass, annoyed by the intrusion. Then a text alert chimed. Please don't be Jack, she thought, picking up the phone. It was, of course, from Jack. Against her judgment, she opened it. There was a grainy photo taken from a security camera at a sharp angle, of a man in a black Nike cap and a mask. All she could really make out was the intense glare of his hazel eyes. The caption read, "This is your bomber. I do undeniable yesho his, but he was he." She almost called him immediately. How did he know? Where did he get this? But stopped herself. The photo was practically useless. If Jack was right, she'd see the man face to face when she arrested him tomorrow. If not, she'd deal with both of them later. She set the phone down and leaned back, finishing her drink as she watched a flock of seagulls veer inland, a sure sign a storm was on the way. The turbine's warmth was a welcome contrast to the chill as Brossa climbed into the Eurocopter EC-135 before dawn. Soon she was soaring north, and 20 minutes later the helicopter touched down on the grassy airstrip in Gurb. The site was meant for small planes, not the intimidating display that greeted her. 6 hulking Eurovamtacs, Spain's answer to the Humvee, each mounted with a heavy Browning machine gun. She had specifically agreed with Captain Asensio on a discreet operation, not this provocative parade of force. Then again, she wasn't totally shocked. Asensio was a former Army paratrooper from the Afghanistan campaign before joining the Guardia Civil. Subtlety wasn't really in his vocabulary. At least he'd been smart enough to avoid assembling his team in Vic, a known hub for Catalan independence sentiment, and had moved the vehicles under cover of darkness. Vic was a charming, ancient city of about 30,000, the district capital and a gateway to the Pyrenees. Just last week, Brossa had been in its main square market, a lively scene full of farmers selling cheeses, olives, and John. But above the cheerful crowd, The windows and balconies were draped with banners calling for prisoner releases and flags demanding independence, a stark reminder of the tension simmering beneath the surface of the place they were about to enter. A single police shooting here, even if it were accidental, could transform Vic into Spain's own Sarajevo and spark another brutal conflict. Brossa expressed her gratitude to the female pilot and co-pilot before stepping onto the grass, instinctively ducking as the composite blades whirled above. Once she was clear of the rotor arc, the helicopter surged back into the sky with the deep-throated roar of its twin turboshaft engines, returning toward Barcelona. The wash of hot air from the turbines was surprisingly welcome in the sharp, thin mountain air. She walked over to Captain Asensio, who stood waiting by his command vehicle. He was outfitted identically to his men in green combat fatigues, a tactical vest fitted with an armor plate and a Kevlar bump helmet. Brossa noted the HK USP holstered on his hip, while his team all carried HK NP5 submachine guns slung across their chests. The scene looked less like a police action and more like a deployed military unit. Beside Asensio stood a man in his 40s with intense brown eyes behind rimless glasses. He was shorter than the captain, but clearly in good shape, wearing a tactical vest over his civilian clothing. "This is Mr. Dellinger from the American Consulate. He'll be observing today's operation." "Moco gusto, Agent Brossa," Dellinger said, shaking her hand firmly. "Iwa munta, Senor Dellinger," she replied. She gestured toward the armored vehicles. "A change of plan, Captain? I was under the impression this was a straightforward arrest. Recent intelligence indicates they are well armed." I adapted accordingly. "We need them alive." Asensio tilted his head toward one of his troopers manning a heavy machine gun. "A display of force makes them reconsider resistance. When they see us roll up in these, the cowards will likely wet themselves and drop their weapons." Brossa bit back an argument. Asensio commanded the tactical side. Her jurisdiction was the arrests and the subsequent investigation. "Anything to add, Agent Brossa?" "We should move." "No guarantee they'll stay put for long." "Agreed." He snapped orders into his radio, and the 6 diesel engines rumbled to life. The captain yanked open the door of his command vehicle, and Brossa climbed in for the ride up into the high granite peaks, with Dellinger following close behind. The deserted 2-story farmhouse, dating from the 18th century, was constructed from the same rough-hewn granite that littered the surrounding mountain. 2 smaller outbuildings nearby, made of the same stone, were in advanced states of decay. A 4th structure, a collapsing cow barn, was primarily wooden. The old dairy farm sat at the terminus of a dirt track, branching off a narrow, winding asphalt road that climbed up from Querolmes, a mere 5 miles from the French border. Inside the roaring Vamtac, Captain Asensio reviewed the operation with Brossa over their headsets. Using infrared photographs taken by a drone the previous day, he outlined the approach routes for his team. The narrow road would be blocked a half-kilometer out in both directions, with troopers advancing on foot to preserve the element of surprise. A sniper team, already positioned on the hill behind the farmhouse, reported 13 targets, 9 men and 4 women, had arrived the prior evening and remained inside. At least 1 AK-47 and 2 Beretta pistols had been visually confirmed through the windows. The sniper had clearance to engage anyone seen with an RPG or other heavy weapon immediately, but was otherwise to hold fire until commanded. "This will be smooth and simple, like enjoying your grandmother's sangria," Asensio assured her with a confident smirk. "Is he actually flirting right now?" she thought, incredulous. "Captain," she said aloud, a dry edge to her voice, "you really didn't know my grandmother." Despite the captain's protests, Brossa fell in with the assault team, advancing toward the farmhouse using the tree line and a low stone wall for cover. Dellinger, as instructed, remained behind under the watch of a young private. The sniper team reported no sentries outside the farmhouse, though figures moved behind the windows, sipping coffee and smoking in the early morning light. It was just past 7, and the building was clearly awake. Captain Asensio lifted a bullhorn to his lips. "Attention inside. This is the Guardia Civil. You are surrounded. Exit the building now with your hands empty and raised above your heads. His deputy, Vesquez, a seasoned veteran, signaled the 4 armored Vamtaff vehicles forward at full speed. From inside the house came a burst of panicked shouts, followed by the violent slamming of the ground-floor shutters. Asensio muttered a curse. "Steady now," Brossa said quietly. The captain turned and thrust a finger against her tactical vest. "You do not move from this position unless I give the direct order to advance. Disobey me, and I will put you down myself. Is that clear?" Brossa gave a tight, resentful nod, seething inwardly at his overbearing manner. The 4 vehicles raced closer, skidding to a halt in a billow of dry earth, and forming a rough line about 100 yards from the ancient stone walls. Their mounted machine guns trained on the structure. "This is your final warning," Asensio barked through the horn. "Leave your weapons inside and come out with your hands up, or we will come in and get you." "Get lost, you fascist pigs," a man's voice yelled from somewhere behind a second-story wall. "We are gathering peacefully, which is our right." "You are all suspects in a mass murder," Asensio countered. "I have warrants for your arrest. You have 2 minutes to surrender." "That's a lie. We are innocent," the voice shouted back. Asensio whispered a command into his radio, and the heavy machine guns chambered rounds in a unified metallic clatter. He shot a sideways glance at Brossa. "Just watch. They'll come crawling out, the cowards." Brossa checked her watch. The second hand completed 2 full circuits. Nothing happened. "Captain, the 2 minutes are..." Asensio silenced her with a sharp chop of his hand. He raised the bullhorn again. "Time is up. We are coming in. Resist and we will open fire." Then a young man with long hair and a full beard appeared at a second-story window, waving a white pillowcase. From this distance, Brossa thought he couldn't be more than 20. "Hey," we called our lawyer. "She's coming from Vic and will be here in half an hour. Let her see the warrant. If it's legal, we'll comply." Brossa felt a wave of relief. "That's perfect." The captain ignored her. He keyed his mic. "Vesque, prepare to advance on my mark in 30 seconds. Get ready." Brossa grabbed his arm. "Stop. What are you doing?" "Hold," Asensio barked into the radio before whirling on her. "What the hell is wrong with you? This is my operation. Our orders are to take them alive for interrogation." "That is exactly my intention. But they just agreed to comply. All we have to do is wait for their lawyer." The captain shook his head, his eyes sweeping over her with open contempt. He could barely mask his scorn. "You paper pushers haven't got a clue. Wait for their lawyer? How do you know they even called one? Do you know if they have a lawyer at all?" "I don't. But waiting 30 minutes costs us nothing." "Oh, really? And what if instead of a lawyer they called for armed backup?" "Ever think of that, Agent Brossa? While we stand here they could be fortifying that house, or digging a tunnel out the back. I say we wait and observe." He shoved a thick finger toward her face. "And I say, if you interrupt this operation one more time, I'll cuff you, dump you in the dirt, and report you to P for jeopardizing my mission and my men. Do you understand me?" Brossa met his glare and jabbed her own finger into his vest. "You and I are going to have a very long talk when this is over, you arrogant jerk." "Fine. Go ahead and do your thing. Once inside, I'm in charge. If you mess with me in there, you'll be the one facing a court-martial." Her eyes narrowed, and she added in her native language, "Do you understand me?" Asensio grinned, respecting her nerve. "Agreed." His expression turned serious. He pointed to the ground. "Remain here until I signal." "That's a direct order." He turned toward the farmhouse. "Vesquez. Status. Ready. Deploy smoke now." Several smoke canisters sailed through the air, landing with dull thuds in the dirt before the structure. They hissed to life, spewing thick, rolling clouds of reactive aluminum and perchloroethane that instantly obscured the view between the assault team and the house. "Hold position," Asensio growled into his radio. "On my mark." 5, 4, 3. The farmhouse and its surrounding sheds were positioned in a small clearing, its grass kept green by a babbling stream that traced the rear property line. 300 yards behind the house, a steep, wooded hillside concealed the sniper team. The front of the house faced a winding asphalt road, with a clear, unobstructed dirt path leading from the front door all the way to the pavement. The road itself had been carved from the mountainside, leaving its far side bordered by a sheer granite cliff, its crest densely forested. The straight line drop from the top of that cliff to the ragged line of military vehicles below was less than 40 yards. Well concealed in camouflage, Bykov, a combat veteran of 4 continents, watched the captain's assault unfold with a seasoned eye. He listened to Asensio's tapped comms through an earpiece, though he hardly needed it. Popping smoke was textbook, utterly predictable. So was the rhythmic thumping of helicopter rotors beating the air, arriving precisely on schedule. P was a man of his word. A 40-yard drop from that height was an easy toss. Bykov pulled the pin and let the grenade go. "Hold position." Asensio's voice crackled again in the comms. "On my mark. 5, 4, 3." He glanced upward as he counted, startled by the sudden appearance of a bright yellow news helicopter overhead. 3, 2, 1. The small, round, green N-67 grenade landed with a thud in the dirt 20 yards from Asensio. He recognized the sound instantly. He'd thrown plenty himself overseas. 6½ ounces of Comp B explosive would fragment its steel casing into lethal, white-hot shrapnel in seconds. Gurna D. The M67 detonated, spraying deadly fragments in a 5-yard lethal radius. A private standing 13 yards away collapsed, his left leg shredded. Other pieces ricocheted off the nearby armored vehicle. "Move! Now!" The 4 mounted machine guns on the vehicles opened fire, stitching the windows, maintaining disciplined lanes of fire so the advancing troopers wouldn't be hit by their own. Friendly fire casualties were every soldier's nightmare. "Go, go, go!" Asensio commanded, charging forward and taking the lead, 8 of his men advancing behind him toward the front of the house. 6 more assaulted from the other 3 sides. Another 8 troopers held covering positions, weapons trained on the house, still veiled in white smoke. Brasa fought the instinct to follow until she couldn't. She drew her pistol and sprinted toward the house through the haze. She heard Asensio bark another order in her earpiece, but her own ears caught the distinctive ping of spoons flying off flashbang grenades, tossed through the windows. Each device detonated in half a second, unleashing a deafening 175 decibels of noise and a blinding 2 million candle power of light. Brasaza burst through the last of the dissipating smoke into the open space on the wall beside Asensio. He saw her coming and shouted an angry command, waving her back. "Get back!" The house erupted. A searing white light blinded her, and the world went black. It was over in a flash. Brasa never really knew what hit her. All she knew was a ringing in her ears and a headache that felt like the aftermath of a 3-day bender. A sudden sharp memory of her first failed training exercise, this sting of humiliation and cold mud flashed unbidden, mixing strangely with the current chaos. Leaning against the tire of a Vantac, Brasa felt the sting of an antiseptic wipe as the unit medic tended to a shallow cut on her cheek. Around her, other soldiers, bearing more serious but stabilized wounds, were already patched up, sharing cigarettes and muted laughter. She blinked to focus her vision, only to find Captain Asensio looming above her, his expression stormy. "You ignored a direct command," he stated, his voice low and tight. "You almost didn't walk away from that." Brasa waved the medic off and pushed herself upright, ignoring the protest in her muscles. "Casualties?" she demanded. "None of my team by some miracle," Asensio replied, making a quick sign of the cross. Inside the structure, his shoulders lifted in a dismissive shrug. "Every last one of them. They chose their fate. I need to see it." His gaze hardened. "That's not a good idea. I'm not here for your protection, Captain. Take me there." Asensio turned, his boots grinding fragments of glass and splintered wood into the dirt as he led the way. They stopped before the ruins of the porch. The heavy door had been torn from its century-old hinges, leaving only shattered remnants clinging to massive iron nails. The stone walls, built from stubborn local granite, had largely held, containing the blast's fury like a sealed container. The force had turned inward, and even from a distance, Braza could make out the grim evidence sprayed across the weathered grey rock. It was the interior, the timber bones of the building, that had failed completely. Beams, stairs, and sections of the roof had either collapsed inward or been hurled outward, littering the meadow with deadly, jagged debris. The aftermath was scattered like garbage after a wild festival. A solitary shoe, still containing a foot, rested near the creek bank. A piece of bone, dark and wet, was lodged in the grill of a nearby vehicle. The acrid scent of charred timber did little to mask the deeper, more visceral odor emanating from within. She knew what the rubble concealed. 13 lives violently ended, a scene that would require painstaking, grim work to sort through for identification. High above, the persistent thrum of a news helicopter echoed against the mountains, its camera undoubtedly capturing everything. "Can't you ground that thing?" Braza asked, her voice edged with frustration. "I've escalated it," Asensio said. "My command is dealing with it." "How do they always know?" "They're scavengers," he said flatly, nodding toward the smoldering wreckage. "They sense carnage from miles away. There's nothing for you here. My forensic team is en route. Let them handle the mess." "I have my own responsibilities, Captain." "And so do you. Now move." Oak Rijed, Tennessee Ted knew better than to speak. He simply gathered his things and slipped out, closing the bedroom door with a soft click. Kate Parsons, 42, with sharp green eyes and cropped red hair, was as disciplined and unyielding as her daily Peloton routine. She was immersed in a live 45-minute high-intensity ride when Head tentatively approached, hoping for a warmer farewell. A single frosty look from her was all it took. He retreated to collect his belongings and left without showering or coffee. Parsons felt no regret. She'd encountered Tedor. Was it Todd? Just yesterday during her run on the gravel service road winding past the spallation neutron source. He was some kind of engineering consultant testing components there, the owner of a company whose name Shed already forgotten. Their eyes had met as she passed him, and that fleeting connection was enough. The shirtless man had turned and jogged after her, his torso gleaming, his intention clear. Within the hour they were in her apartment, where she introduced him to her preferred brand of anaerobic endurance. Exhausted, he had fallen into a deep sleep. This morning she left him there and went straight to her bike, the memory of the encounter already fading into the rhythm of the ride. The Rapra project consumed her thoughts, just as it had for the past 3 years. It was her creation, her singular legacy, and perhaps the only genuine passion she would ever know. She felt no longing for a husband or a child to raise. Her aspirations soared far above soiled diapers and missed dinner dates. Whenever a pang of solitude did surface, men like Ted seemed to materialize. A fleeting sense of emptiness seemed to leave a trail, drawing the nearest available companion to her side precisely when she craved the distraction. She began to towel off during the cool-down phase of her Peloton session, still pedaling slowly. A deep sense of accomplishment settled over hers. She had clinched the top spot on a leaderboard of 2,948 riders who had completed the same grueling routine. This was typical. She nearly always finished first. Scrolling through her workout history, she noted she was number 1 in over a dozen recent rides, and never placed below 3rd in several others. Not a bad record for someone averaging 80 work hours a week. Being the best was paramount in Parsons's universe. It always had been, in every endeavor, including her relentless climb through the male-dominated field of physics. She took after her late father, also a physicist, and felt little connection to her mother, now also deceased, a frumpy homemaker, mother of 7, and church organist who had surrendered a full scholarship to Berklee College of Music for merit. Parsons's kitchen was a study in sterile perfection, white marble and stainless steel, as immaculate and orderly as the rest of her home and existence. No artwork adorned the walls. The only beauty she valued was found in the invisible quantum particles she commanded, or the defined obliques she had sculpted onto her own frame. She owned no pets, received no friends, and felt no urge to visit her siblings or their children. With the time still only 5:45, she powered up her Vitamix, adding her pre-measured containers of organic coconut milk, protein powder, and micronutrient supplement. The machine roared to life, its noise reminiscent of a particle accelerator in motion. She didn't hear her phone vibrating on the pristine Carrara marble countertop, but the glow from a text notification caught her eye. The contact read, Arège Ops. Her superior at Orenel. Emerotin May Office AT 8 a.m. Camera. Prise umver. She confirmed immediately. It wasn't a request, not that it mattered to her. An emergency meant she was required. There was no one else capable of resolving it. That was her role. Lately there seemed to be a constant stream of crises and urgent meetings. This was simply routine. Such was the nature of government projects with shifting goals, compressed timelines, and oversight committees led by individuals who probably thought quirks were noises made by amorous ducks. Just another so-called emergency that likely wasn't, unless you were Dr. David Rhodes, the rap trade project manager, a role she had essentially performed in all but title before his arrival. She would handle this one too. As the Vitamix fell silent, she poured her protein shake. Nutrition was merely fuel. She was a machine, finely tuned, efficient, and, she allowed herself to think, a visually appealing one. Picking up her phone again, she began a text to Tad, inquiring if he was free tonight. Or was his name Ted? Roshan, D.C. The Yaos President Ryan stood before the Oval Office fireplace, beneath a stern portrait of George Washington. A practiced smile was fixed on his face, an expression his wife, Kathy, often described as authentically insincere. It was the smile he deployed with polished ease at every significant state function, including this ceremony to receive Ambassador Kristiakov's credentials. Both men faced the flashing cameras, right hands locked in a firm handshake, left hands holding the exchanged documents, digitally preserving the formal historical moment. The official White House photographer had already captured several satisfactory images and departed the room. The Russian state photographers were still clicking away, capturing every moment of what amounted to a minor public relations victory for the new ambassador. Maxim Kristiakov, at 39, stood a good half-head taller than Ryan, with a thick mane of blonde hair and piercing dark blue eyes. He looked more like a Norse warrior than the stocky Soviet envoys Ryan remembered from his early analyst days. Of course that made sense. Kristiakov was Nordic by heritage. The very name Russ has harkened back to the Viking Rus Scandinavian raiders who once terrorized the Black and Baltic seas before settling along the Volga River. Russians and Belarusians owed their national identity to those ancient marauders. The physical contrast was striking, and in today's world such optics regrettably carried weight. Maybe they always had. Ryan was certain the Kremlin's digital propaganda machine would blast these polished images across the internet with typical fervor. So, point to the Russians in the looks department, he mused wryly. In reality, Kristiakov's appointment was a stunning leap for a man with no formal diplomatic background. He was a product of the so-called New Wave reforms, part of President Nikita Yermolov's much-touted pro-democracy and anti-corruption agenda. What a complete farce that was, Ryan thought, just as another barrage of LED flashes went off. "I believe we have enough," Secretary of State Scott Adler said softly, stepping between the photographers and the president. Ryan's eyes swept the room, now packed with Kristiakov's sycophantic entourage and a handful of senior State Department officials. Adler caught the president's glance, a look Ryan knew intimately. "Thank you all for joining us for this brief event," Adler announced, gesturing toward the exit. "Please follow me." Rishrushterus rishang in the diplomatic reception room. Ryan observed the crowd trailing Adler out and waited for the Secret Service agent to secure the door before turning his attention to the ambassador. This meeting posed a genuine test. National Security Advisor Buck Logan was convinced the Russians were orchestrating the piracy crisis, and at the moment it was the strongest theory on the table. Admiral Pike's carrier group was still days away from reaching the area to assess the situation firsthand. Ryan needed answers faster if he could get them. He was prepared to take any action necessary to safeguard the nation's interests, even if it meant war. History, including his own recent past, was littered with presidents for whom that grim threshold had been crossed. Whoever was targeting ships in the South Pacific had to be stopped. Decisive measures were required. Conflict remained a possibility on the table, and today's conversation could very well steer them toward it. "Congratulations, Mr. Ambassador. How does it feel to be officially installed?" The handsome Russian offered a polished smile. The ceremony itself was somewhat underwhelming, to be perfectly honest. We exchanged formal documents and smiled for the cameras. "Welcome to the club," Ryan replied. "The true honor for me today is finally meeting you in person, Mr. President. Your reputation in my country is formidable. I find that difficult to accept. Nevertheless, it is true. Your dossier is quite extensive. Phrases like brilliant, ruthless, cunning appear. It even suggests you are perhaps our nation's greatest modern adversary. These are qualities my superiors deeply respect, as do I. Adversary. You're making me sound like a cartoon supervillain." Kristiakov's grin was disarmingly bright. "In Russia, Captain America is considered the villain." His English was impeccable, matched only by the flawless porcelain veneers behind his radiant smile. The diamond-encrusted watch on his substantial wrist likely cost more than the modest needs-work bungalow he and Kathy had scraped together to buy right after their wedding. "Toffee? Tea?" Ryan asked, moving to the small service table. He directed the younger man to the chair facing the historic Resolute desk. Kristiakov settled into it with the ease of someone visiting an old acquaintance. "Coffee, please, if it's no trouble." "Cream, no sugar." Ryan poured 2 cups, adding a generous splash of creamer to the Russians. He took his own black the way he believed the Navy and divine providence intended. Handing Kristiakov his cup, Ryan took his seat behind the desk, the weight of the coming conversation settling in the space between them. "So, Maxim, what are your impressions of Washington so far?" The Russian ambassador offered a polite, practiced smile. "I would describe it as a place with southern hospitality and northern practicality." Ryan suppressed a grin. The man had the Kennedy quote entirely reversed. Was it a deliberate misstep, or merely diplomatic flattery? "To be perfectly candid," Ryan replied, leaning back slightly, "I often find it possesses neither quality on a given day." Kristiakov shifted forward, his expression turning more earnest. "The monuments are truly impressive, however, and the city is filled with remarkably beautiful women." Well, he wasn't wrong about that. "I appreciate you making the time for this," Ryan said, steering the conversation. "I believe it's crucial we establish a personal understanding. Secretary Adler has spoken very highly of you." "That is generous of the Secretary. He is a formidable diplomat held in the highest regard by my government." "Scott is an exceptional negotiator," Ryan agreed. "But his most valuable trait from my perspective is that his word is his bond." "I trust him implicitly." "A scarce commodity in our profession," Kristiakov observed, taking a deliberate sip from his cup. "Trust. My thoughts exactly. Perhaps that's the very reason we're sitting here. Then let us be practical. How does one build trust between our two nations?" "It's the right question," Ryan nodded. "But I'd propose a more fundamental one first. And that is? How do we build trust between the two of us, personally?" "You mean between you and me as individuals?" "Precisely. Politics, in the end, is about people. It's not about institutions or title. I need to look someone in the eye and know that when they speak, they're not feeding me a line of pure nonsense." A faint, knowing smirk played on the Russian's lips. You must find life in this city particularly trying, then. I prefer dealing with straightforward people. It simplifies matters. An admirable philosophy, Mr. President. Yet my experience has taught me that most individuals are ultimately loyal to their own interests. Honesty, in my view, is merely a calculation of what best serves those interests. That sounds rather cynical. Cynicism and honesty are not mutually exclusive, Kristikov countered smoothly. Perhaps not, but dishonesty and trust certainly are. Here I must disagree, the ambassador said, his tone turning almost conversational, as if discussing the weather. I find liars to be preferable company. A liar is a rational creature. He lies because he has weighed the cost of the truth and found it too high. But an honest man, he is the dangerous one. He is the zealot who will speak the truth regardless of consequence. Such a man is irrational, impossible to reason with or predict. An honest man is either your closest ally or your most formidable enemy, often the latter. Most people cannot bear the unvarnished truth. Tell someone the real reason they are unsuccessful, or unhappy, or alone, and they will despise you for it precisely because it is true. If every member of your Congress spoke nothing but the complete truth for a single day, your entire political edifice would crumble into dust. He certainly enjoys the sound of his own voice, Ryan thought. But the monologue revealed something more. Kristikov wasn't just a political appointee riding on family name. He was sharp, calculating, and utterly ruthless. A man to watch very closely. The ambassador noted the shift in Ryan's demeanor. I see my candor has unsettled you. Does that make you more or less inclined to trust me now? It gives me a much clearer picture of your worldview, Ryan replied evenly. And is that clarity to my benefit or my detriment? That remains to be seen. Ryan took a moment with his own coffee. Your background is in energy. How did you ever close this deal with people you fundamentally distrusted? Financial statements do not deceive. There is no room for interpretation in a profit and loss column, Kristikov said. But of course you come from the world of finance as well. You made your initial fortune speculating on railway stocks, if I recall correctly, and multiplied it many times over as a trader. I had my share of lucky breaks, Ryan acknowledged. But even in trading, it comes down to trust. We have an old saying, figures don't lie, but liars figure. You need to believe the person on the other side of the transaction is operating in good faith. Trust, Kristikov echoed, tenting his fingers thoughtfully. Yes, it is the indispensable currency. Without it, neither business nor statecraft can function. Trust is not the same as honesty, and it's far easier to find. A man who lies can still be perfectly reliable as long as he's afraid of what will happen if he breaks that trust. In business or politics, I prefer dealing with honest people over fearful ones. The Russian's expression shifted with surprise. I would have thought your experience in the Middle East taught you the opposite. The militants there are brutally honest about their beliefs and their hatred for America. That honesty has cost thousands of American lives. Wouldn't it have been better if they had been more afraid than sincere? We're comparing two completely different things here. Kristikov gave a slight shrug. People are fundamentally the same everywhere, aren't they? In Russia, trust is rewarded, but lies are punished. The bigger the lie, the steeper the price. That doesn't make men honest, but it does shield the truth. Ryan understood exactly what he meant. Critics of President Yermolov had a tendency to meet tragic ends falling from high windows or suffering improbable, self-inflicted gunshot wounds. Truth becomes treason in an empire built on lies, Ryan recalled, thinking of an old saying. In Today's Russia, the only undeniable truth was that opposing Yermolov meant a death sentence. It was time to steer the conversation elsewhere. Your uncle built quite an empire in oil and gas. He is a very shrewd man. His companies actually employ a significant number of Americans. Too many, Ryan thought privately.
remembering that the children of several U.S. lawmakers sat on the boards of Kristikov affiliates. "He's a multi-billionaire, as I understand it. I thought success was something to be admired. Aren't we all believers in capitalism now? He is also a close friend of President Yermilov."
"So are many influential people in Russia, including the leaders of the Russian mafia," Ryan almost said. "And they're probably your friends as well. Your uncle is what many would call an oligarch." The younger man's mocking smile vanished, replaced by a sharp, cold glare. "That's an ugly term in certain circles, and an unfortunate choice of words. Mr. President, my uncle is a good man. He raised me as his own after my father died. Everything I have accomplished I owe to him. A career purchased and financed," Ryan reflected, "built on stolen wealth, on a path that could one day lead this man right to the Kremlin." "I have a tendency to speak plainly and show my cards, so people know where I stand," Ryan said. "But I was also taught that diplomacy is often about what you choose not to say." It was Ryan's turn to offer a casual shrug and a faint smile. "Whoever claimed I was a diplomat, Maxim, which is precisely why I respect you more for it. So please, tell me the real reason for our meeting today. There are two matters I'd like to address." "Of course. Where would you like to start?" Ryan decided to begin gently, saving the heavier topic for later. "I'm concerned about Operation Snow Dragon, the joint naval exercise you and China have planned for the Bering Sea next week."
"Your country has no reason for concern. We have no hostile intentions, and all operations will remain within our national waters. It's not my country I'm worried about." Kristyakov smiled, a smug and condescending curl of his lips. "You'll have to forgive me. I'm still rather new at this. I'm not sure I follow. You're too young to remember the Zhenbao Island incident, but you must have read about it. An unfortunate border clash from 50 years ago. A skirmish started by China against the Soviet Union that almost triggered a global war. The Chinese have long memories. Your country took Manchuria from them after World War II. They wanted it back then, and they want it back now. Frankly, they want the entire Russian Far East territory that makes up 40% of your landmass but is home to only 6 million Russians. Russia will never be an equal partner with China. In the end, Russia risks becoming nothing more than a colony. Your current partnership is a volatile one, where a single spark could ignite a full-scale conflict. Snow Dragon is simply the next logical step in our deepening alliance. It will be the most extensive joint naval exercise our nations have ever undertaken, involving 300,000 combined personnel. This includes an amphibious landing by 10,000 Chinese Marines, supported by Russian naval and air power. Yet in spirit it is no different from the cooperative land exercises we have conducted for years, all in a fraternal spirit. Nevertheless, we will be observing your activities closely. Naturally, the Chinese government will be gathering its own intelligence on your military capabilities, and we will do the same regarding theirs. As I understand the rules, that is simply how the game is played. Ronald Reagan once spoke of trust, but verify regarding the Soviet Union, if I recall correctly. You are engaging in a perilous gamble with the Chinese. You must recognize that your government's punitive sanctions are what pushed us toward Beijing, a move President Yermilov made with great reluctance. Reluctantly? That sounded like a potential opening, Ryan considered. Those sanctions were a direct response to Russian military incursions into Lithuania and Ukraine. Russian forces were withdrawn, and there have been no further incidents. Yes, after NATO forces decisively repelled them. Agreed, it is a sign of improving relations with the West that President Yermilov has curbed those ambitions. I hope that trend continues. I am certain President Yermilov shares your desire for continued progress. I will relay your sentiments. What else is on your mind today, Mr. President? Ryan's gaze drifted past the ambassador to the portrait of George Washington above the fireplace. Why did the first president never have to smile? It's interesting, you ask. There are reports of piracy in international waters. Ryan stated. "Are you aware of this?" "Certainly," Kristikov replied. "Off the coasts of Africa and in parts of Asia, I believe. I am referring specifically to the South Pacific." "How intriguing." "That I have not heard."
Exactly what you would say whether lying or telling the truth, Ryan thought. Chinese submarine technology has advanced significantly, thanks in part to your nation. And others. True. Some purchased, some reverse engineered, some outright stolen.
"So you suspect Chinese involvement in these piracy acts?"
Unless you have an alternative theory. I am not a military expert, but you must be aware of your country's submarine deployments in the South Pacific. Kristikov's face remained impassive. Again, defense matters fall outside my purview. My background is in commerce, not naval strategy. I am here to foster stronger business and political ties. War is detrimental to both our economies. The ambassador's blue eyes sharpened. What are you implying? Wars can sometimes begin by accident, without intent. Those are the most tragic and often the most preventable. Wouldn't you agree? If they are so easily prevented, why do they occur at all? And so we return to the matter of trust. If you bump into a friend at a party, you apologize and laugh. Bump into a rival, and it might escalate to blows. Or far worse. The taller younger man settled back in his chair, crossing his legs. May I speak candidly, Mr.
President? Show my hand? Please do. My predecessor provided me with a thorough briefing on your character.
He noted that you served as an officer in the Marine Corps, describing you as a fiercely dedicated American patriot, someone who does not shy away from forceful action, whether in personal confrontations or matters of national security. I consider every word of that high praise. He added that you possess the cunning of a serpent with a danger to match, and strongly advised me never to engage with you professionally, unless I had a team of senior FSB analysts at my side, scrutinizing every syllable you uttered. All right, now you're starting to wound my pride. Kristikov chuckled.
Precisely, and he mentioned you have a sharp sense of humor as well. So let's get straight to the point. What exactly are you after? I need to report back to my superiors so they can decide what, if anything, I am supposed to do about it. To be direct, today's meeting was primarily an opportunity for me to assess you firsthand. However, the essential message is this. I have ordered the Theodore Roosevelt Carrier Strike Group into the South Pacific. Since you mentioned you aren't a military specialist, allow me to clarify what that means. I am deploying some of our most advanced and formidable assets to that region, including 2 Los Angeles-class attack submarines. Our objective is to locate, detain, and, if required, eliminate whichever submarine or submarines are responsible for the recent acts of piracy there. It would be in everyone's best interest if those responsible withdrew before our forces arrive. Kristikov's brow furrowed in apparent bewilderment. And you're sharing this with me because you believe my government is implicated. If the young diplomat is performing, he's putting on one hell of a show, Ryan reflected. Then again, he wouldn't hold this position if he weren't skilled at deception. Ryan rose, signaling the end of the discussion. Kristiakov stood as well. I'm telling you this, Maxim, so you can relay it to your leadership. In diplomacy, transparency is a valuable asset. Ryan offered his hand. The Russian shook it firmly. I will ensure your message is delivered, Mr. President. Kristikov held Ryan's gaze. This has been a distinctly memorable encounter. You surpassed my expectations, which were already substantial given everything I'd heard about you. I have a feeling our paths will cross again before long, Mr. Ambassador. I wish you the very best in your new role. Ryan opened the door to show his guest out. Once Kristikov had left, Ryan had barely returned to his seat when the door opened again and Arnie stepped inside. How did it go? Scott's assessment was correct. We cannot afford to underestimate that man, regardless of his family connections. He didn't reveal anything useful?
If my rev on him is accurate, he's genuinely unaware of any involvement by his government in those sinkings. But they are involved, aren't they? Ryan gave a slight shrug. That remains our working assumption. I'm not ready to doubt our intelligence at this stage. I've given Kristyakov a clear warning. If there is a Russian submarine operating out there, we will find it, and if circumstances demand, we will destroy it, unless they leave the area before we arrive. With any luck, they'll take the hint and disappear. And if they don't, then we could be looking at the start of a war. John Pasikink on the Hotobita deck of the USS Luzon Siege 74, Lieutenant Bob Daisy Calloway settled into the right-side pilot's seat of the NH-60R Hawk helicopter, the rotor blades beginning their gradual spin-up in preparation for launch. His helmet was decorated with an array of daisy decals, rainbow stickers, and P-Sinksa running gag among his flight crew. The first scattered raindrops glittered like tiny gems as they struck the windshield, illuminated by the deck lights above. Peering through the gloom, Calloway could just make out the blue-jerseyed deck crew kneeling beside the landing signal enlisted, the chocks and chains for his aircraft in their hands. That was his cue that clearance was imminent. The fuel crew, nicknamed Grape, had just disconnected the hose, ducking low beneath the slowly turning rotors driven by the twin GE T700 turboshaft engines. Their orders were urgent: locate the Glazov as quickly as possible. A sudden, sharp gust of wind rocked the helicopter slightly, a reminder of the unpredictable weather awaiting them over the open ocean. Following standard procedures, the crew member in the purple shirt had presented Calloway with the fuel mixture details for his aircraft. Not that he was ever going to question it while the ordnance team in red removed the safety pins from their payload: 4 anti-ship Hellfire missiles and a Mark 54 torpedo for hunting submarine. Officially, this was a non-combat sortie, but the Navy believed in being ready for anything, particularly the kind of trouble that ended lives. The night was utterly dark, and despite its massive size, the Ticonderoga-class cruiser Luzon was swaying in a brisk, cool wind that churned the sea into a state of moderate pitching and rolling. It was workable, but far from perfect. Calloway waited with mounting tension for the young landing signal enlisted sailor to give him the clear for takeoff before conditions deteriorated further and the darkness became absolute. Flying at night, even under optimal circumstances and with night vision gear, cranked the anxiety level to the maximum for any aviator, but helicopter pilots felt it in their bones. This was the career he'd chosen after leaving the Naval Academy, affectionately known as Canoe U Tonight's. Task was to locate the submarine and compel it to surface. Neither part was simple, and either could easily get you killed. Calloway was acutely aware that detecting a modern Kilo-class submarine running silently on battery power while submerged bordered on fantasy. Needing to find one immediately made that fantasy seem utterly delusional, even with 2 of the Navy's most advanced anti-submarine helicopters, the Romos, on the prowl. Their strategy was to begin by deploying a full spread of passive sonobuoys in a broad grid around the Russian support ship Penza. Each buoy would unfurl a delicate umbrella-like array of hydrophones, listening intently for the unique acoustic signature of the improved Kilo. With the helicopter's powerful computer assisting, Calloway's airborne warfare officer would sift through the ocean's noise, comparing the captured sounds against the vast classified digital library of known submarine profiles held by the Navy. Complicating this already daunting mission was the fact that Calloway's Romeo had been grounded for hours the previous day due to a faulty laser altimeter and a complete loss of hydraulic assistance. That meant he'd had to exert a constant 75 pounds of pressure on the left pedal just to prevent the aircraft from yawning, all while wrestling with the unpowered flight control. Thanks to relentless training for such emergency loss of control scenarios, the drenched-in sweat pilot and his crew managed to nurse the bird back to the ship, but it was a harrowing experience. And thanks to the perpetually understaffed, exhausted maintenance crew who worked around the clock, the helicopter was patched up and ready. Keeping these complex machines, nearly 24,000 pounds of metal, electronics, and weapons airborne and out of the ocean, was a relentless, year-round battle.
The salt-laden air and spray were merciless, attacking anything prone to rust, clogging, or corrosion, and they were particularly brutal on the sensitive electronics that formed the helicopter's primary weapon system.
Now the burden fell on Calloway and the other Seahawk crew to reach the search area and commence their anti-submarine hunt, all under the cover of a moonless night. Flying a mere 200 feet above the ink-black water, beneath an equally black sky with no visible horizon, was brutally difficult with the naked eye. Over the vast Pacific, night flying meant trusting your instruments completely. When those instruments betrayed you, the outcome was often fatal. Most people back home, Calloway's own parents included, had no idea how frequently those systems, including night vision, could fail. His wife knew, though.
Lieutenant Ann Calloway, who, in a rare twist for a helo pilot, bore the call sign Snow White, flew the very similar MH-60S Nighthawk, handling vertical supply and search and rescue missions within the same carrier strike group. They were the first married couple ever assigned together to this unit. While fighter jet pilots lived for their flashy call signs, most helicopter pilots couldn't be bothered with the tradition. It just wasn't their style.
The Flight Operations Center had assigned the Calloways their distinct call signs for a practical reason clearly differentiate between the two pilots sharing a surname during missions, and to let each spouse know when the other was in the air.
Seriously, Calloway thought, shaking his head slightly as he split his attention between the landing signal officer's glowing wands and the heaving deck, which felt like it was rolling with renewed vigor. Beside him, his airborne tactical officer was utterly absorbed in monitoring the twin-engine instrument. A soft click sounded in his headset as the signalman shifted his red wands to green. With arms extended and then lifted outward, the LSO granted clearance for Calloway to bring the Romeo into a stable hover before departure.
Calloway nudged the throttle forward, raised the collective, and kept his cyclic and pedals steady against a persistent crosswind as the helicopter lifted. D-jets flashed and climbed across the glass cockpit displays while the ATO recited the reading.
Perimeters nominal, he added, almost under his breath, habitual hopeful murmur he offered during every takeoff, a small ritual all pilots clung to, superstitious or not, because routines kept you alive. The signalman then began a circular motion with the green wands, authorizing a 45-degree turn to starboard before powering away. In truth, helicopter pilots often viewed such deck signals as mere suggestions. The guy waving the wands wasn't the one feeling the aircraft respond. The shift from hover to forward flight was where danger peaked.
Helicopters rely on forward momentum for true flight, and the physical forces battling to drag the aircraft down fought fiercest in that limbo between vertical lift and horizontal travel. This critical transition was why the ATO's eyes remained locked on the gauges. A Seahawk cruising at speed could manage on one engine, but lose power during that vulnerable window, and it turned into a falling brick. If Calloway failed to gain sufficient airspeed during an engine failure, it meant a 12-ton descent into the Pacific, strapped into a metal coffin headed for the ocean floor. All green, committing, Calloway announced. He smoothly pressed the cyclic forward, adjusted the collective, and worked the pedals to swing the helicopter out over the dark, restless expanse of water. Within moments, they climbed to cruising altitude, then pushed to full throttle, racing just 200 feet above the waves through a starless night toward an objective some 220 miles distant. A key feature that made the MH-60R Seahawk such a potent anti-ship and anti-submarine platform was its upgraded Block 3 Light Airborne Multi-Purpose System, or LAMPS. This system was designed to overcome the physical limitations of a ship's own radar and sonar, effectively extending the vessel's reach. By positioning Calloway's Seahawk far ahead of the Luzon, the LAMPS fed a continuous stream of data back to the ship in real time. This dramatically multiplied the Luzon's capacity to identify and track surface and subsurface threats far beyond the visible horizon. Essentially, whatever Lieutenant Calloway's Seahawk detected visually or electronically was simultaneously visible in the Luzon's Combat Information Center. This data link also meant that Admiral Talbot, stationed thousands of miles away in Washington, D.C., was watching the same live feed. Due to the mission's high stakes, President Ryan had insisted on placing his most seasoned naval officer in command. The imperative was to locate and neutralize the Glazov, but a secondary, equally crucial directive was to avoid sparking an open conflict with the Russians, at least for the time being. Captain Yevgraf squinted through the bridge windows, the heavy wipers struggling against the relentless downpour. Even with their frantic motion, the cloud-choked night sky offered no glimpse of the American helicopters he knew were circling somewhere above. His electronic warfare officer had identified them as MH-60R Seahawks, a fact that did nothing to ease the tension coiling in his gut. The storm had swallowed the horizon whole, leaving a starless void over the churning sea. Beneath the rumble of his own ship's diesel engines and the howl of the wind, he could feel the deep, rhythmic thrum of those unseen rotors beating against the storm. He'd been certain the worsening weather would drive them off. On their initial pass, they'd sown the water with a field of passive sonobua. His own sonar operator had heard the splashes, a series of sharp, distinct plunks. That meant the crew of the Glazov, the submarine lurking somewhere in the dark depths below, had heard them too. Their acoustic team was far better than his. Then came the active pinging, a sound no sonarman could miss, so the Americans had a fix on the sound. A grim smile touched Yevgraf's lips. The Glazov's captain was a block of ice with nerves of steel. His strategy was simple and brilliant. Stay silent, stay still, and let doubt fester in the American minds. When the helicopters finally left, the sub could surface for a desperately needed resupply from the Penzance store. But the rough seas had delayed everything, and now the damned birds were back, their persistent rotor noise grating on his last nerve. With a frustrated grunt, the grizzled captain lifted his night vision binoculars, scanning the inky blackness. Where were they hiding? He couldn't see a thing from the bridge's confine. "You have the con," he barked at his executive officer, instructing him to hold their position against the tide. Drifting too far from their submerged charge was not an option, not with the sub's batteries nearly drained. Pulling up the hood of his rain slicker, Yevgraf stepped out onto the starboard bridge wing, high above the violent sea. The wind roared in his ears, and cold rain needled his face. He sensed more than saw a darker shape against the black sky, low and to port. He raised the binoculars again, a decision he instantly regretted. A searing, white-hot blast of light exploded in his vision. Cursing violently in Russian, he dropped the binoculars, clutching his face as agony lanced through his eyes. The 30 million candle-power xenon beam from the Seahawk, hovering a mere 20 feet off his bridge wing, had been magnified by his binocular lenses and the night-adapted state of his eyes. Rage wash pummeled his body as he staggered, a burning sunspot etched onto his retinas. The bridge door flew open behind him. "Captain, the Americans are on the radio for you," his XO shouted, his vision swimming back into focus. Yevgraf turned and faced the menacing silhouette of the helicopter. He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the lingering glare, making out the distinct shapes of 4 Hellfire missiles slung under its stub wing, pointed directly at his ship. With a surge of defiant anger, he shot a furious middle finger toward the cockpit, then spun on his heel and stormed back inside. In the Seahawk cockpit, Lieutenant Calloway wrestled with the controls, fighting the gusting wind to hold station. He and his co-pilot burst out laughing as the Russian captain's obscene gesture filled their view. "You get that, Luzon?" Calloway said over the comms, knowing the Combat Information Center on the destroyer was watching the live feed. The other Seahawk circling above had maybe 15 minutes of fuel left. His own bird had closer to 40. He hoped it would be enough. "You think he's mad now?" "Just wait," crackled the voice of the Luzon's radioman. "But stay sharp up there." "Copy that," Calloway replied. His airborne tactical officer killed the spotlight, plunging the scene back into darkness as they re-engaged their night vision systems, the game of cat and mouse continuing under the storm's cover. Calloway spotted 3 pairs of Russian operatives rushing onto the deck. 2 teams carried, say, 25 Willow shoulder-fired missiles, while a third was armed with an RPG launcher. They quickly took up covered positions and aimed their weapons toward the sky. The RPG team was clearly targeting Calloway's helicopter. His air tactical officer swung the searchlight onto them and alerted the other aircraft. "You see in these guys, Sarah?" Calloway asked. With a reduced crew that night, acoustic warfare operator Sarah Arendis was pulling double duty, managing the bird sensor suite while also serving as gunner on the pintle-mounted M60D machine gun. Through her night vision goggles, she had a clean view of all 3 enemy teams. "I've got them, sir." Calloway heard the distinct sound of Arendis charging the machine gun. "Let's not get too eager just yet. My trigger discipline is solid, sir, but give the order and it'll wipe those creeps right off the deck." Seeing the Russians that heavily armed made Calloway thankful he wasn't inserting SEALs or Marines onto that ship. Storming a rudder room below decks with breaching tools and power saws was challenging enough without adding automatic weapons fire into the mix. It was a messy, close-quarters nightmare waiting to happen. "Who the hell is this?" Yevgraf barked in heavily accented English. "Lieutenant Commander Charles Ellis, United States Navy, commanding the USS Luzon. We are positioned 220 miles east-northeast of your location." "Over, and what is it you want from me, Captain Ellis? You are hereby ordered to command the Russian Federation Navy's submarine Glazov to surface. Immediate—" "I have no knowledge of what you are speaking about, Commander," Yevgraf shouted back. "Cut the crap. You've got 3 options. 2 of them end with your ship on the bottom of the ocean. The third lets you sail home intact. This is an act of war. By what authority? By the authority of the President of the United States. I do not recognize your President's authority to assault my vessel. Recognized or not, it's happening. Ping the Glazov to surface now, or I will sink you. After that, the Glazov will have to surface, and then I will board her or sink her, even if I possessed the authority to comply. Last chance, Captain. You have 30 seconds. I have sonobuoys deployed. I will know if you transmit that ping or not. Bring the Glazov up, or watch your ship go down. Your choice. Over and out." Yevgraf cursed viciously as he slammed the handset back into its cradle. He shot a searing look at his executive officer. The Exone knew that expression perfectly. Yevgraf was itching for a fight. The old captain dreamed of a glorious death for the motherland. The Exo did not share that fantasy. The Luzon will be here long before the Glazov can be refueled and resupplied, Captain. The submarine will have to surface regardless. If they destroy us, the Glazov is stranded. Her only choices then would be surrender or scuttling. Yevgraf's eyes seemed to bore into the Exo's skull. He spat onto the deck plating. "Coward!" Several young crewmen at their stations froze. Everyone knew the old man was unhinged. The Exo held his ground. If he was going to die today, he'd do it, standing up to this relic. "Our mission is to protect Glazov." A wild, almost animalistic grin spread across Yevgraf's face. He snatched up the intercom microphone. "Sonorum. This is the captain. Prepare to ping the Glazov. Roshina, DC Oval Office, the Vitash." The president lifted the water pitcher, offering to pour a glass for his chief of staff. Arnie Van Dam remained on the couch, his expression turning dismissive. "I never touch the stuff." "Suit yourself." Ryan filled a glass for himself and moved back to his chair. The intercom on his desk chimed. "Admiral Talbot is on line 1 for you, Mr. President." "Thank you, Betty." President Ryan stood and walked to his desk. Arnie began to rise, assuming he should leave, but Ryan motioned for him to stay. He activated the secure line and picked up the receiver. "John, I hope you're calling with good news. The best kind of news, sir. We've finally located our Russian friend." A broad grin broke across Ryan's face. "That's outstanding." He flashed a triumphant thumbs up toward Arnie, who allowed himself a rare, tight smile in return. The long, tense hunt was finally turning in their favor. "I'll spare you the technical rundown," Talbot explained, "but the short version is he's running scared. and we're still on his tail. We'll follow the Glazov all the way back to its home port. If the captain tries anything foolish, we'll make sure he regrets it with extreme prejudice. Please ensure everyone involved knows how grateful I am, and pass along my congratulations for an excellent job. I'll deliver that message myself. Do I have your authorization to redeploy the Roosevelt Strike Group to its previous assignment? Use your best judgment. I'll reach out to Admiral Pike right away." Ryan ended the call. "Sounds like a victory to me," Arnie remarked. "A point for the good guys." "Yeah, I have to admit, it feels pretty satisfying," Ryan said. It was a long shot, almost impossible. His voice faded as his thoughts shifted to a new concern. "Try not to hurt yourself celebrating too hard." Ryan looked up. "What was that?" My mind was elsewhere. "You don't exactly look thrilled." "I'm over the moon. Right, I can see that. What's bothering you?" "Nothing's bothering me." "Not really. Let me guess. You're worried that submarine wasn't actually our pirate." "I have no evidence to suggest that." Arnie stood up. "Then it's time to enjoy the moment. You probably just need a proper drink," he said with a knowing smile. "Help yourself to a glass," Ryan offered, opening a desk drawer. "Honestly, you're still concerned?" Arnie asked, walking toward the service tray. "We've put a serious dent in the Glazov's plans. We'll still have to handle Yermolov eventually, but that's tomorrow's problem. For today, we celebrate a win." Ryan opened the bottle of Jameson and poured a generous measure into 2 glasses. As terrible as this situation was, at least it was confined to the South Pacific. Just imagine if it had spread worldwide. No argument there. Arnie raised his glass. "I'd like to propose a toast." Ryan lifted his own. "Arr," Arnie growled playfully. "Arr," they drank. It was a good day. Indian Owen North of Pertz poured you out. A van clung to the empty cooler as if it were a lifeline, which for the past 2 days it had been. Its buoyancy was the only thing keeping him afloat as the currents pulled him along. With his other hand he waved weakly at the distant silhouette of a ship he prayed was actually approaching, though part of him feared it was another cruel mirage. If it was real and it sailed past, the crushing disappointment would haunt him into the afterlife. The thirst was a raw, scraping agony in his throat under the relentless sun, while the night breezes had left him shivering despite the ocean's relative warmth. At dawn he had begged Lord Morrigan to end this living nightmare, to grant him the peace of simply letting go. But he couldn't. The memory of his 2 young children's faces and his wife, who could not work due to her injured leg, anchored him to life. They needed him. The thought of them had made him weep for 2 days straight, but now he was hollow, utterly drained of tears. That was when his bleary eyes caught the distant smudge of diesel smoke on the horizon. A ship. It had to be real. He tried to call out when he first saw it, but his voice was a ruined whisper. All he could manage was to splash the water and wave his free hand. His stubborn will to survive had been rewarded had Morrigan himself sent this vessel to answer his prayers. The wound on his head had finally crusted over, meaning he was no longer bleeding into the water to attract sharks. Yet if he didn't find fresh water within a day, he would die anyway, and the ocean's predators could claim him. He wondered if any of the tiger sharks had found his friends after the explosion. Probably not. The ship had vanished in a single searing blast that snapped it in 2, sending everyone else to the depths. He would be down there with them if he hadn't stepped onto the deck for a final cigarette. The blast flung him over the side, his skull cracking against the cold steel rail before he plunged into the sea. He fought the churning water, driven by a raw terror of being pulled under by the dying vessel. Exhausted but free, he forced himself back toward the fading whirlpool where the ship had vanished, searching for any other soul. He found only an empty ocean and a floating cooler, which became his desperate raft as the currents took him. His mind began to fray. Was this real or some endless aquatic punishment for his past? His eyes burned, gritty and parched despite the salt water everywhere. He let them close, his consciousness slipping toward a dark, welcoming void. A sudden splash jolted Adavan awake. He spun in panic, expecting the gaping maw of a shark, but instead saw a pale young man grinning from the bow of a black inflatable boat, a companion at the motor. "Hey, hold on!" the figure shouted. A sob of pure relief caught in the sailor's throat. He was saved. His family would be okay. He squinted up, shielding his eyes from the glaring sun, and saw the silhouette of a large steel trawler in the distance, shadowy figures lining its deck. The rubber boat's engine roared in reverse, stopping abruptly beside him. As the motor cut, Audiobook reached a feeble hand toward the smooth hull, but his fingers found no purchase. He released the cooler, throwing both arms up in a final weak attempt, only to slip beneath the surface. With a splash, the white man was in the water, seizing him from behind. "I've got you," he said, looping a rough nylon line around Audiobook's thin chest. The man in the boat hauled on the rope, lifting the sailor's head above the waves. "You speak English?" the rescuer asked, his arms still supporting him. "A little," Audiobook whispered. "Anyone else out here with you?" The sailor shook his head, his eyes begging silently to be pulled from the sea. "All right, then," the man said, almost cheerfully. "Let's get you taken care of." Grateful tears mixed with seawater as Audiobook thought of home. "Thank you." Then he saw the second man, backlit by the sun, standing unsteady by the motor. The man hefted a heavy anchor and tossed it overboard. Audiobook's exhausted mind struggled to understand they were in abyssal depths, thousands of meters down. An anchor. In that instant, the supportive grip around his chest vanished, and the nylon rope went taut, biting into his flesh. Audiobook's horrified cry was cut short as he was ripped violently beneath the surface, the last of his air bubbling up a moment later. "Rough business," the man in the water remarked, reaching up to the boat. "Better check in with the boss and scoot." His partner pulled him aboard. As the shorter man fired up the outboard, the taller one raised a satellite phone. "It was ugly work," the shorter man conceded, the image of the sailor's terrified face a fleeting ghost in his thoughts. He shook it off. In 15 minutes they'd be back on the trawler, where the cook would have a pot of hot coffee and a plate of fresh doughnuts waiting. Just another day on the job. Oktober 28 Washington, D.C., the Y-Hydrogen to rendering personal privacy came with the job. But President Jack Ryan had one firm boundary, his own bed. The thought of a Secret Service agent reaching out to shake him awake while he slept beside Kathy felt like a profound violation, an intrusion into a sacred marital space he couldn't stomach. On the rare occasions it had occurred, it left him rattled. He was long past his Quantico training days. He was a grown man and the commander-in-chief. Surely he was owed this one small sanctuary. Naturally, he trusted his detail with his life, and they possessed both the authority and the duty to enter his bedroom during a genuine crisis. Head made his definition of crisis crystal clear to say I seek Gary Montgomery, head of the Presidential Protection Detail. An act of war, a catastrophic loss of life, or any direct threat to his wife or children. Short of that, the door remained closed until his official day began at 6 a.m. Ryan wasn't foolish enough to prioritize his own comfort over the nation's security, however, and emergencies had a nasty habit of arising in the dead of night. Had granted his chief of staff, Arnie von Dam, and a very short list of others, primarily his kids, permission to call his private line any time. So when that distinct ringtone assigned to Arnie shattered the silence at 4 a.m, Ryan's eyes snapped open instantly. "Arnie? Don't blame me for the news, boss." Jack slipped out of bed, meticulously avoiding disturbing the blankets over his sleeping wife. He moved barefoot across the thick carpet, exited the bedroom, and softly shut the door before heading toward the kitchen. "What's happened?" "You told me to call the second we heard anything." "Admiral Talbot just reported another vessel has gone down." "Location?" "The Indian Ocean." Ryan measured several scoops of a brutally dark roast into the coffee-maker's filter. "When?" 2 days ago. "Why is this only reaching us now?" "From what we can gather, it was in extremely remote water. The local port authority didn't flag its failure to arrive until a couple of hours back. Wasn't anyone tracking its AIS signal when it vanished? The watch officer was taking a break, or maybe the system hiccuped. We're not sure yet.
Talbot is tearing apart the command center to find answers. Ryan filled the carafe at the sink, the running water loud in the quiet house. This is a hell of a way to kick off the morning. Definitely not the update you wanted.
I felt you needed to hear it directly and immediately. You made the right call. Ryan let out a weary breath, poured the water, and started the machine, listening for the first promising gurgle. What are your orders? Assemble the team. We've got a serious situation escalating. This threat was bad enough when it was confined to the South Pacific. Now it appears we're looking at a global security nightmare. Barcelona, Spain Lieutenant Brasa shouldered open the solid door to the CNI office and was met with a burst of applause from P and the gathered administrative staff.
Look who's here. Our champion, P announced, his hands still coming together. A flush of self-conscious warmth spread across Brasa's face, but she smiled and accepted handshakes and quick hugs from colleagues offering their congratulations. The major news networks had run the story overnight, featuring aerial footage of a figure head digitally obscured racing toward the farmhouse moments before the explosion. Everyone in the office knew it was her, and they all basked in the reflected success of the operation. A small spread of drinks and pastries had been laid out for the impromptu party. "Everyone please help yourselves," P said, gesturing to the table. He turned to Brasa. "Can I get you anything?" "Just some water, thank you." He passed her a bottled water and took one for himself, his eyes catching the small adhesive bandage on her cheek. His expression shifted to concern. "You were injured? Just a scratch from some flying debris. It's truly nothing." "I already spoke with Captain Asensio. He gave me a full briefing on your actions out there. Frankly, it sounds like you walked through fire and came out the other side." "I hope the celebration isn't too overwhelming. You must be running on fumes." He leaned in slightly, his tone shifting from celebratory to quietly earnest. "Between us, the brass is thrilled, but this whole affair has them jumpy. They're already talking about next steps. Wider pattern." "Get some rest while you can browse it. It must have been awful," he said. "Could we speak alone?" Brasa asked. "Of course, my office is this way." He guided her out. Navigating the lobby meant enduring another round of embraces and handshakes, which Brasa accepted with a tired but genuine smile. The warmth was appreciated even through her profound exhaustion. In the office, P gestured to a chair before settling heavily into his own, behind the desk. "Laya, you should have taken the day. You've been through a trauma. And frankly, you're a hero now. You've earned a break." "I'm not a hero. There's too much left to do." P gave a knowing laugh. "Which is exactly why I knew you'd show up. Still, the work will wait. Another day wouldn't change anything, especially now that those animals are dealt with, thank God. You should feel proud. I'm relieved no officers were lost. The attack from the farmhouse was a reckless move. It caught me off guard. Captain Asensio spoke highly of your courage. The news footage made that clear enough for everyone. Asensio and his team took the lead. They showed the bravery. I was following their direction. Regardless, expect a formal commendation for valor. A promotion is likely too. I'm forwarding both recommendations to headquarters today." "That's kind, but I was simply doing my duty." P wagged a finger at her, a paternal gesture. "That's what I admire about you, Laya. Such modesty. But don't downplay it. A promotion comes with a better salary, and a hero's commendation fast-tracks your career." Brasa offered a slight, uncertain shrug and a faint smile, sipping from a glass of water. P leaned forward, his hands clasped on the desk. Asensio provided a preliminary report. "What's your perspective?" "Everything accelerated once we were on site. For a brief moment, I actually believed it might end without violence." Those fanatics weren't interested in peace. They wanted a war. Brasa sidestepped his remark. They requested a lawyer and said they'd surrender peacefully if the warrant held up, which it did. I'm sure the captain recognized their bluff. I'm not convinced it was a bluff. You believe they genuinely intended to surrender? We'll never have the chance to find out, will we?" P made a dismissive gesture.
"Well, if that's true, the responsibility falls on Asensio. He was the commanding officer. Any inquiry would respect his field judgment, though I doubt there will be one. The threat is neutralized, the case is closed, and justice is done. Headquarters is satisfied. I am satisfied. You should be too. I am. But I can't shake the thought that a lot of young people died yesterday. Not young people. Terrorists. They just happened to be born here. Never forget, they bombed civilians. They killed and maimed innocent people. For what? A political fantasy? It's insanity. Honestly, Laia, I wouldn't waste a second of sleep over them. You're probably right. Still, taking them alive for interrogation would have been preferable. I agree, but you know how it goes. We train, we plan, we execute. Ultimately, you can't control the outcome when the other side is determined to die. My God, what's strange to me is choosing suicide over a courtroom. A trial would have given their cause a global platform for months, maybe years. My take, they wanted martyrdom. And I think those sons of bitches hoped you'd rush in before they detonated that bomb to wipe out the entire team. The grenade was the trigger. One of them must have gotten nervous and set off the main charge too soon. You're all incredibly lucky to be breathing." P made a quick, somewhat haphazard sign of the cross. "I know, very lucky. My only frustration is that the intelligence trail died with them. Maybe we'll uncover more once the site is fully processed." I stayed until nightfall, but the stones and beams were too heavy to shift, and there was no electricity, and the blood Brass's voice faded. I saw similar scenes years ago when the Basque separatists were setting off bombs across the country. I understand how you feel. It's deeply unsettling. You really ought to take a break. Go visit your father for a while in managing. There are just a few threads I need to follow. I suspect the Brigada Catalan might have been cooperating with another cell. We still haven't identified one of the men killed at the farmhouses. He was thinking of Runtso, though Jack hadn't shared that name with her yet, and then there's this individual. Brussa reached into her bag for her phone. She opened her messages and pulled up the photo Jack had sent of the intruder. The paper mask covered his face, and the black Nike cap was pulled low, but those distinctive hazel eyes were impossible to miss. She passed the phone to P. "Do you know him?" "Never seen him," Brussa replied. "But he was spotted near the farmhouse right before the explosion. I have a feeling he might be involved." "A feeling? What kind of feeling?" P brought the screen closer, zooming in on the image. "Maybe feeling is putting it generously. Call it an instinct." Brassa adjusted her position in the chair. "My first thought was that he might be Brigada. But those eyes are memorable, and they don't match anyone in our record. I've reviewed the files on known numbers. He isn't there. I see what you mean about the eyes. Perhaps our intelligence isn't as complete as we thought. I was hoping you might recognize him. I don't. But then my memory isn't as sharp as it once was. Still, I agree I don't remember this face from any Brigada dossier." He studied the picture again. "Where did you say this came from?" "Jack Ryan sent it to me yesterday." "Ryan?" P sighed in exasperation. "I thought you told him to go back to the States." "I did. He chose to extend his trip a few more days. I don't care what Madrid says. That American is a constant headache. The sooner he's on a plane, the better." "He's decent, even if he can be overly persistent. Where did he get the photo?" "He didn't specify. I was hoping this hazel-eyed man had been at the farmhouse so we could question him. But then the shootout happened. I tried sifting through the wreckage to see if he was among the dead. It was impossible. The structure was collapsed, and the remains were in terrible condition. What makes you think he was even in that building? Ryan believes he's the bomber. Based on what? I'm not sure, but it's a lead, and I want to chase it down however it turns out. If he was inside, it ties him to the Brigada, directly or indirectly." P offered a tired smile. "That's a simple enough puzzle to solve. Once all the remains are recovered and brought here, I'll instruct the medical examiner to look for a set of hazel eye. Even if they're not still in his head, it'll tell us something, won't it? If his body wasn't completely obliterated, we might still identify him and possibly connect him to whatever group he's with. He could have been working alone." He held up her phone. "Can you send me a copy of this?" "Of course." Her mind drifted to Jack's insistence that Alessandri had been wearing a Bluetooth earpiece, even though neither the earpiece nor her phone was ever found. She had to admit it was strange and early everyone under 80 carried a cell phone. It was also an odd coincidence, as Jack had pointed out in his text, that this hazel-eyed man was also wearing a Bluetooth. If both details were true, it suggested this mysterious figure might have coordinated the farmhouse attack, implying some level of authority or command. It seemed highly improbable that the Brigada would take orders from an outsider with no trusted affiliation. Lone wolves rarely led organized cells. I doubt he was acting alone. We'll have to wait and see what they pull from the rubble. Pia handed her phone back. "But what if he was never even at the ruins?" she asked, sending the Bakov photo to P's inbox. "Let's say he wasn't. What does that tell you? That our one remaining person of interest is still out there, and if he is, I plan to track him down and get some real answers about what's been going on. Or it might mean he's completely innocent. He could have just been nearby when the Lavi device detonated, like hundreds of others were. We can't know for sure, can we? That's all the more reason to locate him." P chuckled. "Liabrosa, you never quit. It's your greatest strength. I hope you'll remember your old colleague P after you're running our esteemed agency." Brasa massaged her temples, fighting off a throbbing ache. P's expression shifted to one of worry. "You don't look well. Just exhausted. I really think you should head home and get some rest." She looked at him, her eyes squinting against the pressure building inside her head. "One final question. This Samler person, are we still hitting a wall there?" "Absolutely." Whatever Ryan believed he overheard was clearly a mistake. She gave a slow nod. "Maybe you're correct. Of course I am. What matters is that the individual's responsible for killing Ryan's friend. And let's not forget many others are all deceased. Ryan wanted justice, and now he has it. The next time you speak with him, tell him to go back home." Brasa stood up. "I believe I'll accept your suggestion and take the afternoon off. And please thank the staff for their hospitality." P rose from his seat. "I'll pass along your thanks, and yes, please do take the rest of the day. Take tomorrow too, if you need it. I'll manage all the reports. And I give you my word, if the coroner finds anything new, you'll be my first call." She thanked him once more. P walked her to his office door, closing and locking it behind her. He watched her leave the CNI offices and exit to the street below via the security monitor. Only when he was certain she was gone for good did he unlock a desk drawer, retrieve a Faraday pouch, and pull out an encrypted satellite phone. A voice answered on the other end. P got straight to it. "We have a situation." Samsia Siguzum took another drag from his Marlborough. His pants pooled around his ankle. He was nearly done with his business in the cramped captain's head, the only private toilet on the vessel, and thankfully his alone to use. He'd needed the solitude. A broken galley fridge had ruined their beef supply 2 weeks prior. Since then, a relentless diet of oily fried fish and fish-head soup had wreaked havoc on his digestion. The boat's actual captain had to make do with the communal facilities below decks. Rank has its privileges, he thought with a grim smile, taking a final puff. His encrypted satellite phone rang from beyond the thin mahogany door. Guzum cursed. That phone was for emergencies only. He had to answer. He hurriedly cleaned up, hauled his grimy fish-scented pants back on, and flushed, tossing the cigarette butt in after every hit. As it swirled away into the dark holding tank soon to be dumped into the ocean, he wrestled his way out of the confined space and into the slightly roomier but still cramped quarters, grabbing the ringing sat phone from the bed. He saw it was P. The Brigade operation had gone flawlessly, according to Bakov. Why the call? Speak. We have a situation. Elaborate. Brasa just left my office. She knows about Bakov. That can't be. How? She doesn't have a name, but she has a photograph. She thinks he's tied to Lavi. How would she know that? That damn American has been poking around. The one Bakov was looking into, Ryan. Guzum let out a frustrated sigh through his broad nose. It was too early for DNA results, and the audio bugs had failed, thanks to Ryan's cleverness. What troubled him was that the large American had gone on the attack and chased Bakov off, almost catching him. Whoever this Ryan guy was, he was a serious problem. Brasa is like a bloodhound, P insisted. She won't quit until she has Bakov in handcuffs. Why are you bringing this to me? Handle it yourself. Me? No, boss. You don't pay me for wet work. You pay me for intelligence. Let your man Bakov deal with it. He's got the right tools for that kind of job. All right, I'd tell Bakov to eliminate Brasa and this Jack Ryan. If Bakov reaches out to you for help, you provide it. Naturally. Anything I know, I'll share. Good, P. Thanks for the update. Stay in touch. Count on it, boss. Guzum ended the call. P had a point. Bakov was uniquely skilled in the art of killing, a stark contrast to that clown P. Bakov's loyalty was to the organization, to his brothers. P was just a hired gun, selling secrets to the highest bidder. The Spaniard was a greedy coward, and while greed made a man unreliable, cowardice made him a complete liability, always putting his own neck above any cause. Men like that were the worst kind of snake. Guzum grabbed the satellite phone once more and hit Bakov's speed dial. Brasa and Ryan needed to disappear, so did P. Ideally in a way that matched his spineless character. Bakov would get a kick out of that. Whoosh and D.C. Sichwain roamed the as President Ryan was back at the head of the long mahogany table, his core team assembled around him. Just 48 hours prior, they were grappling with a murky threat in the South Pacific. Now they were staring down a full-scale international emergency, and the tension in the room was palpable. The same global maritime map was up on the big screen, but now a seventh green cargo ship icon, marked with a stark X, had appeared. This new X was positioned in the heart of the Indian Ocean, west of Australia. Time to rally. Is anyone else as furious as I am? Ryan asked, breaking the heavy silence. The question drew a couple of strained smiles. It was bad enough when we thought we were hunting a Russian sub. Our odds were about as good as hitting the jackpot 7 times straight. Wasn't that your assessment, John? It was, Mr. President. But we pulled it off, didn't we? Nods went around the table. And now it looks like we're in even deeper trouble. Ryan gestured toward the screen. Whoever was yanking our chain in the South Pacific has decided to take his show on the road to the Indian Ocean. Anybody think he'll stop there if we don't shut him down? The room answered with silent shakes of the head. Frankly, this probably makes finding the puppet master even tougher, Ryan said, his gaze sweeping across his advisor. But I don't care about the odds, because I'm going all in right here, right now, betting on every single one of you. He tapped the polished tabletop for emphasis. And something tells me that just tilted the table back in our favor. He sat back, almost challenging anyone to disagree. Arnie gave him a subtle, approving nod. Well played. Are we still tracking the Glazov, Admiral? The Secretary of State asked, cutting through the quiet. Yes, ma'am. Given the new incident in the Indian Ocean, it's a safe assumption he wasn't our guy to begin with, but we're tailing him all the way to port, just to be certain. Can we rule the Russians out entirely? The Secretary of Defense queried. Not if they have more than one diesel boat in play, Talbot responded. But the fact they recalled the Glazov suggests they're not our primary suspect at the moment. How can we be sure of that? Arnie asked. We intercepted a Russian satellite transmission to the boat. It was sent in the clear. So they wanted us to know they'd called their dog back to the kennel, Arnie clarified. Precisely. Should we deploy a carrier group to the Indian Ocean? If nothing else, it sends a powerful message, Sekdev proposed. Carrier Strike Group 3 is on station in the Arabian Sea. We could reroute it. Maybe that's the whole point of this exercise, Talbot countered. To keep us running in circles across the globe and disrupt our ongoing commitments. I'd recommend against it. I agree, Ryan said. So where does that leave us? Son of a gun, Arnie muttered under his breath, the frustration evident. Mary Pat, we previously eliminated the Chinese from our list. Is there any fresh intelligence that would lead us to reconsider that assessment? The Director of National Intelligence gave a slow, definitive shake of her head. Nothing. Our assets, both human and technical, have reported zero chatter about an operation of this nature from any Chinese entity. All right. So we've discounted North Korea, India, and essentially every other state navy with the necessary capability. To me, this is starting to sound less like a government-sanctioned mission, Ryan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. We already dismissed the idea of a crime syndicate or a terrorist cell. Should we circle back to that? Secretary of Defense Talbot interjected. Do they possess the operational capacity for sustained submarine activity on this level? The first hurdle is acquiring a submarine, and based on the evidence, we're talking about more than one. He switched a monitor display, scrolling through several pages before landing on the website for Triton Submarines, a commercial builder. The vessels resembled sleek, transparent capsules mounted on robust chassis, some equipped with external manipulator arms. This is a single example from one company. Triton builds capable platform. They have a model certified for 36,000 feet. It's designed to explore the Mariana Trench, the deepest point in the ocean. They look like something from an old science fiction film, Arnie remarked. Not exactly a weapons platform. They're engineered for research, underwater maintenance, even luxury tourism, Talbot clarified. I'm not suggesting these specific subs are our culprits, only highlighting that significant civilian technology exists which could theoretically fit the mission parameters. My professional opinion, however, leans toward a military-grade submarine design, not one of these. Arnie pressed on. What's the possibility of a civilian entity acquiring a decommissioned military submarine? For enough money, anything's possible, Talbot conceded. Remember, Osama bin Laden was actively shopping for one before the deal was thwarted. But the vessel itself is just the start. You need a trained crew, support ships, dedicated maintenance infrastructure. It's a far cry from piloting a paddle boat around a pond. Drug cartels have operated hundreds of semi-submersible narco boats over the decades, Foley added. They aren't true submarines, but they ride low enough to avoid visual and some radar detection. Smuggling rings in China have used similar low-profile vessels for moving stolen cars. Those types of craft don't have the operational range we're dealing with here, Ryan noted. Arnie let out a short laugh. Okay, I have to confess. I was doing some late-night internet digging on all this and stumbled on the most absurd story about the Russian Navy allegedly using a beluga whale to carry underwater cameras. We still maintain the U.S. Navy Marine Mammal Program ourselves, Talbot said. Heck, we once trained dolphins for various combat support roles. It's not science fiction. Secretary of State Adler looked around the table. What are we suggesting? That we're hunting for a fish? No, but Arnie, you might have inadvertently stumbled onto a useful line of thinking, Ryan said, his tone shifting from analytical to one of pointed sarcasm. We're all prisoners of our own assumption. We possess the world's most advanced technology, yet somehow These adversaries are consistently outmaneuvering us. Our blind spot is our very reliance on high technology. What if these bastards are intentionally going low-tech? Low-tech, Arnie asked, skeptical.
How does low-tech defeat our systems? Ask the Afghan fighters how they resisted the British and Soviet empires, not to mention our own nearly 2-decade engagement, the SecDef replied. It's the principle of asymmetric warfare. Asymmetric warfare typically refers to tactics and strategy, Ryan countered.
I want to narrow the focus to technology for a moment. He turned to the Chief of Naval Operations. John, fundamentally, how does a ship or submarine evade radar and sonar? The Admiral offered a pragmatic shrug. Radar is relatively straightforward to avoid. Stay beyond its effective range or, more simply, submerge. Radar signals don't penetrate the water's surface. And sonar? Sonar functions on a similar principle but uses sound waves. Active sonar emits a pulse that reflects off a target back to the source.
Passive sonar just listens for noises generated by the target. Itself engine sounds, propeller cavitation, that sort of thing. You can beat active sonar by absorbing or deflecting its pings, and you beat passive sonar by staying silent, he explained.
When asked how to absorb those waves, he continued, diving deep helps, especially if the sonar is above the thermocline. But a simpler method dates back to World War II, when the Germans began coating their submarine hulls with rubber. We use more advanced materials now, but the principle is identical.
Electric boats are inherently quiet, and even nuclear submarines have become remarkably silent. Every component on a sub is engineered for stealth crew members, even wear rubber-soled shoes to muffle their footsteps.
They've gotten so quiet that back in 2009, a British and a French ballistic missile submarine managed to collide in the Atlantic, despite both having their passive sonar systems fully operational. Ryan pressed for lower tech options. Low tech? How about no tech at all? Came the reply. The brutal truth is, size matters. A larger object is always easier to spot, whether by sonar or radar. It's far simpler to see a basketball than a tiny BB pellet from 200 yards away. Smaller is invariably better. Ryan stood up, a plan crystallizing in his mind. So here's my thought. We need something small. Something silent, ideally electric-powered. Something that operates underwater to evade radar entirely, and it should be coated with sound-absorbing materials to defeat active sonar. You're describing an underwater drone, Arnie stated. Ryan broke into a grin. Not me, friend. That was your idea. When Arnie looked puzzled, Ryan clarified, You were thinking outside the box. You just didn't realize it, Arnie objected, citing the request for low-tech solutions. Drones are old tech, Ryan countered. Nikola Tesla patented the first one in 1898, a radio-controlled boat he called a Teleton. They're not new, they're just refined. Talbot chimed in, Come to think of it, the Germans had remote-controlled explosive boats in World War I. Burgess added, and the Houthis are using them now in the Persian Gulf, rigging the speedboats with Yamaha outboards and packing them with explosives. Foley interjected, Are we revisiting the Poseidon concept? No, Ryan said firmly. I agree with John. Those are too expensive and unproven for an operation of this scale. Besides, it's increasingly clear to me that the Russian government isn't behind these attacks. The Admiral remained skeptical. Drones can't be the answer. Even the autonomous models are short-range, with the exception of the new Orca XLU UV we're developing. Its fuel cells give it a range of 6,500 nautical miles. No one else on Earth has that capability yet. I'm aware, Ryan said. But I wasn't thinking about long range. Short range doesn't work, the Admiral insisted. Sure it does, Ryan replied, turning to Burgess. Do you remember the Q-ships from World War I? Burgess smiled. No, sir, I've got some gray, but I'm not that old. A wave of polite laughter filled the room. Ryan explained, Submarines were the cutting-edge naval technology in World War I, and the British struggled to find and sink them.
Their solution was to convert innocent-looking merchant vessels into submarine hunters. They added false superstructures to disguise them and hid deck guns behind fake walls. A U-boat would see one, assume it was a harmless cargo ship, surface to attack with its deck gun, only to watch the facades fall away and the Q-ship's concealed artillery open fire. Ryan stood and pointed to the large screen displaying the locations of the sunken ship. "John, can you bring up the map showing all current AIS vessel traffic?" With a click of a laser pointer, the screen filled with tens of thousands of colored arrowheads swarming the sea lanes, clustering near coasts and traversing open ocean. Ryan nodded toward the display. "Our perpetrators are out there, hidden within all that traffic, hunters stalking their prey." "So you think Q-ships are responsible?" Arnie asked. "Not Q-ships," Ryan corrected. "Motherships. For the drones, exactly." Foley considered the question, the ghost of her Moscow days as a CIA field officer whispering an answer. "Dead drops in plain sight a coated film canister tucked inside a discarded soda can, a microdot under a park benches peeling paint. The best place to hide something is right out in the open," she said. "But you have to disguise it. Make it look like everything else." "Precisely," came the reply. Arnie leaned over the chart, his finger tracing the dense clusters of vessel icons. "You're suggesting one of these commercial ships is acting as a command vessel? A mothership?" "That's the theory," Ryan affirmed. "If the drone itself is too small and stealthy to track, you find the larger platform controlling it. Find the hand guiding the needle." Foley turned to Talbot, skepticism clear in her expression. Could a single command ship manage operations across two separate oceans? The logistics seem improbable. Highly improbable, Talbot agreed. Arnie gestured broadly at the digital display. There are over 30,000 vessels on the water as we speak. Any one of them a container carrier, a bulk freighter, a liquid natural gas tanker could be it, or 5 of them, or 20. Identifying the right one in that haystack is the real trick. He looked back at Ryan. "You might have cracked the how, but the which one is still a massive problem." "Simple in concept," Ryan said, echoing his earlier sentiment. Far from easy in execution, he shifted his focus to the Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense. "This has escalated beyond our immediate capacity. We need to quietly bring in trusted allies who grasp the severity and can maintain absolute discretion. If the earlier intelligence rattled the markets, full disclosure of this would cause a global panic." "Understood," Burgess stated, with nods of agreement around the table. He then addressed Foley. "Reach out to DARPA. They're at the forefront of this kind of asymmetric technology. We need their brightest minds working on the identification problem, but with zero public exposure." "I have the perfect contact in mind," Foley replied. "Make the call, and what's the status on Buck Logan's private efforts?" "Any progress?" "He's arming the security teams on his company vessels," Foley reported. "Automatic rifles and surface-to-air missile systems." "Do I want to know how you acquired that detail?" "No, sir," Foley answered, a faint, knowing smile touching her lips. "You really don't?" Ryan scanned the room. "Any other avenues to pursue?" When no new suggestions emerged, he gave a decisive nod. "All right, people, let's get to work." Osten Tungsas Buck Logan's paralysis was complete from the mid-lumbar region down, a permanent cage for a spirit that burned with undiminished intensity. He had channeled every ounce of his formidable and now frustrated drive into building his maritime empire, swapping fleeting romantic pursuits for the relentless conquest of the shipping industry. The competitive ruthlessness he now exhibited in boardrooms was a transformed version of the vigor he'd once directed elsewhere. Though his lower body was unresponsive, his upper physique was powerfully built from relentless training. He was midway through a grueling German volume training session, executing his 10th set of military presses within the secure confines of his private corporate gym. His wheelchair was locked beneath the bar of a Smith machine, heavy iron plates loaded on each end. The door hissed open, and Phil Worley, his primary liaison to the federal intelligence apparatus, entered. Logan grunted through his final repetition, racking the weight with a metallic clang. He rotated his shoulders, addressing Worley's reflection in the wall-sized mirror. "You look like you lost $1 and found a dime, Phil." "Fifth's the problem. Just got a flash from a source," Worley said, his voice tight. "Another vessel is down. It's unconfirmed, but it matches the pattern. West of Perth in the Indian Ocean. Australian authorities located debris. No survivors." Logan disengaged his chair locks, ducked his head from under the bar and spun to face Worley directly. His face was flushed, though whether from exertion or anger was unclear. "One of mine?" "No, sir. An older Indian-flagged freighter. A rust bucket, by all accounts." Logan's eyes narrowed.
The Indian Ocean, not the Pacific. So our friends are expanding their theater of operations. He wiped sweat from his brow with a towel, his mind already racing ahead of the grim news. The game had just gotten bigger and far more dangerous. Logan let out a long, low curse.
"So let me get this. Straight still, no witnesses. No radar signatures, no sonar contacts, and absolutely zero idea who's responsible." Worley understood it wasn't a real question. "The folks in D.C. are pulling all-nighters on this. From what I hear, they're finalizing a new strategy and preparing to implement it." "What's the strategy?" "Positioning available air, naval, and space assets as quickly as possible. It's a top priority, but not if it compromises current combat missions." "Sounds like Ryan's only committing halfway," Logan muttered. "It'll take a few days."
They're banking on an electronic fix. Getting a visual confirmation seems pretty unlikely now. Has Ryan hit the panic button, called for backup? He's just as concerned as you are about spooking the financial markets. So far, it's still just Australia, New Zealand, and us dealing with this. But now that it's shifted to the Indian Ocean, everything's up in the air. What about our own plans? Proceeding as we arranged. If it's not the Russians, then who? Give me your top theory." "My theory? The Chinese?" "I think they're testing a new weapons system, and simultaneously testing the limits of our current defenses." "Not the Russians?" Logan asked. Worley gave a short laugh. "The Russians? Seriously? Their economy is smaller than Canada Shack, smaller than Texas is. They have no desire to provoke a fight with us in the South Pacific, or the Indian Ocean, for that matter. Frankly, they're more worried about the Chinese Navy than they are about us. And if the Chinese are behind it, what does Ryan do? Without concrete proof. If I were him, I wouldn't do a single thing. And when he gets that proof..." Worley shook his head slowly. "I don't even want to go there." He let out a frustrated sigh. "I hope to God I'm wrong. I probably am. Even the Chinese aren't that reckless. I just can't think of anyone else with the capability to pull this off, whatever this actually is." Logan's gaze hardened. "My old man used to say, bad news always comes in threes. Another shoe is going to drop. I can feel it in my gut. It's only a question of where, when, and how devastating it will be." With a dismissive grunt, Logan turned back to the Smith machine. He watched Worley's reflection exit the gym in the wall mirror before wrapping his large hands around the cold steel bar. The iron wouldn't. He'd done his part. Oak Ridge 10. Newsy, the commute to the computer lab was one of the job's few genuine pleasures. The rolling, pine-covered hills and the sharp, clean autumn air of East Tennessee provided a much-needed lift to Parsons's mood that morning. She had been dreading the so-called emergency meeting Rhodes had texted about the previous day. In her experience, these urgent summons were usually false alarms. Rhodes would sound the alarm and she'd come running, only to find he just needed someone to handle a minor administrative mess. Rhodes was a competent physicist, certainly, and had some skill in the lab. He was also an excellent golfer, but his Ph.D. didn't mean he could lead the lab's scientific direction any more than his low handicap meant he could compete with a professional champion. She guided her pearl-white Subaru Outback into the tree-lined parking lot, sliding into a spot beside the sign that read Rajub Vorarafareichs, right next to his silver Mercedes glass wagon. She shut off the engine, her eyes lingering on the luxury vehicle the car she admired but could never afford on a government salary. Rhodes had been savvy, moving into the private sector early in his career. He'd made a fortune as a partner at a lobbying firm for a major defense contractor before smoothly transitioning back into public service. Good for him. The man might not have been a top-tier scientist, but he possessed a different kind of brilliance, having realized long ago that his true talent lay in navigating the complex political landscapes of both corporate boardrooms and the halls of Congress. As she gathered her things, she noticed a single vibrant red leaf stuck under her windshield wiper, a small, stubborn spot of color against the gray morning, a quiet reminder of the world outside the coming bureaucratic storm. The Department of Energy had concluded that a person with his particular talents was necessary to oversee the program, given its federal funding. RAPRA wasn't powered by quantum bits or entangled particles. It ran on money. That was perfectly fine with her. Parsons offered a brief smile to the uniformed guard in the glass security booth. He returned the nod with an eagerness that bordered on excessive, his gaze lingering a bit too long on her athletic frame, accentuated by tailored slacks and a turtleneck under a soft lambswool vest. She moved past the bright red sign declaring no sticker, no voucher, a reminder that any government cell phone lacking the proper security clearance was forbidden beyond this point. It was a non-issue. Parsons was meticulous about protocol, especially where security was concerned. Dr. David Rhodes met Dr. Kate Parsons at his office door, extending a steaming cup of black coffee. "I figured you could use this. It's early." "Appreciate it, David." "Please, sit down." She settled into the plush leather chair opposite his desk as he took his own seat. Her phone vibrated softly. "Do you mind if I check this?" "Not at all," he observed as she navigated the message with one hand, her unpolished thumbnail scrolling through the text while she took a careful sip of coffee with the other. She was relentlessly efficient. Parsons was undoubtedly an attractive woman, Rhodes mused. Not in a conventional magazine cover way, but striking, with her cropped red hair and those intense dark green eyes that were impossible to ignore. She carried a palpable energy, partly born of her fierce athleticism. He mentally scolded himself for noticing the elegant line of her silhouette whenever she entered, or, let's be honest, especially when she exited a room. He was a devoted husband, but he was also a living, breathing man. Yet what truly commanded a space was Parsons's formidable intellect. Beautiful women didn't unsettle him. Brilliantly sharp minds like hers absolutely did. His own Stanford doctorate was nothing to scoff at, but his brain power was a flickering candle next to her blazing spotlight. Honestly, though, it wasn't her intelligence or her looks that made him feel so acutely awkward in her presence. It was a deep-seated guilt. If raw IQ were the only hiring metric, Parsons would be in charge of Raptor. For all her considerable strengths, Kate lacked a certain political finesse. She was perfectly cordial and an exceptional communicator on technical matters. She had brilliantly led the initial team, laying the groundwork for a project poised to alter history, potentially surpassing even the Manhattan Project in impact. He often found it fitting that Rapier was also being developed in Oak Ridge. Their current building was practically within sight of the original graphite reactor. There was a certain irony that the geniuses who tamed nuclear power here decades ago had not a single computer, while Rapra was entirely about computational might, much like Parsons herself. She was pure, unadulterated processing power. Her questions felt like laser beams, cutting through pretense and illuminating answers you both knew you didn't have, leaving a sting of humiliation in their wake. She was always the most intelligent person present. Everyone knew it, and everyone resented her for it, largely because she possessed zero talent for softening that glaring fact. Now that Rattray was a fully funded federal endeavor, a new set of skills was required. It meant lobbying on Capitol Hill, mastering the art of the handshake, and translating impossible complexity into digestible sound bites for Washington's middling intellect.
For better or worse, Rhodes was now the public face of Rapture because he was the one giving closed-door testimonies to subcommittees. Parsons, of course, remained the genius driving the actual science. She deserved all the credit, but life, much like government-funded science, was rarely fair.
He didn't make the rules. He just played by them, and he played to win. He watched her snap her phone shut, quietly thankful she had always handled their awkward professional dynamic with such cool detachment. David Rhodes settled into the high-backed leather chair behind his expansive mahogany desk, the panoramic window at his back offering a serene view of pine forests and gentle slopes. The office walls were a testament to his influence, adorned with photographs of him alongside various senators and representatives, their names unfamiliar to his visitor, alongside numerous plaques and commendations for charitable endeavor. One particularly prominent frame captured him receiving an award from the renowned astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson. This spacious corner office was situated merely 2 miles from the Spallation neutron source facility, a fact that now carried a strange weight for Dr. Kate Parsons. A recent, promising text from an encounter there had sent a surprising thrill through her, a sensation she quickly compartmentalized as she tucked her phone away. "My apologies for the interruption, David." "Think nothing of it," Rhodes replied, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. He was a man who had aged well, Parsons observed, maintaining a fit, distinguished appearance reminiscent of a seasoned television personality. His enduring 38-year marriage to his college sweetheart, a former pageant winner and mother to their 6 children, was a testament to a life firmly and successfully anchored. "I do appreciate you coming in early," he continued, the pleasantries fading. "I'm afraid I have some difficult news to share." Parsons straightened in her chair. "What is it?" "I regret being the bearer of this, Kate, but Dylan Runso has died." Her lips pressed into a thin line. "I see." She leaned back slowly, her face a careful blank as she absorbed the information. After a measured pause, she responded, "That's truly awful. What happened?" "He was in a cafe in Barcelona 4 days ago when an explosive device detonated." "It may have made the news?" She gave a slight shake of her head. "I avoid the news. I know the 2 of you were quite close during his time here. He was exceptionally gifted. Had you kept in contact?" "No. This must be a profound shock. If you require some personal time, that won't be necessary. I'm all right. It is, of course, shocking. But our timeline is already compressed." Her tone was pragmatic, almost detached. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. The Russian and Chinese teams aren't pausing for personal tragedies, are they?" "No. I suppose they are not." Parsons understood precisely which levers to pull. It was a 3-nation sprint to the finish line, and the thought of coming in second was a chilling prospect for Rhodes. The Rapture project was mere weeks from culmination, and intelligence whispers suggested their competitors were closing the gap. "Your dedication to the work is commendable, Kate." "Truly." She rose, a faint resolved smile touching her features. "I am a scientist above all else. Professional duty takes precedence. I will grieve in my own time." It was a noble sentiment, almost laughably sterile in the face of a colleague's violent death, but it was the armor she chose to wear. Rhodes stood as well. "If you'll excuse me, I need to get to the lab." She turned to leave. "Oh, Kate, one more item. Since you'll be on site, I need to add a meeting to your calendar." "Of course. What is it?" "The FBI would like to speak with you." Her head tilted in curiosity. "With me? Regarding what?" "About Runso, naturally. They have a few inquiries." "I can certainly postpone them if it's an issue." He gestured toward his desk phone. "No, it's no trouble at all. You know where to find me. Send them down when they arrive." Rhodes offered a somewhat apologetic smile.
They're actually already in the building." A short while later, a knock sounded on her open office door. "Doctor Parsons?" Kate Parsons looked up from her keyboard. "Can I help you?" she asked. Standing in the doorway were two individuals, an East Asian woman and a Hispanic man, both appearing to be in their late 30s. Parsons' keen eye noted their department store suits, generic leather shoes, and utilitarian digital watches. The woman held a vinyl portfolio in one hand and flipped open a leather credential holder with the other, revealing a gold FBI badge and identification card. Her partner followed suit, mirroring the official display. "I'm Agent Kang," she said, pronouncing it Kong, "and this is Agent Silva." "Is now a good time?" Parsons offered a tight smile as she rose, extending her hand. "Of course. Come in. Apologies for the interruption," Kang continued. "Dr. Rhodes mentioned you're busy, so we'll be brief." She gestured toward the chairs near the desk. "May we, please, have a seat?" Parsons replied. "Can I get you anything? Water? Coffee?" "We're all set, thank you," Kang answered. Parsons settled back into her chair. "Do you mind if I just send off this last email?" "Not at all," Kang said. The two agents sat in silence, their eyes casually sweeping the stark office as Parsons typed. No framed awards, no personal photos, no souvenirs or diplomas adorned the walls. They shared a brief, unreadable look. Parsons had been expecting them. Rhodes had given her a heads-up, well, not a warning. She corrected herself mentally. Just a notification. A casual visit to discuss Dillon. They were undoubtedly concerned about him.
She had nothing to worry about. She hadn't done anything improper. Technically, they'd ask their questions and be on their way. This wasn't her first encounter with federal investigators. She'd sat through interviews for her own ANASI and SSBI security clearances, and had been consulted many times since regarding clearance applications for others in her department. She knew the routine. Frankly, she could probably run this interview herself. The questions were usually boilerplate. But there was one telltale sign to watch for. Specific, narrow questions meant they were just tidying up minor details. No cause for alarm, however, if they began asking broad, sweeping questions that signaled hostility. Open-ended inquiries were just traps, opportunities to misspeak, reveal too much, or muddle a prepared narrative. That meant they were fishing, and you were the catch. She finished the email and sent it off with a soft click, then swiveled her chair to face her visitors. "What can I do for you?" "Just a few questions," Kang began, opening a leather folio and clicking a pen. "Absolutely. Anything." "Dr. Rhodes informed you of Dr. Runtzo's passing, I believe." "Yes, he mentioned it was an explosive device. He thought it might be a coincidence. What's your take on that?" Not a good question, Parsons thought. Far too vague. "I really couldn't say." "Why do you think he was in Barcelona?" "Again, I have no idea. I wasn't even aware he was in Spain." Parsons let her gaze drift to the window, as if momentarily overcome. "It's a terrible tragedy. He was a brilliant man, so young." "Tragic, indeed," Kang agreed. "How long had you known Dr. Runtzo?" "That's better," Parsons noted. "A precise, quantifiable question." "Easy." She looked up. "Seeming to calculate, I first met him 28 months ago when he interviewed for a position in my department." Agent Silva barely suppressed a smirk. "Not 27.5 months? And what led you to hire him?" Kang asked. Parsons weighed whether the question was truly open-ended. "He initially came to my attention through a paper he presented on quantum computing, which was his specialty. He also had a sterling recommendation from a Princeton faculty member I trust completely." Kang held her pen ready. "And that faculty member's name?" "Dr. Craig DeBell." Kang jotted the name down. Parsons noticed Silva's unwavering stare, as if he were administering a silent polygraph test. She offered him a polite smile. He didn't return it. "Why did Dr. Runtzo leave your employ?" "He stated at the time that he had received a more lucrative offer in the private sector."
And what was that opportunity? Parsons felt a flush of warmth at the base of her neck. She had little doubt Kung already knew the answer.
I believe he went into private consulting.
And who did he consult for?
I don't know. We didn't stay in close contact after he left. I heard he was freelancing, but I have no specifics about his clients. Obviously someone who valued his expertise. Likely work that utilized his top-secret clearance, I'd imagine.
Any speculation on who might have hired him?
It's a little unusual for someone with his profile to choose Knoxville, honestly. You'd expect a guy like that to head for Silicon Valley, or maybe the Research Triangle in North Carolina. Dillon really loved it here, though. He was big into the local craft breweries. With his expertise, he could consult from anywhere. I imagine he did most of his work remotely.
Kang nodded slowly.
Right, that tracks.
She jotted something down. When did you last see him in person?
Parsons looked up, mentally calculating. About 6 months back, maybe a week or so either way. I ran into him at a spot in Knoxville. It was just a brief hello. He was with someone. Who was he with? A woman. I didn't recognize her. Where was this? Myrtle's Chicken and Beer over on Market Square. They have the best chicken and waffles in town, hands down. Oh, I'm a sucker for chicken and waffles, Silva chimed in. Finally he speaks. Parsons bit back a smile. Do you recall the exact date? Wish I did, Parsons said, then paused. Oh, hang on. You need the date to pull security footage, right? I've seen that on a detective show. Let me think. Yeah, I'm almost positive it was a Sunday. That's basically our only day off. Around 11 in the morning, if my memory serves. That's very useful, Kang said, making a note, and that was the last face-to-face contact. He called me maybe 2 months ago. Wanted to grab drinks and dinner just to catch up. I had to pass, I was swamped here. But no, I didn't see him. And no contact since that call? None. While you were still in touch, did you ever update him on Raptor's progress? No. He was deeply involved for 2 years. You'd think he'd be curious. Jilin knew better than to ask.
He wasn't cleared for that information anymore, and I take my work and my security clearance too seriously to risk it. He walked away from Rapture. He forfeited his right to be curious. On that note, in the weeks or months before he left, you're in a building full of eccentric, high IQ people.
You'll need to be more specific. Just anything that seemed off, like something was weighing on him.
Weighing on him, Kang shrugged.
Did he seem guilty? More withdrawn or distant? Not that I remember. Any big purchases? A fancy new car? Maybe an extravagant vacation? Vacation? Seriously? We're always against the clock here. Plus they polygraph us constantly. Counterintelligence and lifestyle reviews. If he'd been involved in anything shady while at Oronel, it would have shown up. So maybe he quit out of frustration. The long hours, lack of advancement? No. Did his attendance slip? Coming in late, missing days? No, nothing like that. He was always diligent and thorough. Was he on any prescription medication? She set her pen down. Maybe used a little cannabis to take the edge off. Not that I knew of. Dillon was into hot yoga, for what that's worth. Kang scribbled another note. What about his relationships here? Did he get along with his team? Yes, absolutely. He had a great sense of humor. Kang and Silva shared another look. Parsons felt her jaw tighten. She took a slow breath to steady herself. And I assume you've already been through his HR file. We have, Kang said with a slight smile. Then you already know Dillon and I were. Friends. Friends with benefits, Silva said. He speaks again, Parsons thought. She turned to face him. We called it fuck buddies in grad school. Nothing romantic. Purely physical. But it was all above board. That's why we filed the mutual consent forms with HR. Dillon didn't think it was necessary, but I insisted. It mattered to me, especially since I was his supervisor. Silva offered a faint, knowing smile. That's very thoughtful of you to say. Parsons couldn't quite tell if his smile was genuine encouragement or just patronizing. Reading people had never been her strong suit, honestly. It felt like a foreign language most days. Listen, the hours we pull here are insane. There's zero room for a personal life, and we're explicitly warned against dating apps. Apparently that's where the predators lurk, hunting for isolated scientists to exploit. That would be an incredibly foolish move for a dozen reasons, Kang replied. Biology is a fundamental force. The urge to procreate is wired into our very cells. We're essentially sophisticated amoebas, granted larger brains and thumbs skilled enough to navigate the internet. Everyone needs to release a little steam now and then. Think of it like a line dance. You choose a partner, share a few spins, work up a light sweat, and then the music stops and you return to your duties. Simple and clean. Ken gave a nod, scribbling in her notebook. Parsons noticed neither investigator wore a wedding band. Kinda like how officers sometimes pair up. Or so I've heard, Parsons added. It was a deliberate poke, but she truly had read about it. Yeah, I've come across those stories too, Kang said, her eyes still on her notes. So to be perfectly clear, you've had no contact with Dr. Runso in any capacity over the last half-year? Crap. Here comes the trap, Parsons thought to herself. All right, let's play.
Actually, that's not quite right. I said I haven't seen him in 6 months. We did have a phone call about 2 months back when he asked me to dinner. Parsons paused, considering. I can have our IT team pull all of Dylan's email records and computer access logs. The actual content would be heavily censored since you lack the proper clearance, but you'd at least have the metadata to match against names, dates, or incidents you're looking into. Would that help? Kang's expression brightened. That would be excellent. Thank you. Saves you the trouble of a court order. Now, I don't mean to rush you, but my schedule is completely packed. Is there anything else you need from me right now? Both Kang and Silva rose to their feet. No, you've been extremely helpful, Kang said, offering her hand. Parsons stood and shook it. Then Silva's. If you don't mind my saying, you look exhausted, Kang observed. I'm buried in a project that just won't quit. But I don't mind. I'm all in. This work is my life's purpose. I don't have children, and I never will. This project will be what I leave behind. That's truly admirable, Silva said. Parsons offered a tired smile. I respect what you both do as well. Thank you for your service. Kang shook her head modestly. Thank you. It's an honor to serve. She glanced at her partner. Right, Silva? Oh, absolutely. I love this job. Feels like doing good in the world. That's really great, Parsons said, starting to turn back to her desk. Oh, wait, one last thing I almost forgot, Kang interjected. Parsons fixed a polite smile on her face. Go ahead. You are willing to take a polygraph test, correct? Regarding Dylan? Of course, anytime. I take them routinely anyway. They don't faze me. Kang waved it off. Yeah, you're probably right. It's likely unnecessary. I just need it for the paperwork. You know how management can be, breathing down your neck and nitpicking every detail. If I don't follow every procedure to the letter, I get a formal reprimand. Management. Don't even get me started. All right, well, thanks again for your time. Sure. Parsons sank back into her chair as the two agents headed for the door. For goodness sake, where is my head today? Kang said, spinning back around. I forgot to mention that someone broke into Dr. Runso's house and tore the place apart. What? That's insane. Do you think it's connected to his death? Could just be addicts looking for things to steal. But my instinct says someone was searching for classified materials he might have had, or trying to erase evidence linked to his passing. Parsons's eyes went wide. That's terrible. Is my team at risk? Am I? I'm confident. There's no immediate threat to you or your team. But please, do take extra precautions over the next few days until we figure this all out, okay? That sounds reasonable, Va. Thanks for the warning. We've also alerted White Mountain Security here at the lab and requested they increase their patrols for a while. Better safe than sorry. Thank you.
I mean it. Parsons's gaze drifted back to her screen. Kang offered a thin smile. All right, we're heading out. Seriously this time. Parsons was already miles away, lost in her own thoughts. Kang slid into the driver's seat of their well-worn government-issue Crown Victoria, a relic in the FBI's motor pool. Silva took the passenger side. So, what's your read on Parsons? Tough to say. Silva let out a short laugh. But given the stack of consensual relationship disclosures she's filed with Human Resources over the past 5 years, I'd guess she's been a very socially active academic. Kang turned the ignition. The V8 engine rumbled to life. She shifted into reverse and began to back out, then suddenly hit the brakes, laughing. What's so funny? Silva asked. Fuck buddies, that's pretty juvenile. I was half expecting her to start reciting dialogue from a sitcom. I had her pegged as emotionally frigid, Kang said, shaking her head. But I guess you can't judge a person's private life by their professional demeanor. Shifting into drive, Kang accelerated onto the road. Let's get some breakfast. I'm starving. Barcelona, Spain, Brossa emerged from a brief nap and walked into her kitchen. Her father, Ernesto, handed her a small cup of black coffee from the espresso machine. He wore a pressed green wool sweater and tan chinos. Every strand of his handsome silver hair was perfectly in place, his beard neatly trimmed. It was a good sign. Thank you, Papa. You're welcome. She took a sip. Perfect. I pressed a button. You look awful, by the way. She brushed her tangled hair from her eyes. It's been a difficult few days. You never told me what happened during the operation. It ended poorly. Violence always does. She kissed him on the cheek, cherishing these fleeting moments of clarity, when the father she remembered, kind, well-read, and considerater, appeared. He was a gentleman. No wonder my mother adored him. He touched his cheek where her lips had been. What was that for? Does there need to be a reason? Ex nihilo nihil fit, nothing comes from nothing. That was an even better sign. For the last 7 months he'd spoken almost exclusively in Catalan. Come sit with me on the terrace while I drink this. You can entertain me with your Latin proverbs. The old man smiled, the laugh lines crinkling around his lively eyes. I'd be delighted. They sat on the terrace overlooking the city. The sun cast a silver sheen on the gray-blue Mediterranean. Brossa leaned back in her lounge chair, eyes closed, soaking in the gentle warmth. Her father sat upright in the adjacent chair, quietly humming an old melody. She was utterly drained, yet profoundly content. Maybe he really was turning a corner. P was right, she concluded. The Brigada case was closed. It was time to move on. Her momentary peace was shattered by the vibration of her silenced phone. She opened her eyes, the light stinging, and reached for it. I despise those devices, her father said. Let me toss it into the sea. It's likely work. I despise your work. I should toss that away as well. She smiled and shook her head. Somebody has to pay the bills around here. She would never say that to him, though. He was a proud man who had been a steadfast provider for his family. It will just take a moment. She saw the number on the screen. Part of her wanted to let it go to voicemail. But another part longed to hear his voice, a confusing pull she couldn't explain. Hello, Jack. Hi. Sorry to disturb you. I was hoping we could talk. Of course. I have a few minutes. I mean, I'd like to meet in person. She glanced at her father, who was now pretending to be absorbed by the distant horizon. She lowered her voice. Why can't we talk on the phone? I'm not convinced it's secure. Are you being serious? I stopped by your office, but they said you'd left for the day. I'm not feeling well. I'm sorry. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. She sighed. She truly felt unwell, and she was reluctant to leave her father's side. But Jack clearly needed to resolve things, and perhaps, she realized with a pang, so did she. The case might be officially closed, but its echoes clearly weren't done with either of them. It would be wonderful to deliver the good news face to face. All right, I'll send you the location.
Let's meet there in half an hour." "Thank you," he said before ending the call. "Who is this Jack?" her father inquired. "He's an American," she replied, typing out the address of a cafe and hitting send. "I've been assisting him with something." "What is his full name?" "Jack Ryan." "Ryan," her father's eyes grew wide. "You cannot trust that man." Brossa felt a frown crease her forehead. "Why ever not?" Leaning forward, Ernesto wagged a finger.
"Because he is a spy." Her heart dropped. So much for thinking things were looking up. She straightened in her chair. "What makes you say that?" "Because I worked alongside him in Brussels at NATO headquarters. I was there as a translator for the Spanish Defense Ministry." She gently patted his speckled hand. "Papa, I don't believe Jack was old enough to have worked with you in Brussels." "He wasn't even born yet, in fact." His expression crumpled. "You don't believe me?" She stood, collecting her empty coffee mug. He rose unsteadily as well. "Of course I believe you. I believe you believe it. But maybe it's just a coincidence of names." "Is he handsome?" Brossa pressed her lips together, considering. She didn't want to encourage his fantasy, yet she could never lie to him. "Yes." "Is he young, around your age?" "Yes." "Does he have blue eyes?" How could he possibly know that? He couldn't. It was just another mad coincidence. Confirming it would feed his dementia, making him more convinced he was right. But a good daughter doesn't lie to her father. "Yes, Jack has blue eyes." "You see, it's him." "A spy!" His eyes shone with triumph. She placed a hand on his bearded cheek, smiling outwardly while her heart ached with pity. "Thank you, Papa. That's good to know. I promise I will be very, very careful with this spy. I have my pistol. I'll get it for you." He turned toward the house, but she stopped him with a gentle hand on his elbow. "No need. He isn't dangerous. Besides, I carry my own, remember?" "Of course I remember. I'm the one who taught you to shoot when you were just a little girl. And you taught me well. I won't be long. Maybe an hour, 2 at most. I'll call the nurse." "Nonsense, I have my soccer. Barcelona plays Granada today. I'll wait right here by the television for you." She hugged him, and he wrapped his long arms around her. "I love you, Papa. I love you too. Stay safe. I will, always." Jack and Brossa settled at a window table near the entrance of Elsquater Gatz in the Gothic quarter, waiting for their coffees and pastries. The afternoon light streamed in, catching dust motes in the air. "Do you know the history here?" Brossa asked. "Picasso displayed his first painting in this very spot when he was 17. The original owner was a patron to many great artists. You could say modernism was born here." "I had no idea you were an art historian." Jack gave a casual shrug. "I read it on the menu." She let her gaze wander over the stained glass windows, the polished brass fixtures, and the vintage artwork. "It gets crowded with tourists sometimes, but when it's quiet like this, I find it utterly charming. Very fin de siècle. Something timeless, yet distinctly Catholic. It feels like stepping into a living memory. Thanks for the recommendation. And for meeting me. How's your father doing?" "He's at home, watching the game. A loyal hometown fan, naturally." "Thanks for asking. You mentioned you had good news." Brossa sat up, her face brightening. "You saw the news report yesterday about Brigada?" "I did. All killed. Is it accurate?" "Yes. How can you be certain?" "I was there. You were the woman they showed rushing that house right before the explosion?" Brossa looked down, a flush of embarrassment at the recollection. "Yes, I suppose that was me. I didn't see the broadcast myself." Jack reached across the small table and gave her hand a brief, reassuring squeeze. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Really, it's no big deal. The report said they detonated themselves, trying to take everyone with them. That's precisely what happened." "You should be relieved." "Why?" "Because those terrorists are gone, and your friend has her justice." "Did you get the text I sent? With the photograph? The man with the hazel eyes?" Of course, Jack replied. Did you search the farmhouse? Any sign of him? We couldn't even reach it. The damage was too severe, and the site is still an active scene. The remains have been taken to the coroner at the Civil Guard for identification. That process could take a week or two, given how the explosion scattered things. If he's among them, you'll be the first to know. Thank you. Brasa looked puzzled. I thought you'd be relieved the case is closed. I am. It's just the unfinished business that bothers me. I won't feel settled until he's found and confirmed. As I mentioned, these things take time. Their coffees and the potato croquettes arrived. Thanks, Jack said. The young server smiled warmly at him before leaving. A glance Brasa noticed, but Jack missed entirely. Your Catalan is improving, Brasa remarked, raising her cup. To Renee. May she finally have peace. To Renee. They drank quietly for a moment. Brasa sliced into her croquette with a fork. Do you know why these are called bombas? Because it means bomb, right? Jack hadn't given it much thought. Exactly. They were created during the Civil War. The round potato ball is the bomb itself. This dab of garlic, aioli, is the fuse, and the spicy red sauce well, that's the explosion in your mouth. Jack cut into his own. The fork broke through the crispy exterior to the seasoned beef inside. Suddenly his appetite vanished. Sure, it was a delicious piece of history, but all he could think of was Renee. He put his fork down. What if he wasn't at the farmhouse? Then I'll track him down. I'd promise you that. You know I will. It won't feel over to me until we do. Her voice softened but grew firm. Until I do. You need to go home, Jack. But are you trying to get me fired? I brought you into this as a personal favor. Don't make me regret it. My career is on the line here. That wasn't my intention, Brasa's phone chimed. It's my father. I have to take this. She answered, her tone immediately shifting to something soothing, though Jack could hear the distinct sound of her father's worried voice bleeding through the receiver. After a brief, tense conversation, she ended the call. Jack, I'm sorry, I have to leave. My father is really distressed and no explanation needed. Thank you. She grabbed her bag. Lunch is on me. Jack was already pulling out his wallet as they stood. He left more than enough cash on the table, including a hefty tip. As Brasanta turned to go, he touched her arm. Let me walk you to your car. For a proper goodbye. She nodded, a little flustered. Yes, of course. Forgive my rudeness. Thank you. They left through the arched entrance and stepped onto the tight cobbled lane of Carrer de Montsilas, a street and more a passage for pedestrians and the occasional brave delivery van. The way was packed, mostly with locals, Jack observed. Many wore the striped independence flags around their shoulders like cloaks. Another rally was brewing. We should hurry. My car is just across Via Laietana. Jack knew the broad avenue well, a major thoroughfare through the old city that had seen its share of unrest, evidenced by the occasional scorched trash bin and warped street sign not yet replaced. The walkway widened and changed names as they moved, gathering more and more protesters like a stream gaining force. A blue police van was parked where the lane met Laietana. Jack and Brasa were swept along in the current of flag-waving bodies, flowing around the vehicle and onto the avenue itself, which was now a solid, slow-moving sea of people. All 4 lanes of traffic were at a standstill. Most drivers seemed supportive, smiling, waving, and adding to the din with sporadic, cheerful honks. The air thrummed with a carnival energy, a sea of signs demanding liberty and free speech, with a few calling for justice for imprisoned leaders. Jack noted the relative scarcity of independence banners. The ones that were there, emblazoned with stark white stars, seemed to shout loudly enough on their own. It erupts in an instant, like a planned performance, Brasa remarked, her smile bright with pride. This is my city's heart. Look, all this passion, and not a single thrown punch. Just pure, defiant hope. Which route? Right down to the roundabout, then a left onto Cam Street. Jack took her hand, his grip firm as he assumed the lead.
navigating them through the churning multitude. The atmosphere was a deafening mix of laughter, chants, and the shrill blast of whistles, punctuated by the occasional drone of a vuvuzela, lending the protest the feel of a spirited championship match. Though Jack stood taller and broader than most, the press of bodies felt oppressive, a constant jostle that made walking side by side impossible. The crowd became a living current, both carrying them forward and holding them captive. He felt Brasa tugged and swaying at the end of his arm, a lively counterweight. Keeping his head constantly moving, scanning left and right as they advanced, he took a small comfort in the feel of her fingers laced with his. A sharp, unexpected sorrow pierced him. Soon he'd see her to her car, and that would likely be the end. Staying in town, he sensed, could have forged a real friendship, perhaps something deeper. She was correct. It was her investigation to finish, her duty to find crooked nose and see it through. He just wished he could witness that moment. Unbeknownst to either of them, that very man-thie hazel-eyed Bykov was very much alive and weaving through the throng mere yards to their rear. Jack, her voice cut through the noise, sharp and truncated, more a gasp than a word. An instant later, her hand went slack in his. He instinctively clenched tighter, only to be yanked backward by a sudden dead weight. He spun as she fell, her arms limp at her sides, offering no protection as her skull met the sidewalk with a sickening hollow thud. Bykov vaulted over her crumpled form and came at Jack, a handheld jet injector stabbing like a dagger toward his exposed neck. Jack released Brasa and threw himself back, colliding solidly with a stocky man in a tank top built like a dock worker. The man barked in anger and spun, shoving Jack sideways just as Bykov made another thrust. The spring-loaded device discharged its payload a massive dose of the nerve agent novococcin to the Spaniard's muscular forearm. The man grunted in surprise, clutching his bicep, as Jack smashed a hammer fist down on Bykov's wrist, sending the lethal cylinder clattering to the ground. The entire violent exchange lasted mere seconds. They were the Spaniard's final seconds as the poison began its ruthless work, severing the links between mind and muscle. He had maybe 8 seconds left. Bykov whirled and plunged back into the advancing crowd, fighting against the human tide now swirling around Brasa's shuddering body on the pavement, where a young woman with dark hair had knelt to check for a pulse. Jack looked back at the Spaniard, now sinking to his knees, eyes bulging with uncomprehending horror, his body betraying him as his systems failed. Jack made an aborted move to help, but a cold internal voice declared it futile. He turned and charged after Bykov, shoving past the growing circle of onlookers gathered around Brasa, her sightless eyes fixed on the empty sky. He compartmentalized his grief, storing it for a later reckoning. His fury, however, he kept readily at hand. The powerfully built Russian agent moved with feral grace, dodging some protesters and brutally shouldering others aside, even hurling a few into Jack's path to hamper his pursuit. The crowd reacted to Bykov's shoves, but their anger was too slow and clumsy to stop him. Instead, their frustration landed on Jack, who found himself being grabbed and pulled back as if he were somehow responsible for the Russian's path. A few wild kicks and punches flew his way, but they were poorly aimed and did nothing to halt his pursuit. Jack kept shouting, "I'm sorry," as he forced his way through the press of bodies, trailing Bykov, who moved with the shocking, sudden grace of a professional athlete breaking into the open field. Jack's one advantage was his taller frame, allowing him a fleeting glimpse of Bykov veering off the main avenue and disappearing down a nameless side street. Ignoring the chorus of angry shouts and the growing wail of a siren somewhere behind him, Jack pushed through the last of the protesters and skidded into the narrow passage. Bykov had vanished. The stone-paved alley curved gently between buildings that rose 4 and 5 stories high, casting the path into deep shadow, and led to a cross street about 200 feet ahead. Jack sprinted forward, his eyes darting to every recessed doorway and alcove. A flash of steel arced from the darkness. Jack spun,
raising his arm to block the downward strike, but Bykov's full weight carried them both stumbling across the alley. They crashed into a niche overflowing with reeking, wet garbage from a nearby Chinese restaurant, toppling the can. They fell hard between the bins, with Bykov landing on top, his knees driving into Jack's thighs, pinning him to the filthy ground. Bykov raised a combat knife in one hand, fisted Jack's shirt with the other, and drove the serrated blade toward his heart. Jack's hand shot out, snatching up a dented garbage can lid and raising it as a shield. The drop-point blade punched through the thin aluminum up to the hilt, its teeth catching in the metal. Jack twisted the lid before Bykov could recover, wrenching the man's wrist and using the torque to roll them both. He thrust his hips, leveraging Bykov's momentum to toss him onto the slick stone. Both men scrambled to their feet, their eyes locked on the knife still embedded in the lid. Jack lunged for it, but Bykov's boot caught him in the ribs, driving him back into a wall. Gasping, Jack clutched his side as Bykov dove for the weapon. The Russian stomped on the lid for leverage and tore the blade free. He whirled, dropping into a low stance, ready to spring forward in a killing lunge. But as Bykov committed to his turn, Jack's fist hammered into his lower jaw with a sickening crack of teeth. The knife clattered to the pavement. Bykov staggered back, his face a mask of stunned confusion that melted into pure disbelief as he clutched his jaw. He looked up at Jack and flashed a tight, bloody grin through gritted teeth, a familiar, defiant fuck-you smile Jack had last seen on the face of the Dutchman Van Delben. A cold dread prickled the back of Jack's neck. Then Bykov's eyes rolled white, and he collapsed to the ground, a puppet with its strings severed. Jack knelt by the body, the scream of a siren finally piercing the alleys. Silence. KNOX 10 Noryasay, another marathon session in the lab bled into the early hours. Standard procedure for Parsons, who was seriously considering just moving her pillow onto the office couch for the next 48 hours. A quick shower was available in the facility, and the kitchen pantry was stocked with a surprisingly decent selection of organic snacks. Every minute saved was critical, because time was the one commodity rapidly draining away. Phase 1 of TR evolution was locked in, scheduled to launch in less than 36 hours. The timeline was absolute. So was her resolve. The project had progressed smoothly, but in this final stretch she needed her own hands firmly on the controls. They were too close to the finish line to trust anyone else with the details. This was her creation, her responsibility, and failure was an abstraction she refused to entertain. She was the one who had to step into the saddle and drive forward with everything she had, regardless of the price. That's what a mother does, right? Parsons glanced at her analog watch once more. Her own security rules banned any digital devices on this floor. She waited in the conference room for her Phase 2 team leads to arrive for the night's first briefing. Leading the Russian software interface was the Ukrainian Matvienko, while his counterpart, the Taiwanese coder Yu, managed the parallel Chinese initiative. These were groundbreaking software minds, operating at the frontier of a brand new field of science. Their progress on Phase 2 had been remarkable, yet the timeline was tight and the work far from finished. She required an update from them, and later from the TR Briblocean Systems engineers. Failure wasn't on the table. She picked up her pen to jot down notes for the meeting, but paused, an image flashing in her head. Dylan Runzo's body, torn apart like a heap of barbecue. A brutal, sudden end for one of the sharpest men Shed ever known or slept with. A faint smile touched her lips. The slippery little weasel had it coming. Pity, really. He could have shared in the coming triumph, and the fortune if he'd stayed loyal first to her, then to TR Ebolation. Turning on one meant betraying both. That was unacceptable. Dylan needed handling. She made a call. It wasn't about emotion. It wasn't personal. It was just the most elementary logic any programmer learns on day one. The basic control flow statement, if then. The cleanest, most rational way to decide to run a line of code. Code or a person. Simple, binary. If the condition is true guilty, execute the action. If not innocent, don't. In a way, Dillon executed himself. He chose his condition the moment he tried to double-cross Tyrabulation, making his outcome unavoidable. Straight cause and effect, linear and relentless. But here is the twist. Parsons also knew quantum mechanics laughs at linearity. It doesn't play by local rules in time or space. Remember those Israeli researchers back in 2013? They swapped an entangled pair of photons separated in time, one from the future, one from the past, and managed to detect the future photon's polarization before the past one even existed. Effect before cause. So maybe Dillon had sealed his fate the very day he decided to stab her in the back. She rubbed her eyes and stretched, shaking off these half-baked philosophical detours. It had been an endless day, and the FBI's interrogation hadn't helped. She was confident she'd aced their questioning. The only nagging detail was how quickly Dylan's death had become public. His real identity was supposed to be as hidden as a subatomic particle, thanks to the Dewey's scrubbing protocol. How he got identified so fast over in Spain was a concern, but not her problem right now. Security wasn't her lane. She'd delegated that. Maybe that's another reason she felt no guilt over Dylan's end. No blood on her hands, right? She spotted Matvienko and you approaching, deep in conversation. Her focus sharpened instantly. Opening her laptop, she pulled up the project management flowchart she'd been refining for almost 2 years. It resembled the subway map for the world's largest metropolis, with major decision hubs like station stops sprawling across multiple digital screens. Each hub was linked by a web of tracks marking responsibilities, deadlines, and smaller choice points. Over 98% of the chart was now marked in executed red. The final few critical steps were now leading directly to the goal they had to secure before the night was over. Seeing the broad grins on both men's faces as they entered the conference room, it was clear those last decision points were about to flip to green. Thank God, as her mother would have put it. Yet a single nagging doubt lingered like a bitter aftertaste. A sudden visceral dread gripped her, a sensation like the ground vanishing beneath her feet. Could she truly rely on these two? Could she trust anyone involved in this endeavor at all? Dillon Runso's treachery had come perilously close to obliterating everything she had dedicated her life to building. The T-Arbalation Initiative was meant to alter the course of history. Dillon's actions weren't just a personal betrayal. They felt like a violation of the scientific pursuit itself. She had believed his commitment to the project's success was as absolute as her own, rooted in a shared devotion to the work. Maybe that was precisely why his defection had been such an unpredictable, catastrophic blow, a true black swan event she had never seen coming. But then a colder, more unsettling thought surfaced. Don't swans typically fly together? What if he wasn't alone, son? She ain't a sea. The Vietnam People's Navy patrol boat killed 2 of its 3 diesel engines 100 yards out, throttling the last one down to a slow crawl as its expert helmsman guided it toward the Don Pedro, Gwynsen's fishing trawler. Guzman was almost relieved it had taken this long for a national service to intercept them. Over the past fortnight they had navigated the territorial waters of 4 different nations, primarily to resupply, gather information, and bolster the cover story that his Purse AA was a legitimate working vessel, which, to a degree, it was. The Don Pedro's actual captain was a taciturn, broad-shouldered mariner named Jernimar, a former officer in the Swedish Royal Navy with 2 decades of experience in the Baltic. Jernimar showed no visible alarm when first hailed by the Vietnamese boat, answering English around the stem of his ever-present meerschaum pipe. After requesting and verifying the Don Pedro's identity via its AIS signal, the Vietnamese commander, Lieutenant Commander Phan, ordered the trawler to cut engines and prepare for a boarding inspection. Jernimar complied without hesitation. The patrol boat was a familiar Russian-made design the sturdy Swede had crossed paths with during his military days. On paper it was slightly shorter than the Don Pedro, but it more than compensated with its armament, including a forward-mounted AK-630, a 6-barreled 30mm rotary cannon akin to the American Vulcan. capable of firing over 5,000 rounds a minute. It could turn the trawler's hull into Swiss cheese in seconds. Cooperation was the only sensible option. "We welcome your visit, Commander," Shunara replied, the unspoken thought hanging in the salty air. "And we certainly do." The Don Pedro was operating in international waters, in an area currently not under overt dispute between China and Fan's homeland, but it was hovering uncomfortably close to the line. The Vietnamese captain's suspicion was high. For the last 5 years, Chinese vessels had been brazenly and illegally depleting fish stocks in waters Vietnam considered its own. More alarming was the rise of the Chinese maritime militia, an increasingly potent auxiliary of the PLA Navy. Leveraging China's enormous private fishing fleet, the plan had enlisted nearly 200,000 civilian boats, outfitting many with advanced electronics, weaponry, and training for irregular naval operations. These fishermen militiamen did not just poach. They actively harassed the fishing and naval vessels of other nations. They ran supplies, ferried personnel and weapons to remote land outposts, and played a key role in building up the controversial artificial islands now dotting the seascape. The Vietnam People's Navy, like every other regional force, watched the CMM's activities with profound unease. It was this very concern that had initially flagged the Don Pedro as a potential militia ship in disguise. Fan received the order to investigate. Standing on his own bridge, he raised his binoculars and studied the deck of the Don Pedro as his patrol boat drew near. The civilian vessel, painted in blue and white, was clearly outfitted for serious work, with cranes and masts suited for deep-sea commercial fishing. Crew members moved about, some engaged in maintenance, others handling gear. They were all men of military age and physically fit a necessity for the grueling and hazardous life of an Oceanguin fisherman. To Fan's eye, none appeared to be Chinese. He noted a mixture of European, Hispanic, and what he guessed were a few African faces. Then his binoculars swept across the foredeck. "Well," Fan muttered. He elbowed the naval infantry sergeant beside him and passed over the glasses. "Potential hazard, Sergeant. Advise your team." The stern-faced sergeant lifted the binoculars, scanned the deck, and promptly grinned. Stretched out on lounge chairs were 3 young women in minimal string bikinis, soaking up the sun. Maybe this boarding inspection would have its perks, Fan thought, reclaiming the binoculars for another, longer look. A short while later lines were fastened, and the 2 vessels were tied together, separated only by the Don Pedro's thick rubber fenders that groaned and squeaked as the ships rocked on the gentle swell. Lieutenant Commander Fan made the easy leap across. The sergeant and 3 more armed naval infantrymen, each with an AK-74 slung across his chest, followed him over. On deck they were met by Captain Junifermar, who escorted Fan and his 4 men to the fishing vessel's spacious wheelhouse. It was filled with modern navigation electronics. There Junifermar introduced Gozem as the ship's owner. Gozem welcomed them with a warm smile, presenting an unopened bottle of Jack Daniel's Black Label and a set of glasses. Fan's rigid expression softened a touch at the sight of the whiskey. "We cannot drink while on duty, but thank you." "Of course," Gozem said, popping the seal on the bottle anyway. Just then 2 of the striking women Fan had seen earlier, one blonde. One brunette appeared in the cabin doorway, hauling a large cooler between them. They now wore clean coveralls and were introduced as the ship's cooks. Both stood taller than the Vietnamese men on the bridge. Setting the cooler down, the blonde flipped open the lid. Inside, resting on crushed ice, were thick pink tuna steaks and bottles of chilled Red Horse beer from the Philippines. "Japanese sushi masters claim the southern bluefin is the finest tuna for sashimi," Guzin remarked. "Personally, I like mine grilled over an open fire with butter and black pepper." Fan eyed the offering. It was enough to feed his entire crew. "What is all this?" "One advantage of working the fishing boat is we always have plenty to share," Guzin replied. "Please accept this as a small thank you for keeping these waters secure. It lets honest men like us do our jobs and provide for our families." The commander's gaze lingered on the glistening tuna steaks. His mouth began to water.
That is very kind, but I am required to inspect your vessel. And we insist you do, Junior Famar said. We need your official stamp to prove we're operating legally here, unlike those damned Chinese poachers. At the mention of Chinese, Fan's jaw tightened. To him and his countrymen, the name represented an ancient, mortal foe, a conflict spanning centuries. His own father had fought against the Americans in what Vietnam called the American War, yet even that gravely wounded veteran considered the Chinese a far more insidious and perpetual threat to their homeland. Fan gave a nod of acknowledgment.
In that case, I thank you for your generosity. He turned to his sergeant. Have the men take this back to our boat.
Pardon me, sir, the blonde said in accented English, closing the cooler lid and securing the latch. We have a rather unique method for preparing the tuna, if you'll permit us. The two sturdy young women lifted the chest without effort, making any assistance from the smaller men unnecessary. Fan shared a knowing look with his sergeant.
We're eager to see it, Fan replied. I'll let our kitchen know you're coming. He turned to his sergeant. You and 2 others start the inspection. The remaining men will escort these ladies to our galley. The sergeant grinned, pivoted, and snapped out his order. The youngest Marine, smiling, led the way off the bridge as the 2 tall women with their gift followed him toward the stairwell. The sergeant and the other 2 Marines also left to begin their search. Fan faced Junior Famar. Your documents, Captain? As Junior Famar heard the Marine's boots echoing on the metal steps, he retrieved a hefty leather portfolio from a nearby desk and passed it over. Guzum approached with a glass of rich, smoky bourbon for Fan, then handed another to Junior Famar. The Vietnamese officer looked up, slightly irritated. Now that we have a moment alone, Guzum said with a wink, raising his glass. To the ocean and all she provides. Ah, why not? Fan smiled. To the sea. He downed the shot, feeling a pleasant burn that warmed his throat. Another? Guzum offered, bottle in hand. No, thank you. That's plenty. How about a cigar? Guzum extended a thick Cuban cohiba. Fan hesitated, then relented. Maybe for later. He accepted the cigar and slipped it into his pocket. Guzum reached beneath Junior Famar's desk, pulled out a sealed box of Cubans, and presented it to the commander. For you and your men, naturally. Perhaps after the meal. Fan took the box, tucking it under his camouflaged arm. The men will appreciate these. His expression turned serious, duty returning to mind. Shall we continue with the inspection? Junior Famar gave a nod. Right this way. Junior Famar guided Fan and Guzum down the stairs to the main deck, trailing the path the Vietnamese Marines had taken. Guzum observed the soldiers poking around storage bins and holding tanks, lifting tarps and checking equipment lockers. Their approach wasn't overly intrusive, but it was meticulous. His crew cooperated with disciplined cheer, even sharing a few jokes with the soldiers as they worked. Junior Famar pointed out his vessel's features to Fan, his voice filled with pride. He detailed its speed and range, how much fresh catch it could store on ice thanks to the onboard CO2 refrigeration, and a slew of other maritime specifics Guzum found utterly tedious. Neither Fan nor his men paid any mind to the women, who, following the young Marine, had crossed over to the Vietnamese ship and disappeared into the lower decks with their ice chest. Shall we go below so you can examine our machinery? Captain Junior Famar inquired. Fan gestured for the sergeant and his 2 Marines to join him, then turned back to the burly Swede. After you, Captain. Junior Famar went down the steel stairs first, followed by the 3 enlisted men, then Fan, with Guzum bringing up the rear. The scent of diesel and hydraulic fluid drifted up the stairwell as they descended. Javanammer paused on the first level and gestured down the corridor. Crew quarters here. How many aboard? 18 souls, all capable sailorsmen and women, as you've seen. Junior Famar chuckled, winked, and gave the much smaller Vietnamese man a light, friendly nudge. Fan nodded, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. Javamar pointed to the next set of stairs, descending. This way, gentlemen. Fan took the lead, his men following. Guzum and Junior Famar came down last. The Vietnamese commander heard and caught the distinct odor of a machine shop in operation, which struck him as somewhat unusual for a fishing vessel. When he reached the lowest deck, he halted, startled by the sight before him. His men stood off to one side. Junior and Guzan stood closely behind them. The space was filled with capable men and women, all in peak physical condition, stationed at their assigned task. Among them was the third sunbather Fan had noticed earlier, now focused intently on her work. Some were carefully soldering circuit boards, while others assembled delicate electronic components with precision tools. A group monitored multiple computer screens, tracking maritime traffic via AIEASH, radar signatures of vessels and aircraft, and shifting weather systems. The entire setup resembled a tactical operations center. Dominating the room was a massive steel table, nearly 20 feet long, upon which rested a device so advanced it seemed pulled from a futuristic film. Fan began to ask, "What is?" His question was cut short, as a thin wire garrote severed his throat. Before the three Marines beside him could move, Junior F.M.'s blade shot forward with terrifying speed. In moments, all four men lay lifeless on the rusted deck. The workers around them barely glanced up from their task. Guzam observed as Junior F.M.R. cleaned his Fairbairn Sax fighting, knife a double-edged stiletto perfected for silent, sudden attacks, and famously used by British commandos. Guzan gave an appreciative nod. "You handle that blade quickly, my friend. You should see my wife with it." The large Swede chuckled, referring to the brunette posing as a cook, who was now aboard the other vessel and certainly not preparing any meals. On the patrol boat's bridge, the tall blonde cautiously peered around the doorway. "Hello," she called out. The executive officer stood near the helmsman, attempting to raise his commander on the radio. He turned, irritation on his face. The blonde stepped fully into view, offering a broad smile. In her right hand she held out a bottle of cold beer, her left hand resting casually behind her back. "Commander Fan thought you might like this," she said, tossing the bottle toward him. The Vietnamese officer caught it reflexively. The bottle shattered in his grasp as a frangible 9mm round tore through the glass and into his abdomen, carrying tiny shards deep into his intestine. 2 more shots rang from the blonde's pistol as he collapsed. Simultaneously, a storm of .45 caliber hollow-point rounds filled the cramped bridge, striking the helmsman and 3 other crew members before they could react. Acrid gun smoke quickly clouded the air. Behind the blonde, the brunette stood with a faint wisp of smoke still rising from her SIG pistol, the chilled grip of a machine pistol steady in her hands. The blonde's ears throbbed from the gunfire. She touched her own cheek with her pistol's barrel and remarked to her companion, "You've got a little blood there." The brunette wiped away the arterial spray from her face, a grim souvenir from dispatching the young Marine escort and the swift violence that had unfolded below decks. "Report in," she told the blonde. The assault team from the Don Pedro had swarmed the Vietnamese boat after the initial shots in the galley, eliminating the remaining crew as the 2 women advanced toward the bridge. The blonde cued her radio, shouting to be heard over the persistent ringing in her ears. "Bridge is secure. Send the demolition team." One of the assaulters rushed up behind the brunette, breathing heavily, his expression tense. "What's wrong?" the brunette asked. "It's Sablak. He's disappeared." Much later, under a blanket of stars, Guzam stood at the ship's stern, drawing on a thick Cohiba cigar. The ship's solitary propeller churned the dark water into a glowing, copper-hued wake behind them. Junior Mamar stood beside him, pipe in hand, sipping a beer. "War has its costs, my friend. He was a good soldier and fell doing his duty." "That's a legacy anyone could accept." The Swede took a slow draw from his pipe, the quiet of the night settling around them. The pale moonlight deepened the scars on Guzam's face, turning them into dark pits across his round features. Sablak was just a boy, and we are not at war. He was a para with the French Foreign Legion, Junior Famar countered. He understood the risks when he signed up with them, and he understood the risks when he came to work for us.
"26 years old," Guzman murmured, taking a long drag from his cigar before exhaling a cloud of blue smoke into the night. "That is too young to die for a paycheck. He didn't die for money, you know that. He died for his family. We were his family." "That has to mean something, not to the woman he left behind," Guzman said, examining the cigar stub with distaste before flicking it over the rail. "I will make sure she receives a double share." "For his sacrifice. That is generous of you, Petrin. A family looks after its own." Junior Fenmar felt a familiar concern for his boss. He had witnessed these somber moods before during his years as the third in command. He knew better than to offer empty words of comfort. "Any news from Bakov?" Guzman asked. "None, sir." Guzman was now convinced Ryan was involved in Van Delden's death. Bakov had been sent to handle the American, but his silence was troubling. Guzman felt each loss deeply, as if losing a member of his own family. But Van Delden's death struck a particular chord. The Dutchman had been his first European recruit and a trusted friend. "Did Hart complete the AEIS switch?" Guzman asked again, for the second time in 10 minutes. Junior Fenmar wasn't sure if his boss was being unusually cautious or simply weighed down by grief. It was unlike him to repeat himself. "It is done. He swapped our unit onto the Vietnamese vessel and disabled their data recorder before we sent it to the bottom. The world will believe the Don Pedro was lost with all hands in the South China Sea. And our new signal is active. You are now the registered owner of the Lupita, flying a Panamanian flag. What about the Vietnamese unit? Hart attached it to a battery and sent it up on a weather balloon. The last report had it moving east at 15 knots. A weather balloon. That won't cause an issue. AIS doesn't track altitude. It's only GPS coordinates, latitude and longitude. Junior Fenmar clapped Guzman on the shoulder, a broad smile spreading across his face. Though it would be amusing if the Vietnamese wondered why their patrol boat was cruising at 7,000 feet. In the darkness, the Swede thought he saw the ghost of a smile touch Guzman's troubled expression, but it was hard to be sure. "I'm turning in. Notify me when we reach the next breakpoint." "Aye, sir." Junior Fenmar watched Guzman climb toward the bridge and his private quarters. The Swede finished his beer and tossed the empty bottle into the churning wake, knowing it would eventually sink into the dark depths below. Jack's ankles were shackled to a steel chair bolted to the floor. His wrists were cuffed and chained to an iron bracket set in the middle of a scarred metal table. He studied the scratched graffiti on its surface, wondering if the artists ever found the justice they were seeking. The cuffs on his wrists were deliberately too tight, biting into his skin. He had taken a swing at the first officer who approached him in the alley with a drawn weapon, not realizing it was law enforcement. Thankfully, he only knocked the man down instead of putting him in the morgue. The other officers who swarmed him were less forgiving. They gave him a thorough beating, taking him to the ground and cuffing him even after he had surrendered and apologized. His ribs still ached where an officer with a crooked nose had kicked him. That defiant smirk kept replaying in Jack's mind, a maddening loop he couldn't shut off. Had landed a solid punch, but clearly not a fatal one. What was that smile about? Yet the vision that truly haunted him was Brasa, motionless on the concrete, her unseeing eyes fixed on the leaden sky. She deserved a better fate. Her father did too, wherever he might be. Everything had spiraled out of control in seconds. Had mentally dissected the moment endlessly. Could he have changed it? He should have followed her lead. He should have hunted for Crooked Nose more relentlessly after their confrontation in the car. The assumption that the man was merely surveillance had been a fatal error. If murder was the goal from the start, why plant bugs instead of just pulling a trigger? Brasa's loss was a fresh, crushing weight, compounding the old, searing guilt over Liliana. Had failed them both. A stern Spanish face materialized in the small reinforced window of the steel door. Dark eyes swept the room before locking onto Jack, studying him. Maybe the officer was considering a private, unsupervised chat. If so, Jack was in no position to object.
Keys rattled, the door swung open, and Dellinger exchanged brief Spanish with the guard, who shrugged, closed the door, and locked it again. Dellinger walked over but didn't sit, looming over the table where Jack was restrained. "How are you holding up, Jack?" Jack lifted his cuffed wrists the few inches the chain allowed. "Just praying I don't get the urge to use the facilities. If you do, find someone else to assist." "No, but securing your release is. That's why I called you a naughty attorney. On that moat, where is one? You don't need one. It's handled. A Guardia civil escort is taking us directly to the airport, where you will be placed on a flight to Dulles. You can cover your own ride home from there. I'm not leaving until this is completely settled." "You're not listening. This isn't a suggestion. 3 people are dead today because of you, including a Spanish federal officer. They plan to hold you as a person of interest indefinitely, without bail, until they've squeezed you dry. I didn't do anything. I didn't kill those people. The other man did. That's your story. Known eyewitness accounts place you closest to both victims, which makes you their prime candidate. That's absurd. Eyewitness accounts are notoriously unreliable, but they exist, and the authorities here are legally bound to consider them. What about the third man?" "Crooked nose." Dellinger leaned on the table, adopting an interrogator's posture. "The one who could have cleared your name if you hadn't killed him." "Him, yes." Jack allowed a thin smile. "From what I hear, the Spaniards are still trying to figure out who he was. They've uncovered at least 7 aliases and 4 possible nationalities. His last known alias was Bickoff." "Want to know the real kicker? Something tells me you'll share it regardless. You managed to kill a man who was already dead. Officially, Bakov died 3 years ago. Interpol's photo analysis suggests ex-Russian military, possibly ex-Wagner, but it's fuzzy. You know what Wagner is? Russian mercenary." "You're pretty well informed for a finance professional. I read the news. I also noticed that most cultural attachés don't wear a shoulder holster under their jacket." Jack nodded toward the bulge under Dellinger's sport coat. Dellinger's expression tightened, annoyed at his own slip. He stood a little straighter. "You pack a serious wallop, kid. Taking a man out with one hit to the face isn't easy. Guess I got lucky. Not so much for him, though. Or for you. Here is the reality. The Spanish authorities are both intrigued and seriously displeased. Right now, you're the only convenient scapegoat they can lay hands on. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm not concerned about what their investigation finds." "You're still not hearing me," Dellinger said, pinching the bridge of his nose. "I believe you had nothing to do with those 2 Spaniards dying, and that Bakov was an accident, self-defense. Got it? I'm in your corner. Do you trust me or not?" Jack gave a slow, reluctant nod. "Yeah, I suppose I do." "Good. Then focus." Dellinger tapped his own ear. "Listen closely. You might not be worried about what the Spaniards dig up on you, but you should be terrified about how long it takes them to decide you're innocent. It could drag on for months or years. And if they decide to connect you to the Lavi bombing, you become a terrorism suspect. Then a whole new set of rules kicks in, and you disappear into the system. If they think I'm their main suspect, why are they willing to let me go? Because, like everyone else who's dealt with you, they've concluded you're a monumental headache." Jack almost smiled. That was a badge he'd wear proudly. He'd been a thorn in the side of criminals and lowlifes for a long time. Headache or not, you need to spell this out more clearly. Somehow your boss, Jerry Hindley, got involved. He seems to have serious sway with the State Department. You're on the verge of sparking a minor international incident between our governments, which means trouble inside NATO, and nobody wants that. "Sounds like I have some leverage," Jack said. He wasn't talking about his father. He'd never use that connection, even to walk out of this cell. Dellinger pointed at Jack's cuff. "Oh, yeah? With all that leverage, why don't you try standing up right now?" "Then how are you getting me out?" "Because our government's cut a deal, but it's got an expiration date. If you leave with me right now, let me take you straight to the airport and fly back to the States immediately. The Spaniards will accept your story.
If I walk out of here today without you, you're on your own. You'll be stuck in this back alley stench indefinitely." Jack leaned back as far as the chair allowed. He let out a long, weary breath. "I just need to know what really happened to Renee Moore. You and I both know what happened. She was killed in an explosion set off by a member of Brigada Catalan. But this Bakov was connected to it, and if Hizek's Wagner becomes dead, you killed him, remember? Case closed. He was tied to Brigada's finished. I was there when it went down. Trust me. Case closed. But case is closed. Do you understand? Yeah, I get it. It's closed. Laya said the same thing. But there was another American killed at Lavi. A guy named Runtso. Dr. Dylan Runtso." Dellinger's face twitched. "How do you know about him?" "He bumped into me on his way in as I was heading out. He said, 'Sorry, man,' as we passed." Dellinger's eyes narrowed. "Don't worry about Runtso. And for the record, a lot of people were killed or wounded that night, not just 2 Americans. "Yeah, I know. I was there, remember. Here's something else you haven't considered. There's another body linked to your name, at least indirectly." "Who?" "Ever heard of Gaspar P.? Never. He was with the CNI Brosses boss. They found him a few hours ago burned to a crisp. He was chained to the steering column of his charred Audi R8 Decennium, a magnificent machine, and a truly terrible way to go. You know I had no part in that, I know, and wherever P is hiding, he knows it too." But how long before the Spanish police come to the same conclusion? Jack felt the weight of Dellinger's reasoning settle over him. "So what's it going to be, Jack? Rot in a Spanish jail for half a year while the local toughs have their fun with you, until they finally let you go? Or walk out of here today and get back to your life in America?" Jack clasped his hands, the chains clinking softly as he thought. Leaving Spain meant the case was truly over. Yet a nagging sense remained that there were threads still dangling, details that needed pulling before he could find any peace. But Dellinger wasn't wrong. The deck was stacked. At best, he'd lose weeks or months locked up, unable to investigate anything. At worst, well, the idea of a wrongful conviction, even here, wasn't impossible. A few weeks behind bars, guilty or not, would bench him with the campus indefinitely. And for what? The shooters were dead. Both Rennes and Brosses, his father would inevitably step in if things dragged on, and presidential involvement would blow his cover as Sorbsan's son for good. That would end his covert career before it really began. "All right, you've got me. Let's get out of here." Dellinger's grin was quick. Smart move. He banged on the steel door, calling for the guard. Within hours, Jack would be over the Atlantic, putting Spain behind him. Dellinger was as good as his word. Jack was processed out almost faster than he could walk through the doors into the daylight. A plain Guardia Civil SUV idled at the curb, rear door open. The nervous intern Jack had startled earlier stood beside it, holding Jack's leather satchel and laptop bag. "Who said you could break into my apartment?" Jack demanded, still smelling of the cell and looking like heads slept in an alley. The kid paled and pointed at Dellinger. "He sent me." "No time to waste," Dellinger said, waving Jack into the vehicle as a plainclothes detective slid behind the wheel. "How did you know ED say yes?" "Because you're not an idiot. Get in. Your flight won't wait." Jack grabbed his bags from the intern and dropped into the back seat beside Dellinger. The doors slammed shut and the Nissan sped toward the airport. Dellinger and the detective escorted Jack into the vast glass and steel expanse of Barcelona El Prat Airport southwest of the city. With his official escort, Jack and Dellinger bypassed the long snaking lines at check-in and security, drawing irritated stares from passengers corralled like livestock. They hurried to the departure gate, where the detective flashed his badge and persuaded the gate agent against policy to reopen the jet bridge. Dellinger offered a firm handshake that felt more like a warning than a farewell. "Good luck, kid," he said.
before Jack turned and disappeared down the narrow passage to the plane. The Spanish detective led Jack to his seat, drawing curious stares as they moved from the spacious first-class cabin back into the cramped coach section. Jack forced his bag into the already packed overhead bin and slid his laptop beneath the seat in front of him, before collapsing into the narrow chair and fastening his seatbelt. With a final sharp look, the detective turned and exited the aircraft. The seasoned flight attendant attending Jack's area maintained a calm professionalism, expertly masking her unease. This was in stark contrast to the nearby passengers, who shifted uncomfortably, doing their best to avoid looking at or catching a whiff of the large, bearded man who had just been delivered to their midst by a police escort. Jack scanned the beverage menu, his eyes settling on the strongest option available. This was shaping up to be one painfully long flight. After downing 3 glasses of Jameson, a welcome numbness finally began to settle over Jack's frustration and grief. He felt terrible about Brass's death, but there was a grim satisfaction in knowing the man responsible was dead. The sheer force of that single fatal punch still puzzled him. Dellinger had mentioned the Spanish authorities would conduct an autopsy in the coming weeks, promising to share the results as if that information could somehow soften the blow of Bykov's loss. It couldn't. Jack didn't want it to, Mo. Hurtling toward home, he felt completely spent, both physically and emotionally. Renee was gone, and nothing would ever change that cold fact. Yet the individuals who had claimed responsibility for her death were all dead, including the man Jack was convinced was the actual bomber, even if his ties to Brigada Catalan were unclear. He hated to acknowledge it, but the case was truly closed. It felt like a betrayal of Renee, and especially Brassa, but in the limited time he had done everything possible. His eyelids grew heavy, fluttering shut. He pushed his seat back as far as it would go, and finally surrendered to the sleep that had evaded him for the past day. Perhaps it was the whiskey, or simply his exhausted mind, but Jack soon found himself dreaming of La Vie once more. This time, the restaurant was impossibly crowded, packed with street protesters pressed so tightly together he could barely draw a breath. He fought his way through the suffocating crowd, desperate to reach the exit and the promise of fresh air. Just as he stumbled into the cool breeze at the doorway, he collided with a long-haired Runzo. This time, however, it was Jack who muttered, "Sorry, man," instead of the shorter, hapless figure. Runzo said nothing. He simply stared at Jack for a long moment, his eyes filled with a profound and unspeakable sorrow, before finally turning away. He trudged in agonizing slow motion, not back into the crowded restaurant, but directly into a shrieking, blinding wall of fire. His body vaporized in an instant, the heat of the flames so intense it made Jack's own skin prickle and burn. Knox Tenoesi Parsons was practically vibrating with excitement. She rubbed her bare arms, her skin literally tingling with anticipation. In exactly 11 hours and 48 minutes she would make history. A relentless smile played on her lips. She felt like that eager, hopeful gymnast she'd once been, waiting by her high school locker for the star quarterback to finally notice her and sweep her away in his shiny red Camaro. The memory brought a flush to her cheeks. That had been a spectacular day, too. The final staff meeting had just adjourned. Every department head had been present, their faces alight with eager grins and excellent sign. Each division reported full readiness. Every hardware and software system had been rigorously stress-tested and regucked. All personnel were briefed, prepared, and in position. Every single detail had unfolded according to plan. Everything was perfectly on schedule. To hell with Raptra. Tabulation was poised to change the world forever. And to hell with you, Dr. David Rhodes, Parsons whispered under her breath, the words dripping with quiet venom. You worthless, backslapping, glad-handing, thieving prick. Rhodes had been the one to snatch Rappa from her grasp. Head possessed just enough cunning for that. His soft, manicured hands had been plenty strong enough to plant a knife in her back and give it a vicious twist. He had stolen all the credit for her work, her genius. He had stolen her life's masterpiece. Of course it was the same old story politics and the old boys' club screwing her over yet again. But it would have been his name etched into the history books. Would have. She let out a quiet, bitter laugh. Second place might as well be invisible. It's just the top spot for people who didn't win. Raptry wouldn't be first. That distinction would belong to Tia Ablation. She would claim that honor. And Rhodes would be left holding his pathetic ego, utterly baffled about how she had swiped it right out from under him. Parsons walked to the break room's Viking refrigerator, grabbed a chilled bottle of Fiji water, and allowed herself a private smile, savoring the victory that was so close she could taste it. Rhodes was going to look like the world's biggest fool, the ultimate patsy, the clueless buffoon who let a woman dismantle his entire legacy. She twisted the cap off and took a long, satisfying drink of the cold water. To think she had almost turned her back on the whole opportunity. "You'll never make a sound choice when you're furious," her mother, a Sunday school teacher, had always preached. For once the woman had a point. Parsons had practically been out the door, her stellar resume already making the rounds, when the life-altering call came. She could scarcely believe it. Initially she suspected a test, maybe even a federal trap. It wasn't. It took time for him to demonstrate his credibility and win her trust, but he managed it. He proved the funding was real. He showed her he was risking everything, perhaps even more than she was. His motivation was undeniable, and he had a blueprint, an absolutely brilliant one. But above all, he believed in her. He articulated her significance, and it wasn't empty flattery. He had tracked her research, knew all about Rapier, and understood exactly how Rhodes had played the conniving Jacob to her Esau, stealing her rightful legacy. How he knew these intimate details remained a mystery, but it only underscored the vast reach of his resources. Her benefactor genuinely grasped her contributions to the field. He wasn't a scientist, yet he commanded an impressive grasp of the subject for a layperson. He told her how her name would stand among the giants of Sciencenet, just female scientists. But all of them. He was appealing to her pride, no question, and she was proud. Except it wasn't mere vanity, because what she believed about her own genius was simply fact. And it was true, she was exceptional. So she finally said yes to the plan. He would construct a separate facility, not too near Oak Ridge, but close enough for her to oversee the work regularly. He would supply a roster of pre-vetted scientists, programmers, and engineers, but she would have absolute authority over hiring and firing. He would handle all security, all materials, every resource required. All she ever needed to do was send a list of her needs, personnel, or equipment, and he would make it appear. Her financial contribution was minimal, but her intellectual role was everything. She would continue charging ahead at Oak Ridge, pushing the Raptrab project forward, mining it for every scrap of data and insight before transferring it all to the TR Abulation program. Naturally, he had conditions, but they were reasonable given the prize. First, he stated, TR Abulation must be finished and ready for deployment on a very specific date and at a precise time. No deviations. He named both. Do you agree? Absolutely. And you believe it's entirely feasible? I do. Are you prepared to stake your life on it? I am. Then you just have. The implied threat was neither a surprise nor particularly scary. It also confirmed he was dead serious, a quality she respected. Parsons was as confident shed meet that deadline as she was that the sun would rise, or that energy is always conserved. She had assumed payment would come eventually, but was genuinely startled to discover $30 million already waiting for her in a secure, encrypted account. The funds were instantly accessible, ready to be moved into any account she designated, in whatever currency or form she wished. Should he call the whole thing off for any reason, the money was hers to keep, no strings attached. A strict condition of silence was imposed. She was to tell no one outside the laboratory about Tarrelation. Even after its launch, she was bound to secrecy for a full year. "Why the wait?" she asked.
for both our safety.
It gives us time to vanish, to find corners of the world where we'll never be traced. She accepted this without further debate. A single year seemed a minor pause compared to the enduring legacy that would follow. Her own genius would shield her if she ever chose to re-emerge, and if she preferred to stay hidden, celebrity was never the goal. What she craved was the undeniable proof of her victory, and T-Revelation would provide it. There was one final unspoken task to subtly hinder the government's competing Rapara project. The logic was clear. Rapshah, as the only other genuine universal quantum machine, posed the sole credible threat. Yet what thrilled her most was the prospect of watching Rhodes's reputation crumble into dust. T-Revelation was poised to upend the world, because modern life, in both its military and civilian veins, thrived on a fragile digital heartbeat. From the virtual assistant on your counter to the smartphone in your hand, an exploding universe of devices the so-called Internet of Things was weaving itself into every mundane moment. This data was the new gold, fueling everything from global markets to personal routine. And like any treasure, it attracted relentless thieves, state actors, criminal networks, lone hackers. An entire industry of cybersecurity arose to defend it, culminating in sophisticated encryption. Think of it as a lock, but instead of a simple 3-digit code, it was a 128-bit cipher so complex that a traditional computer attempting a brute force attack would need timescales longer than the age of the universe to crack it. The hackers had effectively lost the arms race. Crafting more intricate software was easier than building hardware fast enough to defeat it. So the digital world felt secure for commerce and for governments. That is, until T-Revelation arrived. T-Revelation would become everything Rapare might have been if only the politicians hadn't meddled and driven Parsons away from her own work. Since they did, she built T-Revelation instead, the planet's first authentic, universal 128-qubit quantum computer. Consider Google's 72-qubit Bristol cone, which recently solved a specific problem in under 4 minutes, a task that would have stumped the fastest supercomputer for millennia. Google called it quantum supremacy. They were mistaken. T-Revelation operated on a completely different scale, surpassing it by orders of magnitude. And it wasn't just a numbers game. The quantum computing field broadly breaks into 2 categories: annealing machines and universal ones. D-Wave had rolled out a 2,000-qubit annealing system, yet its design inherently restricted what it could do. In stark contrast, universal quantum computers such as Bristol Cone and T-Revelation offered nearly boundless potential. The real game-changer for the 128-qubit tribulation, setting it leagues ahead of the 72-qubit Bristol, was that every single one of its qubits was quantum entangled. This interconnection generated over 340 undecillion possible output states of figure, so vast it defied human imagination. Moreover, T-Revelation ran with flawless precision, boasting a perfect zero error rate that left its competitors in the dust. Outside academic and tech circles, few grasped the monumental implications of quantum computing. Pop culture enthusiasts and alarmists often pointed to artificial intelligence as humanity's ultimate peril. They were missing the mark entirely. In a mere 11 hours and 43 minutes, T-Revelation's quantum key could crack any encrypted system on Earth. Once this machine went live, every piece of digitized accessible data would be laid bare. Total digital vulnerability would become the new global reality. Parsons closed her laptop and made her way to the most secure building on campus, housing the computer room. It was impeccably clean and bitingly cold. T-Revelation's core function relied on the precise manipulation of superpositioned quantum particles, or qubits. To preserve their delicate spin without disruption, the machine demanded an environment cooled to millikelvin temperatures, hovering just above absolute zero where molecular motion virtually stopped. Imagine T-Revelation as a master juggler, keeping countless platistic qubits spinning on her fingertips, The slightest intrusion of heat, like a mischievous monkey jumping onto her arms, would send everything crashing down. Among her team's many achievements, sustaining this near-zero operational state was perhaps their crowning triumph. Parsons felt a compelling need to see her creation one more time. Through a thick pane of tempered glass, she could admire its intricate architecture. The sight filled her with a profound, almost maternal éclat, like a parent watching a newborn in an incubator, so close yet untouchable. But it was a necessary sacrifice. She understood this would likely be her last glimpse of tribulation for a considerable time. No matter. When the moment arrived, she would return to claim full responsibility for everything her machine had unleashed upon the world, for better or for worse. Roshina, D.C. Du UL Scenario brought the Lufthansa United Airlines Airbus A321, landed smoothly, a full 3 minutes early. Jack's mouth felt like it was stuffed with dry cotton and his head throbbed behind his gritty eyes. He spotted 3 miniature Jameson bottles crammed into the seat-back pocket, but had lost count of how many complimentary Heinekens he'd consumed around the now regrettable teriyaki chicken dinner. At least the alcohol had granted him a dead sleep, though he woke feeling as if he'd been crushed by a fallen tree. The stale odor of his own unwashed body was unmistakable over 32 hours without a shower, including a miserable 12-hour stretch in a Spanish holding cell that was far from fragrant. All he wanted was to peel off his grimy clothes, stand under a scolding shower for an hour, and then collapse into bed for a week. He still had a few days before he was due back at the campus. As the aircraft nudged toward the gate, the flight attendant gave the all-clear for electronics. Jack powered on his phone and saw a text from Gavin. "Text me when you land. I'll pick you up." Jack let out a weary groan. The last person he wanted to face was the rumpled AT director. Gavin meant well, and the offer was kind, but Jack wasn't in the mood for company. Jack tapped out a quick reply on his phone, opting to take a ride-share instead. Langs barau just grabenubo, talk Tamora. Outside his window, the aircraft remained stationary, waiting for the gate to clear. His phone chimed again. It was Gavin. "I am A.L.A. Dyer. C.O.N.T. wait to see you. So much to tell you." Jack sighed, a dull ache pulsing behind his eyes. "Tell me now," he typed back. Gavin's response was immediate. "It's too not to tell you in person. I also can't." Considering everything Gavin had done for him, this small request was nothing. A.D. Wessam. CNT, Jack sent back. He scanned his other notifications, finding nothing urgent. His stomach churned unpleasantly. He desperately hoped he could keep his composure until he was off the plane. A gleaming, blood-red Chevy Silverado was waiting at the curb, its diesel engine rumbling softly. Jack slid into the passenger seat, tossing his laptop bag and carry-on behind him. The truck was pristine, with temporary tags still in the window, and that distinct Nuviatal scent filling the cab, mingled oddly with the greasy aroma of fast food. Several crumpled paper bags were strewn across the back seat. Jack, suddenly feeling less self-conscious about his own rumpled state, buckled his seatbelt. "Never pictured you as a truck guy, Gavin." Gavin grinned, putting the powerful engine in gear. "I used to drive a modified Dodge van, a throwback to my high school days. But the last 2 times I tried to pick up a date, the women took one look at my ride and refused to come outside. I guess it gave off a vibe that was a little too predatory. So I decided an upgrade was in order. Smart move. Yeah, traded up to this cowboy Cadillac. It's a nice rig. Comes in handy too. You should see me hauling jousting gear for the Renaissance Festival circuit." As they approached the parking payment booth, Jack reached for his wallet, but Gavin waved him off. "Don't even think about it. Friends don't let friends pay for airport parking." Soon they were cruising in silence on the wide lanes of VA 267, heading toward Jack's place in Alexandria. Gavin was practically vibrating with suppressed energy, but he respectfully gave Jack space with his dark thoughts. The sour tension in Jack's gut finally loosened enough for him to speak. "All right, hit me. You're this big news you couldn't text? Man, where do I even start?" "There is a lot. The beginning usually works. Okay, it's about Samler." Jack straightened in his seat. "You found him?" "Not exactly. You did. That guy you took out?" "Back off." "Hold on. How do you know about that?" "Dellinger filed a report on you."
He was kind enough to include the autopsy photo for Bakov, which is how I finally got a positive ID. My facial reconstruction software was hidden a wall. "You breached the CIA mainframe?" Jack asked, a mix of alarm and gratitude in his voice. "Had to, someone's got to watch your six out there. So here's the thing. I don't think Bakov is Samler."
"Samler isn't a person. It's an organization. Now, this is all rumor and shadow talk, but if even half of it is true, these people operate in a whole different league. They break things and hurt people for the highest bidder. Or at least they used to. What changed? They vanished off the grid a few years ago. Word was they dissolved. But we're talking about a special brand of evil here. Not your average mercenary. Think Wagner Group, but more fanatical, more entrenched. Dellinger told me this morning that Bakov was ex-Wagner, ex-Russian military, and was officially listed as deceased long before I ever met him." "You killed a ghost?" "That's a new one," Gavin said with a dark chuckle. "But it starts to make sense. Ex-military is the standard recruitment pool for contractors, and Samler is supposedly a contractor." Gavin's expression turned deadly serious. "Jack, these aren't normal contractors. They're old school, a different breed. Sure, the money matters, but it's not just that. They're wrapped up in some kind of loyalty cult. It's like a twisted mix of the Samurai Bushido Code and the French Foreign Legion's Legio Patria Nostra." "The Legion is our homeland," Jack translated quietly. "Exact. Mix in a touch of mafia-style silence with a dash of that underground fight club mentality, and you've got yourself a crew of ultra-ecrit, fanatically loyal, lethal brothers who never breathe a word about who they are or what they do. That might be why Van Delben was so hard to track down earlier. Maybe he was running with Sandler's group too. Here's the kicker: they take their honor code so seriously that they've adopted that old Cold War trick, hiding a cyanide pill under a fake tooth, ready to end it all rather than be taken alive." Jack felt the fragments of the mystery snap together. "After I hit Bykov, he touched his jaw and gave me this strange, almost satisfied grin right before he collapsed. In's still waiting on the full report from the coroner in Spain, but he'd wager a whole bucket of Popeye's chicken that it comes back positive for cyanide or something just as nasty." A memory surfaced from the steel mill. "Now that you mention it, Van Delben hammered his fist against his own chin a few times, right? Before he went over the railing. I couldn't make sense of it then. Guess when the pill didn't break, he realized jumping was his only way out. Unbelievable. And if Bykov really was part of Samler's circle, you know what that implies. It means Samler is behind Wren's death, and Lias, and Pease. What in the world are these people playing at? Runzo's killing might tie into it too, unless he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Speaking of Runzo, any movement on the Rapier project? Oh, right, that was actually the second thing I needed to fill you in on. Let's hear it." "I still don't have the full picture of what Rattray is, but I've pinned down where it's based: Oak Ridge, Tennessee. It's linked to the Oak Ridge National Laboratory. Oak Ridge like the Manhattan Project, Oak Ridge. Exactly, more genius crammed into one town than just about anywhere. Nuclear arms research, fusion experiments, quantum studies, advanced materials, aerospace engineering, precision fabrication, you name it. They handle contracts for the Department of Defense, Department of Energy, NASA, even private companies. Maybe I should take a trip down to Oak Ridge. Only if you're eager to get arrested and shipped off to some hidden prison in Eastern Europe. Nobody outside that program gets a peek inside. They'll assume you're a spy until you prove otherwise, which is pretty tough to do when you're chained to a wall with jumper cables attached to sensitive areas. Jack's headache pulsed, but a sudden rush of focus cut through the fog. Earlier you mentioned Runtso worked as a consultant. Who was he consulting for? He was independent. His listed office is in Knoxville. That's not far from Oak Ridge Lab, Jack noted. Or from the University of Tennessee. Go Vols, Gavin cheered, throwing a fist in the air. Man, you're full of surprises tonight. Didn't take you for a sports fan. Not really. Rougnemont's basketball is my game. Pat Summitt is a legend, one of the greatest coaches ever. My mom played at Tennessee. We never miss watching a game together. They drove in silence for a few minutes, Jack's thoughts circling back to Runtso. What was a nuclear physicist doing in Spain? Why slip into Barcelona under the radar? Was it chance that a CIA officer working a tech cover was in the same cafe? Or had he come there specifically to meet her? Or maybe he was there for Alessandri. Was Runtso trying to warn René about Raptra? Or was he selling secrets to Catalan separatists? Did Samler mean to kill him, or was he just collateral damage? And the biggest question of all, was Samler tied to Rapre somehow? His father always said questions carried more weight than answers. Right now, Jack would gladly trade a few questions for some solid facts. Wrestling with unknowns only made his pounding head worse, especially when the truth felt just out of grasp. Jack knew everything hinged on one thing, figuring out whether Runtso died a patriot or a traitor. The solution to this problem wasn't going to appear while sitting in the front seat of a truck. I need to get to Knoxville and follow up on this tip about Runtso. I'm coming with you. That's not a good idea, Gav. There's no telling what kind of situation we'd be walking into down there. The rest of the team is still deployed. You're the only field agent in the region. You know protocol. We never operate solo. Gaver, listen. Raptriv involves technical systems, and you're more of a hands-on operator. That's my specialty. You handle the tactical side, and I'll manage the digital landscape. I've planned to leave at dawn tomorrow. Let's get you home so you can settle your affairs and, for everyone's sake, maybe clean up. I'll handle all the logistics and send you the flight details as soon as they're confirmed. Agreed? Jack's pounding headache made further debate pointless. Agreed. La Brejon Sea, 345 miles south of the Grand Larned Coast. The shark's dorsal fin vanished into the icy water. An observer would have found its presence unusual. This location sat nearly 1,000 miles north of where the Titanic met its fate. No icebergs drifted in these waters at this season. Most glacial activity along Greenland's shore occurred in the late spring and early summer warmth. Tiger sharks typically prefer warmer, food-rich tropical and subtropical zones, like the Caribbean or the Gulf of Mexico, and are common near Australia and the South Pacific Islands. Yet they are known to roam into colder northern Pacific and Atlantic waters. These nomadic giants, which can live up to 50 years, are capable of global journeys within their lifetime. As one of the planet's largest predatory sharks, only slightly smaller than the great white, they relentlessly pursue food fish, sea turtles, dolphins, octopuses, rays, birds, seals, and even other sharks. Their infamous diets, revealed by fishermen, have included land animals, clothing, tires, and unexploded ordnance. Pelagic species. They usually cruise deep waters beyond the continental shelf, sometimes descending over 400 feet, though they occasionally approach coasts. Built for endurance in the deep, they can also accelerate swiftly when attacking. The largest recorded tiger shark measured just under 24 feet and weighed almost 7,000 pounds, though most are about half that length and a third of that weight. In its general dimensions, the average tiger shark bears a striking resemblance to a human-engineered Mark 48 torpedo. The freighter Emerald Glory, Canadian-owned, but registered under a Liberian flag of convenience, enjoyed significant financial benefits from this arrangement. This legal maneuver spared its owners the hefty taxes, strict environmental rules, union pay scales, and maintenance standards required under Canadian registry, saving millions annually. Loaded at the port of Montreal with a mixed cargo mostly containerized, but also including forklifts, excavators, gas turbines, plywood, and timber. The ship was bound for Aberdeen, Scotland, and Grimsby-Immingham, the United Kingdom's busiest port. Hauling through the cold Labrador Sea at just over 11 knots on a northerly heading, the Emerald Glory maintained a respectable speed given its aged and inefficient engine. The Emerald Glory's precise coordinates, her current speed, heading, and intended ports of call were all transmitted via her AIS signal, streaming live on multiple maritime tracking sites. Among the many who watched that digital beacon were individuals with a singular destructive purpose. Meanwhile, a tiger shark maintained a leisurely pace, just slightly faster than the eastbound current propelling the cargo ship. From a distance of roughly 2,000 yards, it held a perfect intercept course. At over 18 feet long and weighing close to 2 tons, its dimensions were unremarkable for the species. Had any fishing trawler plucked it from the North Atlantic, the crew would have quickly noted several anomalies. The most significant was this: the creature now descending into the Labrador Sea's chill was not a predator of flesh, but an autonomous machine. Nature, or the divine force behind evolution, is the ultimate engineer, and few biological blueprints match the hydrodynamic perfection of a shark. This principle of biomimicry is a cornerstone of modern drone design. Why struggle to invent a new form when a masterclass in efficiency already exists? Of course, the original model was built for hunting seals and perpetuating its kind. This replica, however, was engineered for a different kind of hunt, the demolition of commercial freighters. This shift in purpose demanded functional, not formal, alterations to the divine template. Its operational role was strikingly similar to the U.S.-made Mark 48 torpedo, a legendary undersea weapon. A single sonar-baited Mark 48 is powerful enough to obliterate a warship on its own. Modern versions weigh around 3,500 pounds, packing a devastating 650-pound warhead. Much of its remaining bulk comes from the liquid fuel driving its powerful pump jet engine, enabling breathtaking speeds over 60 miles per hour beneath the waves. Such velocity and internal complexity require a rigid metal hull to survive the journey from launch to detonation. Then there's the delivery system, a submarine, an immensely costly, complex, and crew-intensive platform. In essence, the brilliant minds at the Naval Surface Warfare Center created the Mark 48 to be fast, deep-diving, and smart enough to outmaneuver enemy submarines. The drone's designers faced a different puzzle, fusing the shark's graceful efficiency with the torpedo's brute force. It might seem a clash of philosophies, divine inspiration versus military-industrial pragmatism, but the answer was almost laughably simple. Every design departure the Tiger Shark drone took from the Mark 48 stemmed from its intended prey. The torpedo was built for a knife fight in the dark, hunting agile, deep-diving submarines that could twist and turn at high speed, that demands a weapon of equal ferocity and sophistication. The drone's quarry, however, was the lumbering, defenseless commercial freighter vessel that employs no stealth, performs no evasive maneuvers, and simply plows a predictable furrow across the ocean. Frankly, it's a sitting duck. This glaring vulnerability made the solution obvious. A slow, patient, and energy-efficient hunter was not just sufficient. It was ideal. The drone didn't need to race. It just needed to arrive. Above all, a drone moving at a leisurely pace could haul a much heavier payload 2,600 pounds of high explosives, which was 4 times the capacity of the standard Mark 48 torpedo. Since the targets themselves were often slow, the weapon didn't need to be fast. This translated to remarkably low energy demands. The battery-powered, electrically driven Tiger drone had energy to spare. When initially pitched to Samler, the lead engineer likened the 4,000-pound, 16-foot machine to a submerged Tesla Roadster from the 2020 model year, but one equipped with fins rather than wheels. That all-electric sports car could rocket from 0 to 60 miles per hour in under 2 seconds and cover more than 600 miles on a single charge of its massive battery. The Tiger Shark drone, however, wasn't built for drag racing on asphalt.
It didn't even need to move constantly.
It could simply loiter, drifting with the currents for days on end, conserving its power until the target vessel wandered into its vicinity. Even operating continuously at its average cruising speed of 13 knots, it could travel over 2,400 miles before needing a recharge. Borrowing an 800-volt electrical architecture from high-performance automotive design, it could regain 80% of its charge in a mere 15 minutes. The real brilliance of the system, though, was in its targeting logic. The drone cleverly let commercial ships do the work of targeting themselves by broadcasting their own position via AIS signals. Once a target was chosen, the drone would station itself along the vessel's projected route, guided either by its own artificial intelligence or by a remote operator. Unlike a traditional submarine that had to hunt down its prey, the deployed Tiger drone just waited patiently for the target to come to it. The design boasted numerous other stealth advantages. Detection of vessels typically relies on noise, heat, size, wave patterns, and magnetic signatures. The Tiger drone addressed each one. Its primary propulsion came from a sweeping tail motion, generating only a tenth of the acoustic noise of a standard propeller, though it did carry a small, quiet propeller for emergencies or sudden speed bursts. Its outer skin was a mere 4 millimeters thick, a latex layer infused with tiny bubbles that absorbed sonar pings, reducing their return by up to 99% and diminishing radar detection 10,000-fold. A supportive rubber underlayer added stability and helped mask the minimal internal metal parts, including 2 whisper-quiet electric motors weighing just 70 pounds apiece. The internal framework used lightweight non-metallic polycarbonate, and even the propeller shaft and blade were crafted from advanced carbon fiber composite. The dorsal fin doubled as a sophisticated antenna, handling encrypted communications and passively listening for the AIS signals of every cargo ship and tanker on the ocean. High-definition digital cameras peered out from behind the realistic lenses in its eyes. Put it all together, and the drone was virtually undetectable by sonar, radar, thermal imaging, or magnetic sensor. And in that 1 in a million chance it did trigger a faint blip on a screen, the signature's size and shape would tell a simple, believable story. Just a solitary shark, minding its own business, not a menacing, fast-moving weapon of war. It was biomimicry executed to near perfection. Of course, the research team behind the Tiger Shark drone was acutely aware that a major hurdle remained, figuring out how to actually get the thing into the water. Due to their relatively short operational distance, Mark 48 torpedoes were typically transported to conflict zones by submarines and fired directly from their onboard tubes. The Tiger Shark drone, while possessing a greater range than a standard torpedo, couldn't operate with total autonomy forever. Its power source would eventually drain, or some mechanical component could fail. Moreover, its leisurely cruising speed meant a journey lasting days or even weeks if it had to travel all the way from its home port. The need for a delivery method was even more apparent to the engineers than the bio-inspired fish design of the weapon itself. What vehicle could be more perfect for deploying a robotic fish than a commercial fishing boat? These so-called trawler motherships were actually retrofitted deep-sea fishing vessels, outfitted with all the genuine equipment to survive any cursory inspection. Contemporary fishing boats already came equipped with sonar, radar, navigation, and communication systems, which conveniently doubled as control and support infrastructure for the drones. Furthermore, these camouflaged vessels featured dedicated stations for recharging the sharks for repair. In a pinch, a drone could be reeled in by its mothership, either towed behind or hauled aboard for maintenance or relocation to a new sector. Should an enemy vessel somehow manage to capture one of the Tiger Sharks, the onboard explosive would detonate automatically if the machine was hoisted vertically out of the water, unless the gyroscopic motion sensor was remotely disarmed by the mothership's controller. A fleet of 5 such motherships was positioned around the globe, each responsible for a squadron of 6 shark drones. Once released into the ocean, the drones were assigned a specific AES signal to follow. Their internal computers would then guide them to the target vessel, dive beneath its hull and detonate. The resulting blast, with a force equal to 4 Mark 48 warheads, was designed to snap the ship's keel and obliterate its structural integrity in one catastrophic strike. Let's be honest, this Tiger drone system would have been practically useless in a head-to-head naval battle against a first-rate maritime power, but that was never the point. This program represented a novel form of piracy, executed by a new breed of pirate. Profitable? Absolutely. But that was a short-term benefit. It was merely a tool, a stepping stone. Its true overarching mission was to divert American attention and resources, creating a smokescreen for a far more perilous and alarming operation that was just beginning to reveal itself. The Emerald Glory was torn in two in an instant, its severed halves vanishing beneath the waves in under 7 minutes. Against all odds, 3 crewmen survived the initial explosion. With no lifeboat or flotation devices, they fought to stay afloat in the paralyzingly cold water for less than 20 minutes. One by one, as their frozen muscles betrayed them, they succumbed. There was no dramatic struggle, just a helpless, silent slide beneath the surface, their final breaths stolen by the sea in quiet, desperate gasps. Their bodies, turning a waxy blue, drifted in the empty expanse, awaiting a rescue that would never arrive. OCT Obajor 3058. Alajian Viraya Virjanaye Jack was already on the sidewalk, clean-shaven and alert, his small duffel at his feet as he checked his watch. He was waiting for Gavin, who eventually rolled up in his Silverado a full hour before dawn. Jack threw his bag onto the passenger seat and climbed in. "You're cutting it close." "Can't be late when you're the only flight on the schedule," Gavin replied cheerfully, pulling away from the curb and heading for the airport. "Besides, I got your coffee." He nodded toward the large black cup from Dunkin' Donuts in the center console. Jack noticed the telltale pastry crumbs on Gavin's shirt and guessed the evidence was balled up in the back seat. "Thanks, destination, Knoxville." Jack and Gavin walked across the tarmac at the signature terminal at Dulles to board the waiting Cirrus G2 Vision jet. One significant advantage of private travel, especially on a Hendley Associates aircraft, was that Jack could legally carry his Sidevarma compact Glock 43 9mm. It rested in a deep concealment holster from Black Dog against his hip, hidden under his sport coat with an extra 6-round magazine close by. The Cirrus G2 was a capable yet petite single-pilot jet, configured that morning for just its 2 passengers. Hendley Associates had acquired the G2 as a more efficient counterpart to their larger, fuel-intensive Gulfstream G550 used for overseas travel. The sleek, V-tailed single-engine jet was both swift and economical, boasting a state-of-the-art glass cockpit with side-stick controls that felt lifted from a sci-fi series, complete with sophisticated automated systems. Jack admired the cabin's luxurious comfort and excellent visibility, thinking his father, who was nervous about flying, would have appreciated the advanced safety protocols. These included a 1-button emergency auto-land feature and a single-lever parachute system designed to bring the aircraft down gently in an upright position. At the helm was Captain Helen Reed, Hendley's senior pilot, who had readily adjusted her schedule for Gavin and Jack, even though she had already been slated to fly the G2 to Knoxville later that week for its annual service at the Cirrus facility near McGee-Tyson Airport. They climbed smoothly to their cruising altitude of 31,000 feet. "We've been turning something over in my mind," Gavin began, once they leveled off. "Go ahead," Jack replied. "Couldn't sleep last night, so I was scrolling through some tech forums, catching up on the latest news. Ever come across the names Chris and Connie Fast? Can't say I have. They were leading researchers at Google's Quantum AI Labs in Mountain View. Both were killed just 4 days, Agapolis are calling it. Some kind of bizarre ritual murder. That's disturbing. Absolutely. And get this, they left their entire fortune, something like $30 million, to an animal sanctuary in San Francisco. The board over there is apparently up in arms, arguing the money should have gone to housing initiatives instead." Gavin paused, his tone shifting from matter-of-fact to edged with sarcasm.
But of course, nothing says philanthropic legacy like a bunch of executives debating whether homeless people or rescue dogs are more deserving.
Really warms the heart, he continued, more serious again. Their deaths got me digging, and I stumbled on an internal NSA memo about Dr. Stanley Hopkins' suicide. That hit me hard. I actually heard him speak at a conference in London a while back. He was lecturing on cryptographic vulnerabilities in a post-quantum era. The man was frighteningly brilliant. Emphasis on frightening. You think he was intelligence? Had to be connected to GCHQ at least. So 2 points make a line. I followed that line, and guess what? There are 5 other top-tier researchers, all tied to quantum cybersecurity in some way. Werve died in the past year under unrelated circumstances. And nobody else has pieced this together? Gavin shrugged. Different countries, different causes: ritual killing, suicide, a motorcycle crash, a drowning, an accidental overdose, a botched robbery, carbon monoxide poisoning. Even if you were looking, you might miss the thread. Then again, sometimes genius is just noticing what's right in front of you. All right, genius. Who's the obvious suspect behind all this? Still working on that part. They fell silent for a moment, the hum of the engines filling the cabin. Jack finally said, "Do you think Runso could be another link in that chain?" "Depends on what he was really doing at Oak Ridge with the Repe project. Given his background, could he have been involved in cybersecurity work? It's possible. He was a physicist, so maybe on the hardware side. And if Samler is behind Rentenza's death, maybe they're responsible for these others too." "I can see that. But Samler's just hired muscle. We need to find them, but more importantly, we need to find who's paying them." Jack sighed, a familiar frustration settling in. It felt like he was running in circles, first Van Delden, then Bogov, both dead ends. "We're out of leads on the Samler front," Gavin said. "It's like free climbing El Capitan with no rope. No clear path to the top." "Maybe not," Jack replied. "But we still have Runso. If we can pinpoint the exact reason he was killed, that could give us a solid lead to follow." Gavin replied, "And what if Runso turns out to be another dead end?" Jack's voice was flat. "Then I start hammering pitons into someone's skull." "El Captain no si MCG Ichi Itain Erat after Captain Reed secured the G2 at the Cirrus service hangar. Jack and Gavin collected their rental from the office lot. It was a silver Jeep Wrangler soft-top, a 4-door model with a heavy-duty worn winch mounted on the front. I went with the Wrangler in case we decide to take a detour into the Smokies," Gavin said. "Plus, it just looks right for us." Jack took the driver's seat while Gavin entered the business address from Runso's tax records into the GPS. The route directed them north on Alcoa Highway toward Knoxville. The office was only 15 miles away, but the roads were a solid red line of congestion morning rush-hour traffic compounded by miles of construction zones and at least one accident blocking a lane. The stop-and-go crawl along Kingston Pike stretched what should have been a 24-minute drive into well over an hour. Jack pushed down his irritation. It wasn't like they were racing against a literal timer. They were simply following the only thread they had, unsure of what they were even looking for, much less what they might actually find. What they found was profoundly disappointing. The address led them straight to a UPS store. Inside, the suite number corresponded to just one mailbox among dozens. There was no window on the box, so there was no telling if it was full, empty, or even active. "Great, now what?" Gavin muttered. "Just watch," Jack said, summoning his charm. He approached the heavy-set woman behind the counter. She wore black stretch pants, a blue Oxford shirt, and a startling amount of green eye shadow. "Can I help you?" she asked, peering over thick glasses. Jack gave her a wide, confident smile. "A friend of mine uses this location for his business mail. His name is Dr. Dylan Runso. He runs a consulting firm. Sinja Solutions," Gavin added from behind him. The woman didn't smile. "This Runso fellow must be popular." "Why do you say that?" Jack asked. "'Cause you're not the first to come asking about him. What exactly do you want?" He's traveling and asked me to pick up his mail from his box." The woman's eyes narrowed. "I'll tell you what I told the others. Unless you're listed on his paperwork as an authorized user, I can't allow that." "What if he gave me verbal permission? Do you have anything in writing?" "He called me, just a little while ago." "Then why don't you call him right back and let me speak to him?" "I wish I could. He just stepped into a critical meeting and can't be disturbed." The woman planted her fists on her broad hips. "Sweetheart, do I look like I was born yesterday?" Gavin let out a sharp, involuntary laugh. The woman shot a glare past Jack, making Gavin shrink back and look away. "No, ma'am, you certainly do not," Jack said, keeping his tone earnest. "But this is genuinely important. I'm sure it is." Jack produced a billfold, flashing a fake ID and a badge. He held it up, and she grabbed it with both hands, her red nails contrasting against the leather as she read it. U.S. Mam Pemgi Blaklaklangan Sperwind. She released the billfold. Another federal agent. Another we need to see the contents of that mailbox. "I'll tell you what I told those FBI folks. Unless you have a warrant signed by a judge, I can't open it for you." Jack tucked his fake credentials back into his pocket. "Well, I suppose I'll have to go and obtain one." "Won't do you any good, sweetie. Why's that?" "Don't you government folks ever talk to each other? The FBI already came back with a warrant and cleaned out that box 2 days ago. Didn't seem to be much in it, from what I could tell. Not that I go reading my customers' mail, you understand." Jack shook his head, putting on a show of frustration. "You know how it is with the D.C. crowd. It's a complete circus." "Tell me about it," she replied, nodding along. Then she paused. "Hold on a second." The woman rummaged under her counter and produced a business card, handing it over. "That's the FBI agent in charge. She came in with another gentleman." She tapped a red fingernail against the printed name. "She spells it Kang, but says it like Kong. You should give her a call." She was perfectly pleasant. The bell above the glass door chimed as another customer entered. "Thanks, that's a big help," Jack said, slipping the card into his pocket. "Sorry to take up your time." "No trouble at all, honey. Good luck to you. And thank you both for your service." That stung, Washington, D.C. Situation room, the Waite House. The long mahogany table was packed with more senior officials for this emergency session. The chairs lining the walls were filled with department and agency staff, predominantly military. Each principal had delivered a quick rundown of their findings and their worries, the latter being a distressingly long list. It all added up to a problem that felt impossible to solve. Ryan had called this meeting the moment Admiral Talbot informed him about the Labrador Sea's sinking, before his day had even properly started. They'd all been coasting on a false sense of victory after forcing the Glazov to the surface and escorting it back to Russia 3 days prior. But the sinking of another ship in the Indian Ocean had shattered that comfortable illusion. Now this latest incident in the Labrador Sea was proof the crisis was accelerating wildly out of control. Nobody knew who was orchestrating the attacks, the method being used, or where they would strike next. "It's like we're fighting in the dark," Arnie had remarked, "and the battlefield just keeps expanding. These escalating strikes by an unknown adversary, wielding a suspected but still unidentified weapon system, were on the verge of destabilizing the entire global economy. This was the most severe crisis the Ryan administration had ever confronted, and he bore the full weight of responsibility for it. Ryan needed more expertise in the room if he had any hope of getting out in front of this. DARPA had sent a department head and 2 top researchers, specializing in extra-large unmanned undersea vehicles. Admiral Talbot had flown in 2 officers from the Naval Undersea Warfare Center in Keyport, the commander of Submarine Development Squadron 5 and the commander of the newly established Unmanned Undersea Vehicles Squadron 1. Ryan looked around the room. Every eye was fixed on him. These were dedicated, solemn people searching for direction, and, more critically, for confidence. They were afraid. So was he. Ryan knew they weren't expecting easy answers, because there weren't any. What they needed was leadership. Ryan stood up. "We're staring at a brick wall, plain and simple," Ryan began, his voice steadying. "A wall so immense we can barely grasp it. Randy Posh had it right about brick walls. They exist to show us how much we truly want something. They only stop the people who don't want it badly enough. I know most of you in this room, and more importantly, you know me. You know how desperately I want to find and stop the people responsible for these attacks. I don't have the blueprint for how we'll do it. I don't have a timeline. But here is what I do know. The Labrador incident is our first real piece of luck, because it's the first sinking we've managed to detect as it happened, thanks to SBIR's catching that thermal signature. Our second break is that the data suggests a straightforward conventional chemical explosion, definitely not nuclear, according to the mayor's ion analysis. It's a thread, however thin, and we are going to pull on it until the whole tapestry unravels. The third key point is that no enemy warplanes were spotted in the vicinity, and there were no signs of any cruise, ballistic, or hypersonic missiles before, during, or after the incident. This leads directly to our fourth piece of encouraging news. The Director of National Intelligence, Foley, has confirmed there's been no unusual chatter from Chinese or Russian intelligence channels regarding these events. Furthermore, Secretary of State Adler hasn't received any back-channel messages from officials or opposition figures within those governments. While we still don't know who orchestrated this, we can now operate with reasonable certainty that it wasn't Russia or China. That, at least, removes the immediate specter of a global conflict. Now the real work begins. We need to find a path forward over, under, around, or straight through this seemingly impossible obstacle. So who's ready to get to work? A palpable wave of relief washed over the room. The nods and supportive smiles told Ryan he had their full commitment. "We're with you, Mr. President." "All the way," Foley stated, echoed by the agreement of others. A couple have even managed a tense laugh. Not a bad rallying cry, Ryan thought to himself, though he wished he felt half as confident as he sounded. The secure door hissed open, and Ruby Knox, the acting lead agent of the Presidential Protective Division, entered. This was not a good sign. The PPD understood the critical nature of this meeting. Only something of monumental importance would warrant an interruption. "Excuse me for a moment," Ryan said, moving away from the table to speak with Knox privately. "What's happened?" he asked, keeping his voice low. "The Secretary of the Treasury and the Federal Reserve Chairman are in the Oval Office. They're insisting on seeing you immediately." Ryan's brow furrowed in genuine puzzlement. "I have slightly more pressing matters than worrying about the European Central Bank's potential rate adjustments." "I conveyed that, sir," Knox replied. "They were very insistent. Did they say what it's regarding?" "On just the security details, sir." "Give me your read on it." "Sir, if I had to guess, Secretary Hodges looks like he's about to have a coronary, and Chairman Moorcroft appears to have already lost his composure entirely." The White House agent Knox opened the door from the Secretary's office into the Oval Office. Secretary of the Treasury Stephen Hodges and Federal Reserve Chairman Wesley Moorcroft were seated together on one of the sofas. Both men sprang to their feet as President Ryan and Chief of Staff Arnie Van Dam entered. Knox secured the door behind them. Both financial leaders wore impeccably tailored suits. Hodges clutched a leather portfolio with a white-knuckled grip, his Harvard tie perfectly knotted. Moorcroft sported a distinctive yellow bow tie and wire-rimmed glasses. Ryan moved directly to them, gesturing for them to sit back down. Both men were in their 60s, known for their unflappable demeanors and sharp intellects in navigating financial crises. Seeing them so visibly distressed sent a chill down Ryan's spine. "Please, gentlemen, skip the formalities. What's going on? You both look like you've had quite a shock." Ryan took a chair while Arnie sat on the opposite sofa. Hodges opened his portfolio with trembling hands, extracted a letter, and passed it to Ryan, giving a copy to Arnie as well. "Mr. President," Hodges began, his voice strained, "our offices received this communication simultaneously, about an hour ago. You can review the specifics later, but the letter asserts, and my office has regrettably confirmed the claim that $5 trillion has been electronically removed from the accounts of the world's 100 largest financial institutions. The room fell into a stunned silence. For a moment, no one moved or even seemed to breathe. "Hold on just a second," Arnie finally said, leaning forward with a look of utter disbelief. "Did you say 5 trillion? With a T?" "I'm afraid that's correct," Hodges confirmed, his face pale. "And it's already gone, just vanished?" Ryan asked, the weight of the number settling in like a physical blow. Arnie threw his hands up in disbelief. "Just vanished into thin air? You've got to be kidding me." "I wish I were," Moorcroft replied, his voice steady. "But the facts are undeniable. We've confirmed the situation with more than 42 financial institutions already, and my office is fielding calls from others as we speak." Hodges nodded in agreement. "I've heard directly from the leadership at Bank of America and JP Morgan Chase. Of the world's largest banks, 18 are based in China, holding the top 4 spots. The United States is home to 12, Japan has 8, while France, South Korea, and the United Kingdom each have 6. Canada, Germany, and Spain follow with 5 apiece. The heads of the European Central Bank and the Bank of Japan contacted me almost immediately after the letter surfaced," added the Federal Reserve Chairman. "Officials from England, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand did the same. These are typically unflappable people, and I'm telling you, they're terrified." "What about China?" Ryan pressed. "When I didn't receive any communication from them, I decided to proactively call the governor of the People's Bank of China myself." "I hope that wasn't overstepping, but we're running out of time." "You made the right call," Ryan affirmed. "Thank you." What was their response? "The governor hasn't returned any of my calls," came the reply. "They're giving us the silent treatment, which honestly isn't a shock given how their system operates." The PBOC answers directly to the Chinese Communist Party, like most major institutions there. In a situation this volatile, the governor won't breathe a word to outsiders without explicit orders from above. "Unless they're the ones orchestrating the whole thing," Arnie suggested. Ryan had considered the same possibility. "And what's the story with Russia?" "They only have one bank in the global top hundreds per bank," Hodges explained. "Through certain, let's say, indirect channels, we've learned they haven't been targeted." Interesting, Ryan thought. That aligns neatly with the upgraded Kilo-class submarine intelligence. He couldn't divulge that to the finance experts yet, though he'd need to brief Hodges soon, before rumors sparked a worldwide economic meltdown. $5 trillion, Arnie repeated, shaking his head. "It's unimaginable. How could anyone pull that off?" "Digitally, without a doubt," Hodges stated. Ryan added, "Only about 8% of the world's money exists as physical cash these days. The remaining 92% is just datalons and zeros stored on a server somewhere." Hodges gestured toward the paper in Arnie's hand. "Read the letter, Mr. Van Dam." "It seems the thieves have developed a way to breach each of these banks and clean them out, figuratively speaking. They're using a system they call TR Ibluation." Ryan put on his reading glasses and skimmed the document. One section made his blood run cold. It stated that their best course of action was to cover the stolen funds and not to give chase, or there would be severe retaliation. The author claimed to have built the first genuine quantum computer, boasting that everything was exposed: secret files, official deceptions, weapons systems, energy grids, and every form of financial account from personal savings to corporate investments. Governments and businesses were equally vulnerable. Yet the thief insisted they weren't greedy. $5 trillion was sufficient for their plans. They predicted that within months the world would develop quantum cyber defenses, closing their window of opportunity, which was everyone's only hope. The message concluded with a direct warning to President Ryan. Pursuit would be futile. Any attempt would lead to the world being burned to the ground, starting with a public press release detailing the theft. Their silence was the only shield. As a token of commitment to not pursuing them, the chairman was to personally instruct a transfer of $100 billion into a specified account by 9 Eastern Time, an authority everyone knew he possessed. After all, hadn't the government essentially conjured trillions from nothing to rescue those supposedly indispensable financial giants? If the funds aren't transferred by 9 a.m. Eastern Time, I will unleash absolute pandemonium. I'm not following, Arnie stated. Is the implication that returning the $100 billion will somehow restore the $5 trillion? Ryan gave a slow, negative shake of his head. No. Hershear's keeping the $5 trillion. That sum represents a direct strike against the global financial structure itself. The separate $100 billion demand, however, feels aimed directly at me. A personal provocation. This has become deeply, unsettlingly personal, Hodges interjected, his voice loud. If this individual has indeed built a functional quantum computer, then breaching the encryption of the world's major financial institutions is entirely within the realm of possibility, exactly as claimed. Ryan, drawing on his Wall Street background, posed the critical question, though he already feared the answer. What's the real impact of losing $5 trillion? On the banks themselves? On the global money supply? He let the heavy silence hang for a moment before Hodges filled it. For the banks, it's catastrophic, Hodges explained. Their core purpose is to lend capital. Without that capital, they cannot function. If individuals and companies cannot secure loans for homes, expansion, or production, the entire economic engine seizes. The sole fragment of positive news is that each institution was left with just enough liquidity to operate for the remainder of the week. Here, Ryan noted, a flicker of grim irony, the attacker had meticulously calculated their suffering. Moorcroft added, for the global money supply, the perspective shifts slightly. The total supply is roughly 90 trillion. By taking 5 trillion, the thief has removed only about 5.5% of the whole. You're describing it like it's a minor fee, Arnie countered, a hint of frustration in his tone. A few cents on the dollar. Not at all, Mr. Van Dam. It is an unprecedented catastrophe, Moorcroft corrected sharply. Perhaps the single largest in modern history. This isn't about the percentage, it's about perception. If the public discovers their savings, their retirement accounts, their everyday funds have been wiped clean, their faith in the entire monetary system will evaporate. It would signal the end of capitalism as we know it. Hodges leaned forward, his hands flat on the table. We are not discussing a typical recession or a market correction, the kind we've weathered before. Those were severe, yes, but they existed within the predictable, if painful, business cycle. We recovered. This is different. There will be no recovery. If global economic trust is shattered, capitalism will be permanently discredited. He paused, letting the grim conclusion settle in the room. And we all understand what historically follows such a vacuum. Lenin, Hitler, Stalin, Ryan listed, his voice steady but cold. They were all born from economic despair. The result is always the same, conflict. Civil war, regional wars, world wars. What we're facing, Moorcroft said, summarizing the dread in the room, is an economic apocalypse, and inevitably a political one. Secretary of the Treasury Hodges and Federal Reserve Chairman Moorcroft both looked to the President, their faces pale. Ryan shared their profound alarm, but he knew this was the moment for resolve, not retreat. He fought to contain his own simmering fury and the cold knot of panic tightening in his chest. Every major power had been racing to develop quantum computing, a new kind of arms race he had urgently warned Congress about, advocating for proactive national investment over passive waiting. The stakes were nothing less than total strategic dominance, and the nightmare scenario a hostile actor winning the race was now horrifyingly real. Quantum computing was the 21st century's nuclear deterrent, and America had just found itself disarmed. He's set a timer on us, Mr. President. 2, in fact, Hodges said, glancing at his wristwatch. The first, as you've seen, demands we deposit $100 billion into a designated account within the next. He checked the time 43 minutes as a guarantee you will cease pursuit. A cold, determined smile touched Ryan's lips. He's profoundly mistaken if he believes I won't track him to the ends of the earth.
But to secure the time we desperately need, you are authorized to make the payment. Understood, Mr. President. I figured you'd accept his terms, so I've already set the wheels in motion. A single phone call is all it takes to finalize the deal. And what about that other deadline you mentioned, Arnie pressed?
The financial institutions I've been in touch with understand the severity of the situation. They've each given me their personal word they won't move independently, but their patience has a hard limit, the close of business today, to find an answer. I've also been in contact with my colleagues at the European Central Bank and the Bank of Japan, Moorcroft added. They've pledged to hold off on any solo actions until we can form a unified plan. The real issue is deciding what that plan should be. How much time are we actually working with here? The clock is ticking, I get that. But what's the drop-dead deadline? When do the wheels completely come off? Hodges glanced at the calendar. It's Wednesday. If we could invent a credible excuse for a worldwide banking and market suspension lasting through the weekend, we'd be stretching our luck. I'd estimate we have until the opening bell on Monday morning at the very latest, and that's only if we can secure cooperation from the Russians and the Chinese. Ryan looked at his watch. So we have roughly 119 hours to prevent a global meltdown. No wonder you all looked like you'd seen a ghost when we walked in. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. Could your tech teams fabricate a narrative? Something about a sophisticated digital virus wreaking havoc within the international financial networks. News like that could trigger a panic by itself, Hodges cautioned. Not if we frame it correctly, Ryan countered. We say the threat is contained, that all digital records are secure and intact, and that no customer funds are missing. We explain that to completely eradicate this digital pathogen, a full system shutdown is necessary. I'm not a tech expert, but the story just needs to be plausible enough for the average person to prevent a bank run and widespread fear. We can secure backing from the major banks and Wall Street, Arnie stated. They'll issue public statements of support because their own survival is on the line. They're motivated to help cook this particular meal since they're the ones in the frying pan. A brief, unexpected silence fell over the room as the weight of the conspiracy settled in. Hodges finally broke it. Let's say we miraculously convince the entire planet to pause all financial activity until Monday. Then what? How do we magically replenish $5 trillion in vanished bank assets? Ryan allowed a faint smile. That's the simple part. Simple, Arnie scoffed. How? We manufacture our own $5 trillion chain of digital code, Ryan said. What? You just conjure $5 trillion out of thin air? Arnie snapped his fingers sharply. Just like that? Explain how that's remotely possible. Modern currency is a collective fiction. It's a comforting story we tell ourselves to keep the terrifying uncertainty of chaos at bay, Ryan explained. Digital money, those sequences of ones and zeros on a server, only holds value because everyone agrees to believe it does. You're getting a bit philosophical for me, boss. Break it down for someone who prefers things straightforward. Currencies, like the US dollar, were once anchored to something physical, like gold. For nearly a century you could exchange a little over $20 for a single ounce of gold. That tangible link meant your paper money was always redeemable for something of inherent worth. Ryan's tone shifted from academic to one of blunt, almost sarcastic realism. Those days are long gone. Now it's all fiat currency. The entire multi-trillion-dollar edifice of the U.S. dollar is propped up by the full faith and credit of the U.S. government. Translation, mass psychology, and blind trust. The same shaky principle applies to every other government, using fiat money, which is all of them. If you trust the government to safeguard your wealth, then you trust your money. If the government declares that digital dollars are secure, then by public consensus they are secure. Arnie nodded, the grand strategy clicking into place. So if someone manages to loot the entire system, it proves the government can't protect the money. That shatters the trust. People decide the money is worthless, and the entire global economy seizes up. It also means we've irrevocably lost the full faith and credit of the American public, Moorcroft concluded grimly. The president's expression was grim. If the American people lose faith in our most basic promise to ensure they can feed their families, keep a roof over their heads, and clothes on their backs, then the political fallout would be catastrophic. I don't even want to imagine it. Ryan leaned forward, his voice steady. We can prevent that if we demonstrate the digital currency is secure. The path forward is to generate $5 trillion new dollars and use them to cover the stolen amount. Across the table, Moorcroft's brow furrowed. And what about triggering inflation, or sending interest rates into chaos? We can't just— This is strictly a temporary measure, Ryan interrupted, raising a hand. Once we recover the stolen funds, we'll effectively shred the replacement currency. The ledger balances and the crisis is averted. Arnie shook his head, his tone dripping with skepticism. No administration has ever taken such a step. You'd be setting a precedent that opens Pandora's box. Politicians would see it as a green light to print money for popularity. They already do, Hodges remarked dryly. It's called a $23 trillion national debt. Took them a couple centuries to perfect the art, but they got there. Moorcroft chimed in. Let's not forget quantitative easing. During the banking crisis, the Fed created $16 trillion virtually from nothing. The letter we received pointed that out quite clearly. That was different, Arnie shot back. Those were targeted economic stimuli. If Congress thinks they can mint free cash for votes, the entire system unravels. Ryan exhaled slowly. I can't base this decision on what politicians might do years from now, Stephen. All I know is this gives us breathing room and might stop the collapse we're all staring down. Unless someone has a better idea, I believe it's a risk we have to take. Hodges gave a reluctant nod. You might be right, Mr. President. But if this leaks to the public, even with a promise to make the funds whole, it will spark a panic. Confidence in every global currency would evaporate, and would trigger the very disaster we're trying to avoid. Agreed, Ryan said, turning to the chairman. Wes? The chairman offered a resigned shrug. It's a dangerous long-term strategy, no question. But given the immediacy of the threat, I don't have a superior alternative. We should proceed, Arnie. It's crazy, boss. But sometimes crazy works. You'd need every player on board by Monday, though. Frankly, getting that done would be like trying to corral 100 spooked cats into using the same litter box at the exact same time. And let's be honest, it doesn't fix the root problem. I know, Ryan said, his jaw tightening. We have to find who did this. Otherwise, tomorrow it could happen all over again. KNOXville. Tenoyase Jack was fully aware that pretending to be a federal agent was a felony, even if the agency, the Department of Homeland Investigations, was completely fabricated. Desperation had forced his hand back at the UPS store, and he still felt a pang of guilt over deceiving the kind clerk who had thanked him for his service. But in his line of work, deception was just another essential tool, as vital as the Glock 43 secured at his side. Fortunately, she had bought the story. Otherwise, she might have felt obligated to alert the very agent he was impersonating and put a target on his back. Since the FBI had already visited Redunsa's so-called office, Jack assumed they'd swept through his home as well, likely removing anything of obvious value. But investigators sometimes overlook small details, a stray note, an overlooked file, anything that could shed light on Retupso's work or his possible ties to Samler or Bakov. Finding a link to Renee would be a major breakthrough. Any scrap of intelligence on Rapro would be a huge win. It was a long shot, but worth the effort. Following the GPS in his Jeep, Jack headed back east on Kingston Pike toward Nayland Drive. He traced the winding curve of the Tennessee River behind the University of Tennessee campus, his eyes constantly checking the mirrors for any unwanted followers. As they passed the towering Thompson-Boling Arena, home to the national champion Lady Voles basketball team, Gavin nearly leaped out of his seat, pointing excitedly at the landmark before catching himself and sinking back down, embarrassed by his outburst. Gavin had only ever glimpsed the stadium's interior through a television broadcast. He made Jack swear they would return for a proper tour of the arena, followed by pulled pork sandwiches at Calhoun's on the river. Leaving Neyland Stadium behind, they drove up to the Henley Street Bridge and turned south onto Chapman Highway. The route took them past the dignified mountain-stone facade of Berry Funeral Home and into a quiet, historic neighborhood where the streets were canopied by mature trees. Navigating the narrow lanes, Jack and Gavin passed one well-maintained home after another. On a weekday morning, the area was still, the only signs of life being a handful of cars parked in driveways, likely belonging to remote workers or stay-at-home parents. "That's the one," Gavin said, gesturing toward a river rock house that stood out on the block. Jack gently guided his hand down. "No pointing, Gav. It's impolite, and it draws attention we don't want." "Oh man, that was dumb. My bad." As they drove past, Jack caught sight of a yellow no entrance notice taped to the red front door, undoubtedly placed by the FBI. He took an extra loop through the neighborhood, scanning for any government vehicles or curious faces in windows. Satisfied they weren't being watched, Jack turned into Runso's driveway, thick with foliage, and circled to the back where a single-car garage was hidden from the street. "Stay alert, Gav. Let's not give the neighbors a reason to dial 911. Got it?" Gavin whispered, adjusting the strap of his messenger bag. After a final scan for onlookers, Jack and Gavin slipped on latex gloves. With a few deft movements of his lockpick, Jack had the back door open. They stepped into a small kitchen, and the scene before them was anything but good. The kitchen had been ravaged. Drawers were upended on the floor, their contents silverware, pots, pans, and ladar-cattered in a chaotic jumble. Every cabinet door hung open, as did the pantry and the utility closet, with their contents dumped unceremoniously across the tiles. It looked as if a tornado had torn through the room. Given the sheer destruction, Jack assumed the rest of the house had suffered the same fate. He was correct. Room by room they moved through the old house. 2 small bathrooms, a formal dining room that oddly housed a pool table, and 2 bedrooms. Each space had been thoroughly ransacked. Cushions, pillows, and mattresses were slashed open. Drawers and closets were emptied and overturned. The single silver lining in this chaos was the implication that whatever the intruders sought hadn't been found easily, if at all. Jack also knew this level of destruction wasn't the FBI's style. They would have at least tried to restore some order. This mess pointed to someone else, likely Samler. The last room they entered was the largest bedroom, which had been converted into a combination game room and office. In one corner, a file cabinet stood with its drawers yanked open, papers strewn across the floor alongside a shattered router and a broken laser printer. A green leather couch was pushed against the far wall, its cushions slit open. Resting on one of the torn cushions was a damaged display case. "Holy cow, check that out!" Gavin hurried over and lifted the case. It was about 2 feet wide, a foot tall, and 6 inches deep, with a glass front that was now cracked. Inside was what looked to Jack like an ancient computer keyboard, thick beige, with brown keys. Jack was baffled by Gavin's excitement. "What's so special about it?" "Are you serious? That's a vintage Commodore 64. I used to have one as a kid." "This is seriously cool," Jack merely shrugged. "If you say so." He nodded toward a slashed office chair lying on its side. "What about that?" Gavin stared at him as if he'd just asked why the sky was blue. "That's a full racing simulator rig, complete with a gearshift, steering wheel, and pedals. This guy was seriously into racing. Like video games." Gavin's expression said it all, even if he kept quiet. He carefully placed the shattered display case back on the sofa, treating it like a priceless relic, then gestured toward the massive 85-inch LG television mounted on the wall. Runso had quite the setup here. He moved to the shelves beneath the screen, pointing at a distinct rectangular outline in the dust on the top shelf. They took his console. Leaning in for a closer look, Gavin studied the imprint. Based on the dimensions, I'd say this was an Xbox One X. His eyes scanned the room, landing on a broken controller discarded in the corner. Yeah, definitely a 1X. What's the big deal? Gaming consoles are powerful computers, especially that model.
We're talking a 1 terabyte hard drive, 12 gigs of RAM, and a 6 teraflop graphics processor. If I wanted to hide digital files, that's exactly where I'd put them. Jack nudged one of the many empty game cases scattered across the floor with his foot. Most were racing titles.
They took the discs, too. Even better for hiding data, Gavin agreed. Jack muttered a curse. Anything Runza might have concealed here was likely already discovered and removed, whether by federal agents or, more probably, Sandler. Tay! Gavin's sudden, sharp cry made Jack pivot instantly, his hand already moving beneath his jacket.
By the time he was fully turned, his Glock 43 was held steady in a low ready position. Gavin's eyes went wide. Whoa! Talk about a quick draw. That was straight out of an old Western. A screen tends to have that effect, Jack said, holstering the weapon, a mix of irritation and relief on his face.
What did you see? Gavin bent down, retrieving a cracked photo frame and passing it to Jack. It was an autographed picture of Elon Musk, personalized to Runza. How awesome is this? Jack frowned, initially unimpressed. Then a thought struck him. He scanned the room once more before handing the frame back.
What does that tell you? He probably met Elon Musk. That's incredible. Jack shook his head. Look around. Really look. What do you see? Gavin did as instructed, his face gradually breaking into a grin. He held up the photo again. You're right, Jack. Runza was a car enthusiast. I'll bet he even drives a Tesla. Let's move. Jack headed back through the kitchen, pausing at the door to check the street. Seeing it clear, he and Gavin hurried to the garage and pulled the door open. It was empty. No car. Just a couple of garden tools hanging on the walls. Gavin adjusted the messenger bag slipping from his shoulder. Jack pointed at the floor. Looks like there were storage boxes here. Quite a few of them. Whoever took them must have thought they contained something important. Something that required a very thorough search. Probably tax documents, business records, that kind of thing. They hauled them away to avoid spending hours sifting through them here. Makes sense, Jack.
But where's his car? The only logical place is the airport, where he'd leave it before flying to Spain. No, I mean, if he's such a car guy and has a garage but uses it for storage, where does he actually keep his vehicle? Now that is an excellent question. I think I have an idea. We need to find a key fob, Gavin said, carefully stepping over the clutter on the kitchen floor, his head constantly turning. Tesla has a phone app for remote access, but they also make physical fobs. Find the fob, and we find the car. And how does finding the fob lead us to the car? You find the fob. I'll handle locating the car. Gavin went to a small key rack mounted on the wall. It held a few traditional lock keys, likely including a spare house key. I didn't notice a fob when we searched earlier, Jack remarked. Neither did I, but I believe I can find it. Gavin reached into his bag and produced a handheld electronic device. Key fobs emit a constant radio frequency signal to communicate with their paired vehicle. In North America, that frequency transmits at 315 megahertz, give or take a couple megahertz based on the vehicle's make and model. He lifted the small gadget in his hand, and this little beauty is an RF signal scanner, calibrated to that exact range. You're kidding, you just carry one of those around? Gavin tapped his messenger bag. I've got all sorts of useful tools in here. Like I said, you handle the muscle, I handle the tech. Now let's just hope Runza wasn't so paranoid he kept his key fob wrapped in a Faraday pouch. Gavin powered the device on.
If he was even slightly cautious, he'd know better than to leave it near an exterior door. That's where thieves can intercept the signal from outside, boost it, and relay it to an accomplice waiting by the car, with the transmitter mimicking the fob. Right. Everyone knows that trick. Everyone in this house except you, Jack. Let's move. Gavin picked up the fob signal and, in under 5 minutes, located it tucked inside a hollowed-out toilet paper roll on the bathroom floor. Okay, so he was a little paranoid after all. But here we go. Gavin retrieved it and passed it to Jack. What does the point if we don't know where the car is? Downtown, you need to be right next to it for this to work. Jack pressed the button. Nothing happened. You need to be within 3 feet. I don't. Gavin moved to a window facing the street and drew the curtain aside. He then produced another device. Observe the previously mentioned signal amplifier. He switched it on. Try the button again. Jack pressed it. Both men saw a pair of headlights flash faintly beneath a plain car cover just up the street, barely 200 feet away. You didn't hear an engine because it's electric, Gavin said, sounding oddly professional. Thanks, Elon, Jack replied dryly. I might have pieced that together. We need to search that car. It could hold the exact clue we've been missing. Still fairly certain they weren't under surveillance by hired killers, federal agents, or nosy neighbors. Jack and Gavin removed the car cover, folded it, and tossed it into the back of the sleek Tesla Model S in midnight silver. Jack handed Gavin the keys to their Jeep. Meet me at that funeral home we passed earlier. We can't leave the Tesla here. On it. Jack slid into the Tesla and drove the short distance back to the parking lot of Berry Funeral Home. He parked the Model S toward the rear where other vehicles provided some cover and privacy. Gavin pulled in beside him and climbed into the passenger seat, messenger bag in hand. Within minutes, they accessed the Tesla's onboard navigation system. From there, Gavin hacked into the vehicle's internal drive and downloaded all its stored GPS history onto his tablet. The data only spanned 8 months, apparently, when Runso had bought the car. With the information loaded, Gavin pulled up a local map and plotted the thousands of GPS coordinates, creating a web of blue lines crisscrossing Knoxville and the surrounding region. 2 major hubs stood out dramatically among the rest, Runso's house and one other site. What is this place? Jack asked. Gavin pulled up the location on a mapping app. No label. Looks like some kind of industrial park or distribution center. He dropped the Street View pin onto the spot. The images that loaded were deliberately blurred. Well, that's interesting, Gavin remarked. That's either a classified government site, or someone paid a lot to obscure the view. Then ID say it's time we paid a visit to Runso's real office. Jack and Gavin took the Wrangler on the 16-minute drive toward the travel hub they'd identified as Runso's primary workplace. They'd left the Tesla at the funeral home but kept the key fob just in case someone else managed to connect the same dots Gavin had. On the way, Jack reminded Gavin to keep it casual during their drive. Bino pointing, no filming, not even a prolonged stare at the building. Jack wanted to avoid alerting any security personnel as he and Gavin conducted their reconnaissance. They cruised past the primary entrance, where a towering 15-foot chain-link fence crowned with razor wire encircled the property. Bright lampposts stood like sentinels across the grounds, with additional fixtures mounted directly onto the warehouse exteriors, making the entire complex glow intensely after dark. Surveillance cameras were positioned at frequent intervals. A plain white sign visible from the street bore the initials WML alongside the address. A uniformed guard emerged from a booth to meet an arriving semi-truck, the holstered pistol on his hip clearly discernible even from a distance. Several other freight trucks were docked at loading bays, where workers used forklifts and hand carts to move cargo. Jack also noted a man on the loading dock dressed in plain clothes, but his athletic frame, crisp haircut, and purposeful stride marked him as security. The main administrative offices appeared to be housed in this first structure, with the same WML logo applied in white vinyl lettering on the glass entrance doors. Jack continued driving, passing a second secured gate with more guards on duty. Beyond it, rows of freshly painted military vehicles, both combat and support modelless, were neatly arranged in a vast lot. A freight train moved slowly along tracks behind the fenced property,
and from the road Jack observed that the rail line and the facility grounds seemed elevated above a broad, murky green river. Power lines ran parallel to the rails. Following the signal from Gavin's tracking software, Jack drove on. The device chimed as they passed a third gate, confirming this was the location Runzo had visited repeatedly in his Tesla. A tanker truck carrying liquid nitrogen was idling just outside this closed gate. Its driver presented identification to an armed guard while another plainclothes security man climbed into the truck's cab. A second uniformed guard used the inspection mirror to scrutinize the vehicle's undercarriage. A line of refrigerated trailers was being unloaded, some bearing logos of well-known food brands. Through the open roll-up doors, Jack could see workers in insulated coveralls operating forklifts inside. The same freight train that had passed the earlier building now approached this one, its brakes shrinking as it ground to a clattering halt. Jack didn't linger. He was certain security cameras covered every vehicle approaching or leaving this more restricted facility, and likely monitored all traffic on the frontage road as well. He put another mile between himself and the distribution center before turning into an empty roadside lot. "What's your take, Gav? It's a massive operation." 3 separate access points. Armed guards, which I suppose isn't totally unusual for a high-value storage site. Did you catch the undercover guys? Those aren't your average mall cops. Not really. My side vision isn't the best. Some of them were carrying serious hardware. Real professional operator vibe. That second compound had military vehicles parked everywhere, Gavin noted. Maybe that explains it. But what about the refrigerated warehouse? Why the heavy armament there? They seemed the most jumpy of all. They must be protecting something incredibly high value. I'm going to guess it isn't a trailer full of Stauffer's meat lovers Lazanather that is a personal favorite of mine. So let's talk about Runzo. Why would a genius like him work at a frozen food depot? The career jump from Oak Ridge National Lab to this place doesn't add up. Unless they've developed a classified deep dish pizza formula in there. I doubt they'd require the security clearances he held. And he wouldn't need a physics doctorate to stack frozen dinners. So what was he doing at Oral? Those details were blacked out in the records. But he was involved in a project so compartmentalized, even your dad would have had trouble getting a look. It had to be something on the absolute cutting edge of national security. Advanced nuclear technology, laser-based defense systems, maybe a prototype electromagnetic launcher, something along those lines. At a place like Oak Ridge National Laboratory, absolutely, but inside a frozen food distribution center. Gavin rubbed his dry, flaking head. I get it. The logic falls apart. We have to get inside, but the security we saw was way too intense for a simple bluff. And with just the two of us, staging some kind of assault is completely off the table. An assault? Jack nearly laughed out loud. Probably for the best. My thought is we contact the FBI or the Department of Defense and have them sweep the place. And say what exactly? That a warehouse stocked with hungry man dinners represents a clear and present danger to the country? Okay, fine. It sounds ridiculous when you put it like that. Gavin's stomach let out a long liquid groan. I'm starving. What do you say we head to Calhoun's? Shouldn't be more than 15 minutes from here. Sounds like a plan. Gives us a minute to breathe and figure out our next step. Jack shifted the Jeep into drive and glanced in the mirror. A massive refrigerated truck roared by, swirling a cloud of red and orange leaves in its wake as it headed back toward Knoxville. Once it passed, Jack pulled onto the 2-lane road, his mind churning over the puzzle, while Gavin browsed the restaurant's menu on his phone. They drove for a few miles, adhering to the posted 30-mile-per-hour limit. Out of nowhere, Gavin yelled, "I'm a complete moron! How could I have missed it?" He smacked his own forehead with his hand. "Hey, relax. It's just lunch we're talking about. We have to go back to Runzo's. Right now." "What for?" "Now, Jack. We need to turn around immediately." Jack swung the Wrangler behind Runzo's house once more, keeping it concealed from the road, Both men pulled on fresh gloves before slipping back into the house and heading straight for the game room. Gavin took the lead, moving with urgent purpose. "Seriously, what's got you so wound up?" Gavin hurried to the shattered display case holding the Commodore 64 and lifted it carefully. He gazed through the broken glass at the old computer with a look of profound longing, as if greeting a cherished friend thought lost forever. "Jack, you got a knife on you." Jack produced his everyday carry blade, the same Kershaw blurser he'd used on Van Delben's leg back at the mill. He flicked the razor-sharp blade open and passed it to Gavin, handle first. Gavin flipped the shadow box over and laid it face down on the carpet. Using the knife, he meticulously cut away the fabric backing, exposing the power cord and a tangle of connection wires. Behind that was a sturdier board that secured the computer. Tucked in the space were 3 small parcels, wrapped in unmarked brown paper. "Oh, yes." Gavin unwrapped the first package with extreme care, as if it contained priceless historical documents. He let out a sigh of pure, reverent satisfaction. "And the game cartridges are here, too. Is that supposed to mean something to me?" Even then worked the knife's tip under the thin, twisted wires that held the computer fast to its backing. "Is now really the moment for a round of vintage video games?" Jack asked, watching Gavin's surgical focus. Runzo was brilliant. "I can tell because I speak the language," Gavin stated. "Every kid genius who could possibly get one of these machines did, or made their family's life miserable begging for one." A minute later, Gavin had the Commodore 64 free. He gathered the computer, its peripherals, and the cartridges, and carried them over to the large wall-mounted television. He set the items down with ceremonial care, like a priest preparing an offering. He angled the TV out to access the ports on the back. "Runzo planned for everything," Gavin murmured. He looked at Jack. He was on our side. "I fear it in my bones. Based on his taste in retro gaming? Just watch." Gavin connected the Commodore 64 and powered it on. "Come to Papa," he whispered, as the machine's familiar startup screen flickered to life on the television. The Commodore V2 screen flickered to life, the green text announcing 64K of RAM and over 38,000 bytes free. Gavin slid a game cartridge into the side slot with a confident click. The television display shifted, prompting for a password. "See, I told you," Gavin said, a grin spreading across his face. "Nobody password-protective arcade games back in the day. He's hiding files in here, plain as day." "You can get past it?" Jack asked. "Please. You're insulting me, Jack. Seriously, Runzo and I are from the same tribigamers think alike." Gavin's fingers flew over the clacking keyboard. "You keep digging here. I'm going back to check out Runzo's workplace. Ring me if something pops up." "Got it." Gavin looked up, his expression turning serious. "Just watch your back, okay? You keep yours on a swivel, too. No idea who might come knocking." Jack drew his Glock, offering it. "Handle first. Take this, just in case." Gavin eyed the pistol and shook his head. "Pretty sure you're the one walking into the fire. You hang on to it." After memorizing the map, Jack took a turn onto a narrow access road just a few miles from the distribution hub. A rough strategy taking shape. His phone buzzed. "Gavin." "What did you find?" "I'm in the system." "That's great. You're a total it's bad, Jack. Worse than we ever guessed." "My God." Gavin's voice wavered, thick with dread. "Worse how? Explain." Runzo was running a project labeled Tribulation. "Tabulation? I thought we were tracking Rapture." "They're two sides of the same cursed coin. Both are quantum computing initiatives, full universal QPUs, entangled particles, the complete package. Rapture is the official Oak Ridge project. Tabulation is the stolen parallel version run by Runzo, and a scientist named Parsons. Is that even achievable? A real quantum machine? They must have done it, because the data is all here. This is catastrophic. A computer with that kind of power rewrites all the rules. Jack recalled his operations in Singapore, thwarting a Chinese plot to steal quantum algorithms. That tech was primitive compared to this. It rewrites everything, Gavin agreed, his tone grim. And in the wrong hands it rewrites everything for the worse.
There isn't a single secure system on the planet that could survive a quantum brute force assault. What more did you find? It gets darker. Gavin laid out the details. He wasn't exaggerating. The reality was more terrifying than anything they had envisioned. Washina, D.C. Ale-Atrafacident Ryan was at the Resolute desk when his private cell chimed. The list of people with that number was exceedingly short. Family and a handful of trusted aides. They understood it was for emergencies only, because he would always answer, even amid chaos. It was Jack Jr. "Son, what is it?" The line crackled with static, making Jack's voice hard to hear. "No time for details, but Gavin and I just uncovered a plot for a $5 trillion heist, happening imminently. They're using a quantum computer called Revelation, and that's not even the worst part." Ryan was stunned.
How had Jack uncovered this? You're behind the curve. It's already occurred. What? Hold on, I'm putting you on speaker. I have Treasury Secretary Stephen Hodges and Federal Reserve Chairman Wesley Moorcroft with me. Tell them what else you know about Revelation. We still need to identify the specific financial institutions that were breached. The banks? The banks are the least of our problems. Gavin can brief you on that later.
Right now, we are at DACON levels for a whole different reason. Explain. Tabulation's next target is a Chinese-Russian naval drill in the Bering Sea, code-named Snowdragon. They're planning to hijack the exercise's command systems. These maniacs are trying to spark World War III. When? It's happening now. Ryan's face went pale.
So we missed the window? Not necessarily. The intelligence points to a launch today. I have to assume it's active or will be within minutes. All I know is we have to stop it. Immediately. How? Revelation is housed in Knoxville.
That's where I am. There's an FBI tactical team stationed in Knoxville, Ryan said. What's the location for this Revelation operation? He snatched a notepad and pen from his desk, scribbling down the address as Jack relayed it. Tearing the sheet free, he thrust it into Arnie's grip. Contact Director Maden. Tell her to mobilize her SWAT team to that location immediately. Brief her on everything you've heard, and have her call me for any further details. And get Scott, Bob, and Mary Pat up here now. You got it, sir. Arnie sprang into motion. One more item, Pop, Jack's voice came through the speaker. Send an FBI unit to Houston. Ryan called out to Arnie, who was already at the threshold. Arnie, wait. He pivoted back to the phone. Why Houston? Because Buck Logan is the mastermind behind all of this. Logan. Gavin can give you the full rundown. But you need to apprehend Logan before he gets wind of what happened in Knoxville. Did you get all that? Ryan asked Van Dam. I'm calling Medina right now. Jack, any possibility you can get to that address and be our eyes on the scene? It'll be a solid 30 minutes before the FBI can gear up and deploy. Get there? I'm already on site. Then hold your position. I'll update you as soon as I know more. You did excellent work, son. Jack? The line from Jack had gone silent. Sulu see off the coast of Munden eo the Fila Bena's bosom rested against the starboard rail of the Lupita, gazing at the brilliant full moon casting its glow over the endless dark ocean. He took a slow draw from his cigar, mulling over his next step. Revelation had been initiated per the encrypted message from the boss, though its ultimate goal had always been kept vague to him. That same communication confirmed another deposit into the Samler account. Sublex's widow would receive her husband's portion, and his own share as well. Money held no value for Guzum. Loyalty was his only currency. His crew would finish this job with enough funds to retire if they chose. Many of them would. He could not. He'd spent considerable time reflecting on the deaths of Van Delden, Sablak, and the now confirmed loss of Bakov. Death, he had concluded, wasn't such a terrible fate. It was the cessation of pain and the end of dread. Unless, of course, hell was real. Then agony and terror would merely be the opening act. But he'd abandoned belief in such concepts years ago. This existence was hell enough. A peculiar sense of peace settled over him. The primary mission he was hired for was complete. The tasks for the next fortnight were incidental. He would finish those too. And then the next assignment. He exhaled a plume of smoke into the cool night air and flicked the cigar butt toward the water near the hull. It struck the slick mottled skin of a patrolling tiger shark. Simultaneously, on the other side of the planet, a digital screen displayed 4 crimson markers in oceans across the world. They symbolized 4 Samler motherships. A 5th marker, representing the Lupita in the Sulu Sea, glowed yellow. In that instant it shifted to red. The technician allowed herself a small, satisfied smile. She had remotely triggered the automatic homing beacons within the Tiger Shark drone. She had also disabled the mothership's drone tracking systems and ignored all their frantic requests for technical support. The nearest drone sharks returned stealthily to their respective vessels and, on her command, detonated as programmed. Gujum's ship was the last. The remaining sharks also self-destructed, obliterating any trace of their existence. Everything had proceeded perfectly according to the plan. All loose ends were now severed. She dispatched an encrypted text to her employer, Ganen Dandrosalated. She powered down her computer, a smirk of accomplishment on her face. This would certainly earn her a spectacular bonus. She stretched and began to yawn, but the sudden staccato rhythm of automatic gunfire outside snapped her jaws shut. She vaulted to her feet, grabbing her backpack containing her wallet, passport, car keys, and a compact Ruger 327 LCR revolver. A concealed emergency exit at the rear of her office led to the underground parking garage. As she whirled to flee, her office door exploded inward, nearly ripped from its hinges. An FBI agent, full tactical gear and a bump helmet, filled the doorway, speckles of blood stark on his face. She let her backpack fall to the ground. The SWAT commander leveled his rifle directly at her. "Where is Logan? Kiano X, Tenno C." Having reviewed the map earlier, Jack found a maintenance route that passed under the raised railway, bringing him close to the river. Once clear of the underpass, he left the paved service road for a muddy trail squeezed between the water and the embankment. The Wrangler's aggressive tires flung muck and autumn leaves as he sped toward the distribution center. He remained concealed the whole time, even as he passed the razor-wire perimeter of the sprawling WNL complex. He hit the brakes, sliding to a stop. He was now positioned opposite the locomotive of the train he'd heard arriving earlier during his drive-by with Gavin. Still tucked below the raised track and out of sight, Jack leaped out, released the winch, and began unspooling the heavy-duty cable. He hauled out the steel hook, looping the rope over his shoulder as he worked. After freeing the full 80-foot length, he used his knife to cut the slender Dyneema loop securing the rope to the winch drum. With the high-capacity line slung across his chest like a bandolier, he scrambled up the slope. He flattened himself near the fence, peering under the train's massive wheels for any sign of guards or workers. The distant end of the long train was a hive of activity forklifts and crews unloading cars, but it was too far off to matter for now. So far, so good. Now for the tricky bit, dealing with the razor wire. Jack set the coiled rope down, shrugged off his sport coat, then picked the rope back up. Hooking a finger through the coat's hanging loop, he grabbed the fence and started climbing. The hulking diesel engine blocked him from any watching eyes on the other side. When he reached the coiled razor wire on top, he tossed his coat over it, clambered across, and descended the other side, dropping the last few feet to the ground. He went prone again, scanning the area. Everyone in the yard seemed focused on their tasks. No one was near Jack's position. If something as dire as T-aribulation was unfolding inside the frozen warehouse, the people outside clearly had no idea. Jack scurried toward the front of the locomotive, putting it between him and his target, a separate structure beside the main warehouse. The HVAC building. Jack formulated a plan that was breathtakingly simple.
Emphasis on breathtakingly dumb, he muttered, crouching beside one of the train's steel wheels. He had no other choice. Stopping tabulation right now was the only goal, and he knew the FBI was still 20 minutes away. Waiting for them was a risk he couldn't take. For all he knew, all hell was already breaking loose inside. Without his team for backup, without detailed plans of the facility, and outgunned by what looked like at least 10 professional security operatives, only one reckless, long-shot Hail Mary idea came to mind. Gavin's phone briefing had included one crucial detail. The computer they built depended on extreme cold. Nearly absolute zero, Gavin had said. The only vulnerability Jack could think of was the HVAC unit he'd spotted earlier. He considered cutting the power lines running along the tracks, but a system that's sensitive would certainly have a backup generator. There was no way to kill the power reliably. That left a single desperate option. Jack slid into the narrow gap beneath the locomotive, squeezed between the massive fuel tanks with the coil of rope still slung over his shoulder. Fortune was on his side. The rail car directly behind the engine was already fully loaded. All the commotion of loading was concentrated far down the line, a distant hive of activity where every train worker was fixated. This was the moment. No second chances. After a final sweeping glance, Jack burst from his hiding spot and sprinted to the squat cinder block structure housing the HVAC equipment. He ducked low behind it, seeking cover from any watchful eyes or surveillance cameras, or so he desperately hoped. Rounding the corner, he tried the steel door handle. A locked door would have been too easy. With a muttered curse, he retreated to the rear wall. His eyes darted to the opposite side. Perfect. A service ladder was fixed to the exterior, leading straight to the roof. Jack raced to it and scaled the rungs with frantic simian speed. Flat on his belly atop the roof, the world roared to life around him. The refrigeration unit's colossal compressor thundered inside its aluminum shell, hot air blasting through the metal louvers, while the electric motor driving it all vibrated with a furious hum beside him. A silent prayer of thanks escaped his lips. Slipping the rope from his shoulder, Jack paid out enough line to grasp the heavy steel winch hook. He fastened it through the massive eye bolt welded to the motor casinga fitting meant for lifting the unit during installation. A quick scan of the rail yard confirmed he was still invisible. He shouldered the remaining rope, descending the ladder and retracing his path to the train. Beneath the engine, he swiftly tied off the other end around a solid steel I-beam in the undercarriage, then paused. The rope was rated for 12,000 pounds. The motor weighed a fraction of that. But the motor was bolted down. Would the rope's force snap those bolts? A cold knot of doubt tightened in his gut. He did the math in his head. It had to work. Untying the knot, Jack devised a new plan. He looped the rope's end around the same I-beam, creating a crude pulley system, then fed the line back through. After ensuring the coast was clear, he dashed back up the ladder, threaded the rope through the eye-bolt a second time for extra purchase, and scrambled back down to secure it under the train. That's when he collided with a security guard. The man's hand shot toward his sidearm as he barked, "What the hell?" Jack was quicker. A sharp blow to the throat silenced the shout, leaving the guard choking and clutching his neck as he sank to his knees. Jack drove his own knee upward into the man's jaw, sending him sprawling backward into the dirt, unconscious. In one fluid motion, Jack yanked the pistol from its Kydex holster, tucked it into his own waistband, then ducked back under the train to finish securing the rope. It was a reckless gamble, but the improvised pulley now doubled the pulling force to 24,000 pounds. He hurried back to the fallen guard, grabbed him by the shoulders and dragged him under the train before shoving him down the gravel embankment. Jack didn't check for a pulse. On any other day he might have. But today one man's life, especially if he was one of Samlar's men, wasn't worth the fortune hanging in the balance. Only one task remained. In the locomotive cab, the engineer slept deeply in his seat, his wristwatch alarm set for another 20 minutes of peace. The rude awakening came from the icy press of a gun barrel against his ear. He jolted upright, bleary eyes, widening at the sight of Jack's. Glop aimed at his bearded face. What is this? Jack gestured broadly around the engineer's console. This is a locomotive. You're the conductor. Start it up. We're leaving. The man blinked, struggling to process the demand. Leaving? To where? I can't. Jack shoved the pistol's cold barrel against the man's temple. Move it. Now, where to? Just roll it forward. 100 feet will do. Listen, pal. Jack gestured sharply with the gun toward the controls. Brake release. Throttle. Dead man's switch. You can operate this, or I can paint the cab with your brains and figure it out myself. Choose before I finish counting down. All right, I'm moving. The massive diesel engine, a 4,000 horsepower beast, rumbled to life as the throttle was nudged forward. Couplers slammed together down the line with a jarring crash. Confused shouts erupted from the loaders farther back, their curses swallowed by the growing noise. The entire train, a snake of 45 cars, began to creep ahead, scattering workers and forklifts in disarray. The heavy rope Jack had secured underneath went tight, singing with tension. As the train dragged forward, the oversized eye-bolt on the electric motor above started to groan and bend. The motor mount bolts held firm to the concrete, but the cheaper bolts anchoring the motor itself sheared clean off. With a screech of metal, the motor toppled. The drive belt whipped free from its wheel, and 30 seconds later, the whole assembly crashed into the dirt, tearing down its power line and transformer in a shower of sparks. The deep freeze unit was dead. Silence followed, then was shattered by blaring klaxons. Jack had just poked the hornet's nest with a very big stick. He spun around as heavy boots clanged onto the steel deck behind him. A uniformed guard, panting from his sprint to catch the moving train and his climb up the 8-foot ladder, froze at the sight of Jack's weapon. His hand flew toward his own holster. A single shot from Jack's pistol tore through the air, striking the guard in the forehead. The man crumpled, his body slumping against a fire extinguisher. Almost instantly, bullets began to spang against the cab's exterior, a few ricocheting inside like angry wasps. The engineer cried out, clutching a wounded arm. "Time to go," Jack barked, grabbing the man's shoulder. "We're finished here." He hauled the engineer from his seat. The moment the man's hand left the safety handle, the train's brakes seized with a deafening shriek of steel. They stumbled toward the cab door. Another guard was already on the ladder, climbing fast. Jack lashed out with a boot, catching him square under the nose. Even through the leather he felt the sickening crunch of breaking bone. The guard plummeted backward, landing in a limp heap on the ground below. Jack tried to pull the engineer along, but the older man wrenched himself free, still gripping his bleeding arm. "Just shoot me here, or leave me be. I can get you out of this." "Go to hell. You've done plenty. I'll handle myself." "Have it your way." "Thanks for the lift." The engineer's reply was a venomous, "Shove it." Jack swung down the ladder, dropped the last few feet, and hit the ground off balance, stumbling to his knees. Dirt kicked up near his face as bullets found their mark. He was a sitting duck. With a desperate roll, he tumbled down the gravel embankment, gunfire peppering the space he'd just occupied. At the bottom, he scrambled to his knees, pistol raised toward the ridge. A frantic look told him his Wrangler was a full football field, away on impossible sprint. A guard crested the embankment, an MP5 submachine gun rising in his hands. The guard's head snapped violently to the side, erupting in a red mist. An FBI sniper, positioned somewhere in the chaos, had just evened the odds. Parsons, now equipped with a fresh Montenegrin identity and a matching biometric passport, had made it to Dubrovnik without a hitch. From there, a private helicopter was waiting. Her nerves didn't truly settle until they had crossed the Adriatic and left Italian airspace far behind. She kept an eye on the news feeds, but there was no mention of terribulation. No global financial collapse, no outbreak of war nothing. It was almost amusing in a distant way. That was Logan's problem now. Her own dream was finally realized. Everything else belonged to the past. She had been meticulous, covering her tracks and making her arrangements. As the Eurocopter lifted into the golden wash of a spectacular sunset, her spirits soared with it. In under 30 minutes, She would reach her final destination, a picturesque Adriatic town of about 20,000, wrapped in ancient Venetian walls and dripping with Mediterranean charm. Early retirement here promised peace, quiet, stunning beauty, and the significant bonus of no extradition treaty. Her luggage was deliberately minimal, a single, nondescript carry-on with just the essentials and some protein bars for the long journey. All electronics and all lingering worries had been left behind. The pilot, who operated out of a small but efficient FBO office, had greeted her with a disarming smile and the lean build of a distance runner. His blue eyes were particularly striking. She felt a familiar, warm flicker of attraction, but knew better than to step out of character. She did, however, accept his offered gin and tonic before boarding. It was, after all, her favorite drink. Now, cruising 500 feet above the white-capped sea, a profound sense of safety washed over her. The adrenaline that had fueled the last 24 hours finally drained away, leaving her utterly exhausted. The rhythmic thrum of the rotors was a lullaby. She was free. Her eyelids grew impossibly heavy. The handsome pilot navigating from the left seat turned and gave her another charming smile. "Tired?" he asked. "Terribly," she murmured. "Just close your eyes. I'll wake you when we arrive," he said softly. But she was already gone. The blue-eyed pilot keyed his headset, whispering a command to his co-pilot, a woman. She smoothly nosed the EC-145 into a gentle dive, descending until they were skimming just 50 feet above the waves. The helicopter came to a perfect hover. Unbuckling his harness, the pilot moved into the passenger compartment. He checked for a pulse steady, her breathing deep and regular. She wouldn't stir for hours. In truth, she would never wake again. Reaching behind her seat, he pulled out a heavy duffel bag. He secured a 66-pound dumbbell to her right wrist with a set of handcuffs, then unbuckled her seatbelt. Sliding the door open, he gave her a firm shove into the open air. The weight hit the bright blue water first, yanking Parsons down by her anchored arm, her body following in a swift, straight plunge. He slid the door shut, returned to his seat, and buckled in for the short flight back. Daisy sa Kampdader, Maryland Jack Ryan Jr. stood beside his father at Station 1 on the Skeet Range, positioned just below the high house. The range officer, Mike Cravey, a 3-ton national champion, pointed at both men. "Ready?" Jack and his dad nodded in unison. "Ready." "You won the toss," President Ryan said. Jack took his stance and raised his Benelli Supersport semi-automatic. He pressed the oversized red release, the bolt slamming home with a solid dunk. "Pull!" The first clay launched from the high house behind him. Jack fired, pulverizing the target, just as the second bird shot from the low house. He shattered that one, too. "Nice job, son. The first station's the easy part." "I'm not talking about the shooting," his father said, his tone shifting from casual to deeply earnest. He met Jack's eyes. "Thanks to what you and Gavin pulled off, we sidestepped a global economic meltdown, recovered the funds, and stopped a potential catastrophe." Jack shrugged, a little uncomfortable with the direct praise. "Gavin did most of the heavy lifting, Var. You're up." Ryan stepped into position, the weight of his Caesar Guerini Summit Limited over and under shotgun familiar in his hands. It was a fine piece, a recent anniversary gift from his wife, another testament to her impeccable taste. The president chuckled. "That business with the train was clever work." Jack flashed a grin. "I've always believed it's better to be lucky than skilled." "I'd say it was a bit of both." Jack's choice to target the warehouse refrigeration unit came from Gavin's intelligence, which stated the computer required millable Vin temperatures to function. What Gavin failed to mention was that those near absolute zero conditions were maintained by a laser cooling process, not by a standard compressor like you'd find in an everyday freezer. Blowing up the HVAC unit did nothing to the quantum computer's subatomic cooling system. However, ripping out that motor, the transformer and the connected wiring caused a brief power interruption to the entire building. The outage lasted under 2 seconds before the emergency generator engaged, but that sliver of time was enough to disrupt the delicate laser mechanism. Once disturbed, the entire TR isolation system crashed and required a full reboot. Jack's assault also diverted the warehouse security team, giving the FBI SWAT team the critical opening they needed to move in and secure the scene before TR isolation could come back online. They apprehended the scientists and programmers and seized all the hardware, stopping the transfer of $5 trillion and halting the attack on Snowdragon, which was set to launch just 7 minutes after Jack cut the power. Ryan shouldered the shotgun, aligning the Bradley white front bead over the silver mid bead like a tiny snowman. Pull! Cravey pressed his remote, and an orange clay target launched from the high house. The 12-gauge recoiled against Ryan's shoulder. The target disintegrated into a puff of orange dust just as a second clay shot from the low house. Ryan fired again and missed. The intact target thudded into the grass behind them. "Maybe it's time to take up shuffleboard, old man," Jack teased. Ryan glanced at Cravey. "I'll take my extra bird now." "Of course, sir." Ryan loaded a single shell into the top barrel and stepped back to the shooting square. "Pull!" The low house target arced into the sky. Ryan shattered it cleanly. He turned back to his son with a wink. "Back to even, kid?" Cravey smiled. He enjoyed working with the Ryans. They were decent people, unlike some of the congressional types the president occasionally invited out here, who seemed more interested in posturing than shooting. Jack and his father moved to the second station. Jack loaded 2 fresh shells and stepped into the square. He punched the release, chambering around, then raised his Benelli to his cheek. He settled the red optic front bead and the brass mid bead into their familiar figure-8 alignment. "Pull!" A target sped from the high house. Jack led it smoothly and squeezed the trigger, pulverizing the clay. A second bird flew from the opposite direction. Jack nailed that one, too. "You missed your calling," Ryan remarked. "You ought to go professional with that thing." "2 good stations don't make a champion," Jack replied. He turned to Cravey. "Right, Mike," Cravey grinned. "Well, 2 in a row is a solid start. You just have to build from there." "How far up do I need to build?" Jack asked. "Oh, I don't know," Cravey said, scratching his chin thoughtfully. "Another 10,000 targets or so might be a good beginning." "I'll be lucky to hit the next one," Jack said, stepping out of the square and trading places with his father. The president barked, "Pull," and dusted both clays. "Oh, so I guess we're getting serious now," Jack said. "I'm always serious. I thought you knew that." Jack laughed. Logan's idea to hide a near-absolute zero operation inside a frozen food warehouse makes me think he binge-watched too much Breaking Bad. He led the way to the third station, his father following. It was a brilliant move. The whole operation was. Logan knew to launch his drone strikes precisely where the espionage coverage had been disabled. The Department of Defense is still investigating, but their current theory is that his team was responsible for taking the system offline. Ryan let out a weary breath, his frustration palpable. "The guy completely played us. Let's be honest, he outsmarted me, plain and simple. White Mountain Logistics and Security provided the ideal front for his entire scheme. With his deep federal ties and worldwide operations, he could ship anything, anywhere, without a second glance. He was a vetted, trusted contractor. And I fell for it. Every bit of it. Don't be so hard on yourself, Dad. His plan was off the charts insane. Nobody saw it coming." Jack moved into the shooting square at Station 3. He noticed the tight line of his father's jaw, the weight of the situation bearing down on him. It was time to steer the conversation elsewhere. "I never got the full story on Runso. Gavin was convinced he was on our side. Those clay pigeons aren't going to break themselves." All right. Jack stepped up, fed 2 more shells into his shotgun. "Pull!" 2 shot reports echoed, and 2 clays disintegrated. Jack gave a casual shrug. "So, about Runso?" The FBI went over every micron of those cartridges Gavin recovered. It opened a trail to other files, hidden in some very clever spots. Long story short, Runzo was all in on what he dubbed the heist of the universe. It was a massive ego project for him. But when he learned the brutal extent of Logan's endgame, he got scared and tried to back out. Not exactly a hero then. Not even close, Ryan confirmed. He helped open the stable door, then ran after the horse. If he hadn't shown his face in Barcelona to meet your friend Renee when you were there, Logan might very well have succeeded. The president moved into the square, called for the birds, and neatly dispatched 2. "Next station, gentlemen," Crave directed, pointing toward number 4. As they walked over, Jack asked, "Whatever became of Parsons? Interpol recovered a body washed ashore in Montenegro. It's likely her, but the decomposition is advanced. They're running DNA for confirmation. What a waste. All that brilliance gone." "Brilliance isn't the main thing. Character is," Ryan said thoughtfully. "The old saying goes that character is destiny, but I believe it's loyalty that truly defines a person's fate." Logan loved his own vision more than his country and was ready to burn it all down. Parsons prized her ambition above her own scientific ethics, and it cost her everything. Give me a person of integrity over a mere genius any day. Jack took his position and loaded his weapon. "Pull!" Crave launched the targets. 2 bursts of red dust hung briefly in the air. Jack swapped places with his father. The Caesar Guerini roared twice, shattering 2 more clay. The Ryans followed Crave to the 5th station in a comfortable silence. Jack's mind was clearly elsewhere. "What's on your mind, son? Logan. Where did he vanish to?" Ryan's expression turned grim. "We might never track him down. I can't close the book on this until we do. Well, don't let it wreck your focus today, champ. You're up." Jack entered the shooting box, retrieving 2 shells from his pouch. The president placed a hand on his son's shoulder. "I also wanted you to know Renee Moore is being honored with a star at Langley. She died serving her country, trying to bring Runzo in. There's a ceremony next week if you'd like to be there." "Yeah, I'd like that." Ryan smiled and gave his neck a gentle squeeze. "I'll go with you if that's all right." I read her file. She was a true patriot, one of the very best. He looked at his son. "You 2 attended the academy around the same time, didn't you?" Jack met his father's gaze and gave a slight, wordless nod, emotion tightening his throat. He drew a steadying breath and composed himself. Ryan stepped back. Jack raised the gun to his cheek. "Pull!" 2 clays sailed into the sky. Jack missed them both. Goal of Mexico. The Dulces Sueños maintained a slow, fuel-conserving pace, cruising north approximately 11 miles northeast of Cancun. Its course was set to round the tip of the Yukon Peninsula before first light. Even with a squad of Partel gunmen providing security, the resin-coated carbon fiber yacht was still dangerously vulnerable. Logan understood that velocity could turn a soft target into a difficult one, or at least a much harder mark to hit. These days his restlessness mirrored the churning sea, a prisoner aboard his own Mexican-flagged luxury vessel. He couldn't chance going ashore, not even under the cartel's umbrella. American surveillance was omnipresent. He still had to remain hidden. A lavish yacht off the Mayan coast was merely one more gilded needle in an entire field of them. Sleep eluded him despite the late hour, though the steady vibration of the big diesel engines provided a faint mechanical comfort. The 280-foot 4-deck yacht, painted a deep cobalt blue, kept a cautious distance from the shoreline to mitigate any threat from land, while staying just inside the outer limit of Mexico's territorial waters to remain under its legal protection. The disciplined patrol of the Uxmal, a modestly armed Tenochtitlan-class Mexican Navy vessel about half the size of his own, moved through these waters with the predictable regularity of a watchful sheepdog. Logan was confident Ryan wouldn't provoke an armed conflict with Mexico over something as petty as his capture, particularly since the TR Abolition Initiative had been thoroughly dismantled. The president had his flaws, but jeopardizing America's strategic interests for personal revenge wasn't one of them. With Samler gone, Logan had pivoted to his most crucial criminal partner,
the notorious Gulf Cartel. Under their protection he now schemed his comeback, having salted away sufficient funds, material, and weaponry to safeguard his future, even as Ryan's administration systematically dismantled and seized White Mountain's assets. The sole thought preserving his sanity was picturing the stunned fury on Ryan's face when he finally grasped that Buck Logan had outmaneuvered them all and nearly pulled off the ultimate victory right under Ryan's nose. The Olo insertion was synchronized with the Uxmal's patrol route, exploiting the moment it reached its farthest point from Logan's yacht. Operational success hinged on speed, silence, and the complete blackness of the moonless night. Adara was the first to hit the dark water 2 miles north of the Dulcia's Suos, a 55-pound float bag preceding her. After ditching her chute, she slipped on her fins, opened the bag, and began assembling the compact submersible inside.
Half a minute later, the rest of the campus team plunged into the Gulf, landing less than a quarter-mile from the luxury vessel. 3 touched down east of the boat, the other 2 to the west. Like Adara, they were clad in black neoprene, but each operative carried a 77-pound Rotnor Jivjet RD-2 secured in a chest harness, alongside suppressed HK MP-7A1 personal defense weapons loaded with 4.6A 30mm armor-piercing ammunition. Their kits included full dive and boarding equipment, plus a few specialized items for the occasion. Once in the water and clear of their parachutes, Clark, Ding, Dom, Midas, and Jack released their Jazz completed suiting up and checked their comms waterproof Sanitas tactical microphones fitted against their upper molars, using bone conduction through the jaw to transmit and receive. The campus had adopted the system after seeing a Marine-fast platoon use them during a joint exercise in the Java Sea. "Alpha ready?" Clark's voice came through clearly. "Alpha ready," Adara confirmed. "Bravo and Charlie are set. See you in 20. At Clark's signal, the men of Bravo and Charlie grasped the control grips of the 4-foot-long lithium-ion sleds and descended beneath the surface, charting a swift and silent intercept course. The divers from Bravo and Charlie halted at their first timed checkpoint, shedding their tanks before rising just enough to break the surface. At 100 yards out, their black forms were nearly invisible against the inky water. Each man swapped his dive mask for night vision goggles and readied his suppressed HK. "Bravo and Charlie are in position," Clark reported, his tone now edged with a grim, almost sarcastic satisfaction. "All this high-tech stealth," he mused, "just to crash a cartel's floating party. Ryan would probably call it a diplomatic incident. We call it Tuesday. Alpha, you're clear for launch." "Launching now." Clark gave a quick nod. Time was slipping away. The moment was almost here. Before Clark and his team had even fully settled into their positions, Adara had already retrieved, unfolded, and assembled the waterproof drone and its controller from the buoyant bag. She secured her own set of night vision goggles and wedged the now empty bag between her legs for extra flotation. "Showtime!" Weighing a mere 55 pounds, the Songer drone ascended quickly into the night. Its array of sensors, night vision, camera, and laser range fed the live first-person video feed directly into the game-style controller in her hands. The drone was holding steady at 100 feet above the water when Clark's voice confirmed both teams were in place, positioned directly in the path of the approaching vessel. Adara didn't need to maneuver the Songar any closer. The hum of its rotors was swallowed by the soft swells of the Gulf and the growing rumble of diesel engine. She zoomed the camera in on the brilliantly lit bridge on the yacht's 3rd level, a floating palace purchased with blood money and manned by killers. She felt a cold certainty, not guilt, as she centered the crosshairs on the figure at the wheel and squeezed the trigger. The helmsman never heard the shot or the shattering glass as the 5.56 round punched into his stomach. He collapsed with a choked cry, hands clutching at the searing pain. The captain burst from a side door just as another controlled burst of fire spider-webbed the expansive bridge windows. 2 rounds hammered into his chest. A third ripped through his neck, painting the polished mahogany wall with a dark spray as he fell. The initial gunfire jolted the starboard guard from his drowsy vigil on the second deck. He was no coward. Shouts erupted from his fellow Sicariotes behind him as more shots echoed across the water. He swung his AK-47, the infamous Squerno de Givo, from his shoulder, and charged toward the muzzle flashes sparkling like furious insects in the sky ahead of the boat. He sprinted for the bow, raising his rifle toward those distant sparks, but they shifted, aiming directly back at him. A burst of fire tore his chest apart. The brave gunman was dead before his body hit the deck. Clark waited for the distinctive chatter of an AK-47, the preferred tool of thugs worldwide, before issuing the execute command. As one, all 5 men throttled their silent underwater scooters and shot toward the yacht. Their focus was fixed on the Sicarios now pouring onto the outer decks, wildly firing their weapons at the Sunguard drone as it darted and weaved off the bow, picking them off from the darkness. In half a minute, the 5 campus operators reached the port and starboard sides of the slow-moving vessel, carefully avoiding the churning propellers at the stern. Boarding hooks slapped onto the rails, the first man up securing a foothold for the other. They scrambled aboard, utterly unnoticed by the panicked, distracted gunmen, leaving their dowjack in the water. The yacht's layout was memorized. Clark and the others knew their destinations and their missions, especially Jack. While Clark and Bravo team eliminated the Cesarios Adara had missed on the exterior decks, Charlie Team Dom and Jack began clearing the interior, with Jack taking point. A heavy-set, hairy gunman, wearing nothing but striped boxer shorts, lunged from a stateroom doorway with a gold-plated Desert Eagle, swinging it toward Jack's head as he raced past. A round from Dom's HK ripped the man's jaw away before he could pull the trigger. He dropped to the floor, gurgling in agony. Dom showed a grim mercy with a second shot to the head. Jack didn't break stride, taking the interior stairs 3 at a time until he reached the 4th deck and the entrance to Logan's private sanctuary. Logan's fingers were closing around a fresh magazine for his father's ivory, gripped Colt .45 when Jack cleared the doorway. His weapon raised, Jack surged forward, using the stock of his HK to knock the heavy pistol from Logan's grasp. It hit the deck with a solid metallic clatter, bringing his own weapon back to a ready position. Jack could hear the crisp, efficient radio traffic from his team in his earpiece, punctuated by the final sharp cracks of 4.6mm rounds, neutralizing the last of the gunmen. Logan stared up at him, the defiance in his eyes now mixed with something wounded and pathetic, like a scolded child. "That wasn't for you, son," he muttered, his gaze dropping to the fallen pistol. "It was for me." "No kidding," Jack said flatly. His finger found the HK's light trigger. It would require less effort to end this man's life than to swat a fly. But his orders were explicit. Take him alive. There is no easy exit for you, Logan. You're going to spend the next 40 years in a concrete box, strapped to a chair, living in your own filth in the dark. Logan straightened in his wheelchair, his chest swelling with a final bitter pride. Do what you want. It doesn't erase what I accomplished. I stood up to the president. History will remember my name. As a footnote, maybe, Jack countered. If you're lucky, I did what was necessary. Necessary? Jack's voice dripped with scorn. Since when is burning the whole world down considered necessary? You call this world sane? Logan shot back, his voice rising. A global debt in the hundreds of trillions is sane? The entire financial system is a bloated corpse. It needed a Purgia worldwide year of jubilee to reset everything. That's what I was going to give it. And the $5 trillion you siphoned off? Just a modest consulting fee, I suppose? A man deserves compensation for his vision, Logan said, a smug twist to his lips. Save the twisted manifesto. A global war isn't a reset. It's a graveyard. Logan's face flushed with fervent anger. I make no apologies for defending my country. An existential threat demands a radical response. I am a patriot. It was my duty to destroy our enemies before they could destroy us. In a few short years, the Chinese and the Russians will have the capability to erase us. They already have the desire.
You overlooked one minor detail, Jack said, his tone shifting to one of cold, almost amused logic. Even if they'd blown each other to pieces in the Bering Sea, they'd have traced the playbook back to its source in a heartbeat, and they would have held us responsible. You didn't start a war, you just painted a giant target on every city in America.
That was the whole point. I put the ball on the 1-yard line. All Ryan had to do was push it over the goal line and win the game for good. I knew he lacked the spine for a decisive first strike, so I was going to do it for him, because someone has to have the guts. The only problem, Logan, Jack said, leaning in slightly, is that you're not the president.
You never were, and you never will be.
A harsh, disgusted laugh escaped Logan. Don't I know it? He sagged back into his chair, the fight momentarily leaving him. It was my destiny to sit in that office. I was crafted for it.
His large hands rubbed the armrests of the wheelchair he despised. But the cruel joke of fate is that it sometimes crowns the wrong man king. On Clark's command, the fallen adversaries were moved to a sealed compartment on the yacht's main deck, out of sight.
They would be disposed of later, far out in the deeper Gulf waters, where they'd serve as a grim offering for the circling sharks. Clark, with his old bosun's mate expertise, expertly guided the sizable vessel closer to the waiting Adara. The Songar submarine was already sealed and prepared for its return voyage. Dom reached down to help Adara aboard, while Ding made contact with the inbound CV-22B Osprey, the Special Operations tilt-rotor aircraft now en route from its base at MacDill Air Force Base in Florida. The team hauled the Dajjesh from the water and secured them, then began preparing the yacht for the long transit across the Gulf toward Houston. As the distinct whir of the approaching Osprey grew overhead, Jack emerged onto the aft deck, pushing a handcuffed and despondent Logan in his wheelchair. The twin Rolls-Royce turboshaft engines pivoted to a vertical position, transforming the aircraft into a helicopter in mere seconds. Inside Jack's helmet, the pilot's voice cut through the Silenzasasundita's microphones, filtering out the thunder of turbines and the rhythmic thump of rotor blades. Jack acknowledged. The clock had started the instant the Osprey crossed into Mexican airspace, an intrusion a hostile government would not ignore. Jets would scramble in minutes if they didn't turn back immediately. Clark's update crackled over the comms. The yacht's radar showed the Uxmal altering course, now racing toward them at full speed. "We need to get this boat moving, now." A thick line uncoiled from the Osprey's belly. Attached was a dual E-strap, each arm fitted with a heavy carabiner. Jack clipped them swiftly to the rings on Logan's STABU harness. "He's on the line," Jack confirmed. "Copy that," the pilot replied. The winch engaged, and Logan was wrenched from his chair, his lifeless legs swaying, hands cuffed and useless. He rose 5 feet above the deck, then 10, his bulky frame beginning a slow, helpless spin in the rotor wash. "If you enjoy fishing with live bait, he's all yours," Jack remarked. The pilot, already briefed on their passenger's crimes, chuckled darkly. "Pity I left my fishing license at home." With that, the Osprey's engines roared, leaping skyward, while Logan still dangled below. There was no time to reel him inside. The sudden acceleration and violent prompt wash sent him whirling like a top as he vanished into the moonless night. The pilot banked sharply, turning the aircraft toward home. Jack watched until the darkness swallowed the spinning figure whole. Logan was alive. Mission accomplished. A hard grin spread across Jack's face. He could almost still hear the fading screens. Epilogue, Washington, D.C. The White House Redence Jack entered through the private doorway, his face hidden by an umbrella and flanked by 2 PPD agents. No press lingered in the rainy gloom. If any had, the detail would have sent them packing. To preserve his cover, Jack never appeared in official family photos or at public events with his parents. But he cherished these private visits. Since it was easier for him to travel to them, he seized every chance, especially when his mother promised her famous Burgundy beef stew and apple pie, his absolute favorites. With his siblings all out of town, he missed having the whole family together. In the kitchen he hugged his mom, holding the embrace a heartbeat longer than usual. "Are you feeling all right, son?" She pressed a palm to his bearded cheek, the touch both maternal and diagnostic. "You're not coming down with something, are you?" "No, I'm okay, just worn out. Dinner smells incredible. Let's eat." Jack helped set the table and serve the meal. His father said grace, and the three began to eat.
Kathy watched her son with concern. Renee Moore's memorial ceremony had been that morning, and her husband mentioned Jack had taken it harder than anticipated. "They must have been closer than we realized," Ryan had said. Hoping to distract him, Kathy ventured, "I still haven't heard about your trip to Spain. Tell me everything."
Jack brightened slightly. "An incredible country. Rich history, fantastic food. It'd go back in a heartbeat. Maybe we could all visit as a family someday. When the time is right." "Sounds like a plan," Ryan agreed. "I've always wanted to see a bullfight." "Meet anyone interesting over there?" Kathy asked. Jack's faint smile dissolved. He drew a slow breath, his mind turning to Brasa. "Yeah, I did." "Someone you'd want us to meet?" she asked hopefully. She'd been dreaming of grandchildren lately. Honey Ryan interjected gently, with a slight frown. "Probably not going to happen," Jack said, his voice trailing off. He set down his spoon, momentarily adrift. It had been a long, difficult day. "I'm sorry, Jack." "I shouldn't have asked." She said the words hanging in the air. Jack gave a small shrug. "It's really okay," he replied, his voice steadying. He took a drink of water, then straightened his posture, as if physically setting something aside. The troubled look that had briefly clouded his features vanished. "This is amazing," he told his mother with a genuine smile, picking up his spoon. He loaded it with a generous portion of the stew, savoring the tender, flavorful beef. Cassie watched him closely. Her husband hadn't given her details about what Jack had been involved in lately, only calling him one incredible young man. But the raw pride trembling in Senior's voice when he said it told her everything. Her son had clearly put everything on the line for something that truly counted, a mirror of the risks her husband had taken countless times before. She recognized the look on Jack's face. It was the same distant, resolved expression her husband wore whenever he returned from those extended trips he could never discuss. In her heart, she understood that behind the tough, assured facade they both presented to the world, there resided a profound, wordless sorrow for what and who had been left behind. A pang of sympathy for her son's hidden burdens tightened her chest. Yet, as her gaze shifted from her husband to her boy, her heart swelled. A wave of fierce pride washed over her, so strong it nearly stole her breath. They were two sides of the same coin. Jack was, without a doubt, his father's